Southern province of the Dragon Kingdom, Lingan City, Lingan No. 1 High School sports field. On the sports field, students were neatly arranged in formations, while the balconies of the teaching building were crowded with parents, their faces filled with nervousness and anticipation. Today was the awakening ceremony for the children. Since the fusion of the game world with reality, every city regarded this day as the most important occasion. All senior students, please follow the broadcast order to come on stage later. The arcane masters Master Chen and Master Huan will conduct the awakening for everyone. The principal's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Whether you can become a master of destiny depends on this moment. The key to improving the success rate of awakening is to remain calm, avoid excitement, and prevent disrupting the master's ceremony. Next, please be quiet. After hearing your name on the broadcast, follow your homeroom teacher to step forward for awakening. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the venue instantly fell silent. Number 1, Fang Yi. Number 2, Chai Jianbai. Number 3, Xu Xu. The broadcast began calling names, and the students held their breath, watching as 10 classmates stepped onto the stage one by one. Fang Yi, awakening failed. Chai Jianbai, awakening failed. The two masters responsible for the awakening shook their heads, and personnel on site immediately announced the result. Roar! A sudden roar echoed, drawing everyone's attention. They saw an unusual light rise beside a student named Xu Xu, as if a heavily armored man wielding a battle axe had appeared behind him. Xu Xu, awakening successful. Hidden class, Berserker. The entire audience was instantly in an uproar. No one had expected the first successful awakening to be a hidden class. Even an ordinary hidden class like Berserker would be enough to make him surpass regular warriors in combat power, becoming a target for recruitment by major factions. Even the principal couldn't help but smile and nodded to the secretary beside him. Help the student Xu Xu apply for a 100,000 scholarship. Yes, principal. A hidden profession has actually appeared. Truly enviable. Joining a major force in the future and earning $1 million annual salary will be effortless. Upon hearing this, someone besides Xiaou couldn't help but sigh, their tone full of envy and jealousy. I must awaken a profession, or else I'll have to return to the 996 lifestyle of my previous life. I don't want to have crossed over at all. Xiaou thought to himself. He was not a native of this world but came from another parallel Earth's world. The awakening ceremony was proceeding in full swing, with joy and disappointment intertwined. Some even hoped to be placed further back in line, letting those ahead test the waters first. Soon it was the turn of Class 6, Grade 3, where Xiaou was. Number 1 by Xiao Xiao, Number 2 Yu Zhenghao, Number 3 Tu Yan Yang. The broadcast called out names, and all eyes inside and outside the class turned toward Class 6. By Xiao Xiao's petite figure and angelic face had made her a celebrity in the school, even earning her the title of the school beauty of Number 1 High School, admired by countless people. At this moment, there was a hint of nervousness on her face. The class teacher, wearing glasses and sporting a middle-parted hairstyle, stepped forward and said earnestly, "Remember, maintaining a calm mindset is the key to successful awakening. All other superstitions are useless. Go ahead." Yes, old man. The first group of students from Class 6 nodded firmly and followed the homeroom teacher onto the stage. The awakening begins. As the masters waved their staffs, the magic circle on the stage emitted a faint glow, with specks of light slowly drifting toward the students and merging into their bodies. However, the next moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's magic circle suddenly erupted with dazzling white light, and sacred sounds echoed in everyone's ears. Such a display immediately sent a shock through everyone's hearts. Hidden class. Only hidden classes would exhibit such a unique aura. Bai Xiaoxiao, awakening successful. Hidden class, holy priest. It's actually a holy priest. The principal stood up abruptly, his face full of excitement. Holy priests are one of the rare professions with resurrection skills, considered the most sought after in the entire world. The news quickly spread across various factions. Student, I am a member of the Blackfoot Mage Tower. We sincerely invite you to join the Mage Tower, where we will tailor skills for you and provide dedicated guidance for leveling up. I am a member of the Dawn Mercenary Team. We have extensive frontline combat experience and can help you quickly enhance your combat power and awareness. I am. Even the masters on the stage couldn't help but extend olive branches to Bai Xiao Xiao. Ahem, masters, the awakening ceremony is still ongoing. The principal reminded with a smile, tinged with a bit of reluctance. Bai Xiao Xiao returned to the team, casting a smug glance at Xiaou, as if to say, how about that? Xiaou returned the glance, nicely done. Number 1, Xiaou. Number 2. Before the two could continue their exchange, the broadcast had already called Xiaou's name. Xiaou took a deep breath and followed the homeroom teacher onto the stage. Stepping into the magic circle, as the masters activated it, specks of light surged into Xiaou's body, the speed gradually increasing, as if he had taken a stimulant. It seemed calm, yet concealed an unusual change. Another hidden class? The first thought in everyone's mind was, there are way too many hidden classes today. 3 of them have appeared? In the past, the appearance of one in a city was always a grand event. As all the students who went on stage with Xiaou completed their awakening, Xiaou was still absorbing light particles. The master responsible for operating the a magic array looked slightly pale, took out a potion from his backpack, a trace of distress flashing in his eyes, drank several sips, and shouted to the other masters, "Come quickly to help. This child is absorbing magic power too intensely, I can't hold on." Alright, the entire audience was stunned. This was the first time a master-level mage had run out of magic power during an awakening ceremony. What profession has this kid awakened? The other masters quickly rushed over and joined forces to inject magic. At this moment, Xiao's heart trembled. God-level selection system activated. Progress 99%, 100%, activation complete. Please make a choice, host. Become a mage, reward, innate magic affinity, spellcasting consumes half the mental energy. Become an elementalist, reward, true god-level skill, summon flame monarch. Become a necromancer, reward, main god-level magic pet, saint ghost, absolute loyalty, capable of growth. Skill talent item summon item tier settings, common, excellent, master, heroic, legendary, mythical, true god, main god, supreme god. God-level selection system? You can even choose a profession and get rewards? Xiaou was stunned, never having heard of anyone being able to choose their own profession. Could this be a cheat system that just arrived? 18 years, how did I even make it through? He pondered with both excitement and seriousness in his heart. The three professions before him were all from the mage class. Choosing a mage, with mental energy consumption halved, is indeed a good talent. Although the true god-level skill of the elementalist is more powerful, the elementalist is ultimately a hidden profession. But what attracts me the most is a supreme god-level magic pet, and it's a hidden profession necromancer. Is there even a need to hesitate? Magic pets grow alongside their masters, and the growth limits of magic pets of different grades vary greatly. Ordinary grade magic pets can only level up to 10 at most, excellent grade can reach level 20, while supreme god level can soar to level 80. Not only that, the attributes gained per level for magical pets of different ranks vary greatly. Ordinary rank increases by 6 to 10 points per level, excellent rank by 12 to 15 points, while the supreme god rank reaches an astonishing 60 to 80 points. It's more than 10 times that of the ordinary rank. System, choose necromancer. Selection complete. Reward has been sent to the magical pet space. In an instant, Xiaou felt a grayish-white figure appear in his mental domain, ready to be summoned at any time when needed. Meanwhile, the gray mist surrounding him contained a rich power of death. A profession related to death? This phenomenon seems to be a hidden profession like Death Monarch. My goodness, this time we've really hit the jackpot. 2 high-level hidden professions. Many students looked at Xiaou with eyes full of envy. It was understandable for Bai Xiao to awaken a high-level hidden profession, but for an ordinary person like him to achieve the same was truly unbelievable. Strangely, however, the phenomenon quickly dissipated, far less spectacular than when Bai Xiao awakened. The masters were even more incredulous as they stared at Xiaou. Impossible, how could it be a necromancer? Damn, isn't it supposed to be a hidden class like Death Monarch? After absorbing so much of our magic power, this is the result we get? Xiaou, awakening successful, hidden class, necromancer. The broadcast sounded, and everyone finally came back to their senses. Their first reaction was disbelief. 9 masters joined forces for the awakening, and this is the class they got? Even the principal couldn't hide his disappointment inside. A hidden profession is already quite good. Award 100,000 in scholarships to Xiaou. By the way, I will personally sponsor Bai Xiao with 1 million and apply for the National First Class Talent Subsidy. Yes, principal. A necromancer isn't too bad either. It suits me. Bai Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, squinting as she thought to herself. Student Xiaou, I am a member of the Blackfoot Qing Mage Tower, and I sincerely invite you to join the Mage Tower as an apprentice. We have master-level necromancers who can guide you throughout the process. The master who just invited Bai Xiao also extended an olive branch to Xiaou. Although necromancers are not as heaven-defying as holy priests, they are still hidden professions, and joining the Mage Tower is considered a good choice. Please choose, host. Join the Blackfoot Qing Mage Tower. Reward, intelligence potential +1. Refuse to join the Blackfoot Qing Mage Tower. Reward, necromancy summoning skill level +1. Another choice? Xiaou felt a surge of joy while beginning to weigh his options. Without interference from the system, he would definitely refuse. After all, the Blackfoot Qing Mage Tower is merely a local organization in Nanling City, with a relatively small scale. As a hidden profession necromancer, he will undoubtedly have a broader future. In terms of rewards, wisdom potential +1 means that he will gain an extra point of wisdom with each level up, which is undoubtedly a long-term benefit. However, the necromancy summoning skill level +1 directly increases the skill level. Raising skill levels requires spending skill points, which are mainly obtained through leveling up 1 point per level. Although there are other rare ways to acquire them, they are extremely scarce. After careful consideration, Xiaou hesitated and said, Master Chen, I'm sorry, I can't make a decision for now. Alright, this is my business card. A genius like you is welcome to join us anytime. Xiaou took the business card, politely thanked him, and returned to the classroom. Selection completed. Reward has been sent. Undead summoning skill level increased to level 2. The panel displays as follows. Xiaou. Race, human. Profession, necromancer. Level, 1, 0/100. Strength, 8, potential 8. Agility, 7, potential 7. Intelligence, 15, potential 15. Talent, none. Normal level undead summoning level 2. Can summon level 1 undead soldiers. Summoning limit, 20. Normal level bone spear level 1. Launches a bone spear, dealing 100% intelligence value as magic damage. Easily penetrates enemies. Getting a free skill point. Awesome. Xiaou secretly rejoiced. Congratulations, Xiaou. Both you and Bai Xiao have awakened hidden classes, while I'm stuck with just a regular warrior. I am also an archer. Woo woo woo. You all can successfully change professions, but what about me? What about me? I'm nothing. I can only go work 996. Ahem. Students who haven't awakened, don't lose heart. As long as you study hard, life can be just as good as that of professionals, the homeroom teacher said with a sigh. He himself was not a professional and deeply understood the hardships and efforts of non-professionals. How about teaming up to explore the dark forest? A light and clear voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Bai Xiao was actually standing in front of Xiaou, directly inviting him, which made everyone widen their eyes in surprise. When did they get together? How did our goddess end up being taken by an ordinary guy? Isn't he just tall and handsome, and happened to switch to a hidden profession? Please choose, host. Lone hero clearly refused the beauty's invitation. Reward, necromancy upgraded to master level. Journey with beauty, happily accept the beauty's invitation. Reward, random master level skill, no profession restriction. Tauren warrior, invite another female to form a team. Reward, master level Tauren bloodline. Here again? Xiaou looked at the 3 options and immediately ruled out the Minotaur warrior. Walking with beauty has extremely unstable benefits. If it gives me warrior skills, how awkward would it be to use a staff to hack at monsters? Moreover, I changed too quickly, making it easy for others to notice. It's best not to team up with others, so I can only choose lone hero, although this inevitably disappointed Bai Xiao. Sorry, I'm not considering teaming up for now, Xiaou responded softly. What? Everyone was stunned, even the homeroom teacher looked at Xiaou in disbelief. A campus beauty actively invites you to team up. Don't you know what proximity to the water gets the moon first means, you idiot? News about teaming up with a beauty to find love is everywhere. After all, teaming up for adventures is a bond of life and death, like drywood meeting fire. It's no surprise if something happens. And yet you actually refused. Refused? You idiot Xiaou, what on earth are you thinking? How dare you reject me? Bai Xiao was burning with anger, instantly tearing off her obedient girl facade and shouting furiously. Xiao Bai, calm down first. I just have my own plans, Xiaou quickly explained. I'm a necromancer and plan to go to the pharaoh's tomb to level up. The monsters there are all neurotoxin types, and my undead summons are immune to neurotoxins. Aren't you the one most afraid of those scorpions and bugs? Wouldn't it be better to go to the dark forest with me? Bai Xiao immediately returned to her sweet and gentle demeanor, as if her earlier anger had been an illusion. The people around them were gossiping incessantly. What? Xiaou actually calls Bai Xiao Bai. Their relationship is so close? Could it be that they have a private connection? Damn, 3 years of a secret relationship. Bai Xiao, you deceived our pure young hearts. I heard Bai Xiao and Xiaou are childhood friends. I heard they were betrothed by their parents before they were born and got married when they came of age. I think it's the romance between the young lady Bai Xiao and the orphan Xiaou that was opposed by the family, so they've been secretly dating. Ahem, the homeroom teacher cleared his throat, bringing everyone back to attention. Actually, Xiaou is right. The pharaoh's tomb is the ideal leveling ground for necromancers. Even a level 1 necromancer can easily defeat monsters there. The monsters on the first floor of the pharaoh's tomb are level 5, and Xiaou can gain an additional 80% experience bonus. The homeroom teacher's words made Bai Xiao stare at Xiaou and ask, are you really unwilling to team up with me? You heard what the teacher said too. Xiaou hesitated. You'll regret this. Bai Xiao shouted angrily, then turned and stormed off. Everyone saw it, but their hearts ached. If I had the chance, I would definitely team up with Bai Xiao without hesitation. +1, plus 10,086. What kind of hardcore straight guy is this? I seriously doubt Xiaou's sexual orientation. Selection complete, rewards issued. Your necromancy summoning has been upgraded to master level. Master level undead summoning level 2, can summon level 1 undead soldiers, possessing the skill, heavy strike, summoning limit, 10. Although it only adds 1 skill, the attribute potential of the undead soldiers has increased from the original 6 to 10 to 15 to 18, doubling their attributes. Looks like I'll have to give a proper explanation tonight, Xiaou thought with a bitter smile. The ceremony was bustling with activity, but the awakening ritual continued. Although no hidden professions appeared, the number of ordinary professions was significantly higher than in previous years, causing the principal's smile to stiffen slightly. The ceremony is gradually approaching its end. The principal begins to deliver the closing speech. speech. Students, today we have had the privilege of witnessing the awakening of 3 hidden professions, as well as the successful awakening of many other students. I once again congratulate them and hope they can bring glory to Long Country, to Lingan City, and contribute to humanity's resistance against those brutal and terrifying monsters. As for the students who have not awakened, do not be discouraged. The stage for shining and contributing is not limited to professionals. The nation needs talents of all kinds, so I hope everyone prepares diligently for the cultural exams, gets into university, and continues striving upward. At the same time, a reminder to all students who have successfully awakened, don't forget the vocational entrance exam in 7 days. Even ordinary professions have the chance to be recruited by world-renowned schools or major forces. Finally, I emphasize that if you want to level up quickly, you must team up and head to the beginner monster nests recommended by the school. Do not challenge monsters far above your level. I hope everyone can stay true to their dreams after graduation, work hard, and make the most of their youth. The students who had successfully awakened cheered excitedly. From today, they would become professionals, stepping onto the stage like stars, challenging monster nests, and becoming heroes who protect the people. This ignited everyone's passion. Immediately afterward, the students began forming teams, preparing to head to the monster lair to level up. After all, having just become professionals, how could they go back to studying? The real adventure had only just begun. Xiaou quietly packed up his belongings, got on his little bicycle, and headed home. Perhaps he awakened a profession, as he felt much more at ease riding up the mountain. He stopped in front of a villa near the mountain. At that moment, a luxury car pulled up, and Bai Xiaoxiao stepped out, looking at Xiaou with a face full of mockery. "Oh, Xiaou, the hidden profession student, not bad." "Sorry," Xiaou apologized without hesitation. After all, he broke their agreement once both awakened, they would team up to level up together. Upon hearing Xiaou's apology, Bai Xiaoxiao's expression softened slightly. "My team is still short one person." The hint was very obvious. Before the words were finished, Bai Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and walked straight into the villa. Xiaou pushed his bicycle and followed her inside. Although Xiaou was an orphan, there was no doubt that his relationship with Bai Xiaoxiao was extraordinary. Although their fathers were not biological brothers, they were as close as family. After Xiaou's parents had an accident, he was taken to Bai Xiaoxiao's home at the age of 2, and they grew up together ever since. They could be considered childhood sweethearts, though they kept their relationship a secret during 3 years at school. "Young master, you're back." The butler took Xiaou's backpack and smiled kindly. "The master is very happy about the awakening ceremony for you in Mississippi. He's on his way home now and mentioned preparing a surprise for you both." "Actually, there's no need to trouble Uncle by so much. Didn't he just return from a business trip yesterday?" Xiaou asked. The butler did not answer, only smiled mysteriously. "By the way, Grandpa Yu, I'll head back to my room first." Xiaou suddenly remembered the god-level magic pet and decided to summon it to take a look. "Young master, dinner is ready. I'll go eat later. Come out, Saintess Phantom." A gentle yet firm voice spread out, and before Xiaou's eyes appeared a young girl dressed in a pure white long dress. She floated lightly, revealing her delicate and slender ankles. Her body was as translucent as white jade, her features exquisite yet expressionless, and her eyes were as sacred and inviolable as gold and jade. "Master," she responded softly, her voice as clear as a spring. "Holy Maiden Ghost, Lord God level, growth potential, race, undead, level 1, strength 65, agility 65, intelligence 80, talent. Inspire nearby allied units gain a boost equivalent to 50% of your strength and agility, with an additional 100% increase in movement speed. Greater healing spell, restores health to allies within range equal to 500% of their intelligence value. Resurrection spell, revives 1 unit, cooldown time 24 hours. Dispel spell, removes negative statuses from 1 unit. Thunder aura, all nearby allies' attacks deal additional thunder damage equal to 100% of their intelligence value. Xiaou gazed at this main god level unit, utterly shocked. At level 1, it already possessed attributes several times greater than his own, and each skill was more extraordinary than the last. Resurrection, such a miraculous ability, was something even hero level holy priests could hardly achieve. The Inspirer talent directly elevated the attributes of ordinary allies to mythic levels, while the Thunder aura greatly boosted the team's overall output. Healing and dispelling were indispensable support skills on the battlefield. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Xiaoxiao's voice. "Dad's back, come out quickly." Xiaou hurriedly retracted the Saintess ghost and replied, "Got it, coming right out." He stepped out of the room, only to find that Bai Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen. As he went downstairs, a middle-aged man in a neat suit was chatting with Bai Xiaoxiao in the living room. Seeing Xiaou coming down, he smiled and waved. "Xiaou, come over and take a look. This is a surprise your aunt and I have carefully prepared for you." Xiaou approached and saw the table filled with equipment, each item's attributes astonishing him. Among them, a staff adorned with a human skull was particularly eye-catching. Staff of the deceased, master level, level 1, intelligence +2. All undead related skill levels +1. A level 1 staff that can actually enhance skill levels. Xiaou was astonished. High-level staffs being able to enhance skill levels is not surprising, but a level 1 staff possessing this ability is extremely rare. For level 1 professionals, it is undoubtedly a significant boost in combat power. Skills. Impressive, right? We spent 100,000 to buy this. Initially, the professional wanted to keep it as a collectible and wasn't willing to sell, Bai Binbin said with a smile. Xiaou was momentarily speechless. This equipment was truly precious. Moreover, Uncle Bai didn't just buy this piece but an entire set of equipment, ranging from excellent to master level. A rough estimate puts the value at several 100,000. Xiaou and Bai Xiao each have a set. I and your aunt are just ordinary people, unable to help you much. We can't even afford advanced equipment, so we can only prepare some level 1 gear for you as a good start, Bai Binbin said with a hearty laugh. He looked at his daughter and nephew in front of him, full of emotion. They had already grown up. Thanks, Dad. Bai Xiao accepted without hesitation, immediately putting on the new gear. Draped in a priest's robe and holding a faintly glowing staff, she looked like a holy priest descending. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Xiaou gratefully accepted as well. Having lived here for 16 years, he understood that he shouldn't refuse this kindness and deeply cherished the gratitude for being raised. Bai Binbin beamed with joy. Today, those competitors saw 2 hidden professions emerge in our family, especially a holy priest, and immediately gave up competing for the project. Some even came to curry favor with us. The 3 of them had dinner together and then sat on the sofa. Bai Binbin looked at Xiaou and said earnestly, Xiaou, although I don't understand why you didn't team up with Xiao, you must ensure your safety when acting alone. Contact us immediately if anything happens. Don't worry, Uncle Bai, I'm already an adult, Xiaou replied with a smile. Yes, you've always been mature. When you were little, I even suspected you were a little grown-up. Ha. Bai Binbin joked with a laugh. Bai Xiao snorted coldly from the side. Alright, Xiao, don't be angry. Men always need some personal space. Bai Binbin patted his daughter's head. If you want to go level up, your aunt and I are worried but won't stop you. Just make sure to protect yourselves and come back safely. We'll be waiting for you. Xiaou got up early, unwilling to travel with Bai Xiao to avoid getting entangled in trouble. Riding a small bicycle, heading into the distance, he failed to notice a resentful gaze fixed on him from behind. Cycling all the way, he arrived in front of a massive building resembling a sports stadium. Around him, professionals were equipped with gear, and the atmosphere was heavy. This was the teleportation center of Lingan City. To reach monster nests, aside from venturing into the extremely dangerous wild nests, most people would choose the teleportation array to directly access the nationally surveyed monster nests, where the monster levels are stable. Xiaou had just entered the teleportation center when a prompt appeared before his eyes. Please select Host. Dark Forest, Level 1 Monster Nest, Reward, Strength Potential +1. Twilight Ruins, Level 2 Monster Nest, Reward, Random Ordinary Level Skill. Pharaoh's Tomb, Level 5 Monster Nest, Reward, Skill Point +1. Silent Spirit Death Zone, Level 10 Monster Nest, Reward, Random Hero Level Equipment. System, can I have them all? No, you can only choose once. Sigh, the higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. The system really knows how to tease people. Xiaou looked at the enticing rewards of those advanced nests and couldn't help but swallow. But he knew full well that going directly to a high-level nest was no different from courting death. Choose the Pharaoh's Tomb. Please teleport me to the Pharaoh's Tomb. Please show your professional information, the receptionist said with a smile. Xiaou took out his phone and displayed his professional information. The receptionist glanced at it and frowned slightly. You're only level 1. Are you sure you want to go to the Pharaoh's Tomb? That's a level 5 monster nest. I suggest you go to the Dark Forest instead. Her voice wasn't loud, but all the professionals present heard it clearly. Going to a level 5 monster nest as a level 1? You deserve to die. The Pharaoh's Tomb is the trickiest. The neurotoxin from the scorpions gives even level 7 or 8 professionals a headache. Little brother, how about letting big sister take you there? No charge. Such thick skin. Now you've got a pro to carry you. Big sister, take me along too. The scene was noisy, but Xiaou remained focused, silently waiting for the teleportation. Yes, please teleport me to the Pharaoh's Tomb. Xiaou paid no attention to the discussions around him and stepped directly onto the teleportation array, his tone firm. Alright then. The receptionist, a beautiful woman, sighed helplessly and pressed the activation button. A dazzling light flashed, and Xiao's figure instantly disappeared. Ah, such a handsome guy, and a rare necromancer profession, just went off to die like that. The receptionist beauty sighed and shook her head. Necromancer? That was a necromancer just now? A nearby professional asked in surprise. Yes, his professional information states that he's a necromancer. The receptionist nodded in confirmation. Hidden profession necromancer, no wonder he dared to go to the Pharaoh's Tomb at level 1. What do you mean? A hidden profession can go to a level 5 nest at level 1? Isn't this a fish that slipped through the net? Undead soldiers are immune to the neurotoxin of scorpions. The Pharaoh's Tomb is a challenge for other professions, but it's a paradise for undead mages. Xiaou had arrived at a small village, which served as an outpost for the monster lair, specifically providing a place for professionals to rest. The villagers all had solemn expressions, clearly uneasy about the monsters they were about to face. Xiaou appeared alone, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Fighting alone? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by monsters? The poisonous scorpions in the pharaoh's tomb love to hide in the sand and ambush. One person simply can't handle attacks from all directions. Brother, what's your class? What level are you? My team is short of people. A young man in armor approached to strike up a conversation, followed by an archer and a gentle, elegant priestess. Xiaou smiled and responded, "Thank you, I am a level 1 necromancer, but I don't plan to team up. Thanks for the offer." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Level 1. No wonder. The young man suddenly understood. This is the training ground for necromancers. A level 1 necromancer can easily defeat level 5 scorpions. If we teamed up with him, the experience would be shared, slowing down the leveling process. No one would want to team up with him. Walking out of the outpost, a towering pyramid came into view. According to the records, this was just the tip. Below it lay a massive pyramid structure spanning tens or even hundreds of kilometers. The pharaoh's tomb is divided into 5 layers. The top layer is a level 5 monster nest, followed by level 7 to 10, level 12 to 15, level 17 to 20, and finally a level 25 nest. It is rumored that there is a 6th level, said to be where the pharaoh who governs this pyramid resides, but no one has yet found the passage leading to that level. Before entering, Xiaou summoned the undead outside the pyramid. Undead summoning. After a moment of mental haze, a skeleton warrior appeared beside him. Its height was similar to Xiao's, clad in white bones, wielding a sword and shield, and its appearance did not seem particularly formidable. Undead soldier, master level. Race, undead. Level, 1. Strength, 16, potential 16. Agility, 17, potential 17. Wisdom, 15, potential 15. Talent, none. Critical strike full force attack, dealing 120% of strength as physical damage, with a small chance to knock back the enemy. Both strength and agility have doubled. Xiaou nodded with satisfaction. Summon, Holy Maiden Spirit. The pure white Holy Maiden Spirit quietly appeared, bringing a touch of coolness to the scorching desert. Can you turn invisible? Xiaou asked in a low voice. The ghostly saint nodded, her figure gradually fading away. Though invisible, she still remained by their side. With the blessing of her talent inspirer, the undead soldier's strength and agility increased once again. Strength 49, agility 50. This attribute, even a level 3 warrior can't compare. Xiaou secretly rejoiced. The strength of an average warrior is at most 10 to 15 points, and a level 3 warrior is only around 45 points. More importantly, Xiao's undead soldiers don't need to worry about death, pain, or fatigue, and he can summon up to 10 of them. After summoning 10 soldiers, Xiaou felt dizzy and lightheaded. He took out a potion and drank it down, which slightly restored his energy. Fortunately, Uncle Bai prepared a mental potion for me. One bottle costs 10,000 yuan, so I have to use it sparingly. Let's go. I must get divine equipment to repay Uncle Bai's kindness. One person and a group of undead marched grandly into the pharaoh's tomb. Dark and eerie, faint human screams could be heard in the distance. All undead soldiers, enter alert mode and attack upon encountering monsters. Xiaou issued orders to the undead according to the strategy guide. Summoned creatures can usually distinguish between humans and monsters, and undead summons possess life perception, allowing them to sense nearby living beings. This is precisely why necromancers can roam freely in the pharaoh's tomb. Scorpions hidden beneath the sand cannot evade life perception. Moreover, the venomous scorpions need to sense life to attack, but the undead are not living beings, leaving the scorpions helplessly lurking and ultimately being easily slain by the undead soldiers. Advancing forward, the undead soldiers issued a warning. Enemy detected ahead. Xiaou looked toward the indicated direction, where a pile of ordinary sand concealed the threat. Bone spear. He waved his hand to summon a bone spear about 1 meter long, which shot out swiftly under his mental control. The sand was lifted, revealing a venomous scorpion about 1 meter in size, with a body color similar to the sand and a sharp stinger on its tail. Venomous scorpion, common. Race, desert venomous scorpion. Level, 5. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 30. Talent. Desert toxin adds a layer of toxin upon a successful attack, dealing 100% all attribute venom damage per second, slowing the enemy by 50% for 5 seconds. Stackable. Stealth significantly reduces presence and conceals the body. Faced with the sudden bone spear, the scorpion was completely unprepared. The bone spear pierced straight through its body, causing green liquid to gush out. Die! The scorpion roared angrily and lunged at Xiaou. Puff, puff, puff. However, the scorpion that had just risen was simultaneously pierced by the longswords of 10 undead soldiers, instantly meeting its demise and ending its sneaky career. Killed scorpion, level 5, normal, EXP plus 45. Nearly half an experience bar from just one, not bad at all. For the first time, Xiaou felt no discomfort from killing a monster. Instead, he was unusually excited. Oh Okay, keep moving forward. In the dark and cold Pharaoh's tomb, ruthless undead soldiers continuously dug out venomous scorpions hidden in the sand piles, piercing them with 6 long swords to end their lives. Faced with undead soldiers boasting a power level of 81 and immunity to toxins, the venomous scorpions could only emit shrill cries before being defeated. Killed venomous scorpion, level 5, normal, experience plus 45. Killed venomous scorpion, level 5, normal, experience plus 45. Your level has increased to level 2. Selection completed, reward issued. Your skill points plus 1. Please select upgrade reward. Master level necromancy summoning level plus 1. Basic level poison mist level 1, deals poison damage equal to 20% of intelligence per second to enemies in the area, lasting 10 seconds. Basic Berserk level 1, puts the unit into a berserk state, increasing strength and agility by 20%. Finally leveled up, but this skill choice is pretty bad. Each time a professional levels up, they can choose 1 out of 3 options, usually consisting of an upgrade to an existing skill and 2 new skills, with a chance for the new skills to be of high quality. A basic skill combined with an upgrade to an existing skill level is considered the worst combination. Luckily, there's the divine choice system, otherwise, it would be really hard to decide. The Poison Fog spell was the first to be eliminated, as the Necromancer's main attack skills are mostly Corpse Explosion or Soul Fireball, rather than poison-based. After much deliberation, the Berserk spell was also removed. In the later stages, Necromancers rely on summoning undead hordes for area attacks, making single-target enhancements less useful. In the end, Xiaou chose to upgrade the undead summoning level to unlock ranged undead archers. Master level undead summoning level 4, summons a level 2 undead soldier /undead archer with skills, heavy strike / double shot, summon limit, 20. Summon, undead archer. An undead archer draped in tattered cloth and holding a bone bow appeared beside Xiaou. Undead archer, master, race, undead, level, 2, strength 36, potential 18, agility 36, potential 18, wisdom 30, potential 15, talent, none. Double shot, quickly fires 2 precise arrows, each dealing 100% physical damage based on strength. The Holy Maiden Ghost has also leveled up to level 2, with strength and agility reaching 130. Under the blessing of the Inspirer talent, the undead archer's strength and agility both exceed 100. Facing the first layer of scorpions, there is no pressure 1 arrow for an instant kill. The scorpion old 6 often stays still, becoming a sitting target for the undead archer. Xiaoyu's kill speed has significantly increased. Experience is steadily rising, and he is full of confidence, believing that becoming the top scorer in the future professional entrance exam is just around the corner. More importantly, he feels no fatigue at all. Typically, professional players experience exhaustion during high-intensity monster grinding. Warriors struggle with stamina, and mages deplete their mental energy, forcing them to rest. Not to mention giving up due to injury or encountering an emergency. As for the Necromancer's summons, as long as they are not killed, they can persist indefinitely, giving the Necromancer ample time to rest. Kill Scorpion, level 5, normal, experience plus 40. Experience slightly decreases due to level increase, but 5 scorpions are enough to level up. Although Xiaou was a level 1 entering a level 5 nest, even after advancing to level 2, the experience remained abundant. Killed Poison Scorpion, level 5, normal, experience plus 40. Killed Poison Scorpion, level 5, normal, experience plus 40. Your level has increased to level 3. Please select your level up reward. Bone Spear skill level plus 1. Excellent level Corpse Explosion level 1, detonate a corpse or summon creature, dealing 150% intelligence fire damage, additionally causing 100% strength fire damage to the detonated unit. Normal level Poison Mist level 1, deals 20% intelligence poison damage per second to enemies in the area, lasting for 10 seconds. Choose Corpse Explosion. Without hesitation, chose Corpse Explosion. Poison Mist and Bone Spear are not core skills of the Necromancer. Corpse Explosion is the Necromancer's core skill for killing enemies, and the enhancement from the God level selection system makes it even more powerful. Imagine encountering a large group of enemies, triggering Corpse Explosion to detonate a wave of corpses, followed by chain explosions. How spectacular the scene would be. Keep leveling up. With each level gained, his strength increased significantly, leaving Xiaou immersed in the experience. Killed Scorpion, level 5, normal, experience plus 35. The experience is a bit low, but leveling up only takes 8 of them, so it's still worth it. However, Xiaou carefully examined the surroundings but did not find another poisonous scorpion. Could the number of monsters be this scarce? Helplessly, he had no choice but to continue deeper. Hopefully, I can encounter an elite or a boss, Xiaou thought to himself. Though eager for a challenge, he was also filled with unease. Let's use the skill points first. He saw that he already had 3 skill points, 2 granted by level up and 1 rewarded by the divine selection system. He immediately allocated all of them to necromancy summoning. Master level necromancy summoning level 7 summons a level 3 undead soldier or undead archer, equipped with skills, heavy strike, leap strike / double shot, triple shot, summon limit 35. At this moment, undead soldier attributes: undead soldier, master, race, undead, level 3, strength 48, agility 51, wisdom 45, talent none, smash, leap attack, jumping attack, deals 120% strength physical damage. According to the Pharaoh's Tomb guide, combined with the Saint Ghost Inspirer talent, this attribute is enough to challenge the first floor boss. Go and check it out. According to the guide, there should be an elite respawn point here. I wonder if it's still there. Xiaou, under the protection of a group of undead summons, walked into the oasis inside the pyramid. Here, the trees were lush, the vegetation abundant, and in the distance, there was a vast lake. No one knows exactly how massive this pyramid is. Although professionals continuously explore new areas, due to the strength of the monsters, many are unwilling to venture deeper. Necromancers, as a hidden profession, number less than 100 worldwide. Even after leveling up, they rarely visit this low-level area, as the experience and loot from killing the boss are not substantial, making it a complete waste of time. As a result, this oasis is rarely visited by anyone. Skills: roar. A deep growl tore through the air as a black panther suddenly leapt from the tree towards Xiaou. Several arrows whistled through the air, splitting the black panther in two mid-flight. Kill oasis black panther, level 5, experience plus 35. Just as I thought, it's here. Xiaou smiled. Only elite monsters would spawn oasis black panthers, otherwise, this place would be a safe zone. He continued advancing toward the lake, encountering 3 black panthers along the way, which were precisely shot down by the undead archer before they could get close. No matter how the black panthers tried to hide, once the undead archer appeared, it would instantly lock onto their heads, shoot with precision, and auto-aim comparable to a cheat program. This is precisely one of the powerful advantages of the necromancer. Soon, Xiaou arrived at the lakeside and saw from afar a colossal creature, half again as large as an ordinary black panther, leisurely drinking water. Black Storm, elite, race, oasis black panther, level 7, thump, 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 strength 105, agility 119, intelligence 91, talent, black sand wind armor, an external black sand armor formed by trace amounts of wind elements, capable of blocking damage. Swiftness, increases movement speed by 20%. Black sand wind blade, shoots out a black sand wind blade, dealing 150% of intelligence as magic damage. The black storm senses Xiaou, growling to warn of danger. Attack! Xiaou calmly ordered, and the summoned undead creatures immediately launched their assault. Bang! A black wind blade shot out from Black Storm's mouth, directly striking an undead soldier ahead. Thud! The soldier's shield shattered, leaving scars on its skeleton, but it remained steadfast and continued its charge. Undead archers in the rear fired arrows like rain. Black Storm twisted its body and swung its claws to block, but 2 arrows still hit their mark. Roar! A wounded howl, the Black Storm lunged at an undead soldier. Just as it was about to crush the skeleton, an explosion suddenly erupted. Corpse explosion. Boom! Flames engulfed the Black Storm, blasting it away with a wailing cry, black and red wounds on its surface oozing blood. The undead soldier seized the opportunity to leap and strike, driving the longsword straight into its body. Roar! Black Storm struggled frantically. Each undead soldier's strength and agility were no less than that of this level 7 elite. Slash! A sword swung down, delivering a heavy blow that severed Black Storm's head. Defeated Black Storm, level 7, elite, experience plus 156. Level up to level 4. Obtained excellent grade equipment, Panther's headgear. Please select your level up reward. Corpse explosion upgraded to master level. Basic level poison fog technique level 1. Basic level corrosion ball level 1. Launch a corrosion ball, dealing 100% intelligence magic damage, reducing enemy armor by 20% for 10 seconds. This reward is pretty good. Poison fog technique is troublesome. Corrosion ball benefits undead summons and can additionally reduce enemy magic resistance by 10%, but upgrading corpse explosion to master level is the best part. Although it's only at the master level, this is a necessary stage to advance to the hero level. The higher the skill grade, the greater the probability of upgrading later. Professionals all hope to acquire core skills early and enhance their grade and level during the low-level stages. Choose Corpse Explosion. Master level Corpse Explosion level 2 detonates corpses or summon units, dealing 200% intelligence-based fire damage, with an additional 100% strength-based fire damage from the detonated unit. Additional effect: units killed will explode. Awesome! And I even got a piece of equipment. Xiaou took out the newly acquired Black Panther head hat. Black Panther head hat, excellent. Level 7. Intelligence plus 21. Agility plus 10. The double attribute boost is frighteningly high, today, but unfortunately, I'm still wearing the level 1 hat Uncle Bai gave me, Xiaou sighed. After watching for so long, come out, Xiaou suddenly called out. Rustling sounds came from behind. 3 people appeared. It turned out to be the 3 acquaintances from the outpost who had invited him to join their squad. It's you guys. Though still on guard, Xiaou also breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 faces were familiar. Are you really level 1? The young man sized up the numerous undead around Xiaou. Although he couldn't discern their attributes, the dozen or so undead soldiers and archers, with their astonishing strength and agility, hardly seemed like something a level 1 could summon. Leveled up a few times, Xiaou replied vaguely. Little brother is amazing, leveling up several times in just half a day after entering. It took me a full 2 days to go from level 1 to level 2, the priestess exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. 2 days for me too, the archer sighed. Comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. Alright, they're necromancers, don't compare yourself to them. The young man pouted, feeling a bit envious. Necromancers leveling up early in the Pharaoh's tomb do have a talent advantage, so it's normal for them to be faster, well, by a tiny bit. Never mind, I'll head out first. Xiaou didn't want to waste time and prepared to move to the next elite spot. Wait, do you know about the challenge space? Challenge space? Of course, I know. Xiaou raised an eyebrow. As a professional, how could he not be aware of the existence of challenge spaces? These are unstable alien spaces that randomly appear around the world and disappear once cleared. Each challenge space has specific restrictions, such as not allowing participants above a certain level or prohibiting certain professions from entering. The content varies widely, including monster slaying, target protection, and even puzzle solving, combining danger with rewards. Upon completion, participants receive generous rewards based on their evaluation, with even the lowest level challenge spaces offering prizes often exceeding 1 million. You've discovered a challenge space? Xiaou immediately understood their purpose. That's right. We hope you'll join the team and help us conquer the challenge space. The leading youth had already witnessed Xiaou's formidable strength and knew that his assistance would greatly increase their chances of success. If it's really a challenge space, I won't refuse. What level is it? Are there any restrictions? Xiaou asked. Receiving a positive response, the 3 of them smiled. They had thought they would have to wait a while before entering, but now with the necromancer's assistance, they might conquer it today. After all, the challenge space has more than one entrance, and if someone else clears it first, they would be at a disadvantage. Level 7 challenge space, restricted to professions below level 10, that's all, the young man replied. The next morning, level 7 is no problem, Xiaou nodded. As his level rose to 4, he allocated new skill points to necromancy. He can now summon up to 40 level 4 undead soldiers or archers. Master level necromancy level 8. Summon a level 4 undead soldier or undead archer. Skills, heavy strike, leap strike / double shot, triple shot, summon limit 40. The Saintess Ghost's level also increased to 4, and with its attribute bonuses, the undead soldier's attributes are astonishing. Undead soldier, master. Race, undead. Level 4. Strength, 194, potential 16. Agility, 198, potential 17. Wisdom, 60, potential 15. In this way, whether it's a level 7 or level 10 challenge space, Xiaou has the strength to fight. Zhongpingyi invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Agreed. Xiaou nodded and joined the team. The team panel flashed. Zhongpingyi, level 7 warrior. Yihui, level 7 archer. Zhang Wanru, level 7 priest. Xiaou, level 4 necromancer. Brother Xiaou, your combat power at level 4 must mean your skill upgrade options are amazing, right? Archer Yihui said enviously. Switching to a hidden class and always getting good skills, you're truly lucky. Just reached level 4 and already got corpse explosion. The future looks promising. The priestess Zhang Wanru looked at Xiaou with deep affection. The 3 had just witnessed Xiaou perform the core skill corpse explosion and were full of admiration. I still haven't gotten the warrior's core skill whirlwind slash yet, Zhongpingyi sighed, and I'm already level 7. Xiaou realized the conversation was drifting too far and quickly interrupted. Alright, let's move out. All the way forward, they encountered poisonous scorpions several times. Thanks to Xiaou, the necromancer, the scorpions were quickly detected and had no chance to fight back. Everyone marveled at how the necromancer had a clear advantage in the Pharaoh's tomb, truly daring to challenge a level 5 nest at level 1. However, with the experience split among the 4, the 5 poisonous scorpions hadn't even given Xiaou 100 experience points. It's just ahead, Zhongpingyi shouted excitedly. Xiaou was alert. The undead soldier transmitted a signal of a living being. Everyone, be careful, Xiaou whispered, instructing the undead soldier to block the front. Bang, bang. Several fireballs suddenly struck, and the undead soldier raised its shield to block them, retreating only a few steps. Oh, there's actually a hidden class, undead mage. 4 figures emerged from the shadows, 2 warriors, an archer, and a mage, clearly a leveling up team. I told you to let them get closer so I could chop off their heads directly, the short, stocky warrior said, licking his lips viciously. Didn't you see they have a necromancer? We've already been spotted, the bespectacled mage sneered. The 4 looked down on Xiaoyu's group with contempt, igniting the fury of Zhongping and the others. Hui roared angrily, "This is murder. When I get back, I will definitely report you to the Professional Management Bureau." "Humph, the Professional Management Bureau? I'm so scared," the short and stout warrior mocked. "Alright, let's deal with them and earn some extra cash. Once the young master of the family clears the challenge space, we'll take the money and enjoy ourselves." The silent one-eyed warrior spoke coldly. "Go." Xiaoyu acted faster, ordering the undead soldiers to strike first. Facing more than 10 undead soldiers, the 4 were indifferent. They had already learned that there was a level 1 necromancer here, whose level could at most rise to level 3, posing no threat to their level 10 team. However, in the next second, they were shocked. The short and stout warrior swung his weapon, intending to knock away an undead soldier, but it was firmly blocked, not budging an inch. "How is that possible? My strength is 165, the short and stout warrior exclaimed. "The strength of a level 3 master undead soldier is only 48, not even half of his." "Damn, the fatal point has been hit. 6 seconds to kill the undead mage." The one-eyed warrior's eyes narrowed sharply, shouting in alarm. Several undead soldiers joined forces to push him back, suppressing him in both strength and agility. The opposing archer raised his bow to aim at Xiaoyu, but before he could shoot, 15 undead archers fired their arrows simultaneously, turning him into a pincushion. The one-eyed warrior saw the archer fall instantly and realized the tide had turned. "Brother, spare us a way out, and I'll tell you a secret worth millions." "Millions?" Zhongping and the other two were visibly shocked, and a trace of desire involuntarily flashed in their eyes. Their levels were still below level 10, and the equipment they usually obtained was worth only a few hundred to a few thousand. A sum of $1 million would be enough for them to earn for several years. "By all means," Xiaoyu's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "Triple shot, fire." "Brother Xiaoyu," Zhongping turned to look at Xiaoyu, hesitated for a moment before calling out. However, the arrows of Xiaoyu's undead archer had already been released, instantly covering the other 3. The enemies had nowhere to escape and could only be shattered amidst furious screams. After everything was over, Xiaoyu turned to stare at Zhongping. "Are you saying you have 10 million, or I have 10 million? I didn't." "You." Zhongping looked puzzled, not understanding what Xiaoyu was trying to express. "I didn't either. So why would someone weaker than me have it? Isn't this just a way to stall for time? When facing someone weaker who tries to bribe you with money, the chances of them actually having it are lower than winning the lottery. Never hesitate in such moments during a battle." Xiaoyu's words made Zhongping feel a bit embarrassed, but he quickly understood. "I've learned something. Just now, I hesitated too. 10 million could get me a full set of great equipment," Hui said, looking conflicted. Zheng Wanru smiled. "Luckily we have little brother Xiaoyu, otherwise the 3 of us encountering them would have been disastrous. We really need to thank little brother Xiaoyu. No need to be polite, we're a team now." Xiaoyu waved his hand. "Let's go. It seems someone has already gone in. If we want the reward, we have to pass through faster than them." The one-eyed warrior from earlier said to wait for people to come out, which means someone from their group has already entered the challenge space. "Time is running out." Xiaoyu's words made everyone tense, and they quickly followed him to a floating crystal cube in midair. "This is the entrance to the challenge space. Let's go." Everyone touched the crystal cube simultaneously. "Shacking, is the challenge space being entered as a 4-person team? Please choose host. Enter the challenge space alone. Reward, strength potential +1. Enter the challenge space as a team. Reward, agility potential +1. How is this different from a freebie? Let's enter as a team." The next moment, Xiaoyu suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath his feet and instantly appeared in a dense forest. The trees were lush, their branches and leaves blocking out the sky. Selection complete, reward issued. Agility potential +1. Challenge task, defeat the forest center boss demonic Treant and receive rewards based on individual performance ratings. It's actually a speed challenge space. Zhongping and the other 2 appeared beside Xiaoyu. The racing challenge space means that multiple teams exist simultaneously, and only the team that defeats the boss first can receive the most generous rewards. Other teams can at most get some scraps, with pitifully few rewards. Therefore, this type of challenge space is called the racing challenge space, and only the team that successfully defeats the boss can obtain satisfactory rewards. 1 person? Please choose host. Start slacking off. Killing the boss is impossible. Reward, master level profession exclusive weapon. Speedrun master. Defeat the boss within 30 minutes. Reward, necromancy upgraded to heroic level. Defeat the boss. Xiaoyu chose to defeat the boss without hesitation. After all, he came to the challenge space specifically for the reward, and upgrading necromancy to heroic level would greatly enhance his strength. As for the master level class exclusive weapon, although it was good, it was far less valuable than the necromancy upgrade. 30 minutes, Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. Time is tight. We have to defeat the boss before the teams that set out earlier, and even 30 minutes might not be enough. He began summoning undead soldiers and undead archers. The area was spacious, so he directly summoned 20 undead soldiers and 20 undead archers. The 3 people beside him, Zhongping and the others, were dumbfounded. Level 1 undead summoning can only summon 5 creatures, but now Brother Xiaou has summoned 40. Could he be a level 4 necromancer with skill level 8? And it's even a high-tier undead summoning skill plus corpse explosion? He must be equipped with gear that boosts skill levels, otherwise, it would be impossible. They began to recall whether there was a prominent family with the surname Xia in the Dragon Kingdom, as obtaining equipment capable of raising skill levels to level 4 would cost at least 1 million. Equipment that enhances skill levels includes rings, necklaces, and staffs. Staffs are the cheapest, while rings and necklaces are priceless treasures. After summoning, Xiaou unhesitatingly took out a bottle of mental potion, gulped it down in quick succession, and swiftly restored his mental energy. Let's move out. We must find the boss and kill it before they do. Xiaou turned to look at the 3 people. Alright, the 3 understood the urgency and immediately followed. Everyone rushed toward the depths of the forest. Swish! Suddenly, a vine swung toward them, but the undead soldiers quickly blocked in front of them, and the vine was stopped by the soldiers' shields. Looking along the vine, a large tree emitting demonic energy, with a faintly visible human face on its trunk, appeared before the eyes. Demonic Treant, Elite, Race, Treant, Level, 7, Strength, 91, Agility, 77, Wisdom, 84, Talent. Demonic Corrosion, reduces enemy attributes by 1% upon a successful attack, stacking up to 10%. When an enemy is killed, they are corroded by demonic energy. Sturdy Bark, increases defense, halves damage from arrows. Vine Attack, manipulates vines to attack enemies, dealing 120% of physical damage based on strength. Skills, Leap Strike. Xiaou commanded the undead soldier. Since it has special defense against archers, let the melee units charge forward. 10 undead warriors instantly leaped forward, charging at the corrupted Treant, their long swords slashing fiercely. Swish, swish, the blades cut into the trunk, green liquid gushing out. With their immense strength, the undead soldiers directly sliced the corrupted Treant into several pieces. Killed corrupted Treant, Elite, level 7, experience plus 28. They continued to encounter corrupted Treants, but Zhongpingy and the other 2 had no chance to act, even feeling like mere extras on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Xiaou paid them no attention, focused solely on finding the boss and killing it to obtain the divine level reward. Hard work pays off, and everyone suddenly felt a demonic aura ahead, similar to that of the demonized Treant but even stronger. Demonized Dryad? A spark of hope instantly ignited in everyone's eyes. Everyone slowly approached. Zhang Wanru suddenly let out a scream, and the other 3 couldn't help but frown. In front of them, withered corpses were pierced by sharp objects and hung on the trees, while a giant tree that seemed to be flowing with fresh blood and had its back turned to them was emanating a sinister and eerie aura. Bloodstained Demon Tree, Boss, Race, Treant, Level, 9, Strength, 207, Agility, 162, Intelligence, 153, Talent. Bloodthirst, steals blood to restore health upon hitting an attack and increases strength by 10%. Demonic Corrosion, reduces enemy attributes by 1% upon hitting an attack, stacking up to 10%. Enemies are corroded by demonic energy upon being killed. Thorns, control spiked vines to attack enemies, dealing 150% of strength as physical damage, with a high chance to cause a bleeding effect that deals 10% of strength as bleeding damage per second for 10 seconds. Not a demonized tree spirit. Xiaou frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. This meant they had to face an even stronger boss. A level 9 boss with dual talents. Zhongpingy exclaimed in surprise. This was not a monster their 3-person team could easily handle. Brother Xiaou, are you confident? Hui's hands trembled slightly, and a trace of fear showed in his eyes. If not, let's retreat quickly. Charge. Xiaou acted without hesitation, proving his confidence through his actions. Triple Shot. The undead archer unleashes its ultimate skill. Triple Shot, 3 rapid consecutive precise shots, each dealing 120% of physical damage based on strength. Xiaou murmured, Holy Ghost, activate the Thunder Halo, but don't let those 3 benefit from it. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and a pale blue radiance instantly enveloped all of Xiao's undead summons. Arcs of electricity flickered on the swords and arrows. Bang, bang, bang. 30 arrows shot toward the bloodstained demon tree, with only a few veering off target. Each arrow that hit triggered a burst of blue light, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electric currents. This is... The 3 of them noticed the anomaly but merely turned to glance silently at Xiaou without saying much. After all, everyone has their secrets. If others choose not to speak, it's not appropriate to ask too many questions. Swish, swish, swish. Several thorny vines shot out from the bloodstained demon tree, sweeping toward the nearby undead soldiers. The undead soldiers fought desperately to resist, but against a boss with 207 points of strength, several soldiers were shattered within seconds. However, the remaining undead soldiers' longswords still struck the demon tree's trunk, leaving deep scars. Xiao's first wave of attacks achieved a decent result. However, the next moment, a thorny vine suddenly appeared from behind, sweeping straight toward the undead archer. As a ranged unit, the undead archer archer had no reaction to the sudden attack and was instantly killed in large numbers. Just as the vine was about to strike Xiaou, a figure suddenly blocked the way, and the vine slammed heavily against the shield he was holding. Ah! Zhong Pingyi screamed as he was sent flying. The disparity in strength between the two was overwhelming. But this bought Xiaou precious time. Corpse explosion. Boom! The corpse of an undead soldier exploded violently, blasting away half of the bloodstained demon tree's body, revealing the blood-red roots buried in the soil. A deep crater was blown into the tree's trunk, and green and crimson fluids gushed out. On the other side, Zhang Wanru raised her staff healing spell. A holy light descended upon Zhong Pingyi, quickly healing the damage he had just sustained. Thank you, Sister Ro. Zhong Pingyi stood up, raised his sword and shield, and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Everyone understood that this boss was insidious and ruthless, and they could not afford to let their guard down. Flame Arrow. Yihui also launched an attack at the boss. Although the damage was far inferior to that of the undead archer, it was better than nothing. The bloodstained demon tree began a frenzied counterattack. The slain undead soldiers unexpectedly rose again, their bodies emitting black smoke, and started attacking the other undead soldiers. Xiaou raised an eyebrow. It seems the corpses cannot be left behind, or they will be corrupted by demonic energy and turned into the enemy's strength. Fortunately, the resurrected undead soldiers were far weaker than Xiao's summoned creatures and were shattered into bone fragments with just a few strikes. At this moment, an undead soldier had its head pierced by thorny vines, causing its soul fire to dissipate. Corpse explosion. Xiaou didn't hesitate and directly detonated the undead soldier. Boom! Another explosion hit the previous direction, directly splitting the bloodstained demon tree in two. Defeated bloodstained demon tree, boss, level 9, experience plus 157. Your level has increased to level 5. Your team has obtained the master level bloodstained longsword. Please select your upgrade reward. Bone spear upgraded to excellent level. Normal grade corrosion sphere level 1. Excellent grade pain curse level 1. Curses the target unit, causing it to take 12% additional damage, and doubles the pain effect. Please choose host. Skills. Isn't bone spear essentially repeated casting? I'll choose pain curse. The curse of pain can significantly increase the damage enemies take, especially effective against bosses. Combined with pain amplification, it is sure to play a major role at critical moments. Allocate skill points to corpse explosion. The number of summoned undead is now sufficient, and summoning more is impossible. Moreover, the power of corpse explosion is astonishing and should not be underestimated. Brother Xiaou, this is yours. Zhong Pingyi handed over a bloodstained longsword, which, as team equipment, naturally belonged to the team leader. Bloodstained longsword, master. Level, 9. Agility plus 35. Strength plus 15. Thorns, high probability of causing a bleeding effect upon hitting an attack, dealing bleeding damage equal to 10% of strength per second for 10 seconds. A dual attribute weapon, and it even comes with a passive skill, Xiaou exclaimed in surprise as he accepted it. For professionals below level 20, this was practically a divine artifact worth nearly $1 million, especially with the thorn skill. Zhong Pingyi actually gave it away so easily. The other two teammates were surprised but had no objections. Usually, when teaming up to farm equipment, the loot is shared. If a team member wants equipment, they must pay the corresponding price. It won't be given away for free. Thanks a lot. Xiaou accepted it without hesitation. After all, he had been leading the team almost the entire time, so this reward was well deserved. Not at all. Without brother Xiaou leading us, we would have been wiped out long ago. Zhong Pingyi, what a coincidence. But I clearly told you not to let me see you again, or I'd definitely send you down to join your brother. Yu Zhengyi. Zhong Pingyi's eyes turned red, and he roared. From the other party's words, it was clear that this grudge was no ordinary matter. Xiaou narrowed his eyes, sizing up the people before him, all level 10 players, fully equipped, even wearing rare necklaces and rings, far stronger than those outside. Clearly, they were wealthy heirs. Daring to personally enter a level 7 challenge dungeon meant they were extremely confident in their own strength, otherwise, they wouldn't risk it so easily. Young master, they just killed the boss. I also saw that kid holding the sword of the undead mage, which is at least master level, the same as the one you're using. A mage beside Yu Zhengyi noticed the bloodstained sword. Oh, hey, kid over there, hand over the sword, and I'll make sure you die quickly. A look of joy flashed across Yu Zhengyi's face. Although he was immensely wealthy, a level 9 master level weapon was worth at least 2 to 300,000, possibly 5 to 600,000, or even millions. Getting one for free was an unexpected delight. Brother Xiaou, he's from the Yu family. They have businesses all over the country and are very hard to deal with, Zhong Pingyi reminded. Despite the blood feud, it's not about whether we want to provoke them now, it's about the fact that they have no intention of letting us go. Xiao's eyes turned cold, having already seen through their determination not to spare them. Not bad, today all of you will die here. Yu Zheng revealed a ferocious smile and even licked his lips when looking at Zhang Wanru. Zhang Wanru shuddered with disgust. Bastard. Go ahead, curse me. The fiercer you curse, the louder you'll scream later. Ha ha ha. Yu Zheng let out a perverted laugh, and the people around him followed with lewd smiles. The young master eats the meat, they drink the soup, sharing the benefits. In the wild, not only are monsters dangerous, but one must also be wary of their own kind. Xiaou silently memorized the ugly face of the opponent. Kill those 3 men, but be careful not to hurt my little darling, hee hee. Upon Yu Zheng's command, 2 warriors instantly charged forward. Brutal charge. The 2 suddenly accelerated, aggressively rushing towards Xiaou and the others. 3 ranged fighters and 1 melee fighter. If even 1 warrior breaks through, the 3 ranged units will be completely defenseless. Meanwhile, Yu Zheng's mage swung his staff, launching 2 consecutive fireballs straight at Xiaou and Yihui to prevent them from interfering with the charging warriors. The 3 cooperated seamlessly, clearly having done this countless times before. Yu Zheng observed calmly, knowing that Zhong Pingyi and his team were only level 7 with scarce equipment, while the undead mage was at most level 10. In contrast, their 4 members were fully equipped at level 10, making their combat power worlds apart. Xiaoyu's remaining summoned undead consisted of only 6 undead warriors and 8 undead archers. In Yu Zheng's eyes, these pose no threat at all. Undead warriors and archers are agile against monsters, but appear clumsy and monotonous when facing professionals. Even a level 10 necromancer can only summon creatures of excellent or at most master level, with a maximum strength of 160. Meanwhile, his fully equipped warrior's strength has already reached 220 and possesses multiple skills. Adding to the fact that they had just experienced a boss battle, the number of summoned creatures was scarce, making it impossible to unleash the true power of a necromancer. Kill. The 2 warriors revealed cruel smiles on their faces, as this was their favorite thing to do. This young master was generous. Apart from what he wanted for himself, the rest was all theirs. After 1 battle, the earnings far exceeded a month's salary. And all of this happens within the Yu family, and no one dares to cause trouble. 2 undead soldiers quickly blocked the way ahead. The warrior's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Get out of the way. Boom, boom. The warrior collided with the undead soldier's shields, but the undead soldiers remained unmoved. Instead, the collision forced the warrior to retreat repeatedly, his expression filled with shock and doubt. How is this possible? The undead soldier's strength is actually higher than ours? Indeed, although the strength of ordinary undead soldiers does not exceed 100, under the blessing of the level 5 Saint Ghost, their strength soared to 243 and agility to 248. At this moment, Xiaou dodged the fireball encountered by triggering corpse explosion, igniting the undead soldier closest to the 2 warriors. The flames engulfed the 2 warriors. Although Xiaoyu's intelligence was not particularly high, the explosion carried the fire damage equivalent to 100% of the undead soldier's strength. The 2 warriors were stunned and caught off guard, instantly blown away, their bodies scorched black, and they fell unconscious. Meanwhile, the remaining undead archers launched a triple shot, leaving Yu Zheng and the mage in a sorry state. After the warrior fell unconscious, the mage became distracted and was struck by arrows, then immediately focused and killed by the undead archers. Only Yu Zheng was left to face them alone, watching his companions die and suffer while sneering coldly at the terrified undead mage. Curse of agony. Xiaou showed no mercy, casting the curse onto Yu Zheng. This made Yu Zheng tremble all over. Who hasn't heard of the painful curse of the necromancer? Thud. An arrow pierced through his right arm, and the pain instantly multiplied fourfold. Yu Zheng couldn't help but let out the loudest scream of his life. Ah! It hurts so much. Pain made him cry uncontrollably, snot flying, and even lose control. At this moment, he no longer cared how Xiaou treated him, rolling on the ground and wailing, with only pain left in his mind. Hiss! Zhang Wanru turned her head away, unable to bear watching the scene. Skills. Zhong Pingyi clapped his hands in delight. Brother, did you see that? This beast is getting the punishment it deserves. Brother Zhong, should I go up and stab him a few more times? Yihui took out a small knife, eager to try. Don't act impulsively, Zhang Wanru advised, feeling somewhat soft-hearted. Zhong Pingyi turned to look at Xiaou. Xiaou silently turned his face away, unwilling to get involved but also not stopping them from seeking revenge. If it were him, he would certainly be even more ruthless to his enemies. The screams lasted for a full 2 minutes before stopping. If it weren't for knowing he was still in the challenge space, Zhong Pingyi would have wanted to torment Yu Zheng for an entire day. Brother Xiaou, these are their equipment. Zhong Pingyi gathered all the spoils and handed them all to Xiaou. Xiaou first picked out the rings, jewelry, and Yu Zheng's equipment. Take a look and see if there's anything suitable. Pick a few items as well. After all, the benefits can't be kept entirely to oneself. The 3 hesitated for a moment but were full of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xiaou, little Brother Xiaou." Each of them selected a few pieces of equipment they liked, and the remaining items were all returned to Xiaou. Xiaou also found a few pieces of equipment suitable for himself. Wilderness robe, excellent, level 5. Intelligence plus 13, strength plus 5, mental power recovery speed plus 20%. Lizard skin gloves, excellent, level 5. Agility plus 12, intelligence plus 5. Yellow crystal necklace, master, level 4. Intelligence plus 14, power plus 9, mental recovery speed plus 20%. After chaining Changing outfits, Xiao's attributes are clearly displayed. Xiao, race, human, profession, necromancer, level 515/500, strength 54, potential 8, agility 52, potential 8, intelligence 145, potential 15, talent none. Master level undead summoning level 8, master level corpse explosion level 3, advanced level pain curse level 1, basic level bone spear level 1. Thanks to the increased speed of mental energy recovery from the upgraded equipment, Xiao quickly replenished the summoned undead in a few minutes, and the team continued forward. Along the way, demonic treants gradually gathered, occasionally appearing in groups of 2 or 3, but posed no threat to Xiao. However, this also reminded everyone that they were nearing the final boss area. Seeing several corpses of demonic treants, Xiao frowned. Someone got here first? Unexpectedly, apart from the Yu family's team, there are other squads joining the challenge. Quite a few people here. Speed up, we can't let them get ahead. Just as they were about to accelerate, a figure came running from afar. A woman in a white dress was seen holding another woman in a green dress in her arms, clearly sisters. The woman in the embrace had a bloody hole in her abdomen, with blood continuously gushing out. Her face was deathly pale, and her gaze gradually turned vacant. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was beyond saving. The woman noticed Xiao and the others, running toward them with tearful eyes, crying out, "Please, is there a priest? Save my sister." Zhang Wanru immediately stepped forward. "I am a priest." Without hesitation, she cast a healing spell, but the massive wounds simply could not heal. The expression in the eyes of the woman in the green dress had completely disappeared. The woman in the white dress seemed to grasp at her only hope. "I am Qing Yuming of the Qing family. As long as you save my sister, I'll give you 1 million, no, 10 million. Qing family? Xiao raised an eyebrow. The Qing family was far more influential than the Yu family. The Qing family was not simply engaged in business but was renowned for its powerful members, boasting multiple level 60 mythic experts and even some level 50 legendary experts. "She is indeed Qing Yuming of the Qing family. I've seen her on TV," Yi Hui quietly reminded. "Let Sister Ro act quickly. If we really save her, the Qing family's reputation and rewards will be absolutely substantial." But Zhang Wanru hesitated and did not cast a spell. Qing Yuming cried out in desperation, "Miss, quickly use the healing spell. Is your mental energy insufficient? Drink this quickly." She hurriedly handed over a large amount of mental potions. "Your sister, the healing spell is no longer effective." Zhang Wanru hesitated for a moment before softly stating the truth, implying that the woman's sister could no longer be saved. "How could this be? I beg you, please use the healing spell. She can definitely be saved." Qing Yuming was in disbelief, not daring to even glance at her sister. "Miss Qing, your sister has already lost her vitality," Zhong Pingyi also consoled. "Please, I beg you, save my sister. She is Grandpa's most beloved granddaughter. If you can bring her back, the Qing family will surely reward you generously. Heroic equipment, legendary equipment, even skill books, we can provide them." Qing Yuming pleaded desperately, though her heart had already sunk into despair. After all, the professionals entering this challenge are at most level 10, and even a level 10 holy priest might not have learned the resurrection spell. Who could save her sister? Moreover, the resurrection spell can only revive someone who has been dead for no more than 10 minutes. Even if she went out to find a holy priest, with the Qing family's resources, it would be impossible to locate one capable of performing resurrection within 10 minutes. Sigh, Zhang Wanru sighed. This is the reality faced by professionals. Dying at the hands of monsters is commonplace. Even for members of the Qing family, it is impossible to always have a holy priest with them. Holy priests capable of performing resurrection are respected even by the Qing family's mythical powerhouses. "I can bring your sister back to life, but the price is 10 million and a skill book for summoning a necromancer lord. If the price is acceptable, nod your head." Xiao suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. Zhong Pingyi and the other two stared at Xiao in disbelief. "A necromancer like you can revive someone? Wouldn't she turn into an undead? Can you really bring her back to life?" Qing Yuming hesitated. "I can, please." Qing Yuming stepped aside, shielding his sister. She was well aware that necromancers possess the skill of necromantic revival, the ability to turn corpses into undead, retaining their attributes and skills, but without memories, and completely under the necromancer's control. "If you want her revived, step aside and prepare an IOU. Otherwise, forget it. I naturally have other ways to revive your sister, not through necromantic revival. Besides, necromantic revival can't even be learned below level 10, Xiao said frankly. He was eager to obtain the Necromancer Lord's skill book in 10 million. The Necromancer Lord's skill was supposed to be at the master level, meaning it could only be learned by necromancers above level 20. With the skill book, even a level 1 necromancer could learn it, making it extremely valuable. Fortunately, necromancers belong to hidden professions, with their rarity making their price tens of millions or even over 100 million. "Can you really resurrect my sister?" Qing Yuming hesitated. "I can, please." Qing Yuming stepped aside. Of course, Xiao did not personally perform the resurrection. She had not yet mastered the resurrection resurrection skill and relied on the Saintess Ghost to do it for her. Resurrection skill, resurrect 1 unit, cooldown 24 hours. 24-hour cooldown, that's really long, Xiaou sighed. But it was already quite powerful, especially considering that the Holy Priest's resurrection skill had a cooldown of up to 72 hours, 3 times that of the Saintess Ghost. A main god-level undead magic pet is indeed formidable. Saintess, cast the resurrection spell. Xiaou looked at the gradually stiffening corpse and gave the order. The Saintess's ghost slowly floated to the side of the corpse, softly chanting a sacred hymn that Xiaou couldn't make out. A faint glow emanated from her body, sprinkling over the corpse. Everyone watched Xiaou, who was radiating holy light, and secretly marveled in their hearts. Is this really a necromancer? He truly looks more like a holy priest. Shortly, the chanting ended. Cough, cough. The corpse lying on the ground coughed heavily twice. Re-revived. Skills. Although Xiaou had spoken with firm conviction earlier, everyone still found it hard to believe that a necromancer could actually perform a resurrection spell. But seeing the corpse truly come back to life, the reality was undeniable, and they had no choice but to believe. You. Qing Yueming rushed over and tightly hugged her newly resurrected sister. However, this action caused her wound to bleed again. Everyone hurriedly pulled her away. Miss Qing, your sister still has injuries, don't be too hasty. Yes, miss, please quickly use the healing technique on my sister. I'll transfer 1 million to you afterward, and these mental potions are also yours. Qing Yueming stuffed dozens of mental potions into Zhang Wanru's arms. Zhang Wanru did not refuse and repeatedly cast healing spells. The horrifying blood wound gradually closed, and Qing Ye's complexion also became rosy. Qing Yueming bowed deeply to everyone in gratitude. Sister, am I still alive? Qing Ye slowly opened her eyes, looking incredulously at her proud sister, who was thanking others. Yeah, just now you. Qing Yueming recounted what had happened earlier. I've died before? Qing Ye was utterly shocked. Coming back to life is a miracle that many have never experienced. Thank you, necromancer, for your resurrection spell. We will personally deliver the reward to you, the sisters solemnly promised. Xiaou nodded. We still need to continue challenging the boss. Find a safe place to hide and act cautiously. If they died, his 10 million and the skill book would be gone. Are you going to challenge the boss? That boss is extremely terrifying. 4 of our level 10 fully equipped team members were directly killed by it, and only I managed to escape, Qing Yueming warned. Don't worry, brother Xiaou is much stronger than we imagined, Yihui replied confidently, as they had witnessed Xiao's combat power firsthand. 4 level 10 professionals were nothing but instant kills in front of him. Well, indeed, this necromancer is beyond ordinary imagination. Qing Yueming hesitated slightly, but considering the fact that the other party could even cast resurrection spells, defeating the boss should naturally be no problem. Can we go with you? I'll give each of you 1 million. I don't need protection, I just want to see that guy die with my own eyes. Qing Yueming's eyes flashed with hatred. Hiss, 1 million. Even Xiaou felt that this young lady from the Qing family really treated money like water. No problem. Bringing 2 more people was no issue, and without needing to protect them, they could even earn an extra million. This deal was a huge profit. With the Qing sisters leading the way, the group quickly arrived at a pitch-black forest. All the trees were covered in tumors, resembling human skin. The tumors burst open, oozing thick, disgusting liquid. Be careful not to touch those liquids, or you'll get poisoned, Qing Yueming warned, scaring everyone into immediate caution. Poisoning is no small matter. Without an antidote, it can easily be fatal. The group continued deeper, and the further they went, an inexplicable pressure enveloped them, making it hard to breathe. Subjected to the oppressive force of the demon lord, reducing all attributes by 3%. System notification popped up. Be careful, we're getting close. Xiao's expression was grave. This boss was no ordinary foe. All undead, attack any monsters on sight immediately. Xiaou commanded the summoned undead to enter free attack mode, ensuring an instant response. Demonic treants attack with vines just like demonic treefolk, but their power and numbers far exceed those of the treefolk. Qing Yueming began explaining the clues they had obtained at great cost. However, they are extremely afraid of fire. I'll support with fire spells. Do you know corpse explosion? You don't need to support, just protect yourself and your sister. Leave the boss to me. Xiaou didn't want the Qing family lady to risk her life again, especially since the reward was still at stake. Got it. Qing Yueming acquiesced. After all, their team had already been defeated. Swish, swish, swish. During the conversation, several black and red vines shot rapidly toward them. The undead soldiers, who quickly detected the enemy's presence, immediately leaped to slash and destroy the vines, reacting faster than everyone else. The vines were cut into segments, oozing a liquid resembling human blood. There were also undead soldiers entangled by vines and dragged into the depths, and soon Xiaou received news of the undead soldiers' deaths. After replenishing the summons, Xiaou turned to Zhang Wanru. Lend me 10 bottles of mental potions, I'll return them to you after we get out. Skills. He had no potions left for himself, and the upcoming battles would require quite a few. Here, you don't need to return them. Zhang Wanru generously took out 20 bottles. Xiaou took it, drank a bottle to recover and then charged toward the direction where the vines were retreating. Black and red vines occasionally attacked along the way, but everyone remained vigilant and did not let them succeed again. A village appeared ahead, and looking up, a demonic tree over 10 meters tall stood in the center of the village, seemingly stained red with blood. The branches of the demonic tree were covered with dried animal and human corpses, exuding a sinister and evil aura. Black and red vines writhed like long snakes, with countless wailing human faces faintly twisting within the tree trunk, mesmerizing and causing a gradual loss of sanity. Demonic Tree Ant, Legendary Boss. Race, Tree Ant. Strength 324. Agility 301. Intelligence 333. Talent. Gluttony, devour life to enhance one's own strength. Steal the opponent's flesh and blood upon a successful attack to restore life. Increase all attributes by 20%. Millennial Demon Tree, significantly increased physical defense, doubled water damage resistance, vine quantity increased by 200%. Gluttonous Vine, controls the gluttonous vine to attack, dealing 150% physical damage based on strength. Upon a successful hit, devours the enemy's flesh and blood to restore itself. Demonic Energy Corrosion, manipulates demonic energy to corrode corpses, using them to attack enemies. This boss. Xiao's gaze was heavy, sensing extreme difficulty. A legendary boss that combines high recovery, high defense, and lifesteal attacks is definitely not something a level 10 4-person team can easily defeat. Even Xiao felt a headache coming on, while the others couldn't help but gasp. Is this really the boss of the level 7 challenge space? Who could possibly beat it? High damage, can steal blood to recover health, has high defense, and can summon minions. Fear arose in everyone's hearts. This was simply not an opponent their team could defeat. But they couldn't help but look at Xiao, a glimmer of hope rising in their hearts. Maybe he can do it? At this moment, the demonized Tree Ant let out a thunderous roar, and black-red vines like iron snakes shot forward like arrows. If entangled by the vines, survival is almost impossible. Protect yourself, Xiao growled, waving his staff. Corpse explosion. He detonated an undead soldier, instantly reducing a large number of black and red vines to ashes, but many vines still lunged toward them. Triple shot. 20 undead archers raised their longbows, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the corrupted Trent's main body, forcing it to retract its black and red vines for defense, leaving only a few vines to be cut down by the undead soldiers. Curse of Agony. A red glow enveloped the corrupted Tree Ant, amplifying the damage and pain it suffered. All undead soldiers, charge. Undead archers, keep shooting. All ghostly saints, activate Thunder Halo and stand by to protect me at any moment. Xiao decided to no longer hide the Saintess ghost and to go all out to strive for victory. Zap! In an instant, everyone's weapons were enveloped in electric arcs. Striking the vines triggered lightning, instantly igniting them and turning them to ashes. This is the Thunder Halo. Its effect is extremely powerful. Sister, have you learned Thunder Aura? Qing Yueming asked in surprise. Thunder Aura is a high-level skill for mages, which can only be learned after reaching level 10. Qing Yueming shook her head and looked at Xiao, secretly thinking to herself that this man's skills are truly limitless. With the Thunder Halo's blessing, everyone's attacks gained an additional 100% thunder damage from the Saintess Ghost's 400 intelligence, easily countering the black and red vines. The demonized Tree Ant, seeing the vine offensive fail, roared repeatedly, countless twisted faces on its trunk showing expressions of agony. The corpses hanging on the demonized Tree Ant fell to the ground one after another, writhing and twisting as they climbed up, charging at the group. Demonized corpse, normal. Race, summoned creature. Level, 8. Strength, 80. Agility, 80. Wisdom, 0. Talent, demonic energy corrosion, reduces enemy attributes when attacking, and causes enemies to be corroded upon being killed. Although the attributes are not high and there are no skills, the sheer number is astonishing. Just the demonic corpses drop from the demonized tree spirit's number in the hundreds, evoking a sense of despair. Is this boss even beatable by humans? Summoning is one thing, but summoning this many? Should we just run? But the group didn't notice. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao's mouth. Like summoning? I like your summoning too. Undead soldiers, charge. An undead soldier, fearless of life and death, charged straight into the group of demonized corpses, while the other undead soldiers worked together to gather the demonized corpses in one place. What is Xiao trying to do? Is he sending the undead soldiers to their deaths? Qing Yueming was puzzled. Has he gone mad? Wait, he's pulling the demonized corpses toward the demonized Tree Ant. What's he planning? Zhong Pingy and the others were equally puzzled. Pull them over, the undead soldiers die, but won't the demonized corpses still charge back? Could it be that this is to buy us time to escape? Zhong Pingy figured it out. Brother Xiao, we won't let you run away. These words seemed to enlighten everyone. He turned pale. There's nowhere to run even if I wanted to, and I won't flee. We'll fight until the very last moment. We can't just watch this monster escape. It would be too regrettable. Sister, even if we die, we must bite off a piece of its flesh. Then use your flesh to fill it up? Xiao looked at them with some confusion, wondering what exactly they were thinking. He pulled the monster over, intending to use the corpse explosion technique to take out the demonized Treant in one go. The corpse explosion technique causes monsters to explode upon being killed, dealing chain damage. Hundreds of demonized corpses were chain exploded. How could the demonized Treant withstand it? Besides, it fears fire. At this moment, hundreds of demonized corpses had already been lured to the feet of the demonized Treant. The demonized Treant vaguely felt uneasy, frantically swinging its black and red vines to kill the undead soldiers. An undead soldier was knocked down, and Xiaou squinted. Enjoy the fireworks. Corpse explosion. The undead soldier was detonated, and the dozen or so demonized corpses on it instantly shattered into pieces. Immediately afterward, those dozen or so demonized corpses erupted in flames, engulfing the surrounding demonized corpses. The explosions continued incessantly, mixed with the agonized screams of the demonized Treant. Any vines that approached were instantly reduced to ashes. Zhong Pingy and the others were dumbfounded, their bodies trembling as they witnessed the chain explosions. Boom! The massive body of the demonized tree spirit collapsed to the ground, with its lower trunk blasted into fragments. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere, staining the land red. Defeated demonized tree spirit, legendary boss, level 10, experience plus 1000. Level increased to 6. The team obtained the heroic Scarlet Staff. Selection complete. Successfully defeated the boss. Rewards issued. Undead summoning upgraded to heroic level. Please select upgrade rewards. Undead summoning upgraded to legendary level. Master level corrosion orb level 1. Master level poison fog technique level 1. Directly upgrade from hero to legend. Choose undead summoning. Xiaou chose undead summoning without hesitation. This is the skill that can most enhance his strength, whether it's the summon creatures themselves or the damage from chain explosions of corpse explosion after attribute boosts, all rely on the undead summons. Congratulations on completing the challenge space mission. Calculating your score. Your personal score, SSS. Personal rewards, 1000 experience points, a legendary profession exclusive staff, and a legendary profession exclusive skill book. Level increased to 7, 8, 1000 experience points, a legendary exclusive staff, and a legendary skill book. This is amazing. A joyful expression appeared on Xiaou's face, and the people around him also smiled. The team of 3 led by Zhong Pingy, who had been following Xiaou, had limited participation in the battles. However, as part of the team, their scores were not low, and the rewards were generous. The 2 young ladies of the Qing family received modest rewards, but with their great vengeance avenged, their hearts were filled with joy. Please select your upgrade reward. Necromancy summoning skill level plus 1. Please choose host. Choose undead summoning. Reward plus 2 to the power potential of summoned undead. The other 2 options were still the old choices: poison mist and corrosion orb. Xiaou chose undead summoning without hesitation. Please select an upgrade reward. Master level weakening curse level 1 reduces all enemy attributes by 7% for 60 seconds. Please choose host. Choose weakening curse. Reward: weakening curse additionally reduces enemy movement speed by 20%. Faced with bone spear, poison mist, and weakening curse, Xiaou undoubtedly chose weakening curse. Meanwhile, 2 staffs and a book appeared in Xiaou's backpack, one of which was dropped by the boss. Since that boss kill, Zhong Pingy handed over the captain's position to Xiaou. Scarlet Staff hero, intelligence plus 46, agility plus 10. Bloodthirsty, steals a small amount of blood to restore health when spells hit enemies. Skull of the Unfortunate, legendary, exclusive to necromancers. Level 7, intelligence plus 39, strength plus 8. All undead skill levels plus 1. 8 of the Unfortunate, summon 3 undead mages of the same level as you to assist in battle. Bone Shield, legendary, level 1. Upon use, learn Bone Shield level 1, summon 3 bone shields to surround yourself. Each shield can block 300% intelligence damage. Unexpectedly, it's the core defense skill of the undead. Not bad, learn it. Xiaou used the skill book without hesitation. Thank you, Xiaou, for carrying us. Yi Hui smiled brightly, clearly very satisfied with the reward. Zhong Pingy and Zhang Wanru also expressed their gratitude to Xiaou. Miss Qing looked at the 4 cheerful people with dim eyes. Not only did she not receive any rewards, but she also lost 2 lives and almost failed to save her younger sister. Xiaou, the kindness you showed today will forever be remembered by Qing Yueming and Qing Yuemun. Within 3 days after returning, we will personally deliver the skill book to you. At this moment, Qing Yueming already knew Xiaou's residence and pulled his sister along as the 2 disappeared from the challenge space. With the boss defeated, everyone must exit the challenge space within an hour. Otherwise, the space will vanish, and all items will disappear along with it. As soon as the young lady of the Qing family appeared, she was immediately surrounded by the crowd. Miss, are you alright? Long One and Suat Air. Dead. A trace of guilt flashed across Qing Yueming's face. Young miss, second miss, you're back. Did you succeed in the challenge? Qing Yueming shook her head. This was a boss speed challenge. Our team couldn't handle it at all. It was an undead mage who led us through it. What? You guys, fully equipped at level 10, couldn't pass, but a necromancer actually did? Qing Yueming recalled Xiaou's handsome and always composed face and nodded solemnly. Everyone present was utterly shocked. The always proud young lady of the Qing family actually admitted she was far inferior to a necromancer. Everyone, go search for necromancers below level 10. Meanwhile, within the challenge space, the blood on the ground suddenly retracted into the body of the demonized tree spirit, and a voice echoed, "Ha, who killed my servant? He was my vessel for collecting blood. How do you plan to compensate me? What's going on?" Everyone was momentarily confused. This boss had clearly been defeated, yet a hidden boss appeared? A figure rose from the blood, dressed in a black robe, with giant bat wings on his back, a pale complexion, and two fangs protruding from his mouth, resembling a vampire from mythology. Viscount Porter, mythical boss. Race, vampire. Level, 10, 31. Strength, 525. Agility, 525. Wisdom, 525. Talent, vampire viscount, abyssal noble. Attributes increased by 30%. Gluttony, devours life to enhance oneself and steals enemy flesh to restore health. All attributes increased by 20%. Atomization, atomize at any time to evade attacks. Blood magic, life drain, link with a unit, absorb 20% of intelligent life per second to restore oneself, lasts for 10 seconds. Dark magic, dark canopy, obscure light in an area, making it impossible to observe with the eyes. Corrosion orb, poison mist. A row of skills is terrifying. Zhong Pingy whispered to persuade, "Brother Xiaou, let's just exit the challenge space. After all, we can leave now." He didn't want to face such a boss. The demonized Treyant might still be manageable, but this type of suppressed level intelligent boss is unbeatable at the same level. The opponent has full stats at mythic level 525, while their highest is barely 100 points, completely outmatched. "You go first, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you later." Xiaou stared intently at the vampire viscount. But, Zhong Pingy hesitated, but was pulled back by Zhang Wanru. "Let's go. Little brother Xiaou isn't foolish. If he says so, he must have his reasons. Goodbye, big brother Xiaou. Take me along more often in the future." The three quickly chose to exit the challenge space. At this moment, only Xiaou and Viscount Potter remained in the space. Seeing the three disappear, Viscount Potter was momentarily stunned. Noticing Xiaou was still there, he said, "You're not running? Everyone else has left. Are you planning to stay and keep me company? Since you're so willing, Viscount Potter, I might as well turn you into a great noble of the Dark Vampire clan." "Ah, no, I stayed only because someone asked me to kill you. Please make a choice, host." Choose to escape the challenge space. Reward, agility potential +5. Stay and take down Viscount Potter. Reward, talent undead space. Possess a space to store undead summons. Summon them for battle at any time. It's actually a talent reward, and it's the undead space. Xiaoyu's heart trembled when he saw this talent. Talents are usually obtained only through extremely rare opportunities, and every 10 levels guarantee one talent, making them incredibly precious. The undead space, exclusive to necromancers, is even a must-have among god-tier talents. Although summoned undead don't require mana to sustain, taking thousands of undead out on the streets is obviously impractical. Cancel the summoning, as summoning again next time will consume a large amount of mental energy. If not cancelled, actions will be extremely inconvenient. With the undead space, these problems are easily resolved. Moreover, the undead space can instantly release a large number of undead, making it ideal for surprise attacks and catching enemies off guard. "Ha ha ha," Viscount Potter sneered as he looked at Xiaou. You want to kill me? Even if I'm suppressed by the space, my strength is far beyond what you, a novice necromancer, can contend with. Your undead seems unusual. Human, I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, become a noble of darkness, and gain eternal life. Isn't this what you short-lived beings desire the most? Kneel for eternal life? Wouldn't that mean kneeling for a lifetime? Xiaou chuckled lightly. With his god-level choice system, as long as he steadily leveled up, becoming a true god was just around the corner. Even mythical powerhouses can live for over 1,000 years, and true divine beings are eternally immortal, with no need to become someone else's slave. "Then you shall die," Viscount Porter roared, ferociously lunging at Xiaou. "Saintus," Xiaou commanded, and the Saintus ghost appeared. There was no one else present. A pure white figure stood in front of Xiaou, causing Viscount Potter's face to change drastically as he stared at the eerie ghost before him. "A undead using holy light? What exactly are you?" "Kill him," Xiaou responded coldly. "Yes, master." The Saintus ghost cast a great healing spell. Greater healing is the holy light of life for ordinary people, but for dark creatures, it is like toxic sulfuric acid. Even more peculiar, the Saintus can also heal Xiaou's undead. "Ah!" Viscount Potter was enveloped in holy light, white smoke emanating from his body, his skin severely ulcerating as he let out a miserable scream. "Damn it, dark canopy! Dispel!" The Saintus swiftly cast the spell, instantly dispelling the dark energy released by Viscount Potter. What incredible combat awareness! Xiaou gasped. The Saintus appeared elegant and noble, but in reality, she was exceptionally fierce, leaving no chance for the enemy. The skill was released as smoothly as an instant cast. If it had more attack power, Viscount Potter would likely have been defeated in seconds. Saintus Ghost Ghost, main god level, growth capable. Race, undead. Level, 8. Strength, 592, potential, 74. Agility, 592, potential, 74. Wisdom, 792, potential, 99. Talent, Inspirer. Skills, Greater Healing, Resurrection, Dispel, Thunder Aura. Greater Healing. The holy light shone once again. Viscount Potter was well aware of the Saintess's power, transforming into white mist to evade her while simultaneously slaying the necromancer who had summoned her. Dispel. The Saintess reacted swiftly. Just as Viscount Potter turned into white mist, he reverted to his original form in the blink of an eye, and the grand healing spell struck him again. Ah! Viscount Potter screamed repeatedly, his eyes filled with regret, lamenting his decision to provoke Xiaou. Curse of Pain. Xiaou took the opportunity to cast the curse, enveloping Viscount Potter in red light. With the pain amplified fourfold, Viscount Potter's cries grew even more intense. Damn it! If my power weren't suppressed, you'd all be dead. Great healing spell. The Saintess showed no mercy, casting it 3 times in a row. Viscount Potter's screams were incessant, unable to bear the pain. Great healing spell. Great healing spell. The great healing spell's consecutive strikes ultimately scorched Viscount Potter into a pool of foul blood. Killed Viscount Potter, mythical boss, level 10, experience plus 1680, level increased to 9. Obtained mythical vampire ring. After a tough battle, wisdom has grown. Wisdom potential plus 2. Selection complete. Successfully killed the boss. Rewards distributed. Obtained the talent undead space. Please choose your upgrade reward. Necromancy mastery skill level plus 1. Legendary corrosion orb level 1. Legendary poison mist level 1. Choose necromancy mastery. Poison mist and corrosion ball are impossible to choose in this lifetime. Xiaou excitedly took out the ring. Blood clan ring, mythical. Intelligence plus 70. Power plus 40. Noble charm, gain an extra 10 points of charm, making all creatures more likely to have a favorable impression of you. It even adds a hidden charm attribute. Xiaou raised an eyebrow. A perfect tool for picking up girls, though I don't really need it with my looks. But it can only be used at level 10. What a pity. Xiaou sighed. The downside of killing monsters above his level was that the equipment dropped couldn't be used by him. System, exit the challenge space. Phew, it's finally over. Xiaou let out a breath of relief. Although it had only been half an hour, the continuous high-intensity battles were still exhausting. With a light step, he appeared in the pharaoh's tomb. Zhong Pingy and the other two were overjoyed to see him appear. I knew it. There's no way big brother Xiaou could be in trouble. I just don't believe in bad luck. That's great. Xiaou, little brother, are you hurt? Let me check for you. Brother Xiaou, it's so good that you're okay. What happened to that monster? I'm fine, the monster is dead. Xiaou responded indifferently, but it stirred up a storm in the hearts of the three. They were well aware of the monster's attributes. How could Xiaou, at just a few levels, manage to kill it? The three exchanged smiles. That's just like you. Brother Xiaou, wanna head back together? Zhong Pingy asked. Xiaou shook his head. No, I still want to stay here for a while. He is at level 9 with 880/900 experience, just 20 points away from leveling up. He decided to level up first before leaving. Think twice, farewell. The three left. Xiaou stepped deeper inside. Not long after, Xiaou appeared in the outpost. At this time, he had already reached level 10. However, to break through level 10 and advance to become a senior necromancer, there was still one major task to complete the advancement ceremony. Xiaou's status was clearly visible. Race, human. Profession, necromancer. Level, 10, 27/1000. Strength, 134. Potential, 8. Agility, 92. Potential, 8. Wisdom, 341. Potential, 17. Talent, undead space. Undead monarch. Undead summon limit increased by 100%. Skills, legendary bone shield level 3. Legendary necromancy summoning level 12. Legendary necromancy mastery level 4. Master corpse explosion level 8. Master weakening curse level 1. Excellent pain curse level 1. Basic bone spear level 3. At level 10, Xiaou gained a skill upgrade of plus 2 levels to necromancy summoning and simultaneously activated his second talent undead monarch, doubling the summoning limit to 120. At the same time, he also equipped a level 10 ring, significantly boosting his intelligence. Level 10 in just one day. Xiaou himself found it hard to believe. Upgrading is not too difficult, but it's definitely not easy either. Typically, a team of 4 professionals would need to rest after killing a few monsters, and leveling up often takes more than a month. However, Xiaou not only challenged higher levels but also successfully cleared the level 7 challenge space and defeated the hidden boss, a once-in-a-century miracle. Looking at the bag full of equipment, Xiaou thought, I should go to the World Consortium to sell the equipment, though I'll keep the ones suitable for beginners. Through the teleportation array, Xiaou returned to Lingan City. Looking at this bustling city, images of the dark and eerie pharaoh's tomb and the blood-soaked, terrifying challenge space surfaced in his mind. This also made him understand why most professionals couldn't stay in the the wilderness for long after all. Humans are social creatures. Riding a small bicycle, Xiaou headed straight toward the World Consortium on the other side of the city. With his physique enhanced tenfold, he already felt that this small bicycle was no longer suitable for him. Maybe it's time to change cars. Thinking about the 10 million in skill book promised by Miss Qing, along with the equipment worth at least several million, changing cars seems quite reasonable. After all, the driver's license was obtained long ago. The World Consortium specializes in purchasing various equipment and rare materials, and most professionals choose to sell their loot here. Upon entering the World Consortium building, a receptionist dressed in a short skirt and black stockings in an office lady outfit warmly approached. "Hello, what service do you need?" "Sell equipment." Xiaou was concise and straightforward. It was already late, and he wanted to finish quickly and head back, especially since Uncle Bai had already sent a message. "Alright, this way please." The receptionist led him into a private room. Many valuable items are not suitable for sale in the hall, so private rooms are specially set up for sellers to conduct transactions. "Sir, please wait a moment, I will immediately call the appraiser over." 2 minutes later, a graceful, curvaceous woman walked into the private room. She was also dressed in a short skirt and black stockings in an office lady style, but her outfit was more fashionable and sophisticated, exuding an alluring charm. "Hello, I am Qing Yueshue, an appraiser from the Lingan branch of the World Consortium. May I ask what equipment you would like to sell? We can start the appraisal now." "Qing Yueshue, a member of the Qing family?" Xiaou raised his eyebrows slightly, pondering inwardly, but did not ask further. He directly placed a pile of equipment on the table, which he had looted from those tactless individuals. Qing Yueshue was surprised to see Xiaou take out 20 to 30 pieces of equipment in one go, thinking to herself that this was clearly a case of black eating black. However, she quickly focused on her work. In less than half an hour, Qing Yueshue completed the appraisal. "Sir, you are selling a total of 4 excellent grade rings and necklaces below level 5, 1 excellent grade ring at level 8. The most valuable item is the level 9 master grade longsword with dual attributes and a skill. Our offer is 1.2 million for that, totaling 6.876 million. We'll round it up to 6.88 million. Does that work for you?" 6.88 million. Xiaoyu's pupils slightly trembled. After all, this was money he had earned through hard work. "No problem. Skills." Seeing his straightforward response, Qing Yueshue smiled. "Sir, since you are selling such high-value equipment in one transaction, I can arrange a gold card for you. With the card, you can enjoy a 2% discount when shopping with our consortium. Would you like one?" After Qing Yueshue left with the equipment, the receptionist came in with refreshments and said respectfully, "Sir, processing the gold card will take some time. Please take a moment to rest." Half an hour later, Qing Yueshue returned with the gold card and the machine. "Sir, please confirm your identity." Through facial recognition, Xiaou remained still for a moment. "Alright, sir, your gold card has been successfully processed and 6.88 million has been fully deposited into the card. It's done." Xiaou walked out of the building, looking slightly fatigued. He had originally planned to buy some things but ultimately decided to go home and rest first, returning tomorrow morning. By the way, bring Xiaobai along and give her a surprise. Riding away on the little bike. At this moment, Qing Yueshue suddenly ran out of the building, and the receptionist curiously asked, "Sister Qing, what's the matter? Where did that handsome young man go just now?" Riding a bicycle. Though it was just a bicycle, he rode incredibly fast. Professionals are truly impressive. Gone? Qing Yueshue felt disappointed. She had just received a notification from the family to pay attention to this person. Along with a photo and name, it was the young man she had just hosted. Upon further inquiry, she learned that he had saved 2 nieces of the Qing family and, as a necromancer, could astonishingly use resurrection magic. The family elders had specifically requested to meet him. "Never mind, at least we know where he lives. Tomorrow, I'll take the nieces to visit him. We can't let the 2 young ones neglect Qing family etiquette. Just giving him a reward isn't enough." Young people, indeed. Necromancer, able to use resurrection spells, how interesting, and quite handsome too. "Hey, what am I even thinking?" Xiaou returned to his doorstep, and before entering, he saw 2 figures standing at the door looking outside by Binbin and his wife Tang Shui. The 2 saw him and both let out a sigh of relief. Seeing them, Xiaoyu's heart trembled slightly. "I'm back. Glad you're back. I've been waiting for you to eat." "You're back." As soon as he entered the door, he saw Bai Xiao lying on the sofa watching TV. "Did you level up?" Xiaou walked over and sat beside her. "How could it be so quick? They just killed a few goblins and those 2 couldn't hold on anymore, so they came straight back." Bai Xiao looked annoyed. "I see." Xiaou listened but didn't reveal his level, so as not to discourage Xiao Bai. After all, leveling up 10 times in one day was absurd, while Xiao Bai might not even gain 50 experience points in a day. "Did you level up?" Bai Xiao looked at him. "A little." Xiaou avoided her gaze as he answered. "Some upgrades are just upgraded a bit." Bai Xiao suddenly felt uneasy, wondering how much this guy had actually leveled up. "Alright, come eat." Aunt Tang's voice rang out. Xiaou quickly stood up and walked over. "Time to eat, I've been starving." "Wait, how many levels did you actually go up? Bai Xiao shouted. Eat, eat, and Tang urged. After finishing the meal, the four of them sat together. Xiaou, what level have you reached? And Tang asked directly, as level is very important in this world. I'm at level 10 now. Faced with the elder's inquiry and knowing that the Qing family would find out anyway, Xiaou simply confessed. Level 10. Bai Xiao suddenly stood up, leveling up 10 levels in one day? Hiss. Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang also widened their eyes, knowing what leveling up 10 levels in one day meant. Really? How did you do it? Uncle Bai asked worriedly. Xiaou recounted the events of the day, naturally omitting the power boost granted by the selection system, which caused Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang to furrow their brows. Again with the Yu family, those damned people, Uncle Bai muttered under his breath. After listening, Bai Xiao looked at Xiaou with a trace of fear in her eyes. Killing 8 people on the first day of leveling up and clearing the challenge space. Could this person really manage that? Xiao Bai, these pieces of equipment suit you better. Take them for now. Skills. Xiaou placed several pieces of equipment on the table. Looking at the equipment ranging from excellent to master level, Bai Xiao's heart trembled, but she pretended to be indifferent on her face. Is this your apology for not taking me to level up? Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang watched silently. After all, Xiaou had long been part of their family, and it was only natural for siblings to exchange precious equipment. Alright, you must be tired from your first day of leveling up. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, Xiaou will take Xiao to the World Consortium for some exposure, and you can also buy yourself a level 10 sublimation orb. Xiaou and Bai Xiao went upstairs. Bai Xiao walked a few steps and suddenly stopped. Brother, don't get too smug. I'll catch up with you soon. After saying that, she quickly ran into her own room. Xiaou walked to the door and knocked. Don't rush, safety first. After saying that, he returned to his own room to rest. The next morning, Xiaou rode his small bicycle out, while Bai Xiao was driven to the World Consortium by a chauffeur. The World Consortium building operates 24 hours a day. Although it was early, there were quite a few people around. Professionals have short rest periods, and the higher their level, the more likely they are to go several days without rest. Xiaou's goal was clear sublimation orb. Only by using the sublimation orb to break through as a formal professional can one surpass the level 10 limit. The sublimation orb can only be obtained by killing level 10 bosses. Xiaou was unlucky. He killed 2 level 10 legendary and mythical bosses, but none dropped. I want to buy a formal grade sublimation orb. The receptionist in a short skirt and black stockings was surprised upon hearing this and seeing Xiaou's youthful appearance. So young and already buying a sublimation orb? Still smiling, she said. Alright, the sublimation orb is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor, where the counter is filled with various equipment around level 10. The receptionist led the way, and Xiaou and Bai Xiao quickly arrived at a display cabinet containing 3 fist-sized blue treasure orbs. Sublimation orb, official. Effect, after use, breakthrough to the official level, with a maximum upgrade to level 20. Limited to level 10 use. The price is 1 million. So expensive. Bai Xiao was startled by the price. Although she was mentally prepared, she still exclaimed. After all, every level 10 professional needs it, and not everyone can obtain it. Xiaou took out a gold card. I'll buy it. Gold card? How do you have a World Consortium gold card? That card requires at least 100 million in storage to apply for. Bai Xiao was so shocked she couldn't speak. 100 million? I sold 6.88 million yesterday, but the appraiser said they could help me apply, so I applied. Xiaou was a bit puzzled. Are you involved with that appraiser? Bai Xiao's eyes were full of hostility. The gold card signifies a 2% discount on consortium spending. Just this 1 million transaction alone could save 20,000, something that's hard to achieve even for wealthy individuals. How is that possible? I've only met her once, Xiaou hurriedly denied. Mr. Xia, this is your sublimation orb and gold card. Please keep them safe. A soft and charming voice sounded from behind. Oh, thank you. Xiaou turned around and took it, seeing that the visitor was none other than yesterday's appraiser, Qing Yueshue. Mr. Xia, a day apart feels like 3 years. Thank you for saving my 2 nieces, Yuming and Yu, in the challenge space. Qing Yueshue smiled and stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. Her curvaceous figure was almost pressed against Xiaou, causing Bai Xiao to frown tightly. Xiaou silently took a step back. That was just your nieces paying to hire me. It doesn't count as saving them. Exactly, it's purely a money transaction, Bai Xiao interjected. Alright, we still need to buy other things, let's go. Bai Xiao didn't wait for Xiaou's response, pulling him away, clearly feeling threatened by the voluptuous beauty. Qing Yueshue followed with a smile. All your expenses today will be at 20% off. Let me know if you need me to guide you. 20% off? Bai Xiao stopped, surprised. Really? Really? I want to upgrade the treasure orb too. 20% off? Xiaou was surprised. How much is the master level upgraded treasure orb? Master level ascension orb, 30 million, discounted to 24 million. After a meticulous round of shopping, Xiaou finally purchased 2 official level ascension orbs, one for each person, to be used by himself and by Xiao. Additionally, he exchanged the level 1 staff previously gifted to him by Uncle Bai for a new staff. Staff of the Undead, Master Level, exclusive to Necromancers. Intelligence plus 36, Strength plus 5. All Undead-related skill levels plus 1. Undead Speed Boost, increases the action speed of your Undead units by 10%. With this, Xiao's equipment becomes quite powerful. Main hand weapon, Skull of the Unfortunate. Offhand weapon, Staff of the Undead. Excellent attributes, but not cheap. Priced at 1.7 million, discounted to 1.36 million. If not for the 20% discount, Xiao would really be reluctant to make the purchase. He secretly speculated in his heart, could this all be that woman's plan? His gaze glanced at the gently smiling Qing Yueshua beside him, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. 2 sublimation gems cost 1.6 million, the staff 1.36 million, and a level 3 master accessory for Bai Xiaoxiao cost 70,000, totaling 3 million for the 3 of them. Seeing that the 2 were already panting from shopping, Qing Yueshua suggested, would you 2 like to rest in a private room? Mr. Xia, my nieces have just teleported over as well, and they brought the skill books you need. They'll be here shortly. Alright. Xia Yu nodded and led Bai Xiaoxiao into the private room to enjoy tea and desserts. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks at the door, dong dong dong, followed by Qing Yueming's voice from outside. Mr. Xia, Yueming is here to disturb you. Please come in, Xia Yu responded. 2 beautiful women dressed in elegant blue and white long dresses walked in. After meticulous grooming, they appeared even more outstanding than in the challenge space. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows slightly. Qing Yueming smiled and said, we meet again, Mr. Xia. Xia Yu responded with a smile, don't call me Mr. Xia, it sounds like an old man. Just call me Xia Yu. He secretly sighed, thinking that he was only 18 years old in this life, while Qing Yueming seemed older than him. Big brother Xia Yu. Qing Yueming's younger sister, Qing Yuemun, appeared lively and adorable compared to her elder sister. She leaned forward and waved at Xia Yu, clearly having moved past the shadow of death. The private room was spacious. After sitting down, Qing Yueming directly handed Xia Yu a box. This is the hero-level Undead Lord skill. Please accept it. 11 million has already been transferred to your gold card. Hero level, then I won't hold back either. Xia Yu accepted the skill. Everything was ready, and the private room suddenly fell silent. Finally, Qing Yueming broke the silence. Xia Yu, after hearing about your performance in the challenge space, my grandfather is very eager to meet you, this genius. Meeting the family? Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly looked at Xia Yu, puzzled in her heart. What exactly did you do yesterday? Xia Yu patted her head and said with a smile, recently, I need to prepare for the professional entrance exams, so it's not convenient for me to run around for now. Improving my strength is more important. Vocational high school exam? Huh? Alright, I'll let my grandfather know. By the way, I recommend you check out Chenlong High School. Although it's ranked 2nd nationwide, it definitely won't disappoint you. Qing Yueming stood up. I won't give up on catching up to you. Seeing her sister about to leave, Qing Yuemun also waved goodbye to Xia Yu and casually took out a card. This is my sister's and my contact information. Add us as friends later. Sure, Xia Yu naturally wouldn't refuse a friend request from 2 beauties. What exactly is your relationship? Bai Xiaoxiao's voice rang out with a hint of jealousy. Not even considered friends, Xia Yu replied indifferently. To these members of prominent families, although he had saved their lives, 1 million and this hero-level skill were enough to repay the favor. The rest was just about being strong enough to catch their attention. As for true friendship, one might end up being betrayed and even losing money someday. Really? Bai Xiaoxiao asked, half believing. Really? At least you know your place. Let's go home. The 2 walked out of the private room, and Qing Yueshua was standing at the door. Seeing them come out, she stepped forward. Mr. Xia saved my 2 precious nieces. As their aunt, I also want to thank you. This is for you. She handed over a white jade box. Xia Yu hesitated and did not take it. My dealings with Qing Yueming and Qing Yuemun were purely monetary transactions. There's really no life-saving grace involved. The fact is, you saved them, Qing Yueshua insisted, shoving the jade box into Xia Yu's arms. If you don't accept it, I wouldn't know how to thank you. Should I offer myself to you instead? Wait, Xia Yu raised an eyebrow, already sensing the intense killing intent behind him. I'll take it. Well, welcome to visit the World Consortium again next time. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here's my business card. The murderous intent grew stronger, and Xia Yu had no choice but to leave. Walking out of the World Consortium building, he saw Bai Xiaoxiao pouting. He comforted her, don't dwell on it. I really have nothing to do with them. It's just social etiquette. Yes, social etiquette. Almost offering yourself in the process, Bai Xiaoxiao muttered as she turned her face away. You could tell it was just a joke. Back home, Xia Yu opened the jade box given by Qing Yueshua. Inside was a master-level sublimation orb worth 30 million. Hiss, Qing Yueshua is really a rich lady, giving away 30 million just like that? This generous gift was in no way inferior to Qing Yueming's. Unfortunately, for now, he could only use the formal level sublimation orb. The 3 members of the Bai family sat around him. Uncle Bai was still in disbelief. Xiaoyu, can you really advance to a formal professional? Of course, Xiaou took out the sublimation orb and, following the tutorial, infused it with his mental energy, guiding the mysterious power into his body. Just like when changing professions, a strong aura of death emanated from him, scaring the 3 members of the Bai family into retreating hastily. Soon, all the death aura was absorbed into his body. Ascension complete. Your attribute potential has been enhanced. Your magical pet Holy Ghost Maiden has ascended to formal rank, learning Hammer of Retribution, Sword of Judgment, and Retribution Aura, and has gained a new talent, Goddess of War. Xiaou. Race, human. Profession, necromancer. Level, 10, 27/1000. Strength, 307. Potential, 24. Agility, 252. Potential, 24. Wisdom, 715. Potential, 51. Triple attribute potential boost. The power of ascension is indeed astonishing. Apprentice, official, master. Each rank differs by 3 times the base attributes. Such a massive gap makes cross-rank monster hunting exceptionally difficult. Xiaou stared at the Saintess Ghost's attributes and was instantly stunned. Holy Maiden Ghost, Lord God level, growth potential. Race, undead. Strength, 2220. Potential, 222. Agility, 2220. Potential, 222. Wisdom, 2970. Potential, 297. Talents, Inspirer, Goddess of War. After entering battle, increases all attributes by 5% per second, up to 30%. All attacks additionally deal 50% of all attributes as holy light damage. Skills, Greater Healing, Resurrection, Dispel, Thunder Aura, Retribution Hammer. Holy light condenses into a heavy hammer to strike the enemy, dealing 500% of wisdom and strength as holy light damage. Sword of Judgment, holy light condenses into a sharp sword to attack the enemy, dealing 800% of wisdom as holy light damage, and an additional 500% of all attributes damage against dark and undead enemies. Retribution Aura, all nearby allies gain fire damage equal to 100% of strength. Thinking to herself, is this a transition to becoming a Retribution Knight, no longer a Saintess? Although Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang found Xiaoyu's leveling speed surprising, they were experienced and had seen many ups and downs. The next day, Xiaoyu wanted to take Bai Xiaoxiao along to level up, but she refused. No need, you're already level 10, and I'm just level 1. The places where you can gain experience are places where I can't gain any. If we go to places where I can level up, you won't get any experience. There's no need to go together. But don't slack off, I'll catch up to you soon, Bai Xiaoxiao said firmly. Xiaoyu had no choice but to ride his little bicycle and head to the teleportation center once again. Now my stats are enough to handle level 15 monsters, and I can enjoy the full bonus for defeating higher level monsters, he thought to himself. As for the Pharaoh's tomb, he decided not to go there, as the terrain on the second floor was unfavorable for a necromancer to level up, and the monsters were both disgusting and troublesome. A selection prompt pops up on the screen. Please make a choice, host. Go to the Dark Forest, level 1 monster nest to level up, reward, +1 strength attribute potential. Go to the Twilight Ruins, level 2 monster nest to level up, reward, a random ordinary level skill. Go to the Underground Sewers, level 15 monster nest to level up, reward, hero grade ring 1. Go to the Dawn Forest, level 16 monster nest to level up, reward, +6 intelligence attribute potential. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the Underground Sewers and Dawn Forest. The Underground Sewers had a suitable level, but the terrain was narrow, making it difficult for a large number of summoned undead to perform effectively. Moreover, most monsters had poison attribute attacks, which were quite troublesome. On the contrary, for mages with the Firewall skill, this place was an ideal leveling ground, as the firewall could block all monsters, forcing them to endure its damage if they tried to approach, and most monsters were afraid of fire. The Forest of Dawn is a typical forest terrain, with monsters primarily consisting of orcs, who mainly use physical attacks. Orcs possess great strength and high health, making them extremely troublesome if they get close. Additionally, there are orc priests, a mage class capable of applying negative statuses and buffs to their companions. Orcs have basic intelligence, and the forest is filled with traps they have crafted. If newcomers accidentally enter, they might suffer greatly from the traps even before encountering the orcs. This is really a tough choice. Xiaoyu scratched his head. Neither of the two nests was as comfortable as the first level of the Pharaoh's tomb. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Hey, brother, are you looking for a leveling spot? Xiaoyu turned around to see a young man dressed as a warrior, his face and body covered in scars left by battles, clearly someone with rich experience. Yes, Xiaoyu replied. After all, standing here for half a day, there was nothing else to do. Then I recommend you go to Dawn Forest. Recently, treasure chest monsters have appeared there, and many professionals are hunting for treasures. If you have the strength, it's a good choice, the young man said with a smile. Really? Xiaoyu wasn't particularly interested in treasure chest monsters, but since he needed to level up and there was a special event, he might as well try his luck. So he called out, please teleport me to Dawn Forest. You're only level 1. The teleport receptionist looked at Xiaoyu in confusion. The next second, she saw Xiaoyu's level displayed as level 10, looked up at at Xiaou again, then stared at the computer. Leveling up 10 levels in one day? Can I teleport? Xiaou asked. Yes. The beauty quickly nodded and promptly helped him teleport over. Meanwhile, the young man who had recommended Xiaou smiled faintly, turned around, and approached a wealthy young man dressed in luxurious gear. Brother, are you also looking for a leveling spot? I have a good recommendation. Recently, the Forest of Dawn. Ah, the air here is so sweet. As soon as he landed, Xiaou took a deep breath, feeling that this place was much more comfortable than the Pharaoh's tomb. The outpost in the Forest of Dawn is much larger than the Pharaoh's tomb, even housing shops from global consortiums and smaller merchant groups that sell a limited amount of equipment and various potions, as well as purchasing equipment. There are also professionals setting up stalls to sell equipment and potions. Looking at the bustling outpost, Xiaou recalled what the young man had just said about the treasure chest monster. Treasure chest monsters are an extremely unique type of creature, with average combat power but exceptionally valuable drops, including sublimation orbs and even hero and legendary grade equipment. Most importantly, they always drop a treasure map. Upon using the treasure map, professionals are transported to a dungeon resembling a challenge space filled with numerous monsters and elite creatures, but also opportunities to dig for treasure. The best treasures are artifacts. A team of professionals from the United States once unearthed an artifact, and every time a treasure chest monster appears, it attracts a large number of professionals to hunt it down. Forget it, I'll leave it to fate. Let's focus on leveling up first. Xiaou stepped out of the outpost, and shortly after walking a short distance, a dozen people followed behind him. Is it this kid? Someone whispered. That's right, I saw him going in and out of the World Financial Consortium, and he even had a gold card. Gold card? Judging by his age, he probably just switched jobs not long ago. Damn, a rich second generation? Mess with him? Mess with him. Walking into the forest, Xiaou frowned slightly, relying on his powerful mental strength to faintly sense the gazes of several pairs of eyes watching him from behind. He quietly summoned the Saintess Ghost and indeed discovered 13 people secretly following him. Criminals who specialize in hunting professionals? Xiaou raised an eyebrow. These people believed that instead of risking their lives fighting monsters, it was faster to make money by directly stealing equipment from professionals, so they chose the path of crime. However, under the perception of the Saintess Ghost, Xiaou judged that the opponents were not strong, far inferior to the Saintess Ghost, which brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. Since you want to rob me, don't blame me for turning the tables, Xiaou thought to himself. Indeed, compared to hunting monsters, stealing equipment from professionals is a faster way to make money. Previously, the Yu family had given him quite a bit of equipment, which could be considered extra income and fairly legitimate. Thus, Xiaou pretended to summon a dozen undead soldiers to clear the path ahead. He did not directly teleport from the undead space but instead led them forward step by step. As they ventured deeper into the forest, two green-skinned orcs with muscular builds appeared in sight. Orc soldier, normal, level 16, strength 480, agility 288, intelligence 258, talent, mighty strength, strength plus 50, and more easily crushes enemies with lower strength. Skill, slam, attack the enemy with full force, dealing 120% physical damage based on strength. Undead soldier, attack, Xiaou ordered, while secretly hinting, go easy. As a legendary level undead summon, Xiao's undead soldiers' attributes far surpass those of ordinary beast soldiers. If he doesn't intentionally go easy, the opponent might not dare to make a move, and his choice would be considered a failure. Please make a choice, host. Flee swiftly, ignore the criminal squad, and escape directly. Reward, agility potential plus 5. Act on behalf of justice, annihilate the criminal squad. Reward, treasure chest monster location. Is there really a treasure chest monster? Xiaou was slightly surprised. Every time there were rumors of a treasure chest monster appearing, they usually led to nothing, but since the system provided a hint, it must be true. Since that's the case, choosing to act on behalf of justice and directly taking them out once I have the position isn't a bad idea. Although agility potential is decent, for a necromancer, having more agility doesn't hold much significance. Xiao's undead soldiers pretended to struggle as they stood alongside the orc soldiers. The orcs swung their blades like the wind, slashing multiple times, while the undead soldiers sluggishly counterattacked. As a result, the undead soldiers fell one after another, and ultimately, 10 out of the dozen undead soldiers perished before managing to kill 2 orc soldiers. Killed orc soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 700. Killed orc soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 700. Your level has increased to level 11. Crossing 6 levels to kill monsters indeed yields abundant experience. If they were monsters of the same level, it would take killing 20 to level up. Please select your level up reward. Hero level undead lord skill level plus 1. Hero level corrosion orb level 1. Heroic level ghost legion level 1. Summon a weak ghost legion to explore the surroundings for you, summoning 10 ghosts at a time. Summoning limit 100. Please make your choice, host. Choose undead lord. Reward, The Undead Lord comes with ordinary undead subordinates equal to their level 100. Choose Corrosion Orb. Reward: each use of the Corrosion Orb will project an additional Corrosion Orb. Choose Ghost Legion. Reward: Ghost Legion becomes harder to detect. It's surprising that the first upgrade can enhance the Undead Lord's skill, but the Ghost Legion is also very practical. However, the Undead Lord comes with 100 undead subordinates, which is truly terrifying. The Undead Lord's level is the same as Xiao's, and at level 11, it has 1,100 ordinary undead subordinates, far surpassing Xiao, the Necromancer, in summoning capacity. Of course, Xiao's summons are of higher quality. The difference between legendary and ordinary levels is immense. Choose the Undead Lord. Let the Ghost Legion temporarily be replaced by the Saint Ghost. If it doesn't work, I'll just buy it. Xiao thought to himself. He didn't want to easily add new skills to the pool, to avoid dispersing the skill bonuses gained with each level up, which could affect the improvement of core skills. Boss, this kid struggles so much to kill 2 Beastman soldiers. What a waste of equipment. Boom. Go. The equipment is ours now. A dozen people quickly surrounded Xiao. A bald, burly man sneered. Kid, if you want to live, hand over your gear and your parents' phone number. Turns out they're not just criminals, but kidnappers too. Xiao raised an eyebrow. These people moved skillfully, clearly having done similar things many times before. Every direction was completely sealed off, leaving no gaps. The group was vicious and brutal. Timid and cowardly people would likely be scared out of their wits on the spot and could only comply with their demands. But few kidnappers spare their victims after the ransom is paid. In the end, they would drain the family's resources, only for the victim to still die at their hands. At this moment, the ghostly saint reported, "These are all the personnel on the other side. Can't hear my big brother talking? Keep dazing off, and I'll beat you into a meat stick to soak in wine." The scrawny, monkey-like criminal roared. "Since all of you are here, then stay here all together," Xiao said faintly, then summoned hundreds of legendary undead soldiers and undead archers. Damn it, this kid's level 10 talent is actually the undead space. Brothers, kill him. The bald strong man charged at an undead soldier. Previously, the undead soldier had fought fiercely against the beastman soldiers. Being able to kill so many undead soldiers indicated that this undead soldier was of the ordinary rank. Although he was a level 20 warrior and had not yet advanced to master rank, dealing with an ordinary undead soldier was more than enough for him. Die for me. The heavy hammer smashed down forcefully. Bang! The hammer struck the shield, and the burly bald man sneered, as if the shield was bound to shatter. But in the next moment, his smile froze. The shield remained intact, and the weakling undead soldier hadn't even taken a step back. Undead soldier level 10 talent, chance block, 30% probability to completely block an enemy's attack. Currently, the undead soldier's strength and agility far exceed the average values of a fully equipped level 20 warrior, strength 1300, agility 1000. Level 11 undead soldier, under the blessing of the level 11 Saint Ghost, has a strength of 2332 and agility of 2343. Swish! Relying on over 2000 agility and strength, the undead soldier's broken longsword turned into a blur, instantly slicing off the bald strong man's head. The bald strong man died with a face full of disbelief, having just been locked in a prolonged battle with the beastman soldier. The other criminals had almost no time to react and were swiftly killed by the undead archers and undead soldiers. Selection complete. Rewards issued. Please check the map. A semi-transparent light screen appeared in front of him, with a red dot not far away, clearly indicating the location of the treasure chest monster. Before heading to the treasure chest monster, Xiao collected all the equipment from the criminals. Most were of excellent grade, or even ordinary grade, with only the burly bald man's hammer and a ring being of master grade. Blood split, master grade, level 18, strength plus 210, agility minus 20, armor penetration, attacks more easily break defenses. Scholar's long ring, master level, level 11, intelligence plus 118, agility plus 15, mental strength recovery speed plus 15%. The armor piercing equipment is pretty good, worth at least $1 million, right? Xiao smiled and put the ring on himself. These criminals gave him at least $3 million in gains. Next up, treasure chest monster. Here I come. Boss, there really is a treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster is hidden deeper inside. Before venturing further, Xiao summoned the undead lord. A massive magic circle appeared, and at its center, the figure of a knight clad in heavy armor and wielding a two-handed warhammer gradually emerged. Buck Cullen, hero, undead lord. Race, undead. Level, 11. Strength, 2618. Potential, 138 plus 100. Agility, 2552. Potential, 132 plus 100. Wisdom, 1320. Potential, 120. Talent. Demigod's body. Damage received reduced by 20%. Gains a bonus of strength and agility equal to level 100. Earth-shattering strike. Smashes the ground with a warhammer, dealing 350% of strength as physical damage to the area in front. Vengeance. Increases the damage of the next skill when taking damage, dealing 350% strength plus 100% 50% of the damage taken is physical damage. Heavy Strike launches a full-force attack on the enemy, dealing 350% strength physical damage, with a small chance to knock the enemy back. This is a berserker-type lord who can both tank and deal damage. Buck's undead subordinates are all heavily armored berserkers. Xiao's lips curled into a smile. His combat power had significantly increased again. Buck, combined with the Saint Ghost's Inspirer talent, can hold his own even against master-level professionals. As his level increases, he may even crush ordinary master-level players. Next, allocate all skill points to undead summoning. At level 13, undead summoning can summon 130 legendary undead soldiers. Xiao resolved silently. Mimic chest, here I come. His gaze was firm as he quickly headed toward the mimic chest's location on the map. Acting first was the only way to avoid a total loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, boss, what do we do? That damned mimic chest actually hid in the orc camp. There are hundreds of orcs inside, along with elite orcs and an orc lord. Pei Chu gritted his teeth, his face filled with hostility and covered in scars. Although his strength is comparable to that of the orc lord, he only has 11 formal level professionals under his command. Facing hundreds of orcs and elites, he stands no chance. After the orc elites slaughter his subordinates, they are likely to besiege him personally, leaving only one outcome: death. I originally just wanted to use the treasure chest monster to trick those rich kids into giving me money, but I didn't expect it to actually appear. Pei Chu was extremely anxious. There are so many people in the Forest of Dawn. If I delay any longer, the treasure chest monster will definitely be discovered by someone else, and then I won't get a share. By the way, I can lure the orcs toward those rich kids and take the chance to kill the treasure chest monster. His eyes lit up as he called over a subordinate. Spread the location of the treasure chest monster, but make sure to include some inaccuracies. I'll arrange for someone to lead the orcs there. Brilliant, boss. I'll get right on it. Boss, we've spotted a young undead mage heading our way. He's wearing the ring that belonged to our third brother, a grim-faced man said nervously. It's been 10 minutes since we've heard from him. Something must have happened. That useless fool. But anyone who dares mess with my Bloodflame gang won't get away with it. Pei Chu roared in fury. Kill his whole family. The members of the Bloodflame group raised their weapons high, their shouts shaking the heavens. Brothers, let's take care of this kid first, then we'll have the mood to kill the treasure chest monster. Let's go, Pei Chu said confidently. As a level 21 masterclass professional, Pei Chu was confident that in a level 16 monster nest, almost no one would dare to come. Even if his third brother is foolish, he wouldn't go as far as attacking a master level professional. At most, it would be someone at the formal level. The attributes of the formal level and the master level differ by threefold, making it impossible to defeat an enemy across levels. Not to mention that the opponent is a relatively weak hidden profession as an undead mage. Even if it were the legendary high-level hidden profession of Dragon Knight, it wouldn't be able to contend with him at the formal level. Someone's approaching? Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Being very close to the treasure chest monster, he noticed over 20 people sneaking closer, clearly with ill intentions. Could it be another criminal? There's a national outpost here. Criminals wouldn't dare to show up easily. Xiaoyu calmly analyzed in his mind. If exposed, the Strom will immediately teleport to hunt them down. He still had that bald man's head in his backpack, ready to return to the city to compare it with the wanted notice. They have a master-level individual whose strength matches yours? The ghostly saintess whispered a reminder. Skill points, 0. Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and his gaze sharpened. Skills. A level 20 master professional leading over 20 high-level professionals mixed into a level 16 monster nest is almost certainly a criminal. He was ready at any moment to summon Buck and a large number of undead summons, prepared to fight outnumbered against this group of intruders. Although the master level is 1 tier and 10 levels higher than himself, the strength of the Saintess Ghost and Buck is in no way inferior to that of ordinary level 21 to 22 master professionals. 2 against 1, Xiaoyu was full of confidence. Moreover, the Saintess Ghost possesses dual talents, and her War Goddess talent makes her attack power unparalleled, even surpassing mythical warriors. He did not slow down, instead, he slightly quickened his pace. Soon, the Saintess Ghost alerted him that he was surrounded, and the opponents were extremely skilled in their movements. Hiding for so long, still not coming out? Xiaoyu said indifferently. Pei Chu sneered and appeared with over 20 people from all directions. Discovered any secrets? Learned the Ghost Legion skill? Pei Chu sneered. There's no point in hiding anymore. Kid, whose ring is that on your hand? A grim-looking man questioned. Xiaoyu calmly pulled out a bald head. Probably some criminals. I was planning to take his head to claim the reward. Old Third. The sullen man roared in fury, clearly having an extraordinary relationship with Old Third. Kid, you're courting death. You've all surrounded me. If I don't court death, can I even survive? Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, secretly mocking them in his heart. What nonsense these people were spouting. Just wait, you'll soon wish you were dead. Pei Chu said grimly, his face twisted. No one had ever dared to belittle and mock him like this. Yet, a sense of caution arose within him. This kid wasn't afraid of them at all. Could he be hiding some some trump card? But there was no one behind him. Pei Chu had already sent people to search the surroundings, and there was not a single person within a few kilometers. Putting on an act? Pei Chu stared coldly at Xiaou. Boss, charge. Avenge third brother. Kill this bastard. Make him regret his mother ever gave birth to him. Boss, take action. Looking at the furious underlings around him, Pei Chu understood that if he didn't torture this kid to death today, he would lose face. Kid, just wait to regret it. Brothers, charge together, capture him alive, and let him see the might of the Bloodflame group. With a command, Pei Chu personally led the charge towards Xiaou. As long as we catch this kid, it won't matter how strong he is. Bloodflame group? That notorious Bloodflame group? Xiaou raised an eyebrow. Although the Bloodflame group wasn't the strongest, their price was certainly not cheap. He hadn't expected to run into them. Buck. Xiaou directly summoned Buck. As soon as this undead warrior, resembling a heavy tank, appeared, it swung its warhammer and smashed it fiercely toward Pei Chu. Undead Lord? Pei Chu's face changed drastically. His figure flickered as he used the warrior skill Swift Footwork to dodge Buck's attack. Boom! Buck's warhammer struck the ground, instantly triggering a shockwave that obliterated Pei Chu's underlings who couldn't dodge in time, leaving a mist of blood in the air. So powerful, this attribute has already reached the level of a level 20 masterclass professional. Pei Chu's face turned pale. His underlings, all level 18 warriors, were instantly killed in one blow. There was no doubt that the opponent was a masterclass professional. Damn it, how did the third one provoke a master-level necromancer? And there are only a few master-level necromancers in the world. Why did I have to encounter one? Brothers, attack with full force. Pei Chu quickly ordered, and the mages began to unleash fireballs and wind blades aimed at Xiaou. Necromantic summon. Xiaou commanded, and dozens of undead soldiers instantly appeared around him, raising their shields to block various magical attacks. Undead archers, don't let them escape. Immediately, dozens of undead archers appeared, and with over 2,000 points of agility, they fired the first wave of arrows in just a breath's time, injuring and killing more than a dozen enemies. High-tier, high-level undead summoning, and the undead space talent. Pei Chu's eyes widened in anger. What kind of monster had his third brother brought to him? Even an average master-level necromancer would only possess master-level undead summoning, but the strength of the opponent's undead soldiers was likely comparable to that of a legendary summoner, with extremely high skill levels. Even more terrifying was that Xiaou also possessed the most troublesome talent for a necromancer undead space. No one would dare to provoke a necromancer who could instantly summon a massive undead army. Initially, they thought they had the advantage in numbers, one against many, but in the next second, the situation reversed, turning into many against one. Who could possibly endure that? Retreat. Pei Chu lost his fighting spirit, immediately sought an escape route, and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. The others saw Pei Chu fleeing, and their fighting spirit instantly vanished as they scattered in all directions to escape. Can they escape? The undead archer, like a god of death, precisely sniped the fleeing enemies one by one. Relying on his powerful attributes, Pei Chu instantly widened the distance, feeling slightly relieved only after running over 1,000 meters. Luckily, the undead mage didn't seal off all the exits, and his agility is low, so he can't catch up with me. Damn undead mage, mark my words, one day, I'll hang your head at my doorstep. Punishment hammer. Suddenly, a 10-meter giant hammer appeared above Pei Chu's head and smashed down fiercely. Boom! Pei Chu was smashed into the ground by a heavy hammer, his armor shattered, his bones broken, unable to move. What is this? Is there a ghost? Pei Chu's face was full of terror as he saw a white figure floating in the air. Judgment sword. A holy light sword pierced Pei Chu's neck, instantly severing his head from his body. Has an angel come to take me? Pei Chu murmured in fear. Master, this is the head of the runaway just now. The saint ghost handed Pei Chu's head to Xiaou. Well done, you didn't get hurt, did you? Xiaou took the head. This thing was worth 4 million, more expensive than master-level equipment. No, the saint replied. That's good. Keep hiding by my side to protect me. Yes, master. The saintly ghost slowly dissipated, continuing to guard Xiaou. Such a hassle-free undead. Xiaou began collecting the equipment of these people. Not a single one of the 20-some individuals escaped, resulting in a haul of over 100 pieces of equipment. Most of these people were level 15 or above professionals, so being equipped with a full set of gear was not surprising. Although most of the items were of excellent quality mixed with ordinary ones, only a very few were master level. Xiaou also discovered 2 pieces of equipment suitable for himself. Symbol of Wisdom, Master. Wisdom plus 36. Strength plus 5. Meditation, allows entry into a meditative state, increasing mental recovery speed by 100%. Cheetah Fur Boots, Master. Level, 11. Agility plus 40. Swiftness, increases the movement speed of all nearby allies by 30% for 30 seconds after use. This is a real windfall. Xiaou's eyes lit up as he looked at the backpack filled with equipment. He wanted to return to town immediately to sell it, but the treasure chest monster was right in front of him. He had to take it down first. Xiaou followed the mini-map to the treasure chest monster's location and saw a full orc camp. He laughed excitedly. So so many monsters. My level is going to skyrocket. Right now, he truly felt there were too few monsters. Every time, he had to search for ages to encounter one. Now, with an entire monster camp laid out before him, his mood soared. Buck, summon your undead army and launch the first wave of attacks. Xiaou certainly couldn't charge forward himself but instead sent the undead to lead the charge. Yes, master. Thousands of heavily armored undead berserkers appeared, hidden near the orc camp. Heavily armored undead berserker, normal. Race, undead. Level, 11. Strength, 396. Potential, 36. Agility, 396. Potential, 36. Wisdom, 231. Potential, 21. Talent, bloodthirsty warrior. Each time damage is dealt or received, strength increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 10%. Heavy strike, leap strike, berserk. Enter berserk mode. Strength plus 20%, action speed plus 30%, damage taken plus 30%. It seems ordinary, but under the talent boost of the Saintess Ghost Inspirer, strength and agility soar to 16-17, completely crushing ordinary orc soldiers. The heavily armored undead berserker wielding a battle axe charges into the orc camp like a storm surge. The dozen or so orc soldiers guarding the gate are swiftly slain under the axe of the berserker, empowered by the Saintess Ghost. Kill orc soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 630. Kill orc soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 630. Your level has increased to level 12. You have obtained a normal grade orc club. Xiaou glanced at the skills and system options this time, feeling it was fairly ordinary. Choose bone shield. Bone shield skill level plus 1. Choose bone shield. Reward, your bone shield gains an additional shield. Kill beastman soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 560. Kill beastman soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 560. Your level increases to level 13. Choose Ghost Legion. Hero level Ghost Legion level 1. Select Ghost Legion. Reward, your Ghost Legion becomes harder to detect. Leveled up twice in a row. This is the thrill of defeating higher level monsters and engaging in group battles. Xiaou looked at the experience points and realized he was about to level up again. Orc soldiers kept pouring out of the camp, and he also noticed some orc units riding giant wolves. Orc wolf rider, excellent. Race, orc. Level, 19. Strength, 900. Agility, 761. Intelligence, 657. Yes, master. Talent, excellent cavalry. When riding a mount, movement speed plus 100%, strength plus 20%. Giant wolf bite commands the giant wolf to bite the enemy, dealing 150% of strength as physical damage and suppressing the enemy. Sweeping strike, swing a long sword to attack, dealing 150% strength physical damage. A squad of orc wolf riders charged at the heavily armored undead berserker, their long swords slashing down bang, only to be firmly blocked by the berserker's battle axe. This left the orc wolf riders greatly astonished. They considered themselves elite orcs, bolstered by their giant wolves. How could they fail against this seemingly insignificant undead? In the next moment, the berserker leapt up and slaughtered the entire squad of orc wolf riders. Blood dripped from the axe, staining the earth red. The gap in strength between the two sides is clearly not on the same level. Killed orc wolf rider, excellent, level 19, experience plus 2000. Your level has increased to level 14. Killed orc wolf rider, excellent, level 19, experience plus 1800. Killed orc wolf rider, excellent, level 19, experience plus 1800. Your level has increased to level 15. An elite team of orc wolf riders allowed Xiaou to level up twice. Choose to increase the level of undead summoning skill by +1 and undead lord skill by +1. Undead summoning skill level +1. Choose undead summoning. Reward, you can summon an undead assassin. Undead lord skill level +1. Choose an undead lord. Reward, you can select one to summon from 3 undead lords. Hero level undead lord level 5 can summon undead lords of the same level as you. Summon limit 2. Undead lords increase their summon limit every 5 levels. Not bad. Xiaou nodded in satisfaction. Roar. A furious roar echoed as a 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound orc charged into the heavily armored undead berserkers, sweeping his massive club and smashing several berserkers into pieces. Boss, it's here. Xiaou looked at the orc leader's stats and smiled. Wasn't this a gift delivered right to his doorstep? This level 21 master orc leader had a maximum strength of about 3,500. Meanwhile, his undead lord, Buck, with the blessing of the Holy Maiden Ghost, had a strength of 5,235 and agility of 5,145, far surpassing the orc leader. Buck, take care of it. Buck swung his warhammer and charged into the battlefield, smashing numerous orc soldiers into pulp wherever he went. Defeated orc soldier, normal, level 16, experience plus 420. Your level has increased to level 16. You've actually learned the soul fireball skill, not bad. Master level soul fireball, detonate a corpse or your undead summon to summon a fireball that tracks enemies, dealing 200% intelligence as fire damage, and additionally inflicting 100% strength as fire fire damage on the corpse or summon. Choose Spirit Fireball. Reward, you will detonate an additional corpse or undead summon. At level 16, Xiaou already possesses the core skills of a hero-level necromancer, and no new skills need to be added before reaching hero level. At this moment, Buck was already engaged in combat with the orc commander. Nearby orc soldiers or heavily armored undead berserkers were shattered by their immense power. Xiaou felt extremely distressed. The orc general's attacks were reckless, indiscriminately targeting both enemies and allies, even personally killing many undead soldiers and orc wolf riders, yet failing to gain any experience for himself. Saintus, activate the Thunder and Retribution aura. Buck must finish it off instantly. Curse of Agony. Xiaou could not tolerate the orc general stealing his experience. He immediately enhanced Buck's status and cast a curse on the orc general, aiming for a one-hit kill. Roar. Buck let out an angry roar. He had been enduring the orc general's attacks all along, just for this moment of revenge. The warhammer, shrouded in a dim glow, smashed down on the orc leader like a mountain. Squish. Thunder and flames erupted, sending charred flesh and shattered bones of the orc leader flying. Killed orc leader. Boss, level 21, experience plus 22,000. Your level has increased to level 17, level 18. You have obtained the master level Orcs Giant Club. 1 boss, 2 levels up. Ha ha ha. Xiaou laughed heartily, realizing that an orc camp could boost his level to 20 in no time. Ordinary professionals form a team of 4, but facing such a large number of orc soldiers is simply unmanageable, not to mention the orc wolf riders. Usually, after killing a dozen orc soldiers and 1 or 2 wolf riders, they have to retreat, and the experience points are divided among the 4, making it impossible to level up. However, Xiaou surpassed by 5 levels, received the full 100% experience bonus, and single-handedly wiped out the entire camp without sharing experience with anyone, thus earning such generous rewards. The treasure chest monster wants to run? Xiaou stared at the map and noticed the red dot was actually moving. Saintus, go deal with the treasure chest monster. Necromancy skill leveled up twice? This god-tier choice is insane. I'm going to soar. Xiaou exclaimed excitedly. Necromancy skill level plus 1. Choose Necromancy. Reward, you can now summon undead knights. Necromancy skill level plus 1. Choose Undead Summoning. Reward, your undead summoning is upgraded to mythical level. Mythical level undead summoning. My strength has taken another huge leap forward. With the rank upgrade, the power potential of undead soldiers has jumped from 99 to 123, and agility potential has increased from 102 to 126. Each level upgrade brings a qualitative leap in attributes. Defeated treasure chest monster, normal, level 20, experience plus 770. You obtained the legendary staff Soulfire and a normal level treasure map, level 20. So quickly exterminated? It turned out to be just an ordinary level treasure chest monster, a slight loss, but it did drop a legendary staff. Xiaou looked at the newly acquired staff in his backpack, secretly amazed. Soulfire, legendary, level 20, intelligence plus 336, strength plus 50. Soul Flame, after your flame skills hit, they will deal additional soul damage equal to 100% of wisdom. A legendary staff that directly attacks the soul, its value could easily reach tens of millions. Xiaou exclaimed. Soul damage is the hardest to defend against, and any equipment or skill with soul damage is always worth a fortune. I'll equip it as soon as I reach level 20. Although the staff is priceless, Xiaou plans to first enhance his strength and wait for better equipment to appear before considering replacing it. Treasure map common, level 20. Effect, upon use, enter the treasure space to search for ancient relics. Just now, before Xiaou had the chance to see the treasure chest monster with his own eyes, the Saintus ghost had already instantly defeated it. Clear the battlefield. A massive number of heavily armored undead berserkers, overwhelmingly powerful undead soldiers, precise and deadly undead archers, and the godlike Buck were slaughtering the orc soldiers and orc wolf riders that appeared before them. Everyone, please come this way. I found a treasure chest monster ahead, and I can't handle it alone. I'm selling this information to you first. The members of the Bloodflame group led several teams toward the orc camp with a cheerful smile, though their hearts were filled with unease. Why hasn't the boss contacted me yet? Could something have happened? But he didn't dare act rashly, because there was a master-level archer in the team, and he couldn't possibly outrun the latter's arrows. If the boss makes a move, I'll lead them straight to the orc camp. The reward will be enough for me to go back home and get married. A member of the Bloodflame group gritted his teeth and decided, leading the group toward the orc camp. Stop! A tall, slender man carrying a longbow suddenly signaled for everyone to halt, cautiously scouting ahead. A broken, stripped, headless corpse suddenly appeared before their eyes. Boss! The Bloodflame group members immediately recognized the headless corpse as their leader, Pei Chu. The boss is dead? Who did this? A bounty hunter? Despite their inner shock, the Bloodflame group members remained expressionless. Was this done by the criminal? Not sure, but there's a strong smell of blood ahead. Many people have died, and there's the scent of orcs. The master-level archer said coldly. Orcs? Could it be that the boss and the others clashed with orcs, and then got got ambushed and beheaded by bounty hunters? No, I absolutely cannot reveal that I'm a member of the Bloodflame group. Should we still move forward? The treasure chest monster is just ahead. A member of the Bloodflame group asked with an awkward smile. Go ahead, it's just a level 16 monster nest. What kind of strong opponents could there be? The master level archer took the lead and stepped forward. On the other side, Xiaou had already started wrapping things up, instructing Buck and the undead subordinates to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiaou leveled up to level 20. He just needed to find a safe spot to absorb the master level ascension orb and would immediately become a master level undead mage, with a threefold increase in attribute potential. Even when facing hero level opponents, Xiaou is confident in easily annihilating them. You have leveled up to 20. Please select a talent reward. Undead Scourge. The lives you kill will transform into ordinary level undead soldiers under your command, lasting for 1 hour. Undead Monarch talent upgrade. Undead Emperor. Your undead summoning limit increases by 200%, and you also gain a summoning limit of ordinary level undead equal to your level times 50. Fanatical Researcher. Additional effects of attack skills on corpses increased by 100%. Please make your choice. Host. Xiaou chose the Undead Emperor without hesitation. Chosen, Undead Emperor. Reward. Your undead summon limit is increased by 300%, and you also gain an excellent level undead summon limit of level times 100. The ordinary Necromancer's Undead Monarch talent can only increase the limit by 50%, but he directly doubled it to 100% through a god level choice. The Undead Emperor, who was supposed to have a 100% increase, already had a base of 100%, so after stacking, it became 200%. Level 10. After further enhancement by the god level choice system, it ultimately reached an astonishing 300%. Not to mention the excellent level undead summoning limit of level times 100, which means at level 20, there are 2000 excellent level undead. With the mythical Undead Legion, this is the true undead catastrophe. For the 2 skill selections at levels 18 to 20, allocate all points to undead summoning skills. Undead summoning skill level +1. Your undead summon strength potential +5. Skills. Undead summoning skill level +1. Your undead summoning can summon 10 undead, soldiers, archers, assassins, knights, at a time, possessing multiple powerful skills and talents, with a summoning limit of 720. At this moment, a group of people quietly appeared behind Xiaou. They saw the ground littered with shattered orc corpses and scattered white bones, while Xiaou remained unscathed, surrounded by a powerful undead aura, as if the Grim Reaper had descended, harvesting the lives of this land. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Xiaou turned to look at the dozen or so people and asked calmly, "Is there something you need?" Big brother, it's nothing." The master-level archer quickly waved his hand, his expression tinged with a hint of apprehension. A necromancer who single-handedly wiped out an entire orc camp, and even has a hidden class such an existence, was not someone he dared to provoke lightly. Even if the other party had taken the mimic chest, he could only grit his teeth and pretend it never happened. Besides, it wasn't even certain yet that Xiaou had really killed the mimic chest. Damn it, how could a necromancer of this level appear here? It must be because of the mimic chest, no doubt about it. The master-level archer's face was full of regret. He hadn't expected the mimic chest to be snatched by someone else, but he didn't dare provoke this mysterious necromancer because of it. You're, suddenly, a younger warrior pointed at Xiaou in shock. Weren't you the one who just awakened the day before yesterday? He recognized Xiaou because he had also attended the awakening ceremony at Lingan High School. Although the holy priest was the most eye-catching, the other two hidden classes had also left a deep impression. When he saw Xiaou earlier, he already felt he looked familiar, and upon seeing the undead, he instantly remembered him. Awakened just the day before yesterday? The master-level archer's pupils suddenly contracted, staring at Xiaou in disbelief. This is a level 16 monster nest. A professional awakened the day before yesterday would be considered strong if they reached level 5, yet this necromancer single-handedly wiped out the entire orc camp. The orc camp even has a level 20 boss, the orc commander. Awakened just the day before yesterday and already defeated the boss? Upgraded from novice to master level in 2 days? A hero in youth? No, this leveling speed is practically like a demonic star descending. You must be mistaken, right? How could a newbie who awakened the day before yesterday come here? Hurry up and apologize to the big shot. Are you here to watch the awakening ceremony too? Xiaou smiled faintly and responded calmly. After all, the time of his awakening couldn't be concealed, nor was there any need to hide it. Whoa, you really awakened just the day before yesterday? Impossible. Awakened the day before yesterday? A master today? Cheating? Can you cheat in Earth OL? How much does it cost per month? Xiaou's admission made everyone gasp. Although he hadn't officially become a master yet, to them, a master was already a top-tier existence. Are you here looking for treasure chest monsters? Xiaou asked. The crowd hesitated, and the master-level archer nodded and said, "Yes, I've already killed the treasure chest monster. Sorry to make you come all this way for nothing. Head back." Xiaou waved his hand, signaling as he prepared to leave. Watching Xiao's departing figure, the crowd was filled with emotion. 2 days to become a master. Do you know his name? Xiaou. Xiaou, the great master. I need to go back and properly teach my son to learn from you. Exactly. Every time I think about my son slacking off every day and not daring to leave the city to level up, I get so angry. The master-level archer watched Xiaou leave and thought to himself, becoming a master in 2 days if he doesn't fall, the day he becomes a legend, or even a true god-level powerhouse, is just around the corner. Xiaou returned all the way to the outpost, but the beast soldiers along the way could no longer provide much experience. Therefore, he decided not to stay in Dawn Forest any longer and planned to return to Lingan City to rest for a day before heading to a higher-level monster nest to continue leveling up. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, Xiaou returned to Lingan City, hopped on his bike, and headed straight for the World Consortium building. The more than 200 pieces of equipment he carried urgently needed to be sold to exchange for better gear. Just as he entered the building's entrance, the OL receptionist in a short skirt and black stockings immediately recognized Xiaou. Now Xiaou was already a celebrity within the consortium, receiving a gold card on his first day and being personally attended to by Sister Qing. The 2 young ladies of the Qing family had also met him in person. After work, they discussed him endlessly, speculating about the true identity of this handsome young man. Hello, Mr. Xia, may I ask what service you need? The receptionist greeted him with a full smile and respectful tone. I want to sell equipment, this time it's a large quantity. Please arrange a bigger private room for me. Alright, please follow me this way. Xiaou entered a more spacious and luxurious private room than before, with noticeably higher-end decorations. Should I call the appraiser over right away, or do you need any other special services? The receptionist asked expectantly. Clap clap clap. Special service? No need, just an appraiser will do. Xiaou raised his eyebrows slightly. Understood. The receptionist left, looking slightly disappointed. Before long, a familiar voice came from outside. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. The door opened, and a graceful, stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting aura walked in. Qing Yueshue. There's quite a lot of equipment today. Watching the appraisal alone might wear you out, Xiaou kindly reminded. One sister is worth 5 people. Don't worry. Qing Yueshue replied confidently. Seeing her like this, Xiaou didn't hold back and took out all the equipment at once. Qing Yueshue was instantly stunned. The room full of equipment made her exclaim, Sister regrets it now. Better call someone to help. Xiaou walked out of the World Consortium building feeling refreshed. Skills? None. A total of 221 pieces of equipment were sold for 72.1 million. He then spent 27 million to buy 2 pieces of equipment and another 20 million to buy equipment and skill books for Bai Xiao. Bone Robe, Legendary, Level 20, Intelligence plus 1008, Strength plus 300. Bone Body gains an additional 100% intelligence shield, automatically recovers if not attacked within 30 minutes, cooldown of 24 hours after being broken. Touch of the Flame Demon, Legendary, Level 20, Intelligence plus 980, Agility plus 320. Touch of the Flame Demon, when dealing fire damage, there is a 30% chance to summon the Flame Demon's arm to attack the enemy, dealing 350% intelligence-based magic damage. Originally intended to buy a Heroic Ascension Orb but received the news. Heroic Ascension Orbs are extremely rare and seldom circulate, usually controlled by major factions. They can only be obtained by joining and earning recognition, contributing sufficiently, or defeating hero-level bosses above level 30. The purchase price is astonishingly high, starting at least 1 billion and potentially even higher. Even master-level sublimation orbs are rarely sold, only occasionally available through global financial groups. Xiaou happened to catch the distribution at the time, which allowed him to acquire one. Ah, this is really troublesome. I can only go home first to advance to the master level, then slowly figure out a solution. That afternoon, Xiaou had already returned home. Bai Xiao had not yet come back, and Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang were also absent. Young master, welcome home. Are you hurt? The butler looked at Xiaou with a face full of concern. After all, Xiaou and Bai Xiao had grown up together since childhood, and the butler had long regarded them as his own, loving them like grandchildren. I'm fine, not hurt. Xiaou responded with a slight smile. By the way, I'll head to my room first. If there's any commotion later, please don't disturb me. He was worried that the deathly aura emanating during his ascension might affect this elderly non-professional. Understood, young master. The butler nodded respectfully. Returning to his room, Xiaou immediately took out the master-level sublimation orb and began absorbing it. A strong aura of death instantly spread, even enveloping the entire villa. The barking of dogs in nearby villas suddenly intensified, causing quite a commotion. The butler saw this and hurriedly drove away, looking at the gloomy villa with a gratified smile. Young master, you've grown up. Ascension complete. Your attribute potential has been greatly enhanced. Your magical pet Holy Ghost Maiden has ascended to master level, learning new skills Twin Angels, Radiant Rebirth, and Sacred Aura, and gaining the talent Luminous Wings. Xiaou. Race, human. Profession. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 20, 7204/10,000. Strength, 1809, potential, 72. Agility, 1815, potential, 72. Wisdom, 5648, potential, 153. Compared to the Lord God level, my potential is still weak, even with full equipment. Xiaou glanced at the attributes of the Saint Ghost beside him, feeling shocked once again. Amazing potential, and the skills are even more incredible. Holy Maiden Ghost, main God level, growth potential, race, undead, level, 20, strength, 13,320, potential, 666, agility, 13320, potential, 666, wisdom, 17820, potential, 891, talent, inspirer, goddess of war, radiant wings, generates radiant wings, movement speed plus 100%, restores 20% health every 5 seconds, greater healing, resurrection, dispel, thunder aura, retribution hammer, judgment sword, retribution aura. Twin angels, clone possesses 100% of own attributes and all talents and skills, lasts for 1 hour, cooldown 1 hour. Radiant rebirth, instantly restores 100% of original state upon death and revives, cooldown 24 hours. Boom! Holy aura, allied units within the aura clear abnormal statuses every 5 seconds and recover 20% health. Now, a pair of radiant wings has grown behind the Saintess Ghost, resembling an angel descending to the mortal realm, completely unlike an undead. I still have 10 skill points left. I'll allocate 2 points to the undead lord first, so I can summon one more undead lord. Alright, I'll add 7 points instead, directly upgrading to 2 undead lords. Each lord can summon 2,000 ordinary undead, and with the Saintess Ghost's blessing, their strength is no less than unboosted myth level undead. Heroic level undead lord level 10, can summon undead lords of the same level as you, summoning limit 3. Additional effect, undead lords come with ordinary level undead subordinates equal to their level times 100. Bang, bang, bang. Allocate the remaining 3 points to the undead summoning skill to increase the summoning limit. The more mythical level undead, the better. Summoning limit reaches 800. Next, Xiaou arrived at his underground garage. Here, apart from his small bicycle, there was no other vehicle. By Xiao and Uncle Bai had long since driven away, and there were no spare vehicles at home. The spacious area of several hundred square meters was more than enough for him to summon the undead lord. Summon, undead lord. As the incantation ended, his consciousness was suddenly pulled into a dark space. 3 dark shadows appeared before them, varying in size. Golden Sword Saint Cassia, hero, undead lord. Frost Bone Dragon Heartsu, hero, undead lord. Terror Bird, hero, undead lord. Bone Dragon. Xiao's eyes locked onto the massive dark figure in the center. Although its face was not clearly visible, he could sense its aura far surpassing the other two. Choose Frost Bone Dragon Heartsu. With the decision made, his consciousness suddenly returned to his body, faintly feeling a bout of dizziness. The magic circle before him was several times larger than the one used to summon Buck. A skeletal dragon covered in icy scales, terrifying and ferocious, emerged from the void, causing the temperature in the underground garage to plummet to single digits. Su greets the master. The skeletal dragon slowly lowered its head in respect. Frost Bone Dragon Heartsu, hero, undead lord. Race, undead. Level, 20. Strength, 10,080, potential, 504. Agility, 10080, potential, 504. Wisdom, 10080, potential, 504. Talent, Dragon's Might. All enemies within range with strength lower than Frostbone Dragon have their attributes reduced by 10%. If encountering units with strength equal to or higher than its own, Frostbone Dragon gains a 10% boost to all attributes. Frost Dragon Breath unleashes Frost Dragon Breath, dealing 300% all attribute frost damage and freezing enemies with intelligence lower than its own. Aura of Hatred. Allied attacks gain an additional 50% all attribute frost damage, and enemy action speed decreases by 5% per second, up to a maximum reduction of 30%. Frost Scales covers itself with frost scales, blocking 300% all attribute damage, automatically recovers if not attacked within 10 minutes, and enters a 1-hour cooldown after being broken. Balanced attribute distribution, with a potential of 504 across all 3 stats that seems like the limit, but is actually the upper limit set by the hero-level undead lord's skill design. Xiaou looked at the terrifying undead creature and sighed inwardly. Let's return it to the undead space to rest for now. With a wave of his hand, Su was withdrawn. Although he wanted to ride the Frostbone Dragon and fly around Lingan City, it would be too conspicuous, and the law prohibited it, so Xiaou could only reluctantly give up. Undead Lord, summon. Since the summoning has begun, let's summon multiple at once. However, this time it's a random summoning, unable to choose one out of 3. The magic circle flashed again, revealing a tall, thin undead mage dressed in a tattered robe and holding a withered wooden staff. Xiaou glanced at its attributes and couldn't help but exclaim, Forbidden Spell Mage? What is this thing? Forbidden Spellcaster Edward. Race, undead. Level, 20. Strength, 9400, potential, 470. Agility, 9400, potential 470, wisdom 10080, potential 504, level 10. Talent, insane will. Edward can only use forbidden spells. Forbidden spell consumption is reduced by 50%, but each use consumes 30% of his mental power based on his health. Death's Finger, forbidden spell, shoots a ray imbued with the law of death at the enemy, dealing 9999% of wisdom as death damage, with a 50% chance to instantly kill the enemy. For every level below the enemy, the chance decreases by 2%. Plague Catastrophe, forbidden spell, unleashes a plague zone governed by the laws of death, dealing 500% intelligence death damage per second to enemies within it, spreading among enemy units, with infinite duration. Seriously, 9999% intelligence death damage? Plus a 50% chance to instantly kill the enemy. Who can withstand that? Xiaou stared at Edward's skill, feeling a wave of dizziness. It was simply outrageous. This is definitely my trump card. As long as I hold on to it, even if a legendary powerhouse attacks, there's still a sliver of hope. Of course, encountering a legendary powerhouse still requires caution, as their attributes start at 80,000. The anomalies inside the villa gradually dissipated. Xiaou walked out of the room, and the butler approached him. Young master, would you like something to eat? Please prepare some snacks. By the way, is there any news about Xiaobai? Young master, Miss went leveling up with 3 friends today. She should be back soon, the butler said with a smile, and then went to fetch some desserts. Sure enough, before the butler returned, Bai Xiaoxiao arrived home. Seeing Xiaou slumped on the sofa, she smiled smugly. Why are you back so early? Got injured? A trace of worry flashed in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Came back early. Having killed over 30 people and quite a few monsters today, Xiaou was indeed somewhat exhausted. Why is it that every time I go out, I run into people courting death? Really? I leveled up today. Guess how many levels I gained? 5 levels? Xiaou replied casually, thinking it was quite normal. Bah, it's not that fast. Even those disciples from major families are only this quick, were considered slow. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed. Disciples from major families are equipped with fully upgraded Tier 1 divine gear as soon as they set out, and upon leveling up twice, they receive fully upgraded Tier 2 divine gear. They even prepare core skill books for their professions, allowing them to stay ahead of other professionals. They also deliberately suppress the disciples' ascension speed, forcing them to challenge bosses to enhance their attribute potential before ascending. I've leveled up 4 times, pretty fast, right? 2.5 levels a day. Hee hee. Bai Xiaoxiao was just feeling proud when her eyes caught sight of the freak in front of her level 10 on the first day, and now she had no idea what level he was at. What level are you now? About level 15. Xiaou gave a nice sounding number to avoid discouraging her. Level 5. Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. After level 10, the monsters encountered have talents and skills, and are smarter, making the leveling speed significantly slower. Yet Xiaou managed to level up 5 levels in half a day. By the way, here, these are for you. Xiaou handed Bai Xiaoxiao the equipment and skill books he had spent millions on. These aren't cheap. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at the equipment in the 2 skill books, Advanced Great Healing and Basic Group Dispel, both core skills that only official holy priests could learn. Due to the rarity of holy priests, the price of skill books had dropped significantly, to about 5 million each. Where did you get so much money? A kind-hearted person gave it to me. Xiaou answered with a smile. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at him. Be careful. You too, be cautious if you encounter professionals. The next day, the butler handed Xiaou a note. Young master, this is from the young lady for you. Alright. Xiaou unfolded the note. Don't be smug, I'll catch up with you soon, and then you'll be begging to join my squad. Catch up with me? If you really do, I'll beg to join you too. By the way, which monster nest did Xiaobai and the others go to today? Young master, according to Miss, they went to Liangzi town. Is it actually the town area? Xiaou frowned. The limited visibility in town nests meant monsters could hide between buildings to launch sneak attacks, making leveling up quite difficult and not the first choice. The young lady's team has a mage skilled in detection spells, so it should be fine. Although the butler was somewhat worried, he still reassured the young master. Let's hope so. Fortunately, Ryoko town is a 3 to 5 level monster nest. With a fully equipped holy priest team, there generally won't be too much trouble. If they can't win, they can still escape. By the way, I should go dig up the treasure map too. Xiaou returned to his room and took out the treasure map. Treasure map, normal, level 20. Effect, upon use, enter the treasure space to seek ancient relics. As Xiaou used the treasure map, a black vortex engulfed him. The next moment, he stood on a dark red land, with a map appearing before his eyes. The map is marked with 2 red dots, representing treasure locations. Digging at either spot will automatically transport you out. Please choose host. Choose the eastern treasure location. Reward, wisdom potential plus 10, strength potential plus 5. Choose the southern treasure location. Reward, legendary armor times 1. 15 potential points and legendary armor. Is there even a choice? Xiaou didn't hesitate. Go east. Although legendary armor is tempting, the potential boost is more crucial. The extra 3 300 attribute points at level 20 will become even more significant as the level increases. Summon Saintess Ghost, Undead Soldier, Undead Archer, Buck, Su. In an instant, Xiaou was surrounded by undead, but these were not the subordinates summoned by the Undead Lord. Not only treasure hunting, but leveling up as well. Although the treasure space only allowed fighting level 20 monsters, with experience halved, the abundance of monsters was enough for Xiaou to level up. Looking at the twisted shadows in the distance, Xiaou waved his hand grandly. Let's go. The Undead Legion marched grandly toward the east, and the twisted figure in the distance gradually became clearer. It was a mysterious creature with an unnaturally elongated body, resembling a shadow but extending 4 limbs. Skills: Twisted Entity, Elite, Race, Level, 20, Strength, 2340, Agility, 2248, Intelligence, 1987, Talent, Ominous Object, non-same race units nearby lose 1% health per second, increase by 1% every 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 10%. Skills: Curse of Pain, Curse of Slowness, reduces enemy movement speed by 50%, lasts for 60 seconds. What a strange monster. This ability means you absolutely can't engage it in prolonged combat. Otherwise, losing 10% of health per second, no one can endure that, Xiaou said solemnly. He immediately ordered the undead archers to open fire. A rain of arrows swept through, and the twisted creature was instantly torn apart. Kill Twisted Creature, Elite, Level 20, Experience plus 500. Kill Twisted Creature, Elite, Level 20, Experience plus 500. You have obtained an excellent grade Shadow Necklace. Ha! Equipment dropped so quickly? And it's a rare necklace. The drop rate for elite monsters is only about 1%. Shadow Necklace, excellent. Level, 20. Intelligence plus 468. Strength plus 87. Stealth, conceals one's form, significantly reduces presence, continuously consumes mental energy. Not bad. High dual attributes, and it even comes with a stealth skill, Xiaou thought to himself with delight. Necromancers normally can't learn stealth skills, and even if there are stealth skill books, they can't use them, only equipment can enable it. Wearing the necklace, Xiaou activated the stealth skill and instantly felt his figure become blurred, with a faint fluctuation in mental energy. The consumption is minimal, even faster than my recovery. As long as I want to keep it active, I can maintain it indefinitely, greatly increasing safety. He continued forward in stealth mode, slaying all the twisted creatures along the way. Kill Twisted Creature, Elite, Level 20, Experience plus 500. You have leveled up to level 21. Please select your level up reward. Undead Lord skill level plus 1. Heroic Corrosion Orb level 1. Heroic Summon Rotten Corpse level 1. Summons a level 20 Rotten Corpse with Heavy Strike, Corrosive Claws, Talent, Decayed Limbs, Death Explosion, Summoning Limit 40. Please select the host's choice. Choose Undead Lord. Reward: Undead Lord Strength Potential plus 50. Choose Corrosion Orb. Reward: reduces enemies' magic resistance by an additional 20% upon hit. Choose Summon Rotting Corpse. Reward: Rotting Corpse movement speed plus 50%. Rotting Corpse is good, but I still prioritize enhancing potential. Choose Undead Lord. Potential enhancement is always the top priority. Almost there. Xiaou looked at the map. The treasure space of an ordinary treasure map wasn't large, and the dilapidated temple gradually came into view, with the treasure close at hand. Right inside the temple. Treasures usually have guardians. I'll send you to investigate first. Xiaou commanded a dozen undead soldiers to proceed ahead. The soldiers entered the temple. A gust of wind rushed toward them, mixed with wind blades slicing through their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. After the fierce wind subsided, the undead soldiers, though covered in wounds, still stood firm. The guardian was evidently not very powerful. Charge! Xiaou ordered more undead to rush in. The dozen soldiers at the front advanced deeper, quickly sending back reports of intense combat. Inside the temple, wind blades and tornadoes continued to strike relentlessly. Wind element boss? Not very large in size. What kind of monster could it be? Xiaou wondered, but was unwilling to approach. Inside the temple, an old man with a green beard, wearing a cyan mage robe and a face twisted with madness, was being besieged by undead soldiers. He wielded a staff, casting violent wind magic to strike his enemies continuously. If one looked closely, they would see that he had already gone mad, laughing hysterically at times, yet his magic never ceased. As the undead soldiers sacrificed themselves, the defensive line gradually closed in. A sharp sword struck down, slicing through the green-bearded old man's body. Poof! The elder's body was torn into pieces by the wind blades. Damage has been inflicted on the guardian. Well done. Standing outside the temple, Xiaou couldn't see inside and could only rely on the vague information relayed by the soldiers to make judgments. The mage, forced into a desperate situation, exhausted his magic power and swung his staff in resistance, but was soon torn apart by the undead. Defeated Mad Mage Mori. Boss, level 20, experience plus 4000. You have obtained the master level staff Elegy of the Wind Element. Humanoid boss? Xiaou raised an eyebrow. No wonder it could kill so many undead at level 20. It turned out to be a humanoid boss. Humanoid bosses are usually formed from high-level individuals who have mutated mutated, losing their sanity but retaining exceptional combat skills. Their abilities are astonishingly powerful, far surpassing ordinary monster bosses. The undead soldier reported that there were no enemy units left inside the temple. Xiaou entered the temple, where wind blade marks and scattered white bones were everywhere. In the center lay a broken, bleeding corpse. It was none other than the mad mage Mori. That face, even in death, twisted with ferocious madness, indicated that he had completely lost control in life and had utterly turned into a monster boss. Where could the treasure be? Xiaou followed the red dot to the hall, which was completely empty. He had the ghostly saint fly up high to investigate, but still found no trace of the treasure. Then it must be underground. Dig for it. As Xiaou gave the order, the undead laborers immediately began digging with their shields, using their immense strength to move away large boulders. Watching these hard-working undead soldiers, Xiaou couldn't help but sigh. Back in the day, I heard online that after becoming a necromancer, sending undead soldiers to assembly lines to work 007 could make you rich. Turns out it was true. Found something? Xiaou immediately ordered all the undead soldiers to stop and jumped into the hole himself. He saw a skeleton half buried in the soil come into view. Is this the treasure? He felt a bit puzzled, but upon seeing the 3 books clutched in the skeleton's arms, he immediately understood. The books are the treasure. Could they be 2 skill books? Although it's a bit regrettable, the skill books are worth at most a few million, far from being comparable to the priceless artifact. But after all, this is just an ordinary level treasure map. Getting something worth a few million is already pretty good. Xiaou took the 3 books from the skeletal hand, which then turned to dust and merged into the soil. Its mission was to deliver these 3 books to the successor. When Xiaou opened 2 of the books, a joyful smile spread across his face. Whoa! Legendary skill book Spatial Blink and Spatial Teleportation. 2 spatial skills. Space Blink skill book. Legendary. Level 0. Effect. Learn the Space Blink skill. Legendary Space Blink Level 1 allows a single space blink up to 100 meters. Space Teleportation skill book. Legendary. Level 0. Effect. Learn the Space Teleportation skill. Legendary level Space Teleportation Level 1 allows setting a space anchor point. Using the skill again instantly teleports back to the anchor point. Cooldown 24 hours. Spatial skills. These 2 skills almost make me invincible, and they are as priceless as divine artifacts in the world. Xiaou excitedly flipped through the skill book in his hand and immediately used it. You have learned Spatial Blink. Legendary. You have learned Spatial Teleportation. Legendary. Selection complete. Reward granted. Your intelligence potential plus 10. Strength potential plus 5. Double happiness. I've already learned Spatial Teleportation from this last special item book. It's somewhat redundant, so I'll give it to Xiao Bai. Book of Space. Special item. Legendary. Level 0. Effect. Space Teleportation allows setting a spatial anchor point, enabling instant teleportation back to the anchor point upon reuse, with a 24-hour cooldown. She'll definitely be surprised when she sees this. Xiaou, satisfied, was teleported out of the treasure space. After exiting the space, he took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was just a little before 1 p.m. Still early, time to level up. Originally thought the treasure space could level up a few times, but there weren't many monsters, so it only leveled up once. Killing monsters of the same level gives too little experience. It's still more satisfying to fight higher level ones. After greeting, Xiaou got on his bike and headed to the teleportation center. As soon as he entered the teleportation center, the atmosphere felt unusual to him. The receptionist was busily contacting someone. Is everything okay on your side? The teleportation array is damaged, and the city lord and deputy city lord have already led a team to the monster riot zone. Please hold the outpost. Respond if you receive this. ZZZZZ. The Silent Spirit Dead Zone is under attack by a large number of monsters. Requesting support. Liangzi Town is under attack by monsters from the Silent Spirit Dead Zone. There are casualties among the professionals. Requesting support. Almost simultaneously, emergency support requests came from 7 or 8 monster nest outposts, with nests ranging from level 3 to level 23, all under large-scale monster attacks. Liangzi Town? Casualties among professionals? Xiaou's pupils contracted. This morning, the butler said Xiao Bai went to Liangzi Town to level up, but now it turns out there was a monster riot, even an attack by a level 10 Silent Spirit Death Domain. Most of the professionals there are level 3 to 4. Encountering a level 10 Silent Spirit Death Domain is almost certain death. I want to teleport to Liangzi Town immediately. Xiaou excitedly grabbed the front desk receptionist. The teleportation array in Liangzi Town has been destroyed and cannot be used, the receptionist said helplessly. Then which monster lair closest to Liangzi Town can be teleported to? It's the level 21 Serene Lake, about 200 kilometers from Liangzi Town. On the way, you'll have to pass through the level 11 Black Sand Domain, level 14 Rocky Ridge, level 17 Giant Rock Hills, and level 27 Decayed Hell. Are you sure? The receptionist's tone was solemn, clearly reminding Xiaou of the dangers along the way. No problem, teleporting immediately. With a bout of dizziness, Xiaou appeared on the hill, overlooking overlooking the beautiful lake. Without distraction, he headed straight for the outpost. Many people also planned to traverse multiple monster nests to reach the riot zone, most of them middle-aged, worried about their children's safety. Xiaou summoned the Frostbone Dragon and mounted it. Roar! The dragon's roar intimidated the surroundings, and the magic pets just summoned by those master-level professionals were so frightened that they lay on the ground, not daring to move. Whoa, Frostbone Dragon? The undead lord of the necromancer is actually a magic pet? So fierce. My level 22 master magic pet doesn't even dare to move. My level 26 magic pet is afraid of it, and you think your level 22 pet would dare to move? Xiao Bai, you must wait for me. The Frostbone Dragon's agility exceeded 10,000, and with the assistance of the Holy Maiden Ghost, its agility soared to over 17,000, moving as swiftly as a hurricane, even faster than airplanes in the previous life. 10 minutes, I'll be there. The monsters in the Black Sand Domain, Rocky Ridge, and Giant Rock Hills had no long-range interference abilities, but when the ground decayed, Xiaou encountered a massive blackbird covered in rot. Saintus, deal with it. Thunder Halo, Punishment Halo, Twin Angels, Punishment Heavy Hammer. The Saintus ghost went all out, with two ghosts wielding giant hammers over 10 meters long, smashing the Hell Screeching Bird heavily and turning it into a meat patty. Kill Hell Screeching Bird, normal, level 27, experience plus 8,000. Saintus, if humans block, kill humans, if Buddha blocks, kill Buddha, if gods block, kill gods. A dragon's roar echoed, and the crowd running below looked up only after the massive black shadow had passed overhead, but they could only see a small black dot. Then, the hellish scream of the giant bird fell. Hiss, was it killed in an instant? When did Lingan City get a hero-level necromancer? What a magnificent dragon, and an even more handsome dragon knight. You only see the dragon's backside of others, they're all hero-level, maybe even an old necromancer. It's not just those in a hurry to seek help, there are also some professional teams or guild members who have taken on official rescue missions from Lingan City. Please make a choice, host. Support Liangzi Town. Reward, Corpse Explosion skill level +1. Support Silent Spirit Dead Zone. Reward, Spirit Fireball rank upgraded to hero level. Choose Liangzi Town. Xiaou did not hesitate at all. Supporting the level 23 monster nest offered the best rewards, but Xiaou still chose Liangzi Town. Oh my god, there are monsters everywhere outside. How did this happen? When will the portal be fixed? I want to go home. Sob. Listening to the complaints and cries of the rookie adventurers, the garrison officer at the Ryoko Town outpost frowned deeply. A large-scale monster nest riot happening simultaneously, and the teleportation array being destroyed at the same time. Damn it. No need to think, it's obvious that this must be the work of those monster protection organizations. Bang bang bang. One ferocious beast after another frantically struck the protective magic barrier of the outpost. Not only that, on the other side, level 10 monsters from the Silent Death Domain, the corrupt poison zombies, were striking even more fiercely. Tiny cracks had already appeared on the protective shield. Originally, this was just a level 3 monster nest outpost, with the strongest being only a level 21 master warrior. Self-preservation was more than sufficient, but protecting hundreds of low-level professionals was simply unrealistic. Has the support not arrived yet? Muan anxiously asked the teammate beside him. Captain, the city lord and the others went to support the level 23 monster nest first. We need to wait for the team of professionals who accepted the mission to provide support here. Damn it, the professionals coming from the nearest monster nest will take at least an hour. The magic array can only hold for another 10 minutes. By then, these tens of thousands of level 3, 4, and 5 monsters will rush into the outpost, along with the thousands of toxic zombies behind them. Our team won't be able to protect these rookie professionals, and there will be massive casualties. Muan only felt his hands grow cold. If there were massive casualties among the rookie professionals, not only would he fail to earn Dragon Country points, but he'd be lucky not to have points deducted. Let all low-level professionals head to the outpost to face those level 3, 4, and 5 monsters head-on, while professionals above level 10 will hold off the approaching corrupted zombies at the rear. Every second counts. Yes, Captain. Muan coldly stared at the thousands of corrupted zombies behind him. If we can't hold them off, I'll have no choice but to abandon this place. As a master-level warrior, although he couldn't lead everyone to break through thousands of enemies, he was confident he could escape with his 3 level 19 teammates. Attention all professionals, the protective shield can only hold for 5 minutes at most. If you want to survive, block the level 3, 4, and 5 monsters at the front. Professionals above level 10, join our squad to resist the corrupted zombies approaching from the rear. Hold for half an hour, and reinforcements will arrive. Instantly, the low-level professionals panicked. Most of them had only awakened in the past few days, and it was already difficult for them to kill 1 or 2 monsters. Now, they were being asked to face thousands of monsters of the same level, or even 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves. Wasn't that sending them to their deaths? Moreover, there weren't many level 10 professionals here. In the end, only 10 professionals above level 10 signed up to resist the corrupted poison zombies. Most of them had come to this this outpost intending to sell low-level equipment to newly awakened professionals. Xiao, what should we do now? A tall, graceful woman with a pale face asked nervously. Bai Xiao also frowned deeply but remained calm. There's no other way now. Sisters, be extra careful later and don't let the monsters drag you away. If anyone gets hurt, I'll heal everyone. We just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. It's fine, it's all part of leveling up. Leveling up amidst thousands of monsters, this is really life-threatening, the petite and adorable lowly archer said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, I'll block all the monsters. You can focus on attacking. Standing at the forefront was a muscular woman wielding a large shield and warhammer, her bulging muscles rivaling those of any man. Everyone, keep it up. We have to survive. Although Bai Xiao still had morale on her side, most of the lower-level professionals were dazed and completely clueless about what to do. Muan saw this and could only sigh helplessly. Just starting to adapt to combat and encountering this kind of situation, there's no helping it. What he feared most was a mishap at the front, leading to the monster horde attacking them from both sides. Prepare for retreat. Muan whispered to his teammates beside him. The three teammates trembled slightly and slowly nodded. Understood. A massive crack visible to the naked eye appeared, followed by the entire protective shield shattering into countless star-like fragments. The protective shield is broken. Roar, roar, roar. The monster group in Liangzi town immediately charged at the low-level professionals. Brothers who can attack from a distance, go for it. No one knew who shouted, but it made everyone snap out of it. Subsequently, a large number of arrows, fireballs, and wind blades shot toward the monster horde, slowing their advance slightly amidst a series of explosions. However, as the monster horde continued their assault, they were soon about to engage in close combat with the lower-level professionals. Kill. Muan drew his greatsword and led the charge directly. Whirlwind slash. Like a tornado, he charged into the group of corrupted poison zombies, relying on his master-level powerful attributes to crush these level 10 corrupted poison zombies. With Muan taking the lead, the other advanced players also began using their skills to harvest the toxic zombies. Although their numbers were far fewer than the lower-level professionals, their battle situation was far better than that of the lower-level professionals. On the lower-level professionals' side, Muscle Sis looked at the monsters charging in from all directions, her expression changing. Damn it, why are all these people running away? She quickly retreated as well. Several frontline warriors who failed to retreat in time were directly pounced on by the monsters, torn apart, and devoured. Sister Hu, let's retreat faster. Bai Xiao also knew it was impossible to trust these professionals. Now the key was to outrun them. Bai Xiao and her group quickened their pace, continuing to retreat deeper into the outpost. Meanwhile, people were constantly being pounced on by monsters, then torn apart and devoured. The faces of many low-level professionals turned pale. In just this short moment, at least 100 people had died. At the same time, they realized they couldn't retreat any further. If they did, they would have to face the corrupt poison zombies, which were level 10 monsters. Muan also noticed the low-level professionals retreating continuously. He signaled to his three teammates, prepare to retreat. He was ready to abandon everyone here. Xiao, what should we do? Hu Weiyang already had more than a dozen wounds on her body, blood dripping profusely, while Bai Xiao nearby was also panting, her mental strength waning. Bai Xiao took out a precious mental potion and bit into it. Sister Hu, hold on, as long as reinforcements arrive. Bai Xiao suddenly saw the outpost defenders fleeing the battlefield, while the toxic zombies were rapidly advancing toward them. Ran away? What? The advanced professional ran away. Everyone run quickly. Ah, help. I don't want to die. It's chaos, complete chaos. As Muan fled, those high-level professionals who could still resist the toxic zombies also chose to preserve themselves and leave the battlefield. The low-level professionals completely collapsed, as they couldn't possibly outrun the level 10 toxic zombies. At this moment, even Bai Xiao was overwhelmed with despair. What should she do? Was she going to die here? Ugh. I don't want to die. Dad, Mom, the sisters in Bai Xiao's team also began to sob. Run, let's run toward Liangzi town. Bai Xiao said through gritted teeth. As long as we can break through the monster horde ahead and reach Liangzi town, maybe we can wait for reinforcements to arrive. Break through the monster horde? How difficult could that be? With tens of thousands of monsters, breaking through the horde was nothing but wishful thinking. But as Bai Xiao spoke, everyone at least had a backbone to rely on. The four were planning to advance toward Liangzi town from the side of the monster horde. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed overhead. Bai Xiao looked up and saw a frostbone dragon hovering above them. Su, Buck, summon your undead subordinates to clear the battlefield. Saintus, fully activate the holy aura to heal all the humans present. Roar! A familiar voice rang out, followed by an endless stream of undead emerging from the void. Each one possessed the power to instantly kill the monsters present, quickly pushing the battle line back and annihilating all the monsters. A sacred light curtain rose, clearing all abnormal statuses from everyone present every 5 seconds, including the poisoning effect caused by the corrupt zombie, and restoring 20% of their health. As long as they survived for 5 seconds, their injuries could gradually gradually recover. Support has arrived, support has arrived. Everyone cheered, they had survived. This was undoubtedly a hero-level necromancer. In the face of such a beast tide, necromancers were the most adept at handling the situation. Xiao Bai, are you okay? Xiaou jumped down from the frostbone dragon and looked at Bai Xiao, who only appeared pale. He revealed a slight smile. She was fine. Brother, why are you here? Bai Xiao was also very surprised. It turned out her half-brother had come to support the outpost. I heard about the monster riot at the teleportation center, and when I found out it was in Liangzi town, I rushed over. It was really close. Xiaou also realized that if he had arrived just a few minutes later, everyone here would have died, and even Bai Xiao might not have been spared. Poof! Bai Xiao suddenly threw herself into Xiaoyu's arms, sobbing as she said, I almost couldn't see you, couldn't see mom and dad again. It's alright now, everything's alright. Xiaoyu? Someone in Bai Xiao's team recognized Xiaoyu. She was also a student from the same school, awakened on the same day as Xiaoyu, and knew he was a necromancer. But looking at the thousands of undead scattered across the ground, she couldn't bring herself to imagine that it was this necromancer who awakened on the same day as her who summoned them. Yet the truth was right in front of her, leaving no room for disbelief. I am Xiaoyu, what's the matter? Xiaoyu replied, did you summon all of these? Hu Weiyang pointed to the surrounding heavily armored undead berserkers and draconic undead warriors, densely packed as if outnumbering the monsters, and incredibly powerful. Even the level 10 plague zombies were taken down in one hit each. Sort of. Hiss, the group gasped. Even Bai Xiao looked at Xiaoyu in shock. Could the gap between herself and him really be this vast? May I ask which necromancer has come to assist? I am Muan, the garrison officer of the Liangzi town outpost. Muan had just run a short distance, but when he turned his head, he saw undead creatures slaughtering monsters all over the mountains. Didn't this make him immediately rush back? However, everyone had just seen Muan abandon them and flee, glaring at him one by one, even though they were low-level professionals who hadn't run away mainly because they couldn't outrun the monsters. He, as the garrison officer of the outpost, actually took the lead in escaping. Xiaoyu glanced at him indifferently. When he arrived, he happened to see the other party fleeing for his life. At first, he didn't think much of who the person was, but now he realized that this was the garrison officer of the Liangzi town outpost, and he felt utter disdain for him. He didn't even bother to respond to the man's words. Brother, is he calling you? Bai Xiao whispered. Ignore him. He's just a garrison officer who abandoned the outpost. When we return, we'll report him. If I go up and talk to him now, it'll only give him a chance to evade responsibility. Xiaoyu turned his head and directly led Bai Xiao and the others a bit further outside, unnoticed by anyone. The others, hearing Xiaoyu's words, also silently remained quiet. Muan grew anxious. If he couldn't find supporters, these low-level professionals would report him when they returned. Forget earning points, he might even face point deductions and punishment. Brother, are you there? If you're there, reply to me. Necromancer Dad, are you there? Damn it. Muan was in despair. Why isn't this necromancer responding at all? If you want to complete the task and earn dragon country points, you still need to confirm with me. But looking at the countless undead, Muan didn't dare to say much. The aura emanating from these undead seemed as though each one could instantly kill him. How could he dare provoke such a necromancer? Forget it, let the points be deducted. It's better than provoking such a necromancer and being humiliated by them. Muan began organizing personnel to restore order at the outpost, while gathering the relatively intact corpses to be sent back to the city later, allowing their families to claim them. And because of the holy aura of the Saintess Ghost, there were no seriously injured individuals. However, for those missing limbs, they would need to seek out a master-level priest skilled in limb regeneration to recover. Meanwhile, the 5 who had arrived outside the city found themselves among a group of undead, whereby Xiao's team of 4 was busy slaying the monsters deliberately let through by Xiaoyu. Due to the experience rules, if Xiaoyu, a professional 5 levels higher than Bai Xiao, inflicted damage on the monsters Bai Xiao's team killed, then Bai Xiao's team would receive 0 experience points. Thus, the monsters let through were all intact. But with Xiaoyu watching over them, Bai Xiao's team could fight freely, significantly increasing their kill efficiency. Dozens of monsters were kept among the undead army, constantly tearing at Xiaoyu's undead, but with the holy aura healing them, they couldn't kill Xiaoyu's undead at all. Is this what it means to be carried by a pro? The long-legged beauty kept firing fireballs while her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaoyu standing to the side. Carried my foot. He can't help us at all. We killed all these ourselves. Bai Xiao was displeased. Stop staring at that guy all the time. Your fireball almost hit sister who just now. Alright, bring the level 23 monsters over here. This necromancer is at most master level, but his undead summoning skill has undergone mutated evolution. Yes, Captain. Yay, leveled up, level 6. When Xiaoyu cleared out all the monsters, everyone in Bai Xiao's team also reached level 6. The teleportation array isn't fixed yet, otherwise we could have UGE take us to the next monster nest. Leveling up without having to worry about life-threatening dangers made everyone feel almost addicted. Seeing her sister's monsters unexpectedly siding with Xiaou. By Xiao was displeased. Relying on others to level up has no future. If we encounter danger later, can you guarantee this guy will always be by our side? That's true, but leveling up a few times first isn't a bad idea either. Exactly, I think Xiao just wants to hog everything for herself. +1. You all. By Xiao, her cheeks flushed red, pointed at her sisters, unsure whether she was angry or embarrassed. Actually, Xiaobai is right. I need to level up myself too. I can't always stay by your side. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't tie himself to these girls to take care of them. Now Xiaoyu understood clearly that leveling up alone and killing monsters above his level yielded incredibly rich experience. When teaming up, he first had to take care of his teammates, and then consider whether their strength matched his own, whether the team was holding him back, and whether they were taking away his experience. With all these considerations, unless it was to help Xiaobai, Xiaoyu was not very willing to bring others alone. Xiaobai, take this. From now on, place the anchor point at home, and if you encounter danger, you can teleport back home directly. Xiaoyu handed the Book of Space to Bai Xiao, a special item that allows spatial teleportation at level 0. Bai Xiao was shocked. If such an item were on the market, it would be snatched up even at a price of billions. I don't want it. You often go on adventures, so you should keep it. Bai Xiao pushed the Book of Space away. Xiaoyu's rapid leveling up can only be explained by one method: defeating monsters above his level, or even challenging bosses beyond his level. If he had a Book of Space, it would be much safer. I don't need it. My skills also include spatial teleportation. Although it's impossible for professionals to see each other's attributes, using skills generates unique fluctuations. Xiaoyu slightly guided the energy, without releasing the spatial teleportation skill, allowing Bai Xiao to realize that Xiaoyu indeed possessed the spatial teleportation ability. Bai Xiao widened her eyes, staring at Xiaoyu for a long time without being able to speak. Finally, she snatched the Book of Space and, in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, said, "Thank you. You all must be tired, so I'll just teleport you back directly." Spatial teleportation is a small-scale transfer, and as long as Xiaoyu is willing, he can teleport quite a few people simultaneously. Brother Yu is truly terrifying. He even knows a skill like spatial teleportation. I heard that a legendary mage from America offered 2 billion to acquire the spatial teleportation skill. Bai Xiao's sisters looked at Xiaoyu and sighed repeatedly. This man is truly outrageous. Does he have a girlfriend? Just as Xiaoyu was about to teleport away, he suddenly received a message from Su. Her undead subordinates were dying, having encountered a powerful enemy. At the same time, Xiaoyu received a system kill notification. Killed Berserk Orc Warrior, normal, level 23, experience plus 2800. Level 23 monsters, how could they end up here? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow but quickly revealed a hint of a smile. I thought I wouldn't level up much today, but now monsters are delivering themselves to me, and there are quite a few of them. Stay here and don't move around. I'll be back soon. Xiaoyu instructed Su to come over and pick him up, while looking at the hundreds of Berserk Orc warriors below, among them a Berserk Orc general. This should be enough to level up several times. Meanwhile, inside the outpost, Muan also received information about the appearance of Berserk Orc warriors. What? Didn't the city lord go to suppress the Orc fortress? How could there still be orcs leaking into our area? This is a level 3 monster nest. Muan stood up in shock, but glanced at the undead outside. Fortunately, this undead mage hasn't left yet. He should be able to hold off the Berserk Orc warrior. Captain, the Berserk Orc warrior over there is led by a boss, a level 30 hero-grade Berserk Orc general. Muan's face turned pale. Even in a level 23 monster nest like the Orc fortress, hero-grade monster bosses shouldn't appear unless some kind of mutation has occurred. Even the monster lair is upgrading. The strongest in Lingan City is only at the hero level, and through observation, Muan also discovered that these undead are just slightly stronger than ordinary master level, but still not at the level of hero level undead. To defeat a hero boss, even that undead mage would find it impossible. While the undead mage's undead are holding off the monster boss, immediately organize people to lead low-level professionals to Liangzi town for refuge. Currently, the monsters there have all swarmed out, so there shouldn't be many monsters inside for now. Hurry up and go. Yes, Captain. Summon undead soldiers, undead archers. Previously, it had always been the subordinate undead of the undead lord, ordinary level undead fighting. Even with the enhancement from the Saintess Ghost, it was still far from enough to face a hero level boss. With the addition of mythic level undead soldiers and undead archers, the Berserk Orc warriors were instantly crushed and forced to retreat. Defeated Berserk Orc warrior, normal, level 23, experience plus 2800. You obtain normal level equipment Berserk Orc Club. Kill Frenzied Orc warrior, normal, level 23, experience plus 2800. Your level has increased to 22. Choose your level up reward. Spatial blink skill level plus 1. After a spatial blink, a spatial anchor point will be left at the original location, allowing you to blink back at any time within 5 seconds. Choose spatial blink. Without a doubt, this would make Xiaoyu more agile, enabling him to perform that "I'm out, now I'm back" maneuver. maneuver. Please make your choice, host. Roar. A flaming battle axe slashed towards Xiao's undead soldiers. With a loud explosion, more than a dozen undead soldiers were simultaneously blasted away, while the one struck directly turned to ashes. Oh, boss. Xiao smiled. Frenzied Orc General, Hero Boss. Level 30. Strength 20,130. Agility 17,867. Wisdom 16,892. Race, Orc. Pureblood Orc, a war race created by the god of war, plus 50 strength per level. Health regeneration speed plus 100%. Frenzy, increases strength by 1% per level when attacking or being attacked, up to a maximum of 10%. Skills, Heavy Strike, Whirlwind Slash, Leap Attack, Double Strike. War Cry, unleashes a roar, increasing the strength of all nearby allied units by 10% while making them fearless in the face of death. Talent, Infernal Strike, channels infernal flames onto the weapon to attack enemies, dealing 300% strength as fire damage and causing an additional 150% strength as explosive damage. 20,000 strength, 18,000 agility. Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. This rampaging orc general turned out to be a level 30 hero boss, and in terms of attributes, it was already slightly higher than the Saint Ghost, whose attributes were the highest among his own. The crowd, who had just started cheering, instantly fell silent again. A hero-level boss. It actually appeared in a level 3 monster nest. This was a terrifying monster boss that even their city lord might not be able to defeat. Everyone retreat in an orderly manner. Leave this to the necromancer to hold off. We are retreating to Liangzi town. Muan also joined the team maintaining order. The battle against a hero-level boss was completely beyond what a mere master-level warrior like him could handle. What should we do? They're going to abandon UGE. The long-legged beauty panicked. Damn it, this defense officer is truly useless, running away again. The little girl with the bow said through gritted teeth. Bai Xiao looked calm, but her hands were tightly clenched. It's fine, that guy has spatial teleportation, he won't die, and he's definitely not the type to do something dangerous. Then should we follow the majority and retreat to Liangzi town? Hu Weiying asked. No, running around with them might actually lead to danger. If that guy can't beat the boss, he should come over immediately to teleport us away. Besides, haven't you noticed that the undead around us are protecting us? They're not all being sent to fight, which means he still has confidence. Bai Xiao analyzed. Everyone nodded. Undoubtedly, under Xiao's protection, the sense of security was far greater than running around with the main group. Roar! With a series of furious growls, the Berserk Orc General launched a frenzied attack on Xiao's mythic-level undead soldiers. However, the undead soldiers also possessed a strength exceeding 15,000, and with their new talent Soldier Battalion, they were able to block the Berserk Orc General's path with ease, even if they couldn't match its power. Meanwhile, they effortlessly eliminated its subordinates. Soldier Battalion. For every undead soldier nearby, defense increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Only when the Berserk Orc General used Infernal Strike would the undead soldiers suffer casualties. Otherwise, with the support of the Sacred Aura, it was extremely difficult for the Berserk Orc General to kill even a single undead soldier. And the wounds on the body of the Berserk Orc General continued to increase, while the Berserk Orc soldiers around him were being slaughtered by Xiao's undead. I see. Killed Berserk Orc Warrior, normal, level 23, experience plus 2,400. Your level has increased to level 23. Choose your level up reward. Bone Spear upgraded to excellent grade. Excellent level Poison Fog technique level 1. Excellent level Summon Rotten Corpse level 1. Choose Bone Spear. Reward, fires an additional Bone Spear when using Bone Spear. Choose Poison Fog technique. Reward, Poison Fog technique skill level plus 1. Choose to summon a Rotting Corpse. Reward, Summoning Rotting Corpse upgraded to master level. What a lousy set of 3 choices. Xiao sighed helplessly. I choose the Rotting Corpse. This was already the best choice. Bone Spear and Poison Mist were among the 2 worst skills for a necromancer. And as Xiao reached level 23, the attributes of the undead soldiers were further enhanced, making the Berserk Orc General even less of a match. Please make your choice, host. At this moment, the people at the outpost had just gathered and were preparing to retreat. Come quickly, the necromancer has the upper hand. Someone shouted. Everyone's gaze turned toward the battlefield, where hundreds of undead soldiers and undead archers were relentlessly attacking the Berserk Orc General. The Berserk Orc General often had to fight a single undead soldier for a long time before managing to kill it, and his body was already riddled with arrows. What was even more striking was that the Frost Bone Dragon, which had been hovering in mid-air, hadn't even joined the battle, apart from the occasional red glow flashing across the Berserk Orc General's body, indicating that the Frost Bone Dragon's master, the necromancer, was using curses to weaken the Berserk Orc General's strength. Everything else was left to the undead soldiers themselves. We can win. The necromancer can win. Are the necromancer's undead soldiers really that terrifying? I really want to switch to being a necromancer. I also want to switch to being a necromancer. Riding a dragon is so cool. Necromancer, I want to marry you, I want to give you little undead babies. Muin watched the gradually unfolding battle, stunned in place, as the worldview he had built over his decade-long career was shattered. A master surpassing levels to kill hero-level monsters, even hero-level bosses. Impossible, how could there be such a monstrous necromancer? Muin muttered to himself softly. Captain, are we still retreating? Muin's teammate whispered. No more retreating, hold the outpost. Muin sighed, as if he had aged several years in an instant. As another wave of arrows was released, the Berserk Orc general was already covered in arrows, the hundreds of pounds of arrows embedded in its body seemingly slowing its movements. This wave of arrow rain fell, and a large number of arrows directly pierced through the already wounded body of the Berserk Orc general. Ah! The Berserk Orc general let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. You have slain the Berserk Orc general, hero boss, level 30. Experience plus 100,000. Your level has increased to 24. 25. You have obtained heroic general's boots. 2 levels up. Perfect. Xiaou nodded in satisfaction. Made a choice at the same time. Corpse explosion skill level plus 1. Chose corpse explosion. Reward, corpse explosion upgraded to heroic tier. Strength potential of undead summoned by necromancy plus 5. Choose undead summoning. Reward, undead summon agility potential plus 10. General's battle boots, hero, level 30. Strength plus 2,430. Agility plus 1,342. Earth Stomp, unleashes an Earth Stomp, dealing 280% of strength as physical damage to all surrounding enemy units, while also affecting their stability. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Strength shoes, huh? I don't really need them, I'll trade them for wisdom later. As an undead mage, Xiaou naturally doesn't need to stack such high strength and prioritizes wisdom instead. However, for Xiaou, reaching level 25 is already a significant achievement, and multiple choices have greatly enhanced his strength. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Xia Yufei flew back to Bai Xiaoxiao's team, which was surrounded by undead. It seems we can't return so soon. Who knows when the monsters will attack this outpost again? Since we're already here, let's help keep watch for a while and wait to see if any new high-level monsters show up for some leveling practice. Then let some more monsters in for us to level up. Even if the experience is a bit less, that's fine. No, there are no more monsters left. They've all been wiped out. What? However, no more monsters appeared afterward, leaving Xiaou quite disappointed. Can't there be more? As the teleportation array was repaired, a large number of professionals immediately teleported away. No one wanted to stay in this deadly place. Xiaou also teleported back home with Bai Xiaoxiao and the others. After sending off Bai Xiaoxiao's sisters, Xiaou greeted Bai Xiaoxiao and then set off for the World Consortium building. Although he doesn't have much equipment on him right now, he plans to sell everything and then check out the world building to see if there's any equipment or items he needs. The receptionist in a short skirt and black stockings at the entrance already recognized Xiaou as a major client. Mr. Xia, are you here to sell equipment again? Xiaou nodded. The receptionist in the short skirt and black stockings continued. Mr. Xia, Sister Qing is out on business today. Would it be alright to call another appraiser? She remembered that Mr. Xia always called Qing Jia, but now that Qing Jia was not around, she looked at Xiaou nervously, afraid that he would turn around and leave, causing her commission to evaporate. Doesn't matter, Xiaou followed the receptionist into the private room, which was about the same size as the previous one. A middle-aged appraiser entered, smiling respectfully and greeting Xiaou. Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Zhao Ritian, you can just call me Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao? Xiaou looked at the middle-aged man who was 2 cycles older than him, feeling it was awkward to say that. After all, he was now a vibrant 18-year-old youth. Just go ahead and appraise the equipment. Xiaou took out the equipment he had just crafted one by one. Zhao Ritian quickly began appraising the items. Zhao Ritian's work efficiency was noticeably slower than Cheng Mengshu's, but fortunately, Xiaou was not in a hurry and patiently watched him identify and appraise the equipment. Zhao Ritian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Xia, there are a total of 17 pieces of equipment, including 10 ordinary items, 6 excellent ones, and 1 level 30 hero-grade general's boots. Due to its high strength attribute and an attached area damage plus control skill with a short cooldown, its value is 24 million. The others, despite their high levels, are of relatively low grade, so their total value is 1.7 million. Altogether, the total price is 25.7 million. Does that work for you? No problem. Xiaou nodded. The offer from the World Financial Group was still quite reasonable. With 25.7 million in hand plus the remaining amount from before, Xiaou now had over 60 million in total. Xiaou asked, are there any skills suitable for me now? Previously, Xiaou had asked, but they didn't have any skills suitable for him at the time, though they mentioned new stock would arrive the next day. Yes, as soon as they heard that a necromancer like you appeared in Lingan City, they immediately sent over 2 necromancer skill books. I'll go get them for you right away. Upon hearing Xiaou's agreement, Zhao Ritian quickly took the equipment and went out. Before long, he returned, holding 2 boxes in his hands. Mr. Xia, please take a look. Xiaou took the box boxes and opened them. Sure enough, inside were 2 skill books, Master Level Ghost Legion and Hero Level Ghost Guard. I already have the Ghost Legion, but I didn't expect the World Consortium to transfer the Hero Level Ghost Guard, which can only be obtained at the Hero level. Xiaou pushed the Ghost Legion back and said, "I'll take this Ghost Guard. How much is it?" Upon hearing that Xiaou actually wanted the Ghost Guard, Zhao Ri's eyes lit up directly. "Mr. Xia, the original price of the Hero Level Ghost Guard is 100 million, but the higher-ups have said that since you need it, they'll give you a 30% discount. 70 million. And since you're a distinguished gold card user of our World Consortium, with an additional discount, it will only cost 67,800,000. We'll waive the small change, so 67 million. What do you think, Mr. Xia?" 67 million. Xiao's pupil slightly contracted. This price just happened to reach the limit of his acceptable range. I have to say, skill books are expensive, and high-grade skill books are even more exorbitant. "Alright, I'll take it." Xiaou gritted his teeth and directly pulled out his gold card. "Thank you for your patronage. Hero Level Ghost Guard Level 1 summons a level 25 Ghost Guard. The Ghost Guard can wear equipment, gain equipment attribute bonuses, and use equipment skills. Equipment bonuses for the Ghost Guard are increased by 120%, and it acquires skills and talents based on the weapon. If the Ghost Guard dies, all equipment is destroyed. Summon limit 1 cannot be changed." Big spender, Xiaou sighed, but Ghost Guards are the best companions for necromancers. Encountering high-grade Ghost Guards, Xiaou would never let them go. If he did, who knows when he'd come across them again. Equipping the Ghost Guard with a set of strength-enhancing gear paired with melee weapons makes them far superior to warriors of the same level. A fully equipped hero-level Ghost Guard can even surpass a mythic-level Undead Lord. Zhao Ri returned holding a black card. "Mr. Xia, since you've already spent 1 billion in our World Consortium, your gold card has been automatically upgraded to a black diamond card. From now on, you'll enjoy a 5% discount on any purchases made with the World Consortium." Taking the black diamond card, Xiaou tossed it directly into his backpack and turned to leave the World Consortium building. With only a few thousand yuan left on him, there was nothing he could afford to buy here. "I must find a way to make money. Isn't there some clueless guy who could bump into me?" Xiaou sighed deeply as he rode his small bike. Looking back now, that Blood Whatever group was practically a bunch of good people, so many of them teaming up to deliver equipment to him. I really hope some more guys from the Blood group show up. Their heads are quite valuable too. Study. Back home, Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang were away on business again, leaving the entire villa with only Xiaou, Bai Xiao, and the housekeeper. Bai Xiao sat in the hall watching TV. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she glanced over and, seeing it was Xiaou, said nothing and lay back down. "What are you watching?" Xiaou sat down and noticed Bai Xiao was watching the news. Today in Liangzi town, the Beastman Fortress, a monster riot occurred, resulting in the destruction of several outposts and the deaths of thousands. Additionally, our side has discovered traces of the anti-human organization Monster Protection Association. If you identify members of this organization, please report them immediately to the Professional Management Bureau. Furthermore, a mysterious hero has appeared in Liangzi town, a necromancer who does good deeds without leaving a name. In times of crisis, he single-handedly held off thousands of monsters, even slaying the level 30 hero boss, the Berserk Orc General, and thwarting the Monster Protection Association's conspiracy. If anyone knows this hero, please contact us. The entire population of Lingan City thanks him. Meanwhile, the footage showed Xiao's undead slaying the Berserk Orc General. When Xiaou was on the Frostbone Dragon, no one managed to capture it. "Want to go claim a banner?" Bai Xiao pointed at the TV. "Forget it, too much trouble." Xiaou shook his head and refused. "Tell your sisters not to rat me out." "Humph, they're not the type to gossip. By the way, the school is holding a dual recruitment fair tomorrow, with quite a few big guilds coming. Are you going? Dual recruitment fair? I'll go take a look. It's a good chance to take a day off." Back in the room, Xiaou sat on the bed thinking, joining a guild is definitely necessary, but with my current strength and potential, I wonder if there will be a suitable guild for me tomorrow. Joining a guild can provide guild bonuses, such as increasing basic attributes, and even enhancing drop rates and luck attributes. Additionally, there is a guild warehouse where items can be exchanged using guild contribution points. In fact, truly valuable items are rarely circulated in the market. They are often consumed within the guild or traded between guilds. However, given the level of a city like Lingan City, quite a few guilds might come tomorrow because of the title of Holy Priest. I can consider my options then. Fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, Xiaou rode his small bicycle while Bai Xiao drove her car to school. They still instinctively went to school separately. Upon arriving at school, Xiaou noticed that quite a few classmates had undergone some changes. He even heard that during yesterday's monster rampage, several classmates from their class had unfortunately died in the monsters' mouths. Xiaou also packed up his equipment and entered the school in casual clothes. The playground was filled with many large tents, each representing a guild. 3 Fireball Guild recruiting members. "We have specialized in fireball magic magic for 30 years. The guild maintains harmonious relationships and only accepts mages who can use fireball magic. Golden Tiger Guild recruiting members. A second-tier guild led by a level 34 hero warrior. We have multiple professional trainers for newcomers, dedicated to guiding you into the world of professionals and revealing the hidden rules of the profession that others won't tell you. The new guild, Gale Guild, is recruiting members. We have professional experience in defeating bosses, specializing in taking down bosses that others dare not challenge. Profits are distributed among combat team members based on performance. After reading through everything, Xiaou found that the highest level was only second-tier guilds, and the strongest individuals were merely hero level. He sighed quietly. Small cities are just like this. Have you heard? A fifth-tier guild from the imperial capital came to invite Bai Xiaoxiao for a meeting. Fifth-tier guild? Isn't that a guild with mythical level powerhouses? No wonder she's a holy priest. Even a fifth-tier guild personally came to invite her to join, while we can only choose first or second-tier guilds. Sigh. Alright, it's already good enough that a guild wants you. Joining a guild can increase your attributes by several percentage points. That's true, huh? Fifth-tier guild? Mythical level powerhouse. Xiaou showed some interest. Maybe the guild has hero-level ascension orbs. Currently, Xiaou is asking the World Consortium to help find hero-level ascension orbs, but Xiaou knows that even if they find them, can he afford them? No, he can't. Or it would take a very long time to accumulate enough money to afford them. Hello, are you Xiaou? Just as Xiaou was pondering, a gentle voice sounded behind him. Xiaou turned his head to look and saw a smiling woman. Is there something you need? Here's the thing, I'm the vice president of the Tier 2 Tianmei Guild. We're currently in need of a necromancer, so I heard you recently changed your profession to necromancer. I wanted to ask if you'd consider joining us. We offer great benefits, including providing you with a formal grade ascension orb. Later, if you need a master grade ascension orb, we can offer it at an internal price. Additionally, we provide equipment and have masters to help you level up. Tier 2. Xiaou didn't even raise his eyebrows and replied with a smile. Sorry, I'm still considering which guild to join. If I have any needs later, I'll contact you. Our guild has already reached a 4% bonus in the intelligence attribute. It's perfect for you. The woman seemed unwilling to give up. I'll take a look first. Xiaou walked away, and the woman sighed helplessly. Behind her came a man with triangular eyes. If it weren't for him switching to a hidden profession, we wouldn't even consider someone like him a rookie. Sigh, let's keep looking and see if we can find a beast tamer or an elementalist, professions that can summon. Otherwise, that boss will be hard to get past. Xiaou continued to wander around the playground. Occasionally, guilds approached him with invitations, but the highest was only a second-tier guild, and Xiaou politely declined them one by one. His phone rang. Xiaou took it out and saw a message from Bai Xiaoxiao. Come to the old spot. The old spot, huh? Xiaou hadn't expected to go there even after graduation. He walked over slowly. Isn't Xiao Bai supposed to be in talks with the fifth-tier guild? Why did she suddenly ask me to go to the old spot? Xiaou was a bit puzzled. He arrived at the small forest behind the teaching building and found Bai Xiaoxiao's figure under the big tree at the old spot. Looking at her trembling shoulders, Xiaou frowned. What happened? They want me to marry the son of their guild leader before they'll let me join their guild. And if I don't join, they've threatened other forces in Nanling City, forbidding them from accepting me, or else they'll be considered enemies. Hearing this, a surge of anger rose in Xiaou's heart. Just a mere fifth-tier guild, and they dare act so shamelessly? Xiao Bai, don't worry. With your holy priest profession, there will definitely be guilds that want you, and if others don't want you, then we'll just create our own guild. Yes, we'll build one ourselves. Xiaou's eyes lit up. A guild requires a master-level qualification to apply, and now that he himself is at the master level, why not create one himself? Why join someone else's guild? Why work for someone else's guild when you can be your own boss and create your own guild? That's right, we can create our own guild, but the minimum requirement to establish a guild is master level. You, ding! Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes also sparkled. After this incident, she no longer dared or wanted to join someone else's guild. With her, once in a century, breathtaking beauty, wherever she went, she would attract attention. It would be better to create her own guild. Bai Xiaoxiao, have you made up your mind? As long as you join our Tianfeng guild and marry me, the dowry will be an excellent level resurrection spell worth 300 million. You won't have to worry about the sublimation orb, and you'll receive a full set of equipment for every level, with a dedicated person to help you level up. Moreover, I am a hidden class elemental swordsman. A proud young man stepped forward. When he saw Xiaou standing next to Bai Xiaoxiao, he immediately frowned. Who are you, kid? Ever since he first laid eyes on Bai Xiaoxiao, he had considered her his exclusive possession. Yet here in this small forest, his exclusive possession was actually talking to another man. How could this not infuriate Wei Fenghua? Abandon childhood friend Bai Xiaoxiao and flee in disgrace. Reward, agility potential plus 20, spatial blink skill level plus 1. Confronted the only son of a mythical powerhouse, Wei Fenghua. Reward, talent, soul burn. You will be able to designate summoned undead to enter the soul burn state. Increase increasing all attributes by 50%, losing 5% health per second, lasting up to 60 seconds. After 60 seconds, the summoned undead will be forcibly killed. Who am I? Xiaou chuckled softly. 16 years of living together with by Xiao as childhood sweethearts, and you're the beast who forced her, huh? Truly, seeing is believing. What a shock to witness a real wolf in sheep's clothing. Since you've chased me all the way here, I'll tell you this, Xiao's choice is me. As for you, you can leave. Are you looking for death? As the only son of a mythical powerhouse, Wei Fenghua had been pampered since childhood. After transitioning to a hidden profession, he felt that everyone in the world was beneath him. When had he ever been scolded so directly? A dazzling longsword appeared in his hand, while Xiaou continued to smile faintly at him. Young master, you can't make a move inside the city. Otherwise, even the master won't be able to protect you. The bodyguard beside Wei Fenghua quickly pulled him back. The regulations of the Dragon Nation stipulated that all professionals were forbidden from fighting within city limits, except when combating monsters. If a person was targeted for attack, the penalty was death. Even though Wei Fenghua's father is a mythical powerhouse, he cannot defy the laws of the Dragon Nation, as the Dragon Nation possesses a mythical team led by a demigod. Please make your choice, host. I thought you had the guts to make a move, but you're still waiting for your bodyguard to pull you back, Xiaou said with a faint smile, causing Wei Fenghua's eyes to almost blaze with fury. This classmate, don't be so shameless, one of Wei Fenghua's bodyguards said in a deep voice. Interesting, I don't recall you ever giving me any face. Forcing my woman to marry this beast, and just now trying to attack me. What? You don't think sparing my life counts as giving me face, do you? Xiaou spoke, his voice turning cold and sharp, his eyes slightly lowered, yet revealing a hint of killing intent within them. If it weren't for being in the city, not a single one of you hero-level professionals would make it back. Xiaou wasn't boasting. Now at level 25, his Saintess Ghost's intelligence attribute had already reached over 20,000, with strength and agility both at 16,000. Meanwhile, the main attribute of an ordinary hero-level professional was only around 20,000. Coupled with the Inspirer talent and the numerous aura skills of the Saintess Ghost, the combat power of his undead lord was in no way inferior to that of hero-level professionals. The other side only had a few hero-level bodyguards. If they were outside the city, Xiaou could truly take them all down, unless they had spatial teleportation skills or items in their possession. Even against legendary-level powerhouses, Xiaou had his ultimate trump card, the Forbidden Spell Mage. As long as one of them showed up, he could unleash his 9,999% forbidden spell on them, leaving them either dead or crippled. If two came, he could still use spatial teleportation to escape. Unless a mythical powerhouse personally takes action, Xiaou is really not afraid of this tier 5 guild. And for a mythical powerhouse to personally take action, unless Xiaou personally killed their son, there would be no reason to target a mere rookie who has only been awakened for a few days. It would be too humiliating. Facing 4 hero-level professionals at the same time, Xiaou still opened his mouth to threaten them. Even those 4 hero-level professionals were stunned. Their combat instincts told them that this guy in front of them wasn't joking. At least he himself believed it. He truly could kill them all. Impossible. The same answer simultaneously arose in the hearts of the 4 hero-level professionals. They also recognized the person before them, Xiaou, one of Lingan City's hidden professions, who had recently transitioned to an undead mage just a few days ago. It was absolutely impossible for him to pose a threat to them. The opponent might not even have reached the formal level yet, so how could he possibly be a threat? There is an enormous gap between each tier, a full threefold difference in attribute potential. Unless you have a complete set of true god-level equipment, it is absolutely impossible to surpass tiers. Moreover, the gap between apprentice and hero levels is a staggering 27 times in attribute potential and several dozen levels. With just a flick of their fingers, they could easily kill an apprentice. Yet now, they actually felt threatened by the opponent, who could even potentially kill them. Or rather, what trump card does the other party have? This is the most realistic question. The person who had just spoken slightly darkened their gaze. Xiaou, it was our fault before. We apologize to you. Apologize? Do you even feel a shred of remorse? Look at your young master over there. He can't wait to kill me. Xiaou pointed at Wei Fenghua, who was being held back, and looked at him indifferently, his eyes revealing a clear killing intent. Let's hope we don't meet outside. Otherwise, I hope your father can keep protecting you, young master. Shabai, let's go and create our own guild. Who cares about joining theirs? Xiaou directly pulled the still-dazed by Xiao away. As he brushed past the other party, Xiaou looked at the 4 of them and said, "You 4, I've remembered your faces. I'll come for each of you one by one in the future. Don't get caught alone, and tell your guild leader to keep a close eye on you. Young master, I hope that when we meet again, you can still be as arrogant as you are today, because my pain curse inflicts 4 times the pain." Xiaou smiled faintly and waved at Wei Fenghua. Wei Fenghua and his group were stunned at this moment. They didn't even understand why Xiaou dared to be so brazen, calling out their names one by one to threaten them, openly displaying his murderous intent. On what grounds? Isn't this supposed to be something our side does? How is this kid so skilled at it. As Xiaou walked away, Wei Fenghua finally snapped out of it, his face twisted in rage as he roared hoarsely, "Kill him, I must kill him." Selection complete, reward granted. You have obtained the talent Soul Burn. Thank you, young master. Xiaou secretly revealed a sly smile. This way, he had freeloaded a powerful talent. How dare you? They're a tier 5 guild. Bai Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Xiaou, who was pulling her along. How is this possible? Just a 5th tier guild, nothing to worry about, Xiaou said with a confident smile. Mythical level. Once I reach the legendary stage, I'll be fully capable of countering the mythical level. Besides, it's unlikely for mythical beings to personally deal with me. And as for my current self, if I can't win, can't I at least escape? Spatial flicker and spatial teleportation are divine level skills that ensure an invincible position. A single teleport back to the city. Would a mythical powerhouse dare to make a move inside the city? It's not like no mythical strongman has fallen because of this. For the sake of a woman his son liked, he ended up dead? Why not just create a new account? Mythical strongmen aren't short of women. Xiao Bai, when you go out to level up in the future, you must pay attention to the cooldown time of the spacebook. If anything happens, teleport back immediately. Xiaou reminded Bai Xiaoxiao to make good use of the spacebook he gave her. After all, mythical strongmen won't make a move, but that beast surely won't let the two of them go. If he comes after me, it will be the day of his demise, but if he targets Xiao Bai. A cold glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. This trouble must be resolved quickly. The two arrived at the guild building. Standing at the entrance, Bai Xiaoxiao grabbed Xiaou, but establishing a guild requires at least one master-level professional. I'm a master-level professional. Xiaou gave her a thumbs up. What? It's only been a few days, and you're already a master? Wait, you even killed a level 30 hero boss, so being a master isn't surprising. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Xiaou in shock, suddenly remembering that Xiaou had indeed killed a level 30 hero boss, and let out a heavy sigh. Walking into the guild building, a receptionist came to greet them. Are you two here to handle membership procedures? May I ask which guild you're joining? No, I'm here to create a guild. Create a guild? The receptionist was taken aback. These two were obviously very young. Could it be that their parents behind them wanted to create a guild? Hello, creating a guild requires the person themselves to. It's me who wants to create a guild, Xiaou said helplessly once again. Ah, okay, this way please. The receptionist hesitated a bit but still led Xiaou and the other person to the front desk. Creating a guild. The front desk took out a form and handed it to Xiaou, which basically required filling in a name, ID card, guild name, and other information. After Xiaou finished filling it out, the front desk scanned his body to confirm his identity, then looked up. You're level 25? Through the device, the other party saw Xiaou's true level, and Xiaou nodded. The receptionist looked him up and down several times, still a bit incredulous. You've only awakened for a few days. Yes, is it not possible to proceed? Xiaou was somewhat impatient. Yes. The data was quickly recorded, and the receptionist led Xiaou and his companion to the upper floors of the guild building. Inside was a floating diamond-shaped crystal suspended in midair. Touching the crystal will allow you to establish a guild in the system. Alright, Xiaou stepped forward and touched the crystal. Please enter the guild name. Xiaou raised an eyebrow. They hadn't discussed the guild name, but now he couldn't let go. Wangsheng Hall. Wangsheng Hall Guild. Establishment completed. A panel appeared in front of Xiaou. Wangsheng Hall Guild. Level 1. Guild experience, 0. Guild bonus, not selected. Guild members. Guild leader, Xiaou, undead mage, master level 25. Guild warehouse. Ah, this name, Xiaou's mouth twitched slightly, seems pretty eerie. Can it be changed? Guild name cannot be changed. Alright then, Xiaou let go and walked back. Bai Xiaoxiao asked nervously, is it done? Xiaou nodded and directly extended an invitation to her. Xiaou invites you to join the Wangsheng Hall Guild. Do you accept? Wangsheng Hall, a guild? Bai Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at Xiaou. What are you thinking? I was thinking of sending that guy to the afterlife, so I decided on this name, Xiaou replied with a faint smile. Agreed. White Xiaoxiao has joined your guild. Tip, it is recommended to choose attribute bonuses to help retain members in your guild. By the way, I haven't chosen the attribute bonuses yet. Currently, Xiaou's guild can only select 3 types of attribute bonuses, strength plus 1%, agility plus 1%, wisdom plus 1%, which can be replaced at any time. Choose the intelligence bonus. Both he and Bai Xiaoxiao opted for the intelligence bonus. Reminder, please ensure the guild reaches more than 4 members within 24 hours, or the guild will be automatically disbanded and cannot be recreated within 30 days. Ha, there's even such a requirement, Xiaou sighed, originally planning to only recruit Bai Xiaoxiao into the guild. No problem, I'll have my sisters join, Bai Xiaoxiao said with a smile, and she also realized that by joining the guild, she could monitor Xiaoyu's level changes at any time. Is it okay? They can join a better guild, Xiaoyu frowned. Level 6 in 3 days actually. Joining a second-tier guild wouldn't be a problem, but joining his newly created guild, will be better. Not only will we surpass that guy's guild, but we'll also become the #1 guild in Long Country no, in the entire world. Bai Xiaoxiao clenched her fist and said with high spirits, alright then, good luck. By the way, the vice president position is yours. The guild only had 2 members, 1 president and 1 vice president. President, Xiaoyu, undead mage, master level 25. Vice president, Bai Xiaoxiao, holy priest, apprentice level 6. Walking out of the guild building, Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks. Xiao Bai, although I don't care about their hero level professionals, there is always a mythical level powerhouse behind them. Even though it's almost impossible for them to act against us, just in case, I need to improve my strength. I understand, go ahead. With the Book of Space, I'll be fine, Bai Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, though there was a hint of melancholy. Xiaoyu would be very busy from now on to ensure he could protect her. Then I'll trouble you to take good care of our guild. Of course, the equipment I obtain will also be placed in the guild warehouse. Feel free to take whatever you need. Xiaoyu waved to Bai Xiaoxiao and then ran towards the teleportation center. At the same time, Wei Fenghua received the message. I don't believe you can stay hidden in the city forever. Who's going? I'll go. A hero-level warrior stepped forward. Previously, he had been harshly rebuked by Xiaoyu, leaving him speechless. Now, thinking back, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Can one person do it? Someone asked uneasily. Just a level 25 master necromancer. I'm a level 34 hero warrior, and I possess hero-level whirlwind slash and master-level charge skills. I don't believe he can escape from the palm of my hand. The rest of you follow me. Once that Bai Xiaoxiao wretch steps out, capture her alive immediately. A woman who doesn't know her place. Wei Fenghua's face was full of malice. Just thinking about how he had been rendered speechless by Xiaoyu earlier made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Yes, young master. Teleport to the 27th level corrupted hell. This is already the highest level monster nest that the Lingan City Teleportation Center can send to. Xiaoyu's target is the level 30 hero level boss Death Screamer and the level 30 fixed challenge Space Hell's Journey. Alright, this is where I'll teleport you out. As a beam of light flashed, Xiaoyu disappeared from the teleportation center, followed closely by the warriors sent by Wei Fenghua. The second time here, Xiaoyu looked at the surrounding buildings still under repair, all damaged during the previous monster riot. Fortunately, the city lord arrived quickly enough to minimize the harm. No time to enjoy the scenery, upgrade, kill the boss. Hopefully this time I can get a heroic ascension orb. Now, he was already at level 25, not far from level 30. Without a heroic ascension orb, his level would remain stuck at master level 30. Xiaoyu walked out of the outpost and directly charged into the swamp-filled rotting hell. Following the strategy guide, he headed straight toward the death screecher, while summoning undead soldiers and undead archers to guard him. The ghostly saint was, of course, indispensable. Gee! A sharp cry rang out as a hell-screeching bird swooped towards Xiaoyu, but before it could get halfway, it was turned into a sieve by the undead archer's arrows. Defeated hell-screeching bird, normal, level 27, experience plus 5,600. You obtained a normal grade screeching dagger. This was all seen by the warrior behind. Such speed and damage. Are his undead soldiers legendary grade? Could they even be mythic grade? Even that legendary undead mage didn't have mythic grade undead summons. No wonder he has the audacity to be arrogant, but it ends here. Subsequently, Xiaoyu ventured deeper and encountered the hell-screeching bird 7 more times, bringing his experience points to 48,800/60,000. 3 more and I can level up. Xiaoyu smiled, as leveling up always brought joy. But this is already the territory of the Death Wailer. Why haven't I spotted it? And that guy behind me. Xiaoyu's gaze darkened. In fact, as soon as he entered the decayed hell, he summoned the Holy Maiden Ghost and discovered the tailing Wei Feng was lackey. However, Xiaoyu didn't immediately lash out to kill the opponent. Instead, he led him deeper into the decayed hell, planning to find a secluded spot to make his move. Otherwise, if someone else saw it, it would be hard to explain to the Professional Management Bureau. This is also a common practice among professionals in the wild. After all, once you leave the city, there's no one to supervise, and the malice in people's hearts keeps accumulating. The warrior who had been following closely behind increasingly felt that Xiaoyu's undead soldiers were powerful, leaving him unable to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I absolutely can't let him continue to develop otherwise. The warrior shivered, remembering Xiaoyu's words about remembering their appearances and causing trouble for them one by one in the future. He pulled out his hero-grade greatsword, which he had spent a fortune on, an entire 24 million. Being able to die under this sword could be considered a kind of luck. The warrior quietly approached Xiaoyu, constantly checking whether he had been noticed by the other party, and observed that Xiaoyu had never summoned the Ghostly Legion. It seems he hasn't mastered the Ghostly Legion. Truly fortunate, the warrior thought, fearing that the Ghostly Legion might detect him. If Xiaoyu used the undead to hold him off, moth and then fled with his main body, there was a chance he could actually escape from his grasp. But now, he was determined to deliver a fatal blow to Xiaou. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing scream erupted from the sky, so intense that an ordinary person might have their brain shattered and die instantly. Xiaou looked up. Finally here. Death Screecher, Hero Boss. Race, Hellbird. Level, 30. Strength, 18,630. Agility, 19,078. Intelligence, 16,872. Talent, Frightening Scream. When the Death Screamer attacks or is attacked, it emits a terrifying scream, dealing damage equal to 20% of strength and reducing the enemy's overall attributes by 2%, up to a maximum of 10%. Screech, emits a piercing screech, dealing 280% strength damage to all enemies in the vicinity and has a 30% chance to stun enemies for 1 second. Predation, dives down from the sky, using its claws to grab the enemy, dealing 300% strength physical damage while holding the enemy. Sound of Hell, continuously emits eerie sounds that affect the enemy's mind, with a 20% chance to cause 1 second of confusion and a 20% chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. Hiss, what a terrifying hero boss. Although it's only level 30, it's still a boss after all. The warrior following behind Xiaou's footsteps narrowed his eyes and silently retreated dozens of meters. As long as attacked or attacking, it will harm and reduce the enemy's attributes. A terrifying talent, along with 3 control skills, stun, grab, and a sustained chance to cause confusion or stun effects. This is reality. Even a 1-second stun can allow the enemy to directly chop off your head, and monsters can stomp you into a pulp. It is precisely because of this that Xiaou came to trouble this boss, as almost no one is willing to kill the Death Screamer, not even the Lord of Lingan City. Su, facing the Death Screamer charging straight at him, Xiaou directly summoned the Frost Bone Dragon. As the Frost Bone Dragon appeared, the air temperature instantly dropped by several degrees. Additionally, due to the Death Screamer's higher power, it triggered the Frost Bone Dragon's innate ability, Dragon Might, increasing all attributes by 10%. Now, the Frost Bone Dragon's strength, agility, and intelligence are at 13,860. It then received the Saint Ghost's innate ability, Inspirer, boosting its attributes to a terrifying 22,185. The Frost Bone Dragon charged directly at the Death Screamer, using its immense strength to send the Death Screamer flying. It then raised its head and roared, Frost Dragon Breath. Like a blizzard, the Dragon Breath swept toward the Death Screamer, who had been knocked away and hadn't yet adjusted its posture. Boom! The Frost Dragon Breath hit directly, and the Death Screamer instantly turned into a massive block of ice. Bang! Heavily slammed onto the ground. The Frost Bone Dragon pursued without hesitation, charging toward the Death Screecher who had yet to break free. With a tail swipe, it struck the ice, shattering it into pieces, some of which still carried fragments of the Death Screecher's body. After several struggles, the Death Screecher finally got up, but by then, the Frost Bone Dragon had already launched its next wave of attack, colliding with the Death Screecher like an aerial missile. Ah, skills! The Death Screamer seemed to open its mouth as wide as possible, unleashing a sound so tangible that it directly blew the Frost Bone Dragon away. At the same time, a large number of undead soldiers and undead archers were killed by the shock. Xiaou had already activated the Bone Shield skill in advance to block the opponent's damage, only to hear the piercing scream. Ugh! A warrior not far away suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, why is the attack range of this boss skill so huge? He had thought he had retreated far enough, so he hadn't used any defensive measures. But at the same time, he also saw an opportunity, as Xiaou's undead soldiers were suffering heavy casualties, and Xiaou's attention was undoubtedly focused on the boss. This was absolutely the best time to launch an attack on Xiaou. Perfect timing for a case of the snipe and the clam fighting, and the fisherman reaping the benefits. Hehe, the rewards and experience for killing a hero-level boss were guaranteed, and by then, he would have made a fortune. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon let out a roar and charged forward again, while on the other side, the Death Screecher emitted a strange sound. Xiaou frowned immediately, as the sound seemed to directly affect his soul. The Frostbone Dragon, which was closest, suddenly stopped in place and entered a stunned state. Ah! The Death Screecher knew it was an opportunity and immediately charged forward, its claws directly gripping the Frostbone Dragon's skull, as if trying to tear it off. Bang! The claws gripped the Frostbone Dragon's skull, leaving deep pits with each sharp talon. Boom! As if the pain awakened the Frostbone Dragon, it realized someone was writing on its face and flew into a rage. It opened its mouth directly, unleashing a breath of frost onto the Death Screecher on its face, freezing the opponent into an ice block once again. Curse of Agony. Xiaou's main body joined the battle for the first time, casting a curse on the Death Screamer. Kill it, Su. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon roared as it launched a charge. Meanwhile, the warrior behind Xiaou also charged at him. Die, Necromancer. I've been waiting for you, Saintus. Take care of him. Just a few dozen meters away, for a level 34 hero warrior, it seemed almost within reach. As long as he got close, this undead mage would naturally not be his match. But in the next second, a heavy hammer formed of holy light appeared right in front of the warrior's face. Bang! The immense impact directly sent him flying. flying, while he felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered. Soul Burn. Xiaou used his talent on the Saintus Ghost's clone, directly increasing its overall attributes by 50%. This caused the Saintus Ghost clone's attributes to reach strength 24,975, agility 24,975, wisdom 33,412, enough to crush a hero-level warrior. Thunder Aura, Retribution Aura, Sanctity Aura. 3 rays of light enveloped the Saintus Ghost clone, and then the 2 Saintus Ghosts simultaneously charged toward the warrior. But the warrior, looking at the enemy charging toward him, was filled with despair. That sudden heavy blow just now had left him temporarily unable to move, not even able to drink a potion. How is this possible? What is this thing? A magic pet? A summoned undead? Damn it! Frantically struggling, the warrior hoped he could move. His entire body was shattered, and even though he was a hero-level warrior, he couldn't move at all. Judgment Hammer. The twin saintly ghost maidens simultaneously pulled out their hammers and struck. Xiaou only saw minced meat shooting out from the cracks. That warrior was dead beyond saving. On the other side, the Hell Screecher was smashed into countless ice shards by the Frostbone Dragon's heavy strike. Hell Screecher, hero boss, level 30, killed. Experience plus 100,000. Your level has increased to 27. You have obtained a master level sublimation orb and a master level screech ring. A master level sublimation orb? Why isn't it hero level? Xiaou sighed, but being able to level up twice was still a decent reward. Skill selection. Your Curse of Pain has been upgraded to master level. Choose Curse of Pain. Reward, triple pain increases to enemies receiving 10 times extra pain. Necromancy skill level plus 2. Choose Undead Summoning. Reward, plus 5 to the power potential of undead summons. 10 times the pain. I'm really looking forward to it, young master. Xiaou narrowed his eyes, determined to let that young master experience his curse of agony sooner or later. 7 skill points, 4 for Undead Lord, adding 1 more slot for an Undead Lord, and the rest to Undead Summoning. Mythical level Undead Summoning at level 25, Heroic level Undead Lord at level 15. The same magic circle as before, this time a seemingly ordinary undead soldier slowly rises from the magic circle. However, its bones are golden yellow. Golden Undead, Hero, Undead Lord. Level, 27. Strength, 16362, potential, 506 plus 100. Agility, 13392, potential, 496. Intelligence, 13122, potential, 486. Boom. Talent, Golden Skeleton, a special skeleton with extremely high potential among the undead. Defense plus 100%, gains 100 strength points per level. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, Double Strike, Charge. A very ordinary set of attributes, but Xiaou noticed something different about this undead compared to others' sharpness. This undead possessed its own sharpness and even seemed somewhat defiant, so after being summoned, it didn't even bother to greet him. Interesting, is this what a potential individual looks like? Xiaou chuckled lightly. Although the undead didn't seem to respect him, he knew it would still obey his commands unconditionally, and that was enough. Recalling the golden undead, Xiaou instructed the undead soldiers to dig out the warrior's equipment from the ground, a complete set of level 30 master grade gear. Not bad. Once I reach level 30, I'll equip my Ghost Guardian with this set. That means I'll have another powerful warrior protector by my side. The young master is truly my benefactor, not only gifting talents but also equipment. I wonder if he'll gift kills as well. Xiaou started walking toward the fixed challenge space. It was in a cave on a small hill deep within the decayed hell, the level 30 challenge space, Journey to Hell. Inside were 5 level 30 hero bosses, each one a demon's offspring, and the most powerful boss in the Journey to Hell was the Demon Mother, a level 34 legendary boss. 6 high-level bosses have a considerable chance of dropping hero-level sublimation orbs, but the Hell Journey can only be accessed one day every half-month, and at most, only 4 teams can enter at a time, which means no more than 16 people. Fortunately, due to the difficulty of the Hell Journey and the relatively remote location of Lingan City, there are no other monster nests suitable for level 30 professionals to train, so very few people specifically come here for this fixed challenge space. Summon, Undead Lord. Usually, people enter without a full team, so there isn't the ticket selling or competition scene in some popular fixed challenge spaces. It's simply a matter of whoever wants to go can go. Xiaou hadn't yet entered the cave but could already hear the noisy chatter inside. Are there really so many people for this Hell Journey? Race, Undead. Xiaou quickened his pace, even though the time for the journey to Hell to begin had not yet arrived. Upon entering, Xiaou noticed there were at least 5 teams present, including himself. That made 6 teams. Xiao's appearance caused everyone to stop arguing and turn to look at him. Seeing the undead following Xiaou, they remarked, "A hidden class necromancer? Huh? Alone?" Seeing that Xiaou was alone, everyone relaxed a bit. "Brother, there aren't enough seats this time. Come back next time." A burly man directly tried to drive Xiaou away. "No, I want a seat." Xiaou firmly walked in. "So, how do we decide who gets to enter the challenge space? Buy, fight, or a free-for-all?" As soon as he said said this, everyone fell silent. Here came a battle maniac who feared nothing but chaos, demanding a free-for-all right off the bat. We're all professionals here, there's no need to kill each other, someone said in a deep voice. We're civilized people, how about discussing this properly? Can we really come to a conclusion? Or will it just be like haggling in a marketplace for half a day? Xiaou retorted bluntly. At times like this, discussions rarely solve problems. As the saying goes, what can't be obtained on the battlefield can never be achieved at the negotiation table. Brother, do you think you alone can take on all of us? Even a necromancer couldn't manage that. The burly man who had spoken earlier saw Xiaoyu's arrogance and stepped forward with two loud thuds, his muscles bulging all over. Against all of you? No need. Your squad of 4 can come at me together. If you lose, give up your qualification and get out. Xiaoyu's unyielding stance made everyone's hearts tremble slightly. If someone is arrogant, they must have the skills to back it up. I just don't believe hidden professions can really be that strong. The burly man lunged fiercely at Xiaoyu. Undead soldiers. Xiaoyu casually summoned several undead soldiers to stand in front of him. A level 30 master who has not yet reached hero level has attributes just over 10,000 when fully equipped. As for Xiaoyu's undead soldiers, even without the addition of the Saintess Ghost talent Inspirer, they have 10,800 strength. With the Inspirer bonus, their strength directly reaches 22,000. The burly man saw the undead soldiers blocking his way, raised his fist, and smashed it fiercely. A level 30 master undead soldier only has attributes of just over 5,000, while his own strength is close to 10,000, enough to send them flying with a single blow. The fist landed on the undead soldier's shield, but the undead soldier stood firmly in place and then suddenly charged forward. Bang! Boom! The burly man was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stone surface, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How can his undead soldier's attributes be so high? Hero? Legendary? Legendary tier undead summoning, the crowd exclaimed in shock. No wonder the opponent could be so arrogant, reaching legendary tier undead summoning at level 30. If his level increases further, he might even achieve mythical, or even true god tier skills beyond mythical. By then, the necromancer alone would be equivalent to a top tier army. Currently, the strongest mythical tier necromancer's undead summoning skill is only at the mythical level, and he is already level 58, with each subsequent level being extremely difficult to advance. I've lost, I'm quitting. The burly man decisively chose to withdraw. A single undead soldier had defeated him, and if he continued to fight, he might not even be able to keep his life. The burly man quickly left the cave with his team. I want a spot, no problem, right? Xiaoyu looked at the remaining people. Although the crowd hesitated for a moment, they all slowly nodded. However, a woman stepped forward, her crystal clear face devoid of any expression, exuding an icy aura that kept others at a distance. You're Xiaoyu? Facing the sudden appearance of a woman who recognized him, Xiaoyu still nodded. Yes. Team up? The woman said something that shocked the men behind her. No, Xiaoyu refused without hesitation. Sharing experience with others? He wouldn't do such a losing deal. What? The 3 men behind her were astonished. Someone actually rejected Dong Hanshan's invitation? She was one of the campus belles of Chenlong High School. Despite her cold demeanor, her beauty was unparalleled, described as breathtakingly stunning, capable of toppling nations. Her figure was tall and shapely, and her pair of smooth, jade-like long legs drew the attention of everyone in the school, both students and teachers alike. But the necromancer directly refused, without even a trace of hesitation. Why? Dong Hanshan was being rejected so decisively for the first time and couldn't help but ask. Xiaoyu glanced at her. No reason. Oh, Dong Hanshan didn't press further and turned to leave. Afterwards, with Xiaoyu setting a good example, one team was also forced to leave due to being overpowered by others. In the end, 4 teams remained, one consisting of Xiaoyu alone, another led by Dong Hanshan with 3 sycophants, and 2 proper assault teams each comprising a warrior, a mage, a shooter, and a priest. The floating rhombus-shaped crystal in midair slowly emitted a glow, indicating that the level 30 challenge Space Hell's journey was now accessible. Xiaoyu was the first to step forward and directly chose to enter. After a moment of stepping into the void, he landed on a crimson land in the next second. Priority: kill the mother of demons. Reward: bone shield skill level +2. Prioritize killing 5 demon sons and challenge the furious demon mother. Reward: legendary class exclusive staff 1, skill points +2. Challenge mission: kill the Hell Center boss demon mother and receive rewards based on individual performance ratings. Choose to kill the furious demon mother. Xiaoyu selected the most difficult option, which was his original intention. The Hell journey has 2 strategies. First, directly kill the demon mother, which skips killing 5 level 30 hero bosses, but significantly reduces the difficulty of the demon mother. The second is to first kill 5 demon children, enraging the demon mother, greatly enhancing her strength, but at the same time, the drops will also significantly increase. Xiaoyu suddenly noticed a white figure appearing not far from him. Wasn't it the woman who had just invited him? Isn't she part of the team with those men? The Hell journey has a total of 8 spawn points. Each team is randomly assigned a spawn point upon upon entering, but the entire team spawns at the same point. If the other party appears alone, it means they are also a solo team. And Dong Hansan also noticed Xiaou, but just nodded and left. Since she had already been rejected by the other party, she naturally wouldn't go up to embarrass herself. Xiaou directly summoned the Frostbone Dragon. According to the Hell Journey strategy, he needed to kill the demon son before other teams killed the demon mother, allowing the demon mother to recover and enhance her strength. This was the only way to ensure that after killing 5 demon sons, the demon mother would still not die, so the speed had to be fast. Riding the Frostbone Dragon, he flew directly over Dong Hanshan's head. Watching the Frostbone Dragon fly past, Dong Hansan couldn't help but feel a trace of envy. The summons of a necromancer are truly diverse, worthy of being a hidden class. But as she looked in the direction Xiaou was heading, Dong Hanshan's eyes narrowed. Could he also be planning to kill the demon child? Well, with his strength, he could definitely contend with the furious demon mother. Looks like this hellish journey won't yield much for me. Facing a necromancer with a Frostbone Dragon mount and extraordinary power, trying to snatch the boss from him would be nearly impossible, not to mention provoking such a formidable necromancer. Dong Hansan couldn't help but adopt a laid-back attitude. It was just a dungeon run, no need to take it so seriously. Let's see how strong he really is. Is he truly the Xiaou who saved Chang Mimi? Wasn't he only level 10 back then? Now he's level 30? That's terrifying, and he doesn't even suppress his level to train attribute potential. As a top student at Chenlong High School, there was a specialized course teaching students how to reach their limits before undergoing transformation, squeezing out all their potential to achieve attributes superior to opponents of the same level. Dong Hansan was filled with curiosity and started chasing after the Frostbone Dragon. Please make your choice, host. At this moment, Xiaou flew directly to the edge of a volcano, looking at the numerous red rock demons on the ground. Let's go down and level up. The ordinary level 28 red rock demons were no match for Xiaou's mythic level undead soldiers and were completely slaughtered. Killed red rock demon, ordinary, level 28, experience plus 5400. Killed red rock demon, ordinary, level 28, experience plus 5400. Your level has increased to level 28 and you have obtained an ordinary level red rock demon dagger. 12 red rock demons, 64,000 experience points combined with the previously accumulated experience, successfully allowed Xiaou to level up. Phantom Guard level plus 2. Excellent grade Poison Mist level 1. Excellent grade Corrosion Sphere level 1. Choose Ghost Guardian. Reward, Ghost Guardian can equip items 5 levels higher than its own level. Choose Poison Mist. Reward, Poison Mist skill level plus 1. Choose Corrosion Orb. Reward, reduces enemies' magic resistance by an additional 10% upon hit. Choose Ghost Guardian. Without hesitation, Ghost Guardian was chosen. This way, the Ghost Guardian could equip items up to level 33, allowing it to wear all the equipment from the previous warrior. Phantom Guardian, hero, level 28, strength 24731, potential 252, agility 9526, potential 252, wisdom 8452, potential 252, talent two-handed greatsword mastery. When using a two-handed greatsword, damage plus 20%, attack speed plus 30%. Skills, heavy slash, charge, power strike, charge up, gaining plus 150% physical damage based on strength for every 0.5 seconds of charging, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. Harder to be controlled or knocked back by enemies. The warrior's equipment is entirely focused on strength bonuses, causing the Phantom Guard's attributes to be highly specialized. Yes, master. But it also reached a staggering 24,000 in strength attributes, completely comparable to a level 30 plus hero warrior. If combined with the talent bonus of the Saintess Ghost's Inspirer, it would be strong enough to excel at the hero level. Moreover, as the Ghost Guard's level increases and its equipment improves, it will only become more exaggerated. The downside is that if it dies, all the equipment will be lost, which is quite wasteful. I hope you guys can drop a hero level ascension orb for me. Xiaou looked at the volcano not far away, his eyes filled with anticipation. 5 level 30 hero bosses plus 1 enraged level 32 legendary boss, surely one should drop, right? As he began entering the boss area, Xiaou decided not to ride the Frostbone Dragon inside. Instead, under the protection of the undead soldiers, he slowly walked in. Because not only did he have to kill the boss, but also slay monsters to level up, as one red rock demon after another fell under Xiaou's undead sword. Xiaou's experience at level 28 was already more than halfway. Foolish necromancer, how dare you slaughter my slaves? Today, I will sever your head and use it as a chamber pot. A roar echoed, and a massive demon, 4 to 5 meters tall, with a pair of devilish horns, crimson skin that upon closer inspection was covered in red scales, leapt out, holding a heavy hammer in one hand. Please select your level up reward. Son of the Demon Flame Earth Hero Boss, race, demon, level 30. Please make your choice, host. Strength, 17,010. Agility, 17,248. Wisdom, 18,701. Talent, Demon of flame, born with the ability to control the more destructive hellfire. Flame skills used are converted to hellfire, damage plus 30%, and inflict an additional 10% soul damage. Skills: massive fireball, fire rain, flame explosion, detonates a region's fire elements, creating a fiery explosion that deals 280% of wisdom as fire damage. Fire repelling ring, unleashes internal fire elements to form a fiery ring that repels enemies, dealing 300% of wisdom as fire damage and knocking back hit enemies. Race, undead. That depends on whether you have the strength. Ghost Guard, Xiaou summoned a ghost guard clad in armor and wielding a two-handed greatsword. If the warrior's teammate examined the armor, they would find that this equipment belonged to that warrior. With the enhancement from the Saintess Ghost, the Ghost Guardian's strength reached 34,000, while its agility also hit 18,000, surpassing this hero-level boss in both aspects. At this moment, Dong Hansan, who had been following Xiaou, also saw from afar Xiaou confronting the boss. A level 30 hero boss, truly terrifying. Its intelligence has reached 18,000, and its strength and agility are not low either. It's formidable in close combat and even stronger in ranged attacks. At this point, Dong Hansan felt she might have overestimated herself. If she were to face a level 30 hero boss, her chances of victory wouldn't be that high. Although her superior equipment gave her attributes higher than the hero boss, the boss was akin to a magic warrior, capable of unpredictable tactics. In a fight, it's impossible to predict who would emerge victorious. This Xiaou, I've never heard of a prominent family with the surname Xia. His equipment is probably quite ordinary, but relying on the mythic level undead summoning, he still has a decent chance of winning. Not to mention, his undead lord seems exceptionally powerful, and undead mages also have curse techniques. We might witness an extraordinary battle. An undead army battling demons movies wouldn't even depict something like this. He's only sending out one undead, a ghost guard? If the ghost guard has a good set of equipment, it could indeed stand up to a hero-level boss. But does he have it? Dong Hansan expressed doubt. Nowadays, a good piece of equipment costs millions, and assembling a full set is no easy task. If it weren't for the fact that I have a hidden class with maxed out attribute potential, my family wouldn't have provided me with a set of level 30 hero-grade equipment. But the demon boss did not think so. The moment the Ghost Guardian appeared, it felt a threat from the Ghost Guardian, one that was no less than its own irritable mother. However, the demon's pride absolutely forbade it from retreating. Die once more, undead. Mega fireball spell. A fireball several meters in size pressed toward the Ghost Guardian like a blazing sun. Charge. The air seemed to freeze. In just 1 second of charging, a sword light directly split the fireball, causing it to explode on the spot, and the residual force slashed toward the demon boss. Thud. A direct hit. Fortunately, it was only the residual force of sword light that seemed capable of splitting it in half, merely left a several meter-long sword mark on its body. The demon boss staggered back a few steps, its eyes filled only with fear. With just one move, it realized the gap between itself and its opponent. Wanna run, but can't run. The Ghost Guard's body transformed into a phantom and directly charged at the demon boss. Fire ring resistance. The demon boss hurriedly cast a spell. Just as the fire ring appeared, a sword light descended again, cutting the fire ring apart. Then the Ghost Guard's greatsword, simple and unadorned, thrust straight forward. Put. It pierced through the demon boss's abdomen. The demon boss hurriedly grasped the great sword, letting out a series of miserable screams, trying to pull the sword out of its body. But the enormous difference in strength made this attempt futile. The Ghost Guard pulled with both hands, directly splitting the demon boss in half, with blood spraying out like sparks. Defeated Demon Sun Flame Earth Hero Boss, level 30, experience plus 70,000. You have obtained the hero-level Scarlet Earth Ring. No sublimation orb. Xiaou sighed, while Dong Hansan behind him opened her mouth wide, completely disregarding her image. To kill a level 30 hero boss so easily? Is this Ghost Guard his true trump card? Dong Hanshan's pupils contracted, and she began to feel a bit scared, realizing she had uncovered the opponent's trump card. Relying on the Saintess Ghost, Xiaou had long noticed the woman following him, but he didn't mind. If she wanted to follow, so be it. Next moment, Xiaou mounted the Frostbone Dragon and flew directly toward the next demon child. Meanwhile, in a dark palace, a four-horned demon with an extremely bloated and obese body, exuding an aura of pure evil, opened its eyes, revealing blood-red pupils inside. My son Yenti, my poor child was killed. It was those damned humans who killed my child. I want all of you to die. Demon Mother enters rage mode, all attributes increased by 1.1 times, drop rate increased by 1.5 times. All professionals received this message. Among the other two teams, they all showed angry expressions. Damn it, who killed the demon child first? Don't they know this will increase the difficulty of the Demon Mother? But Xiaou wouldn't care about that. Instead, this suited him perfectly. As he flew, a pitch-black forest appeared in Xiaou's sight, and the most striking thing was the towering tree in the center of the forest, over 10 meters tall, which was slowly moving. Slash. Demon Child Earth Hero Boss. Race, Demon. Level, 30. Strength, 18,110. Charge. agility, 18,348, wisdom, 17,753. Talent, wood demon, a demon born with the ability to steal life steal plus 10%, life recovery speed plus 50%, talent effect plus 100% when severely injured. Skills, life steal, vine attack, treant summon. I have found the murderer who killed my brother. I will take your head to my mother to quell her anger. The demon boss roared at Xiaou in midair, and dozens of vines simultaneously lashed out towards Xiaou. Phantom guard, Su, dragon breath. Roar, the frost bone dragon spread its wings, dodging the vine attack, while a single breath of frost froze all the vines to death. At the same time, the phantom guard charged forward. How is that possible? Charge up. Descending from the air, it took 5 seconds to fully charge the strike, delivering a massive physical blow with 1500% power directly to the demon boss's head. Ka. Split directly from head to tail, divided into two. Defeated demon child earth hero boss, level 30, experience plus 70,000, your level has risen to 29, and you have obtained the hero level helmet demon horns. Demon horns, hero, level 30, intelligence plus 1801, strength plus 701, life drain, steals life from a target equal to 300% of intelligence every 2 seconds. Not bad, you can equip it at level 30. Choose Undead Lord. Undead Lord skill level plus 2. Choose Undead Lord. Reward, Undead Lord's wisdom potential plus 50. Xiaou glanced at his experience points, level 29, 53, 600/100, 000. As long as he defeats the next boss, he can reach level 30, after which he'll need a heroic ascension orb. At the same time, a deafening roar echoed through the dark palace. Everyone received a system notification. The Mother of Demons is even angrier. All attributes increased by 1.2 times, drop rate increased by 2 times. Did someone kill the demon child again? 2 teams looked at the roaring dark palace, hesitating whether they should enter. If they went in and the other 2 teams continued killing demon children, wouldn't they end up trapped inside? The Mother of Demons, with attributes increased by 1.5 times, was simply not someone they could handle. Stop the losses in time. We'll go kill the demon son, and as for the demon mother, let the necromancer or that genius girl from Hidden Dragon Academy handle it. Since they're so confident about killing the demon son. If the demon mother can't be killed, then naturally the demon son must be targeted. Otherwise, they're all at level 30, and killing small monsters yields no benefits. The dropped ordinary and excellent grade equipment is completely worthless. Winter Han Shan, who was sprinting wildly, received a system message halfway through and her pupils trembled. That guy killed another demon son. Was it an instant kill this time? Too terrifying, too terrifying. Can a necromancer really be this horrifying? Could his ghostly guardian actually be at true god level? Winter Han Shan was startled by her own speculation. Impossible. Nowadays, those who possess true god level skills are the strongest among the mythical level powerhouses, beings known as demigods. I've never heard of anyone below the mythical level possessing true god level skills. Maybe his talent naturally brought out some exceptional abilities that had never appeared before. After all, due to the rarity of hidden professions, some rare talents of hidden professions have never been fully explored. Dong Hansan finally found a reason that could convince herself. No wonder Chang and her sisters can't stop thinking about him. It turns out that even to me, he seems like a miraculous man. Dong Hansan sighed. She had to admit that in her 19 years of life, she had never been so shocked, nor had she ever indulged in such wild thoughts about a man. And Xiaou accomplished all of this. His goal must be the 5 demon children, then to challenge the demon mother. The purpose, presumably, is the heroic ascension orb. Dong Hansan also understood that the heroic ascension orb, even if monopolized or consumed within various guilds, rarely circulates in the market. Moreover, even if it does, it's not something an ordinary person can afford. Is this man really considered an ordinary person? Let's go to the next one. Xiaou mounted the frost bone dragon again and flew directly toward an ice mountain. An ice crystal demon appeared in Xiaou's sight. Phantom guard. Bang bang bang. The ice crystal demon shattered into countless ice fragments scattered across the icy mountain. Defeated demon's child, frozen mountain, hero boss, level 30, experience plus 60,000. Your level has increased to level 30, and you have obtained the hero level helmet ice crystal robe. You have reached level 30. Please choose your talent reward. Undead Scourge. The lives you kill will be transformed into ordinary undead soldiers under your command, lasting for 1 hour. Devotion. 50% of the damage you take will be borne by all your undead summons. Undead Avenger. When the health of your undead summons falls below 20%, they will self-destruct, dealing 100% full attribute fire damage. Choose Undead Scourge. Reward. Upgrade ordinary undead to excellent undead. Choose Devotion. Reward. Undead summons endure up to 99%. Choose Undead Avenger. Reward. Self-destruct damage plus 100%. Is there even a choice to make? Choose Dedicate. What does it mean for summon undead creatures to bear 99% of the damage one receives? It almost equates to the idea that as long as one still has summoned undead creatures, one won't die. However, if 1% of the damage is enough to kill oneself, then no matter what talent one chooses, it would be useless. Devotion, 99% of the damage you receive will be borne by all your undead summons. Choose an undead summoning skill. Undead summoning skill level +2. Choose undead summoning. Reward, undead summoning can now summon undead mages. Level 30 already. Put on all the equipment. Xiaou sighed, still without a heroic sublimation orb in his hand. Ice crystal robe, heroic. Level 30. Intelligence +1977. Agility +1004. Frost armor, you gain a shield equal to an additional 100% of your intelligence and reduce the movement speed of nearby enemies by 30%. If the shield is not attacked within 30 minutes, it will automatically regenerate. If broken, cooldown 24 hours. Oh, an upgraded version of the bone robe, not bad, put it on. Proceed to the next demon child. The mother of demons is utterly enraged. All attributes increased by 1.3 times, drop rate increased by 2.5 times. Wow, Xiao, look quickly, your necromancer has reached level 30. The long-legged mage Hua Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Oh, Xiao replied indifferently. She had been keeping an eye on the guild information and naturally noticed that Xiaoyu had leveled up from the 20s to level 30 in just over 10 minutes. Please make your choice, host. At the same time, feeling extremely conflicted, I jumped up in joy when I reached level 6, only to find that Xiaoyu had directly leveled up to 30. The guild leader is really strong. I wonder when he can come back to help us level up again. Lingan's eyes sparkled as she looked at the level 30 big shot in the guild. Xiao, shall we go level up too? Hu Weiyang, watching the guild leader continuously increase his level, couldn't resist the urge to go out and train as well. Xiao hesitated for a moment, but then remembered she had the Book of Space. As long as they encountered danger, she could teleport everyone home, ensuring no accidents would happen. She nodded. Let's go. We can't let that guy think we're incapable. We can level up on our own too. Young master, Xiao has been teleported to a level 6 monster nest. Finally out. Follow me. Wei Fenghua stood up, his face sinister as he led his men out. Boom! A demon spawn fell heavily to the ground, instantly killed by a single attack from the ghost guard. Defeated demon child Black Iron, hero boss, level 30, gained 50,000 experience points, and obtained master level gloves, Demon Claw. Just master level equipment? Xiaoyu glanced at the attributes with a look of disdain. Although the stats were slightly better than what he was currently wearing, the skills were extremely useless, so he decided not to equip it. The demon mother is now stomping in fury, all attributes increased by 1.4 times, drop rate increased by 3 times. The fourth one, just one more to go. Xiaoyu mounted the Frostbone Dragon and charged directly at the last demon child. Damn, who's killing the demon children so quickly? That girl from Chenlong High School? Or could it be that necromancer? The other two teams were dumbfounded, still on their way to the demon child while the other party had already slain all 4. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed above their heads. Everyone looked up to see a Frostbone Dragon flying overhead. At this moment, how could they not realize it was the necromancer who had arrived last? Damn, it's a flying undead, and an ice Frostbone Dragon at that. Such speed, I'm jealous, someone exclaimed, envying the dragon rider. Forget envy, if we don't hurry up, we won't even get a taste of the soup. Everyone quickly rushed toward the last demon child. The demon mother is enraged. She is coming out to hunt down the murderer of her son. All attributes increased by 1.5 times, drop rate increased by 5 times. What the heck? The demon child was taken down in seconds? Both teams were shocked. How long had this necromancer been there? A minute? 30 seconds? The level 30 hero boss demon child was already dead? At the same time, a thought arose in their minds. We absolutely cannot provoke this necromancer. If we encounter him in the future, we must keep our distance. A character capable of instantly killing a level 30 hero boss demon child at the level 30 master stage is definitely not someone ordinary players like them can afford to mess with. At the same time, Xiaoyu stared at the demon child who had dropped excellent grade equipment, feeling a bit dazed. Did my luck run out? Hero level boss dropping excellent grade equipment? Wait, could the demon mother drop ordinary grade equipment next? That can't be, right? At this moment, Xiaoyu also felt himself being locked onto by something, presumably the demon mother personally delivering herself to the battlefield. Prepare for battle, Xiaoyu said, this time not summoning undead soldiers but instead summoning undead mages and undead archers to take on the role of ranged attackers. A level 32 legendary boss with 1.5 times the attributes would leave the undead soldiers no chance but to be instantly killed. The tanking role was naturally taken on by Buck, Su, the golden undead, other undead lords, and ghost sentinels. Meanwhile, the saintly ghost was ready to launch a surprise attack on the demon mother at any moment to take her down. Here it comes. Xiaoyu looked up and saw a lump of flesh flying toward him. Compared to the massive body of the mother of demons, her wings were incredibly small. It was certain that her ability to fly was not reliant on them. Oh, human, you will pay the price for your slaughter. I will cast your soul into the furnace of flames to be tormented for millions of years. Mother of Demons, Legendary Boss, Race, Demon, Level 32, Strength 42,688, Agility 35,357, Wisdom 44,019. Demon Lord, truly powerful demons are those who possess their own territory. Plus 200 strength per level, plus 200 wisdom per level, reduces damage taken by 20%. Massive fat, accumulated over thousands of years, the fat absorbs 30% of damage taken. Once the fat is depleted, plus 200 agility per level. Hellfire Rain, Bewitchment, Whip of Torment, Curse of Pain, Curse of Weakness. Why is the Mother of Demons even stronger than usual? Xiaou frowned. The strategy guide recorded that the fully enraged Mother of Demons should have a maximum attribute of 35,000, but now this one has already reached 44,000. An entire 9,000 attributes more. 44,000 attributes for the Mother of Demons. Both teams immediately showed expressions of terror. Even a level 40 hero class character with maxed out primary attributes and full gear would struggle to reach this level. I'm leaving the challenge space. The next second, both teams immediately exited the challenge space. Fortunately, since it was a fixed challenge space, there was an option to leave. Can Xiaou really handle this Mother of Demons? From afar, Dong Hansan also found it hard to believe that a level 30 master could deal with a legendary boss with 40,000 attributes. Human, die. The Mother of Demons roared, and her massive arms suddenly produced a flame wreath whip that lashed directly at Xiaou. She also knew that a necromancer must first kill the main body rather than get entangled with the summoned undead. The flame whip was incredibly fast, reaching Xiaou in almost the blink of an eye. Spatial blink. Xiaou disappeared entirely from the spot, leaving only a few undead archers who were selected and directly burned to ashes. Attack! Xiaou appeared not far away and issued an attack command to all his undead summons. Arrows and corrosive spheres rained down like a storm toward the Mother of Demons. Curse of Agony. Xiaou decisively cast a curse on the Mother of Demons once again. Weak and feeble attack. The Mother of Demons looked at the arrows and corrosive spheres shot toward her, casually waved her arm, and directly shattered a large number of arrows and corrosive spheres. The Mother of Demons stared in horror at her own arm, which only had a few small wounds, yet the pain seemed to pierce directly into her heart and lungs. Curse of Agony. 11 times the pain. Damn it, why is your human Curse of Agony so strange? Hellfire Rain. A dark red fireball descended from the sky, aiming to strike Xiaou, but it couldn't hit him as he flickered through space. With a spatial flicker, Xiaou had already escaped the range of the Hellfire Rain's attack. The Frost Bone Dragon seized the opportunity and unleashed a frosty dragon breath toward the Mother of Demons. Boom! A direct hit instantly formed a thin layer of ice on the Mother of Demons. Bang! But as the Mother of Demons' body trembled, the thin ice shattered completely. Weak Dragon. Talent. A flaming whip lashed toward the Frost Bone Dragon at a bizarre angle. Bang! Ow! The Frost Bone Dragon let out a wail as half of its body was shattered, crashing directly onto the ground. Skills. Human, I didn't expect you to be capable of spatial flicker, but how many times can you use it? The Mother of Demons stared coldly at Xiaou. As a human, he was already strong enough, no wonder he could kill her son. Who knows? Xiaou replied with a smile. But to be honest, every use of spatial flicker not only consumed a significant amount of mental energy but also caused subtle damage to his body during the flicker. It truly couldn't be used too many times. Boom! The Ghost Guard charged directly at the Mother of Demons in midair, while 3 halos descended upon him, causing flames and thunder to entwine around the greatsword in his hands. Facing the Ghost Guard with multiple enhancements, the Mother of Demons also sensed danger within. Bewitch. Since you are so powerful, then you shall serve me. Just as the Ghost Guard approached within 10 meters of the Mother of Demons, a dark ink-like glow lit up on the Ghost Guard's body. The Mother of Demons laughed. Go kill your master. Just as the Mother of Demons was feeling triumphant, a holy light appeared on the Ghost Guard's body again. The sacred aura of the Saint Ghost was triggered, clearing all abnormal statuses on its body every 5 seconds. Naturally, the skill of the Mother of Demons to beguile was cleared away. Swish! 10 meters, already within the attack range of the Phantom Guard, a sword light left a massive scar on the Mother of Demons, with black and yellow liquid gushing out. Aha, it hurts so much. The Mother of Demons clutched her wound, her face twisted in a terrifying grimace as she screamed. She was still under Xiaou's Curse of Agony, experiencing 11 times the pain, an unbearable torment even for the Mother of Demons. Judgment Sword. 2 radiant long swords, entwined with flames and thunder, appeared in midair. 2 holy maidens floating in the air pointed their fingers, and the radiant swords shot toward the Mother of Demons. Judgment Sword. Holy light condenses into the Judgment Sword to attack enemies, dealing 800% intelligence-based holy light damage. Against dark and undead enemies, it deals an additional 500% all attribute damage. It is evident that demons belong to the category of dark enemies and will be countered by the Judgment Sword. The battle has already been ongoing for quite a while, and the War Goddess talent of the Holy Maiden Ghost has fully stacked, increasing attributes by 30% and granting all attacks an additional 50% all attribute holy light damage. Thud. Holy light damage will will also have extra damage when facing demons. This is Xiaoyu's trump card against the Mother of Demons, increasing attributes by 30% through the Goddess of War, bringing the Saintess Ghost's intelligence attribute to 34,749. Afterward, Xiaoyu used the Soul Burn talent on the Saintess Ghost's clone, further increasing attributes by 50%, directly raising the Saintess Ghost clone's intelligence attribute to a terrifying 52,124. Saintess Ghost, main god level. Race, doppelganger. Level 30. Strength 38,961. Agility 38,961. Wisdom 52,124. Roar. Angels? Why would angels descend to this lower realm? The Mother of Demons looked in horror at the twin angels exuding a terrifying aura, beings that could already pose a threat to her existence. The Sword of Judgment wielded by the other party carried with it the aura of death, as felt by the Mother of Demons. On it was a faint, almost imperceptible power of rules, those of divine law. Why would an angel who controls divine rules be under the command of a necromancer? But the Mother of Demons was already too late to dodge. The Sword of Judgment, swift as lightning, had arrived before her. The Mother of Demons wrapped her hands in dark red flames and struck her fists toward the Sword of Judgment. Thud! The Sword of Judgment pierced through the chest of the Mother of Demons, shattering her hands, sending flesh flying, and leaving two massive blood holes in her chest. Blood flowed down from the wounds. Ha! Damn humans, don't think you've won like this. The abyss is about to descend, and the world will be shrouded in darkness. The Mother of Demons fixed her gaze on Xiaoyu and let out her final roar. Punishment hammer. Two heavy hammers smashed onto the Mother of Demons' head. The Mother of Demons exploded in mid-air. Killed the Mother of Demons, legendary boss, level 32, experience plus 217,000. Your experience is full. Please proceed with ascension as soon as possible. Your wisdom, potential plus 10, strength potential plus 7. You have obtained the legendary boots, infernal boots, the legendary ring Lord's ring, and the heroic ascension orb. Selection completed. Rewards distributed. Rewards, legendary staff Ash Walker, skill points plus 2. Congratulations on completing the challenge space mission. Calculating score. Your personal score, SSS. Your personal rewards, experience plus 300,000, mythical ring bone of the archdemon, heroic ascension orb, wisdom potential plus 10. 1. Didn't expect to directly get 2 hero level sublimation orbs. Looks like Xiao Bai's is also sorted. Looking at the dead Mother of Demons, Xiaoyu really wanted to thank her. Thank you for exchanging your life for such great rewards. Mythical level Great Demon Finger Bone, legendary staff Hellfire. Xiaoyu looked at their attributes, his eyes lit up. Great Demon Finger Bone, mythical. Level 30. Intelligence plus 2,835. Strength plus 1,347. Hellfire, flame skills are converted to Hellfire skills. Flame damage plus 30% and inflict an additional 10% soul damage. Ashen Walker, legendary. Level 30. Intelligence plus 2,268. Strength plus 1,057. Ash Walker, your undead summons leave a trail of ashes as they walk, dealing fire damage equal to 20% of intelligence per second to enemies on it. Purgatory Boots, legendary. Level 30. Intelligence plus 2,273. Agility plus 1,042. Action speed plus 50%. Lord's Ring, legendary. Boom. Level 30. Intelligence plus 2,307. Agility plus 987. Commander, your allies' damage is increased by 30%. Half a legend, a piece of myth. Even the lowest level is hero grade. At the same level, not many people can match my gear, right? Xiaoyu looked at his equipment with satisfaction. If he sold it all, could it fetch 10 or 20 billion? Sigh, money earned by professionals really isn't money. Win, 1. What is that angel thing? Dong Hanshan trembled violently, staring at the angel disappearing into the horizon. Xiaoyu's summoned undead? Undead lord? Since when do undead have something like an angel? Could it be a magical pet? A magical pet that can instantly kill a legendary boss like the Mother of Demons with 40,000 attributes? True God? Supreme God? Dong Hanshan felt her worldview shatter completely. On Earth, there are fewer than 10 beings with true God level equipment, and there isn't even a single one at the Supreme God level. This Xiaoyu hasn't even taken the professional entrance exam yet. This year's national top scorer must be him, right? Or rather, who in the same generation could possibly compare to this monster? Dong Hanshan silently chose to exit the dungeon, not for any other reason but to pretend she hadn't seen the other party's trump card. Exit the dungeon. Xiaoyu also chose to exit the dungeon, looking at Dong Hanshan standing nearby, as if she were waiting for him. Quite a harvest, huh? Dong Hanshan smiled and said, you killed all 5 demon offspring. Did you get anything good? The demon child dropped as usual, Xiaoyu replied indifferently. The last demon child even dropped excellent grade equipment, which was quite absurd. This time the demon mother was too insane. I immediately exited the challenge space as soon as I saw her. You took so long to come out, did you lose? Or did you win? Dong Dong Hansan asked curiously. 1. Xiaou glanced at her. Oh my god, that was a legendary boss with 40,000 attributes, and you won? Are you serious? Dong Hanshan's face was full of shock. Although she knew he had won, seeing Xiaou say it so casually still left her utterly astonished. What? A mother of demons with 40,000 attributes? Isn't the highest attribute in this hell journey supposed to be 35,000? Someone brought by Dong Hansan asked incredulously. Student Dong Hansan certainly wouldn't lie to us. A mother of demons with 40,000 attributes has indeed appeared. However, I don't believe this kid can defeat a mother of demons with 40,000 attributes. Dong Hansan must be deceiving you, sparking your curiosity. A woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her downfall. Dong Hanshan's mouth twitched. If she were to talk about curiosity, her own curiosity could practically drown everyone present. What exactly was that angel? What level was this guy's necromancy? Why could a necromancer be so powerful? And so on. Quite the kid. At such a young age, you're already so skilled at charming women. You must be the infamous playboy of Lingan City. Someone seemed to suddenly realize and immediately smeared Xiaoyu's reputation. All undead-related skill levels +1. Believe it or not, Su, he's gone. Xiaoyu walked out of the cave, summoned the Frostbone Dragon, mounted it, and flew away. Frostbone Dragon. Didn't Lingan City experience a monster riot before? Then there was a necromancer riding a Frostbone Dragon who single-handedly defended the outpost attacked by a level 30 boss. Could it be this guy? What's so impressive about that? We could do it too. That was true. After all, they were students of Longwa's second-ranked university, Chenlong University. Dong Hansan watched Xiaoyu fly away and sighed quietly. I was hoping to add him as a friend on VX, but he just left like that. Thinking of this, Dong Hansan couldn't help but glare at these useless troublemakers, the sycophants who had been following her from school. Let's go back to school and find Qing to get his VX leveled up. Finally reached level 7, Lingan exclaimed excitedly. They had been out for a while, and finally gained a level. Everyone was very happy. Their strength had improved slightly. Family, let me tell you some good news, Hu Weiyang suddenly said with a grin. One look at you and I can tell you've learned a good skill, right? Bai Xiao said with a smile, but in a dismissive tone. Hee, you guessed it, master level shield bash. Hu Weiyang swung his shield vigorously. Master level? So envious. My best choice this time is still fireball skill level +1, Hua Qiaodu said with a face full of envy. Lingan pouted and said, baby is unhappy. I only have a normal level triple shot. Triple shot is the core skill for archers, and you're still unhappy. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. Everyone is so happy now. Laugh a little more while you can, because soon you won't be able to. A cold voice came through. The four women looked over and instantly lost all their smiles. Wei Fenghua. The three of Hu Weiyang also learned from Bai Xiao that this man had forced her to marry him. The three of them expressed utter disdain for such a man and praised Xiaoyu's actions. Now that the other party has come knocking, it's obvious what they intend to do. The four slowly leaned closer together. Why, still want to resist? 3 heroes at level 30-something. Are you 4 little level 7 apprentice professionals capable of resisting? Just lie down and enjoy it. Wei Fenghua laughed triumphantly. This is the charm of controlling others' destinies. Scum, idiot, beast. Lingan cursed directly. Wei Fenghua, on the contrary, looked delighted because he knew what would happen next. He didn't need to dwell on being cursed a few times. There would be plenty more cursing from them later. As for what happened these past 2 days, I will repay you 100-fold, no, 10,000-fold in the future, young Master Wei, Bai Xiao said in an unusually calm tone. But it also made Wei Fenghua feel a trace of unease. Catch them. Spatial teleportation. The 4 women disappeared before Wei Fenghua's eyes. Looking at the vanished prey, Wei Fenghua clenched his fists tightly, recalling what Bai Xiao had just said. Further ahead, that the man who, after only a few days of changing professions, could overwhelm several hero-level professionals with his aura. A trace of fear slowly rose, making Wei Fenghua regret the events of the past 2 days. Perhaps I should have listened to my father and brought enough sincerity to invite the holy priest to join our guild. Steward, you should head back early today. Back home, Xiaoyu found that only the butler was at home now and directly gave him a day off. Last time, Xiaoyu noticed that as his ascension rank increased, the range of influence would grow larger. Previously, it had already affected the entire villa, and now it was certainly even greater. Alright, young master, this old man will take an early rest today. The butler nodded, then drove back in his vintage car. Xiaoyu also returned to his room and took out the heroic ascension orb. Sublimation orb, hero, level 30. Effect, upon use, advances to hero level, with a maximum level of 40. Usable at level 30. Compared to the master level, the hero level sublimation orb is more beautiful than any gem in the world, seemingly containing colors that captivate the soul. However, Xiaoyu would not treat the sublimation orb as a mere ornament and directly began absorbing its mysterious power. As the mysterious power surged into him, Xiaoyu also felt his body constantly changing, as if those skills were merging into his body and transforming into his instincts. At the same time, a gray-black mist enveloped the entire villa, attracting the attention of many many powerful individuals. Someone has advanced to hero level again. I wonder who it will be. The city lord, situated in the city center, raised his head and looked in the direction of Xiao's villa. This small city actually has a new hero level professional appearing. Interesting. This aura, could it be the necromancer who disrupted our organization's plans before? The changes at the hero level are much greater than those at the master level or formal level, as expected. Feeling his own transformation, Xiao silently thought to himself, sublimation complete, your attribute potential has been enhanced. Your pet Saint Ghost has ascended to hero level, Punishment Hammer has evolved into Divine Punishment, Judgment Sword has evolved into God's Judgment, Punishment Aura has evolved into Solar Aura, and a new talent Lord of Radiance has been acquired. Xiao glanced at his attributes, which had simply tripled in potential. Level 30, 110000/110000. Strength, 11,052, potential, 252. Agility, 9833, potential, 216. Wisdom, 31715, potential, 549. I can only say that, with equipment worth billions, I have slightly more attributes than other hero-level professionals, but the most exaggerated is still the Saint Ghost as a main god-level unit. Level 30. Strength 59940, potential, 1998. Agility 59940, potential, 1998. Wisdom 80190, potential, 2673. Inspirer, Goddess of War, Radiant Wings. Lord of Radiance, Master of Radiance, Holy Light healing and damage skill effects plus 100%, instant casting, cooldown reduced by 90%. Greater healing, resurrection, dispel, thunder aura, twin angels, radiant rebirth, holy aura. Divine punishment, Holy Light condenses into a divine punishment hammer striking the enemy, dealing 2000% wisdom and 2000% strength as holy light damage. Judgment of God, Holy Light condenses every 0.5 seconds into 5 judgment swords attacking the enemy, each sword dealing 500% wisdom as holy light damage, and inflicting an additional 500% all attribute damage against dark and undead enemies. Sunday Halo, all allied units around gain 400% holy fire damage. When allied units affected by the Sunday Halo kill enemies, holy fire bursts out from the enemy's body, dealing 200% holy fire damage based on strength. The new talent's extremely exaggerated effect plus 100% turns the original 1000% double bonus of divine punishment into a 2000% double bonus, and the original 250% judgment sword into 500%. As for instant casting, it goes without saying Saint Ghost, who already casts spells extremely quickly, doesn't even need to raise her hand, and enemies will be blasted by her magic. 90% cooldown reduction turns the resurrection spell, which originally required a 24-hour cooldown, into once every 2.4 hours. The twin angel skill, which originally had a duration equal to its cooldown time, now activates every 6 minutes. Additionally, due to the 100% effect increase, its duration extends to 2 hours. As long as the Saintess Ghost keeps using the twin angels, she can simultaneously exist in over a dozen Saintess Ghost clones. Twin angels creates a clone with 100% of the user's attributes and all talents/skills. Duration 2 hours, cooldown 6 minutes. The only pity is that it cannot create clones with 200% attributes, which made Xiaoyu feel deeply regretful. No wonder it's a welcome gift from the divine selection system. Xiaoyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Every time he thought he had made significant progress, he would glance at the Saintess Ghost and could only admit that the gap between him and such a naturally divine being was infinitely vast. And as the rank increases, it will only grow larger. But in this way, even against a level 40 legendary professional, I would still have the power to fight. Legendary professionals generally have attributes below 100,000, most around 90,000, with a few able to surpass 100,000. However, Xiaoyu is not afraid, because although the opponent's attributes are high, he has the advantage of numbers. It is entirely possible to righteously go one-on-one with the opponent fighting our undead army. Just the saintly ghosts alone could number in the dozens. Necromancer, so righteous. Xiaoyu sighed, but the Holy Maiden's ghost was something only he possessed. Even if other necromancers had countless undead, it wouldn't be enough to stop others from killing them. Boom! A spatial tremor caught Xiaoyu's attention. Xiaobai used spatial teleportation. Are they in danger? Xiaoyu opened the door, and at the same time, Bai Xiaoxiao's door also opened. Looking at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was completely unharmed, Xiaoyu finally relaxed his tense nerves. Are you alright? We're fine. It's just that the young master came looking for trouble again, Bai Xiaoxiao said in a gloomy tone. She had just leveled up, only to be forced back, which would make anyone angry. Xiaoyu. Race, human. Profession, necromancer. The professional entrance exam is getting closer, and to get into a good college, you need to be at least level 10. Right now, they're all stuck at level 7. If this continues, when will they ever reach level 10? As soon as I went out, I was forced back by that young master. Wei Fenghua. Xiaoyu's gaze instantly turned dark, a heavy killing intent gathering in his eyes. You were just in that monster's lair. He's still there, isn't he? What do you want to do? Bai Xiao frowned. Holy Maiden Ghost, main god level, growth potential, race, undead. Give him a lesson he'll never forget. He is surrounded by hero-level professionals, Hua Xiaoyu said with some unease. Sister Hua, look at the guild. The guild leader has reached hero level. Everyone hurriedly opened the guild panel. Talent, guild leader, Xiaou, level 30, hero level undead mage. Skills, really reached hero level. This is just too outrageous, we're only level 7. Lingan was already looking at Xiaou with a mix of fear and astonishment. The gap was just too wide. There's some luck involved, that's all. Let's go. If we don't drive him away, you won't be able to level up, right? Xiaou said calmly. Naturally, he wouldn't just drive him away since the other party had already caught up and tried to harm Xiao Bai. There was nothing more to discuss. It's just that they won't say it outright. Alright, we met him in the level 6 monster nest, the Rotten Corpse Village. After getting permission, Xiaou immediately turned around and set off, while Bai Xiao quickly followed. I'm going too. Xiaou just glanced at her and nodded. Stay behind me when the time comes. Can we go too? Hua Xiaoyu and the other two angrily followed. It was the first time in their lives they had been threatened like this, and even worse, someone wanted to do that to them. Sure, you can level up over there while I keep an eye on you. Yay, another pro to carry us. A hero level pro. The 5 people arrived directly at the Decayed Corpse Village outpost through the teleportation center, hurriedly heading to the spot where Wei Fenghua had just appeared, only to find that no one was there anymore. Ghost Legion, dig out all the information about everyone around here for me. Xiaou summoned the Ghost Legion for the first time, and a dozen ghostly blue flames immediately scattered, collecting information within a radius of several kilometers. However, as the information was gathered, Xiaou frowned. There was no trace of Wei Fenghua at all. Most of the information pertained to novice professionals, with the strongest being the master-level professional within the outpost. Did he run away? Xiaou murmured softly. This time you were quick to escape. I hope you won't be so lucky next time. Can't find him? Bai Xiao saw Xiaoyu's expression and roughly understood the situation. Yeah, this time he was quick to escape. Xiaou sighed and smiled. Since we're already here, you guys go ahead and level up. I'll keep watch for you. Alright, I'll make sure to get back at him 1,000-fold next time. Bai Xiao said through gritted teeth. I'll cast a pain curse on him from the side, ensuring he screams in agony. I'll torture him halfway, then give him a healing spell. Endless torment. He. Xiaou and Bai Xiao let out sinister laughs together. Hua Xiaoyu and the other two trembled slightly. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. With Xiaou helping to watch over them, Bai Xiao's team finally got on the right track for leveling up. This time, they chose undead type, rotting corpses as their targets, allowing Bai Xiao, as a holy priest, to join the offensive team, and her damage output was quite impressive. With one healing spell, she could make a regular level 6 rotting corpse howl in agony, its body sizzling as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Afterward, Hua Xiaoyu would cast a fireball, and Lingan would follow up with a double shot, leaving the rotting corpse half dead. They would then repeat the cycle to finish it off. So slow, Xiaou stood not far away, silently complaining. It took them over 2 minutes and 2 rounds of skills to deal with this ordinary zombie. At this rate, they would only manage to kill a dozen or so in a day. What? But clearly, Bai Xiao and the others were very satisfied with this. Every time they killed one, they would excitedly gather together and applaud. However, this was the normal efficiency for professional players when killing monsters. Xiaoyu's undead army sweeping through was something that even other necromancers couldn't possibly replicate. I found the boss. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. He didn't recall the Ghost Legion but instead ordered them to locate the boss or elite in the corpse village, and they directly found the boss. The experience from one boss can be worth more than 10 ordinary monsters, and it also drops equipment. I've found the boss, let's go kill it, Xiaou shouted to them. Kill the boss? Can we handle it? The team's mage, Hua Xiaoyu, was the first to express doubt. Can we do it? The little archer Lingan frowned, looking somewhat unsure. But Hu Weiyang excitedly said, Boss, let's go, kill the boss and get the loot. Bai Xiao also nodded. Since this guy helped us find the boss, we can't let him look down on us. Besides, with him watching now, we won't be in any danger. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, the other two's eyes lit up as well. Indeed, practicing to tackle the boss now posed no life-threatening risks, so why not go? Set off immediately, Xiaou took them to the center of the Rotten Corpse Village. A giant rotten corpse, whose body seemed to be pieced together, appeared before them. Butcher, normal boss. Race, rotten corpse. Strength, 71. Take off. Agility, 62. Intelligence, 38. This boss actually has 2 skills, charge and heavy strike, with a dash ability. Xiao, you all need to be careful. Hu Weiyang raised her shield. If the boss charges into the backline, their attempt to challenge the boss would be considered a failure. Hu Jia, you also need to be careful. This boss's attacks cause a poison effect upon hitting, which can stack multiple layers. If you feel overwhelmed, just call me, and I'll dispel it for you. Bai Xiao's team immediately began discussing strategies to deal with the boss. Nearby, Xiaou occasionally nodded. Although Bai Xiao's team was still still young, they at least had the potential to become a strong team. After finalizing their strategy, the four of them slowly approached. Triple shot, rain of fire, major healing, charge. The four simultaneously unleashed their first round of skills on the butcher boss. In an instant, the butcher had 3 arrows embedded in him, half of his body scorched even darker, with signs of melting all over, while Hu Weiyang slammed heavily into the butcher, forcing him back a step. But in the next second, the butcher swung his arm towards Hu Weiyang. Heavy strike. Tiger Weiyang immediately raised her shield, placing it between herself and the butcher's arm. Bang! Tiger Weiyang took several steps back, her face turning slightly pale. Such great strength. Tiger sis, are you okay? Bai Xiaoxiao called out anxiously. I'm fine, just follow the procedure. Bai Xiaoxiao's 4-person team began to engage in a battle of wits with the butcher boss. Thanks to Hu Weiyang's excellent ability to attract aggro, the team's mage and archer unleashed relentless attacks, while Bai Xiaoxiao occasionally removed abnormal statuses from Hu Weiyang or healed his injuries. This caused the wounds on the butcher boss to multiply, making it clear that victory was already within reach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows suddenly shot out from a distance, heading straight for the dying butcher boss. Someone's stealing the boss. Bai Xiaoxiao's team immediately reacted, and Xiaou reacted even faster, blocked the arrows. The undead archer beside him instantly shot 3 arrows, effortlessly intercepting the seemingly slow-moving arrows. You all keep fighting, I'll handle these little ones. Xiaou turned around and looked at the 4 people rushing out from not far away, smiling faintly. Killing bosses in the wild not only requires worrying about the boss but also about other players. Some are better and only fight for the boss, while others leave no one behind. These 4 clearly only wanted to take the boss. Stop, you won't be able to take this boss, Xiaou said calmly. Necromancer, are you Xiaou? Step aside, we found this boss first. You're the one stealing our boss, said a young man at the front, who also happened to recognize Xiaou. So, we're classmates, huh? Then turn around and leave, and I won't hold you accountable for the arrows you shot. You, the young man glared angrily at Xiaou, wanting to say something, but upon seeing the frost-bone dragon above Xiaou's head and feeling its overwhelming aura, he was rendered speechless. How is this possible? What level of undead lord is this? Xiaou has ascended? Official level? You can leave now. Since we're classmates, I don't want to go too far. Although Xiaou wore a smile, the group trembled all over. If he went a bit further, would they even be able to leave? Alright, we'll leave right now. As the youth left, Bai Xiaoxiao and the others also defeated the butcher boss, which dropped an excellent grade staff, and the 4 of them leveled up to level 8. Big Harvest, level 7. In the following days, Xiaou accompanied them in leveling up, as there were no monster nests left in Lingan City's teleportation center suitable for his training. Bring the 4 girls to level 10 without letting them ascend, as the difficulty of the professional entrance exam is determined by the level and rank of the professional. If you are a level 10 apprentice professional, the monsters you encounter will also be at most level 10 monsters, and you won't face monsters with triple attributes after ascension. Therefore, professionals taking the entrance exam often stay at level 10 for the test, while only a very small number of family geniuses or exceptionally powerful hidden professions, confident in reaching level 20 within 7 days, will ascend to the official level. As for someone like Xiaou, who has reached level 30 hero rank, it is extremely rare even in the entire history after the game's integration with reality. At the same time, Xiaou also made a trip to the World Consortium, selling all the equipment he couldn't use. Of course, any equipment suitable for the 4 women was temporarily stored in the guild warehouse, so they could retrieve it themselves once they reached the required level. Since the team consisted of only 4 people and they were still beginners, Xiaou didn't set contribution points for exchanging equipment. Setting contribution points might lead to situations where they have points but don't like the equipment, which would be unnecessary. The priority was to quickly enhance their strength. However, the equipment was mostly for levels 20 to 30, and it would be quite some time before they could use it. Even so, the various equipment Xiaou had on him sold for a high price of 170 million. Adding the tens of millions he had left from before, he now had a total of 220 million. Then replaced it with another necklace, spending 70 million. Cold Skull, Legendary, level 30. Intelligence plus 2830. Power plus 1766. Cold Skull, your undead summons attacks add 50% of intelligence as frost damage. The vocational entrance exam is about to begin. Xiaou sat on the balcony, looking at the rising sun, somewhat hopeful about whether he could claim the title of national top scorer. If I can't even get the national top scorer, then how terrifying would the national top scorer be? I can't believe it. Xiaou shook his head and walked downstairs. Since it was the vocational entrance exam, Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang rarely came home. Xiaou, just do your best, good luck. Come, have breakfast first, I made it myself. Aunt Tang called Xiaou over to eat breakfast. Your Aunt Tang rarely cooks, but her skills are no weaker than those veteran chefs at the imperial capital's state banquets. I rarely get to enjoy her cooking, Uncle Bai also said with a smile. As Bai Xiaoxiao came downstairs upstairs to eat. Everyone quickly finished their meal, and Uncle Bai personally drove the four of them to school. Nowadays, the school is bustling with people, as many students have returned for the vocational entrance exams. Friends gather together, chatting animatedly. Are you level 10? I'm only level 9, just 300 experience points away from level 10, but I won't make it in time. Haha, I'm level 10. But I heard that Shu, after awakening a hidden class, was invited to join the muscle modification guild. There's a hero-level berserker personally mentoring and leading the team. He's already level 20, and the berserker's core skill rage has reached master level. Plus, several other skills have reached excellent level. That's incredibly strong. Shu might even be the provincial top scorer this year. Ah, it's a pity that Bai Xiao is a holy priest, not on the same track as combat professions. But I heard that someone in the neighboring Haifeng city awakened the hidden profession of ocean mage and has also reached level 20. The provincial top scorer is still shrouded in mystery. If we really talk about the T0 combat profession, it must be the advanced hidden profession of the evil dragon knight from the Zhang family. His mount is said to be a legendary dragon pet that his grandfather, a mythical level powerhouse, snatched for him from the abyss of demon dragons. This year's national top scorer dark horse. I want a grandfather like that too. Don't put pressure on yourself, just do your best. Xiao is in a healing profession, so she won't participate in combat. Xiaou, you must be careful. During the college entrance exam, I heard that in previous years, some candidates died during the exam, and Tang said, holding Xiaoyu's hand with concern. After all these years, she had long regarded Xiaou as her own son, and at the same time, her future son-in-law, so naturally, she was extremely worried. Don't worry, I have my plans. If there's any danger, I will definitely withdraw from the exam immediately. Good, that's good. Students also gradually walked into the teaching building, while parents stood at the classroom door. After sitting down in the classroom, Xiaou looked at the many empty seats inside. Some directly joined full-time guilds to work for them, some switched to liberal arts because they didn't awaken a profession, and of course, some died. The homeroom teacher walked in and adjusted his glasses. Seeing everyone sitting in the classroom, I am very happy. It is truly an honor to be your homeroom teacher. Now, all of you are professionals who have survived among monsters. I don't have much to say, but I wish you all great success in the college entrance exams and hope you get into the universities you aspire to. One by one, the classes lined up into rows and walked out of the classroom, heading to the playground. On the high platform of the playground now sat the principal, the vice principal, and two individuals whom the students had never seen before, but as professionals, they could sense their strength. Hero-level professionals. They were also today's examiners. The middle-aged man sitting to the side looked at the youthful faces one by one and silently prayed for them in his heart. This batch is really unlucky, running into Old Feng's last exam before retirement. The difficulty won't be small. Zijua, do you think a provincial top scorer will emerge from this group? The middle-aged man softly asked the younger-looking man beside him. Impossible. I already confirmed before coming here that this school only has 3 hidden professions. The holy priest is eliminated first because it's not in the same category. Berserker, if he leads a team specifically designed to assist berserkers in tackling same-level bosses, that might be acceptable, but the college entrance exam doesn't provide such conditions. The last one is the necromancer. Although necromancers have previously become provincial champions, that was only when the province didn't have any powerful hidden professions. But now, the evil dragon knight from this province completely crushes the necromancer, so it's impossible. The young man spoke with great confidence. Your analysis is good, but I really want to see something different. I hope this school can surprise me. The middle-aged man clearly found the young man's serious response somewhat dull. Examiner Huang, time's up. The principal stood up and said, all right, let the college entrance exam begin. Students, today is the second most important day of your lives. I wish you all great success, but please also be sure to stay safe. The college entrance examination officially begins. All students, please enter the examination site one by one. A middle-aged examiner stepped forward. As he took out a glowing disc-like object, a light gate, over 10 meters high and equally wide, appeared before everyone. After entering the examination hall, it is impossible to see each other. Everyone must independently complete the exam content and earn points. These points are like scores, influencing which university students can enter. Xiaou also recalled the precautions for the college entrance examination. Additionally, special tools cannot be used during the college entrance examination, such as by Xiao's spacebook. Moreover, equipment attributes will either be suppressed or raised to a unified standard to ensure fairness. However, the skills on the equipment will not be suppressed. Having good equipment skills is still a helpful tool for improving scores. Make sure to get me a national top scorer, Bai Xiao whispered to Xiaou. That's a must. Xiaou nodded to her. Students began entering the light gate, heading to the examination venue. As he stepped through the light gate, Xiaou felt as if he had arrived at the summit of the clouds in the next moment, with everything around him shrouded in white. Now we just need to wait. After waiting for about half an hour, an aged voice sounded commented, "Students, the exam is about to begin. I will explain the content of this year's college entrance exam to you. The theme of this year's vocational college entrance exam is Abyssal Monsters." As soon as these words were spoken, almost all the examinees' expressions changed. +1. It turned out to be an abyssal monster. Wasn't it an orc last time? An abyssal monster is way too difficult. The middle-aged examiner outside slightly changed his expression upon hearing the college entrance exam theme. Feng Lao was really too crazy. The exam theme turned out to be an abyssal monster, a creature capable of killing human professionals 3 levels higher. How did the higher-ups approve using an abyssal monster as the exam theme? It seems there will be quite a few deaths and eliminations this time, the young examiner sighed. The first subject will test your ability to deal with monsters of the same level. Melee monsters, little demons and ranged monsters, flame little demons and frost little demons will continuously appear. In normal difficulty, you earn 1 point for each little demon killed, in hard difficulty, 1.5 points, and in hell difficulty, 2.5 points. Surviving for 10 minutes will grant you a final score multiplied by 0.2. The aged voice completely ignored the voices of the students and parents, continuing to explain the exam content. Next, you will choose the difficulty level within 5 minutes. Students who fail to make a choice within 5 minutes will be treated as having abandoned the college entrance exam and will not be allowed to take the professional entrance exam again in the future. Let's go! Immediately, the students saw a countdown appear above their heads. 4:59. It seems that most people can only choose the normal difficulty this time. The monster attributes in the hard difficulty are 1.15 times higher, and coupled with the fact that they are abyssal monsters, there's no way these students can handle them, the middle-aged examiner whispered as he discussed with his colleague. Indeed, if the total score of the 3 subjects doesn't reach 700, they won't even qualify for the worst universities. Although high difficulty offers higher scores, the monster's strength increases exponentially. It's better to kill more monsters in normal difficulty and extend survival time to secure a more stable score. The young examiner also strongly agreed with his colleague's opinion. The principal wiped the cold sweat off his face. I hope our students all choose normal difficulty and don't try to challenge hard or even hell difficulty. But now, no one can influence the students taking the college entrance exam, they can only pray in their hearts. At the same time, a holographic screen appeared on the school playground, displaying the basic information of all the students in the school. Shu, level 20 official berserker, hard difficulty. This Shu actually challenged hard difficulty. It seems that the Body Modification Guild has given him quite a bit of support. I hope I won't be forced to give up in the first subject. At a glance, it can be seen that almost all students chose the normal difficulty, and their levels are mostly level 10, with a few at levels 8 to 9. Only 4 students reached level 20. Xiaou, level 30 hero necromancer, hell difficulty. The middle-aged examiner suddenly noticed Xiaou in the corner of the screen. Looking at Xiaou's information, he was extremely shocked. Zijua, this necromancer is actually level 30 and has ascended to hero level. What? A necromancer who awakened 7 days ago is already level 30? Which family is he from? No, that can't be right. A major family wouldn't let their child ascend so quickly, the young examiner said, frowning in confusion. At this moment, they also saw a dozen undead soldiers wandering idly around Xiaou. Only this few undead summons? Could it be a necromancer specializing in corpse explosion skills? Ah, that's a misguided path. The true strength of a necromancer lies in their undead summons, the middle-aged examiner said, frowning. Yet another reckless young man who thinks he can figure out some new strategy on his own, only to trap himself in the process. This is the real world, not a game where you can reset your skill points. The young examiner looked disdainful. Xiaou has actually reached level 30? How did he even level up? The principal was initially very pleased to see a student reach level 30, but after overhearing the conversation between the two examiners, his heart sank. He had hoped that a level 30 necromancer would bring some fame to the school, but it turned out Xiaou had gone astray. Moreover, he ascended to hero level before the college entrance exam and chose hell difficulty. With hell difficulty, monster levels increase by +2, meaning he will face level 32 abyssal monsters. He's likely to be eliminated in the first round. The young examiner analyzed seriously. The middle-aged examiner beside him also nodded in agreement. This is why everyone takes the professional entrance exam at levels 10 or 20. That way, even if they choose a high difficulty, the monsters will be capped at levels 10 or 20 and won't be higher than themselves, reducing the difficulty. A student actually reached level 30. That's terrifying. My son is only level 10, and he has to take the entrance exam with students at levels 20 and 30? That's not fair. Alright, it's truly unfair to others. They have to face level 20 or level 30 monsters, so why does your son only need to face level 10 ones? A hero level hidden class, and it's only a few levels lower than the city lord. Hidden classes are truly terrifying. Parents were discussing fervently. Compared to college entrance exam results, a hero level undead mage could easily become a city lord even without attending college. There's simply simply no need for further education to live well. The examiner's discussion was purely within the scope of the college entrance exam and the limited future development of the profession. You have selected Hell difficulty. Changes are not allowed. Monsters will appear in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Achieve at least 1,000 points in normal difficulty. Reward, intelligence potential plus 10, skill points plus 1. Achieve at least 5,000 points in hard difficulty. Reward, intelligence potential plus 20, skill points plus 2. Achieve at least 9,999 points in Hell difficulty. Reward, intelligence potential plus 30, skill points plus 3, magic pet saint ghosts all attribute potential plus 50. Choose 9,999 points. Xiaou directly chose 9999. He still completely disregarded the level 32 ordinary monsters. As 5 minutes passed, 2 small demons with crimson skin, less than 1.4 meters tall, holding small knives, appeared 100 meters away. Little demon, normal. Race, little demon. Level 32. Strength 9,547. Agility 9,776. Intelligence 8,921. Talent, cruelty, when attacking and hitting an enemy, strength plus 1%, up to a maximum of 10%, with a 20% chance to cause a bleeding effect. Bleeding deals physical damage equal to 20% of strength per second. Skill, rending attack, use a weapon to attack the enemy, dealing physical damage equal to 120% of strength, with a 50% chance to cause a bleeding effect. Bleeding deals physical damage equal to 20% of strength per second. Go ahead. Xiaou glanced at the little demon's attributes, found them too weak, and directly sent an undead soldier forward. The middle-aged examiner outside saw Xiaou only send one undead soldier forward and immediately concluded he must be a necromancer specializing in corpse explosion skills. Soon, he'll detonate this undead soldier. But his level 30 intelligence attribute shouldn't be enough to directly kill these level 32 little demons. He'll likely cast a spirit fireball to supplement the damage. Although they felt this necromancer was on the wrong path, having a level 30 hero class candidate appear in the college entrance exam was extremely rare. Everyone turned their attention to Xiaou. The middle-aged examiner even used half of the screen to livestream Xiaou's battle. Come on, Xiaou. The principal nervously watched the screen. The little demon also noticed Xiaou, let out a sharp scream, then waved its small knife to attack Xiaou, colliding with the undead soldier. Swish, swish. The undead soldier's rusty long sword could be described as an illusion. Ordinary people only saw 2 flashes of sword light, and the little demon was split into 2 halves, disappearing immediately afterward. Kill little demon, normal, level 32, points plus 2.5. There is naturally no experience gained during the college entrance examination. What happened? How did the little demon just die? 2 examiners were stunned. Could it be that this is not an undead soldier, but an undead lord? Possible, the young examiner agreed with a nod. Only a lich lord would possess such power. This definitely looks like an undead soldier. Good. Seeing Xiaou's undead soldier kill the little demon with 2 swift strikes, the principal immediately smiled, silently cheering in his heart. As the 2 little demons died, 3 more appeared 100 meters away, and this time, one of them had unusually vibrant skin. Flame imp, normal. Race, imp. Level 32. Undead archer, shoot. Xiaou summoned more than a dozen undead archers. With a volley of arrows, the 3 little demons hadn't even noticed Xiaou before being pierced through and killed. Hiss, are all these undead lords? The middle-aged examiner felt a bit unsure. Who could possibly have so many undead lords? Please make your choice, host. Is this necromancer hiding his true strength? Could it be that his undead summoning rank is actually very high? This is indeed more likely. Hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up. It turned out that his student hadn't gone astray but was merely pretending to be weak to outsmart others. Too strong. Other students take several rounds to fight a small demon on normal difficulty, but Xiaou chose hell difficulty and can still instantly kill the small demon. Moreover, he's a necromancer, and his undead summons don't get tired. If he keeps killing, he might even score high enough in the first subject to enter the top 100 universities. Impossible, there are hundreds of little demons appearing together later on. Even a necromancer wouldn't be able to handle them, especially since these little demons are of a higher level than him. That's true, but who knows, maybe this year's provincial top scorer will come from our Lingan city. Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang looked at the people around them discussing Xiaou with astonishment. Each of them was incredibly shocked, showing expressions of both comfort and pride. Meanwhile, as the little demons continued to appear, their numbers increased from 4 to 5, then to 6, steadily rising. At first, Xiaou's undead archer could instantly kill all enemies in 1 round of shooting, but gradually some monsters began to slip through and reach the undead soldiers. Half an hour passed. Xiaou already has 4,568 points, and each wave now spawns over 50 little demons at once. Can he still hold on? The middle-aged examiner was somewhat shocked as he looked at Xiaou's score. In the past, this score was already enough to enter the top 10 universities, but Xiaou had no no intention of stopping. Instead, he continued grinding. Even now, other students have already finished their exams one after another. Most of them only scored 100 or so points, and even Xiaou, who was highly regarded, only managed to get 785 points and is now looking frustrated. Xiaou lazily yawned. Killing one wave and waiting for the next to appear takes about 20 seconds, which is quite a waste. Can't the monsters spawn seamlessly? Add more undead. Xiaou waved his hand and summoned another 50 undead archers and undead soldiers, totaling 100, which is several times the current number on the field. He can actually summon undead? No, he should be able to summon undead. The middle-aged examiner exclaimed in shock. How could a necromancer possibly have only 30 undead summons? As a hero-level necromancer, they typically have nearly 200 undead summons, and those who acquire the undead lord talent can have close to 300 undead summons. But having just witnessed the power of this necromancer's undead summons, and now seeing him summon so many, the middle-aged examiner was instantly astonished. You're already so strong, how can you still have so many? Exactly. Ahem, Brother Huang, calm down, calm down. Although the young examiner said this, the trembling in his pupils clearly showed that he was also deeply unsettled inside. What do you think the rank of this necromancer's undead summoning would be? Being able to instantly kill little demons with nearly 10,000 attributes, it must at least be a hero-level undead summoning. Hero-level undead summoning at level 30? Brother Huang stroked his chin. In this case, even that Dragon Knight might not be able to secure the provincial champion title. As wave after wave of little demons were slaughtered, Xiaoyu's score reached 9,999. Then it stopped moving. Two examiners, is there a bug? The scores aren't increasing. The principal hurriedly stood up and asked. If this affected his students' scores, that would be terrible. Brother Huang rolled his eyes. It's not that the scores aren't increasing, it's just that the maximum score for a single subject in the college entrance exam is 9,999. Next, he should be forcibly stopped from continuing this subject's exam. After all, it's rare to see a college entrance exam student who can score 9,999 points in the first subject even in 100 years. Brother Huang thought it was normal for the principal not to understand, so he patiently explained. Sure enough, Xiaoyu received the notification. You have achieved the highest score of 9,999 points in this subject and will enter rest time in 3 seconds. Selection completed. Rewards issued. Rewards: Wisdom Potential plus 30, Skill Points plus 3, Magic Pet Saint Ghost All Attribute Potential plus 50. The break in between lasted 3 hours, and Xiaoyu sat on the ground yawning out of boredom. The people outside were in an uproar. Damn! First place Xiaoyu with 9,999 points, second place Shushu with only 785. Can the gap between people really be this big? Shushu couldn't handle facing over a dozen little demons at once, but Xiaoyu easily dealt with nearly 100 of them. The necromancer has way too much of an advantage in this subject. He doesn't even need to expend stamina, just summons his undead creatures and lets them do the work. But isn't that how professionals are? If someone is better at killing monsters than you, they're just better. What, should a necromancer start yelling and use their staff to smash the monster's head? Exactly, go complain to the monster about unfairness. Huh, ridiculous. I reported it, and Elder Foam said to follow the procedure. The middle-aged examiner looked at the scores above, feeling a bit overwhelmed. While he had hoped for some surprises, he hadn't expected this kind of surprise. Now several big shots have personally ordered to keep an eye on this necromancer. By the way, that Dragon Knight also scored over 8,000 points. The strength of this year's candidates is truly remarkable, the young examiner sighed, recalling that during his own college entrance exam year, the national top scorer only had a total of 19,000 points, averaging just over 6,300 per subject. Now, in just one province, there are already 2 candidates surpassing the 6,300 mark, and this Xiaoyu in front of him could have scored even higher if 9,999 weren't the limit. Otherwise, he could have kept racking up points until he starved. 9999 is merely the limit of the score, not his personal limit. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The second test will challenge your ability to handle a powerful boss. You will face the Lord Boss Flame Demon, who possesses formidable melee capabilities, powerful and wide-ranging fire skills, and swift movement speed, testing your combat strength against a mighty boss in all aspects. The boss has infinite health. Points are awarded based on the damage dealt, and upon receiving a certain amount of damage, it will summon elite-level flame familiars. Killing the flame familiars will not grant points. The test is divided into 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and hell. Points earned for the same amount of damage vary by difficulty level. Additionally, surviving every 10 minutes will grant a final score multiplied by a factor of 0.2. Earn at least 1,000 points on normal difficulty. Reward: Strength Potential plus 10, Skill Points plus 1. Earn at least 5,000 points on hard difficulty. Reward: Strength Potential plus 20, Skill Points plus 2. Earn at least 9,999 points on hell difficulty. Reward: Strength Potential plus 30, Skill Points plus 3, Magic Pet Saint Ghost All Attribute attribute potential plus 50. Hell difficulty, 9,999 points. Without any hesitation, Xiaou directly chose Hell difficulty and 9,999 points. Look, that necromancer chose Hell difficulty again. Are you kidding? This is about tackling the boss, and he still chooses Hell difficulty? Hell difficulty increases attributes by 1.3 times. With this kind of multiplier, the strong naturally become stronger. In previous years, even powerful candidates would lower the difficulty for the boss challenge, reducing Hell to hard, hard to normal, and normal had no other options. Throughout history, there have been some who chose the Hell difficulty for the boss challenge in the college entrance exam, but most of them met a bad end, some even dying at the hands of the boss before they had a chance to opt out of the exam. Zizhua, do you think this necromancer can still get a perfect score? Brother Huang frowned as he looked at Xiaou, who had chosen the Hell difficulty, and asked. Not very optimistic. Although his undead soldiers performed well against the little demons, it's clearly due to attribute suppression. And as everyone knows, undead soldiers are strong against the weak but weak against the strong. The level 32 Hell difficulty Flame Demon has attributes around 23,000. A level 30 undead summon of legendary grade has attributes of 21,000. So if you want to rely solely on undead summons to counter the Flame Demon, you'd need at least a mythic grade undead summon. But do you think a hero level necromancer could possess a mythic grade undead summon? Li Zizhua voiced his calculations in one breath, and after finishing, he revealed a smug expression. Moreover, you forgot that this Flame Demon has infinite health and can summon elite grade flame imps that reduce damage. This time, it's almost impossible for him to get a perfect score. Brother Huang clearly seemed satisfied with his colleague's analysis. No need for a perfect score, just getting the provincial top scorer is enough. Listening to the two examiners talk, the principal instead smiled. If Xiaou scores another 5,000 points here and another 5,000 in the third subject, it would almost guarantee him the provincial top scorer title, and he might even contend for the national top scorer. Just as they were chatting, the second exam began. Various flame demons of different shapes and sizes appeared on the screen, the smallest being 4 or 5 meters tall, their bodies emitting crimson flames. The strongest, of course, was Xiaou's level 32 flame demon in Hell difficulty. Xiaou's flame demon is way too big. This one is at least over 20 meters tall. Is this the boss to defeat for the college entrance exam? The size difference was so vast that Xiaou looked like an ant next to this flame demon. Flame demon, Lord Boss. Race, flame demon. Level, 32. Strength, 24,230. Agility, 23,847. Intelligence, 24,896. Flame demon, a flame demon from the abyss, carrying the abyssal fire. Being near the flame demon will inflict 10% of intelligence, as fire damage per second. Fire damage plus 20%. Fire skills hitting enemies deal an additional 30% of intelligence as soul damage. Undying, special talent, cannot die. After taking a certain amount of damage, summons one elite level flame imp. After each summoning, the number of summons increases by 1 for the next time. Rain of fire, explosive fireball, fire repulsion ring, flame trail, leaves a trail of fire while walking. Enemies on it will take 20% of intelligence as fire damage per second. This boss is really strong. Brother Huang outside looked at the boss's attributes and immediately realized that this flame demon for the college entrance exam was not a normal flame demon, but one modified by Old Foam. This level 32 flame demon, even if I were to face it myself or send my own team, would still be a formidable enemy. I just wonder how many points this necromancer can score against this boss. Zizhua, how many points do you think he can score against this modified flame demon? Around 2,000, I guess. This flame demon isn't something that can be dealt with by someone of the same level, let alone someone 2 levels lower than this boss. I'm thinking a bit higher than you 3,000. Want to bet? Li Zizhua revealed a smile, confident in his own calculations. What are we betting on? A level 30 hero grade piece of equipment. Meanwhile, the flame demon also launched an attack on Xiaou. Fireballs larger than Xiaou's body shot towards him. Please make your choice, host. Block them. Xiaou simultaneously ordered his undead archers, who unleashed a rainstorm of arrows toward the fireballs, intercepting them like anti-air missiles and detonating each fireball in mid-air. In an instant, dozens of undead soldiers swiftly charged at the flame demon, reaching beneath it in the blink of an eye in the eyes of others. Bang bang bang. With the combination of mythical level undead summoning and legendary level undead mastery, along with multiple potential enhancements, the undead soldiers themselves possess a strength of 36,000. Additionally, with the boost from the Saint Ghost Inspirer, whose strength attribute reaches a staggering 61,440, their strength directly rises to 66,720. Their agility is even higher than their strength. Facing the impact of dozens of undead soldiers whose strength is double its own, the flame demon, if it had any rationality, would absolutely despise its own undead talent. The massive flame demon was instantly shattered into pieces, while dozens of flame familiars were summoned. However, both the flame demon and the flame familiars disappeared fired simultaneously in the next second. You have achieved the highest score of 9,999 points in this subject and will enter rest time in 3 seconds. Selection complete. Rewards distributed. Rewards: Strength Potential plus 30, Skill Points plus 3, Magic Pet Saint Ghost All Attribute Potential plus 50. Is it over just like that? Xiaou raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a bit intimidating? On top of a tall tower, a white-haired old man suddenly sat up, completely unable to believe the young man on the screen. Xiaou, Feng Lao, don't get so worked up. What's wrong? Several imposing men and women beside him hurriedly tried to comfort the old man. Do you believe that a level 30 hero necromancer, relying solely on undead summons, could deal damage to a flame demon surpassing the full force high-level skill of a level 40 legendary mage? Feng Lao said in a low voice. How is that possible? Wouldn't that mean a level 30 hero necromancer's combat power is in no way inferior to a level 40 legendary mage? And considering the necromancer's sustained combat ability, such a necromancer could single-handedly form a legendary team, said a voluptuous woman in a mage's robe, her face full of disbelief. Feng Lao, are you operating the small world for the college entrance exam now? Could it be that this year's candidates include such a figure? A man with an extremely robust physique frowned and asked. That's right. Yes, just now a necromancer used 48 undead soldiers to launch a skill attack, dealing damage to a 40,000 attribute master flame demon comparable to a full force high-level skill strike from a level 40 legendary mage. Feng Lao didn't keep them guessing and directly revealed the information. That is indeed terrifying. Is it because the rank of the undead summoning is very high? To cause such damage, it might be a combination of high-level undead summoning and advanced high-level undead mastery, and perhaps the talent includes the Bone Emperor? Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from the corner, spoken by a figure dressed in a black robe and holding a bone staff. Let him enter Hualong High School, no problem, right? Feng Lao glanced at everyone present. No problem, with such potential, I would naturally rush to have him. A smiling fat man nodded. Feng Lao, I think it would be better for him to enter my Chenlong High School. He should engage in frontline combat. Exposure to death will allow a necromancer to progress faster, said a middle-aged man in a neat suit. Xing Mo, are you trying to steal my student? Humph, at your Hualong High School, they're all bookworms. There's no way their strength improves as quickly as on the front lines. Well, let the kid decide for himself when the time comes. How is that possible? The two examiners suddenly stood up, staring at Xiaou, who had already started resting, and his score of 19,998. A perfect score, another perfect score, and this time it was utterly absurd. His undead soldiers managed to instantly kill the flame demon with 40,000 attributes in just one charge, although it was dozens of undead soldiers charging together. Talent. So fast, way too fast. Brother Huang recalled the charge of the undead soldiers just now, and he almost couldn't see it clearly. If such undead soldiers were to charge at him, Brother Huang felt a chill down his spine. How is that possible? How is that possible? Could it be that he possesses mythical level undead summoning and advanced high level undead mastery, or even obtained that so-called mythical talent, the Bone Emperor? Acquiring that talent during the hero stage. Skills. Li Zijua only felt his mind in chaos. Is it really possible for someone to obtain mythical level undead summoning and advanced high level undead mastery at level 30? Even among mythical level necromancers, there are only 2 people in the entire world who possess mythical level undead summoning. The future is boundless, truly boundless. Brother Huang sighed lightly. He had originally thought that, as a veteran hero class professional, he would have a huge advantage over someone who reached hero class in just a few days. But it turns out that others reached hero class in just a few days because they are overwhelmingly strong. Going up alone would only result in being instantly defeated. The Yangtze River's waves push forward, the old waves die on the shore. Sigh. Many parents looked at Xiaou, who had already started resting, rubbing their eyes in disbelief that someone had actually defeated the boss instantly and achieved a perfect score. What exactly happened to Xiaou? Aunt Tang stared blankly at Xiaou's perfect scores in 2 subjects, muttering as she pinched Uncle Bai's soft flesh at his waist. Hiss, stop pinching me, I don't know either, but he's still our Xiaou. Okay. Uncle Bai looked at Xiaou's results, his face full of disbelief. This is too outrageous. It's no longer a matter of whether the score is perfect or not. While others are still struggling to save themselves just to get a few more points, you're already lying down with a perfect score to rest. The gap is just too wide, isn't it? Did that necromancer cheat? How did the boss disappear in an instant? Could it be cheating? Does he have someone backing him? I think it's possible. Otherwise, how could an infinite health boss suddenly be gone in an instant? And they even gave him a perfect score of 99.99. Their children are still struggling to survive over there, yet here you are resting with a perfect score. The parents simply couldn't believe that someone could instantly defeat an infinite health boss and still get a perfect score, and they started shouting, "Undead soldiers, charge!" This made the principal above anxious. How should the 2 examiners explain this to the parents? Brother Huang, however, gave a cold smile. What's there to explain? If they don't believe it, then they don't believe it. As long as it's a master level, level. Professional, they can see why. Most of the ones shouting and yelling are ordinary people. They can do whatever they want, but it won't make any difference. Just tell them that the results were personally supervised by a myth-level expert. If they have any complaints, they can go find them, Li Zijua said calmly. As the principal conveyed these words, the parents all quieted down. Nowadays, myth-level powerhouses are the guardians of the nation. Who would dare to recklessly confront them and demand an answer? Time gradually arrived at the final subject, Subject 3. The professional entrance exam has also reached its final subject. This time, what you will face is not a single ordinary monster or a single boss, but a horde of ordinary monsters mixed with bosses. How could I? As before, the 3 difficulty levels normal, hard, and hell can be freely chosen. I, Fengde, hereby wish all examinees to perform at their best, achieve the best results, and head to their ideal universities, guilds, or factions. Contribute your strength to humanity, resist the monsters from other realms, and no matter where you are, never forget that you are not only human but also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. 5 minutes, start making your choices. It's actually Fengde the Great, Xiao's eyes flashed. Fengde is not a professional, yet he is far more important than even myth-level professionals. He perfected the job transfer magic array, ensuring it no longer caused deaths. Before his improvements, every job transfer carried a 30% chance of resulting in the death of the transferee. Later, they even collaborated with mythic-level mages to develop a protective magic array, enabling humans to monitor monster movements from outpost stations outside the city and allowing new professionals to choose suitable monster nests for leveling up based on their abilities. This has resulted in the number of advanced professionals over the past few decades being several times higher than before. Who would have thought that this time, he himself would personally oversee the professional entrance exam? If I could achieve the national top score, wouldn't that be incredibly prestigious? Xiaou was unaware that several mythic-level powerhouses, along with Fengde, were now watching him from the tower. Earn at least 1,000 points on normal difficulty. Reward, agility potential plus 10, skill points plus 1. Earn at least 5,000 points on hard difficulty. Reward, agility potential plus 20, skill points plus 2. Earn at least 9,999 points on hell difficulty. Reward, agility potential plus 30, skill points plus 3, all attribute potential of magic pet Saint Ghost plus 50. Achieve perfect scores in 3 subjects, surpass all prodigies, and break historical records to become the national top scorer. Reward, upgrade Undead Lord skill to legendary grade. Score 1 point less and it's considered a loss. Reward, Bone Shield skill upgraded to mythical grade. Making 2 choices at the same time, and this system of yours is really stirring things up. Xiaou looked at the Bone Shield being upgraded to mythical grade. It was tempting, but it meant giving up the goal of becoming the national top scorer with perfect scores in 3 subjects, as well as forfeiting the substantial rewards from the hell difficulty. There was no doubt, he had only one choice, and that was perfect scores in 3 subjects. System, I choose hell difficulty with 9,999 points and perfect scores in 3 subjects. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, Xiaou once again chose the hell difficulty. No one found it strange. It would be odd if he didn't choose the hell difficulty. Full marks in 3 subjects. Has anyone ever achieved that since the professional entrance exam started? Brother Huang asked in a low voice. Li Zijua shook his head. No, the highest score was achieved by the current legendary powerhouse Zhou Qinghuai, 26,147 points. Looks like we're going to witness history today, Brother Huang said with a smile. Li Zijua nodded forcefully, without a doubt. At this moment, a group of people was transported out of the light professionals in support roles, including by Xiao. Their professional entrance exams are always much faster than those for combat roles. Xiao, how did you do on the exam? Uncle Bai hurriedly went down to greet his own daughter. Of course, no problem. My level 10 talent is Sanctity, which is the best talent a holy priest can get at level 10. Humph, Dad, guess how many points I scored? Bai Xiao's nose was practically pointing to the sky. 20,000? Uncle Bai guessed a relatively average number. Dad, what are you thinking? 20,000 is the score that gets you directly admitted to Hualong University. But I'm confident I can get in too. 18,000. I think I might even win the provincial top scorer for support professions. Bai Xiao jumped up excitedly. Provincial top scorer, now that's something to be proud of. Only 18,000, not even as many points as Xiaoyu's 2 subjects, Aunt Tang suddenly said. Ha! Bai Xiao was a bit puzzled. She had finished 3 subjects, yet had fewer points than the combat profession's 2 subjects. How was that possible? Bai Xiao raised her head to look at the screen. A handsome figure occupied 99% of the screen, and the figure was very familiar to her. Xiaou, level 30 hero undead mage, points 19998. Full marks in both subjects? Bai Xiao exclaimed in shock, drawing the attention of other parents nearby, who all looked over with expressions of agreement. Achieving full marks in both subjects was indeed surprising. Wow, you really are outrageous, Bai Xiao said, looking at Xiaoyu's scores, feeling even more excited than when she herself herself scored 18,000 points. Take it down, become the national top scorer. Bai Xiao waved her small fists at Xiaou on the screen, letting out a roar in her heart. Are you ready? A voice echoed in the darkness. Master, everything is ready. Now, in the 7 major cities and 16 remote cities of the Dragon Kingdom, everything has been arranged. As soon as you give the order, the Dragon Kingdom will immediately fall into a monster tide. Their mythical squad will be tied up in the major cities, and we will seize the remote cities. Several dark figures knelt on the ground, trembling. Very good, you have done well. Go forth, make this world even more chaotic, and then our God will descend to grant you eternal life in the divine kingdom. Our God is eternal. Our God is eternal. Our God is eternal. It has begun. The starlit barrier against the gods has dimmed. Humanity, the time to submit has arrived. Soon, it will be the era of the gods. The voice echoed endlessly in the darkness. One by one, little demons, either flame demons or frost demons, appeared not far from Xiaou, forming a squad to attack him. But with a rain of arrows, all the little demons were instantly killed. It was entirely Xiaou's overwhelming strength crushing the test. The disparity in power even made Xiaou yawn. With 60,000 attributes against 7 or 8,000, or monsters with 30 or 40,000 attributes, there was absolutely no pressure. I just saw that guy yawning. He yawned during the college entrance exam. Is the exam really that boring? Brother Huang pointed at Xiaou on the screen and let out an angry roar. If he could deduct points, he definitely would. Thinking back to his own college entrance exam, he had fought tooth and nail for every single point, almost dying at the hands of the boss. And now, someone was yawning in there. The gap between people is even bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Forget it, I'm done. Li Zijua's eyes had already lost focus as he picked up his soda and chugged it down. National top scorer, national top scorer, ha ha ha. Our school produced a national top scorer with perfect scores in 3 subjects. The principal laughed gleefully as he looked at Xiaou on the screen, leaving the secretary beside him speechless and covering her eyes. And Xiaou's score slowly increased to 29,997. Perfect scores in 3 subjects. Please make your choice, host. You have achieved the highest score of 9,999 points in this subject. The college entrance exam is over. Calculating total score. Your total score, 29,997. Selection completed. Rewards distributed. Rewards, agility potential plus 30, skill points plus 3, magic pet Saint Ghost all attribute potential plus 50. Please make your choice, host. Selection completed. Rewards distributed. Rewards, undead lord skill upgraded to legendary grade. It's over. Leave the examination hall. The light gate transported the students who had finished the exam one by one. Some rejoice while others grieve. Faced with the monster's attack, even though the exam could be ended in an instant, there were still those who lost their lives trying to gain just one more point. In this year's college entrance exam, 8 students from Lingan No. 1 high school alone tragically lost their lives in the examination hall. One by one, the candidates were taken away by their parents, yet everyone remained focused on the light gate, waiting for that person's return. As a straight figure appeared, thunderous applause erupted, and the principal, along with the 2 examiners, stood up, smiling and applauding at Xiaou. Xiaou's strength was recognized by everyone present. Perfect scores in 3 subjects, first in history. As soon as Xiaou appeared, he was startled by the scene but quickly regained his composure and waved calmly to those around him. What's going on with Xiaou? Why are you all reacting so dramatically? The student who had just come out was confused, wondering why he didn't receive the same treatment. Dramatic reaction? If you also scored full marks in 3 subjects, I'd pass out on the spot. Full marks in 3 subjects? Xiaou scored full marks in 3 subjects? The student who had just come out looked up at the screen that hadn't disappeared yet, with one image occupying 99% of the display. Xiaou, level 30 hero necromancer, points, 29,997. What? 29,997? Did I see that right? Damn, I barely have just over 1,000 points. How did he get 30,000? Xiaou is level 30 and even ascended to hero level? Every single point made Xiaou's classmates exclaim in surprise. Well done. Bai Xiao shouted to Xiaou, her little face full of excitement, with Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang following behind her. Xiaou, that old guy Xiao will definitely be proud of you. Uncle Bai said, his eyes red as he forcefully patted Xiaou's shoulder, feeling he hadn't let his brother down. We're proud of you too, Aunt Tang said excitedly. Go home. Xiaou was also moved by this scene and said, suppressing the excitement in his heart, alright, go home. Once the vocational entrance exam is over, students can go straight home. The final results will be announced the next day, followed by college applications or colleges personally coming to recruit students. That night, the 5 of them had a good meal, and Aunt Tang also urged Xiaou and Bai Xiao to get a good night's rest, as they would be checking their results tomorrow. Xiaou lay on the bed, gazing at the starry sky. This is just the first step of my journey. I must explore this mysterious yet strange world, and maybe even find a way back home. The night passed. Before Xiaou woke up, he heard a bang bang bang. knocking sound at the door. You still haven't gotten up? The phone at home is about to explode. By Xiao's irritable voice rang out. What's going on? Xiao tidied up and walked out. The results are out. By Xiao stared at the man, revealing a satisfied smile. I'm the national top scorer, right? Xiao said calmly. Aren't you excited? By Xiao was a bit puzzled. What's there to be excited about? Even with a perfect score, I'm not the national top scorer. That person is, Xiao said with a smile. That's true. Bai Xiao nodded. The two went downstairs. Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang were standing there, their faces full of excitement and joy. Xiao, look, your name. National top scorer. Xiao looked at the TV, where his principal was being interviewed. Xiao is a student who respects teachers and values principals, lively and eager to learn. A heap of praise was given to Xiao, while boasting about how much effort had been put into nurturing him into a talent and how highly he was regarded. Has it happened before? Xiao shook his head, not paying much attention. Xiao suddenly looked toward the door. Someone had arrived, and they weren't weak, at least at the hero level. Master, the Lord of Runong City is here to visit, the butler said softly. The city lord is visiting? Uncle Bai hurriedly ran over and opened the door. Standing outside were three burly men, one of whom was nearly 3 meters tall. City Lord Lunong, a level 37 hero with the hidden class Titan warrior. City Lord, are you here to see Xiao? He just woke up. Please come inside, Uncle Bai said as he led Lunong inside. His two bodyguards did not follow him in. As soon as he entered, Lunong saw Xiao and couldn't help but marvel in his heart at how handsome the young man was. Hello, I am Lunong, the city lord of Lingan City. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Back when I was your age, I was only at a dozen levels, and you've already caught up to where I am now. Thank you for helping defend the outpost in Liangzi town. Otherwise, the younger generation of Lingnan City would have suffered heavy losses. After a few days of investigation, it was naturally discovered that Xiao had also been teleported there at the time. However, Lunong simply couldn't believe that a young man who had just awakened a few days ago could kill a hero-level boss. Now it seems that he's just incredibly strong. Just doing things within my ability, Xiao responded with a smile. If everyone could do things within their ability, Earth wouldn't be the way it is now. The fact that you can do what's within your ability is already remarkable. I came here not only to thank you for what you did in Liangzi town, but also because you became the national top scorer. As the mayor of Lingnan City, it brings me great pride. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Lunong handed a staff to Xiao. This is something I got earlier. My team can't use it, but it's just right for you. Silver staff, legendary, level 30, intelligence plus 2250, power plus 1002. Silver undead, your undead summons defense plus 50%, damage plus 20%. Special effect, undead summons transform into silver skeletons. A very impressive staff, even featuring an extremely rare and dazzling special effect. On the market, it would be worth billions. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Xiao accepted the staff without hesitation after expressing his gratitude. By the way, have you decided which university to attend? You know the top 3 universities in the Dragon Kingdom each have their own focus, right? Xiao nodded. Of course I know. The first university, Hualong University, specializes in research on monsters and professionals, receiving significant national resource support. After all, everyone wants to uncover the deeper secrets of monsters and professionals. As a result, all the latest developments for professionals originate from Hualong. The second university, Chenlong University, specializes in training combat personnel and places great emphasis on students' practical combat experience. It has numerous advanced monster nest teleportation points and even allows access to the frontier for real combat. The third university, Yuanlong University, focuses on the research and production of various potions, equipment crafting, and even technological inventions for professionals. Of course, they also have their own research on career planning, skill selection, monster weaknesses, team composition, and so on. Everything they do is aimed at making professionals stronger. Seems like you know it well, then I can rest assured, Runong said, and after bidding farewell to the others, turned and left. Xiao, which university are you planning to attend? Bai Xiao nervously looked at Xiao. Chenlong High School, Xiao answered without hesitation. Going to the border front line, isn't that very dangerous? Aunt Tang said with a worried expression. Xiao, with your grades, if you choose Hualong, you're guaranteed to get in. Aunt Tang, I'm not interested in Hualong's research on monsters and professionals. Chenlong's various advanced monster nests, and even the border front line, are more suitable for me to level up. Xiao had indeed considered Hualong and even Yuanlong, but ultimately decided against them. Only by continuously leveling up and triggering the god-level selection system through events could he follow his true path. Hualong did not advocate solo leveling but rather emphasized utilizing their research results and forming the optimal team composition. This might be great for others, but for Xiao, it was quite ordinary. Why form a team for something he could accomplish on his own? In fact, it could be said that at the same level, no one could keep keep up with him. Forming a team would only mean sharing his experience and items with others. While Chenlong also recommends forming teams, even multiple teams forming a battle group to level up, it also advocates individualism, believing that some professions and individuals are more suited to working alone, and cooperating with others might actually limit them. That's why Xiaou chose Chenlong High School. Alright, it's a good thing for a man to have his own choices and goals. Uncle Bai pulled Aunt Tang aside and said to Xiaou, I support your choice. Go ahead and do what you want. I'm going to Chenlong too. Bai Xiao suddenly said. You? Xiaou looked at Bai Xiao, only to find her looking at him with great determination. Helplessly, he nodded. Although you're coming to Chenlong, you also know that it's difficult for me to take you along. This lady doesn't need you to take me along. When my level catches up to yours, you'll be the one begging me to take you. I'm a holy priest, you know. People wanting to team up with me could line up all the way outside the city. Yes. Afterward, calls kept coming in from people hoping to sponsor Xiaou, including major guilds from Long Country and even global financial groups wanting Xiaou to join them. But Uncle Bai rejected them all one by one. Now Xiaou doesn't lack those tens of millions. As for the World Consortium or various major forces, they offered higher prices and explicitly stated that if Xiaou joined them, he could gain access to various resource advantages. Xiaou also didn't agree, as he currently has no plans to join any forces and be restricted by others. The phone rang. Uncle Bai initially wanted to dismiss it and hang up, but after nodding, he turned to Xiaou and said, It's your principal. He said representatives from the admissions offices of the 3 major universities have arrived. So fast, Xiaou sighed. He had to apply a week in advance to use the city-level teleportation array, but they managed to teleport over in just one day and even waited overnight. And it was representatives from the top 3 universities. Other universities already knew that the national top scorer would only join one of the top 3. Although the 3 universities are ranked first, second, and third, in terms of faculty quality, there is no significant difference. The teachers at each university simply excel in different areas. Alright, I'll head over right away. With the top 3 universities recruiting him, Xiaou naturally couldn't act arrogant. Although he was the national top scorer, these universities had seen plenty of national top scorers before. The first time sitting in by Xiao's luxury car to arrive at school. Inside the principal's office, the principal trembled as he looked at the 3 big shots in front of him. 3 legends had simultaneously arrived in this remote city. Long time no see, Teacher Zhen. I thought you had died in the dragon tomb, a man in a suit and tie said with a light chuckle. In front of him stood a woman dressed in light attire. Upon hearing the man's words, her expression subtly changed. We'll settle that score later. Today, I'm here for recruitment. Stop arguing, you two. Hurry up and get this done. I need to rush back. Things have been unstable in the White Elephant Kingdom lately. A burly man clad in armor that even covered his face sighed as he looked at the two. Zhuang, if you want to go back, you can leave right now. The man waved his hand, as if dismissing the armored man. This won't do. The principal sent me to bring this year's national top scorer back. He said if I can't bring them back, I should snatch them if necessary, the armored man said with a silly grin. Ah, the man and woman both froze in surprise. What kind of nonsense was Chenlong up to? They could tell that this man really would resort to snatching. The principal was trembling even more. If this happened in his office, the school would be done for. Knock. The door was knocked on, accompanied by Xiao's voice. Xiaou, come in. The principal quickly called out. Xiaou opened the door and saw 3 other people besides the principal, candidate Xiaou. The 3 looked at Xiaou, who entered in casual attire, neither arrogant nor humble. Even upon seeing the 3 of them, he showed no sign of surprise and introduced himself. They all nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, he's got potential, and he looks about 80% no, 90% as handsome as me. The man in a suit nodded. The casually dressed woman rolled her eyes at him. You're 90% of Xiaou? You're still 91% short of Xiaou. You are Xiaou. Come back to Chenlong with me. The burly man stood up, walked over to Xiaou, and looked at him with satisfaction. Looking at these 3 rather unreliable recruitment teachers, Xiaou's mouth twitched. Where's the prestige of your university? Wait, we're here to recruit, not to snatch people. Let Xiaou make his own choice. The man in a suit and tie pulled the burly man back and smiled at Xiaou. I am Su Haiyu, a teacher from Hualong. You can just call me Brother Su. I hope you choose Hualong. We will provide you with S-level resource allocation, which means we will offer you 3 pieces of legendary equipment of the same level, provide all the core skill books for necromancers, and assemble a team specifically tailored to you. Additionally, there will be hundreds of people behind the scenes devising battle strategies for your team. As expected of the top university in Longwa, 3 pieces of legendary equipment of the same level. This is worth at least several hundred million, and the price will only increase as the level rises. Moreover, all the core skill books for necromancers. This isn't just worth a few hundred million, it's something that can't be bought even for billions. This allows Xiaou to acquire all the core skills of a necromancer by level 30, and thereafter, each level up can be used to enhance his own strength growth rather than selecting new skills. It must be said, Xiaou was tempted. Our Yuan Long also has S-level resource allocation. In addition to all the core skills of a necromancer, we also specialize in potion crafting and equipment. Crafting. Every 10 levels, we will customize a piece of equipment for you of the same level, with attributes perfectly suited for a necromancer. Little brother, come with me. Chenlong can also provide you with all the core skills of a necromancer. Plus, in Chenlong, you'll have more frequent opportunities to engage in frontline battles. You won't have to mess around with other things, just focus on leveling up. Isn't that better than anything else? Just as Xiaou was about to choose his university, suddenly, the earth and sky trembled, and several black cracks appeared in the sky outside, with chaotic energy continuously pouring out. The three legendary professionals and Xiao's expressions changed. This commotion is the sign of a high-level monster nest appearing. The door was violently kicked open, and the lord of Lingan City, Lunon, rushed in. Three teachers, something terrible has happened. All the monster nests around Lingan City are in chaos, with large numbers of monsters pouring into the city. At the same time, several high-level monster nests have appeared on the outskirts of the city, including an unstable legendary-level monster nest. I hope the three of you can assist Lingan City. Legendary monster nest? The three legendary professionals abruptly stood up. If a legendary monster nest appeared in Lingan City and legendary monsters entered the city, it could even lead to the city's destruction. At the same time, monster nests above the hero level are extremely rare, and those that can consistently produce high-level monsters are even rarer. Therefore, every appearance of a hero-level monster nest is both a disaster and an opportunity. Not to mention the legendary monster nest. We'll handle the legendary monster nest. Are there no issues with the other areas? Su Haiyu asked the city lord with a grave expression. Lu Non looked troubled. The legendary monster nest appeared in the southern city, so it's fine for you to go there. My team can hold the intermediate monster nests in the northern and western cities. But the eastern city is a different story. Since it's mostly low-level monster nests there, we've always been short-handed. Now, facing hundreds of thousands of monsters, we're even more understaffed. These words made the three legendary professionals furrow their brows. The three of them were already stretched thin trying to guard a newly emerged legendary monster nest, leaving them unable to spare anyone to help defend the eastern city. But the eastern city was breached, and tens of thousands of low-level monsters flooded into the city, causing destruction no less than that of legendary monsters. Did you ask for help from above? Have them urgently use the teleportation array to send people over. When the monster riots occurred and new monster nests appeared, I already asked for help from above. All teleportation arrays have failed, and nearly 20 cities have experienced monster riots. Even those few lords are now too busy to handle it, Lu Nan said with a bitter smile. Lu Nan's words left everyone silent. Such a large-scale monster riot brought a single word to everyone's mind. Monster Protection Organization. It must be the work of that Monster Protection Organization, those traitors to humanity. There's no need to think, it's definitely them. The burly man roared angrily. East City, I'll go. Everyone turned their eyes to Xiaou, who had just spoken, their eyes lighting up. Almost forgot, although you're just a college entrance exam candidate, you're also a hero-level professional, and moreover, a necromancer best suited for handling large-scale wars. Xiaou, can we really entrust the eastern city to you? Lord of Runong City looked at Xiaou, full of anticipation. Don't worry, you've seen my performance before. Most of the eastern city consists of monster nests ranging from a few levels to over 10 levels. With me here, they won't be able to break through, Xiaou said with a faint smile. If he were defeated by these low-level monster nests, how could he still have the face to be the top scorer in the country? Although everyone was still somewhat skeptical, after all, Xiaou was still considered a student in their subconscious, and he hadn't even entered college for formal training. Letting him defend the city, especially as a main force, was truly unsettling. However, based on Xiaou's performance in the college entrance exam, defending the East City should be a piece of cake. But given the urgency of the situation, the four quickly made up their minds. Xiaou, we'll leave the East City to you. 5 people walked out of the principal's office, and 3 legendary professionals flew directly toward the spatial rift, which was the location where the legendary monster nest had descended. Xiaou immediately summoned the frost bone dragon. Su, let's go. In the eastern city, on the city wall, thousands of professionals watched as countless monsters surged toward them, causing their scalps to tingle. Captain, has the support from the city arrived yet? Not yet, but the city lord said it will arrive soon. It's the former national top scholar coming to support us. Top scholar? Isn't he still a student? What use could he be? We're facing hundreds of thousands of monsters here. Even if they're all low level, it's still like ants biting an elephant to death. Captain, you should apply for support again. Didn't quite a few hero level professionals arrive in the city? Can't we ask them to help us? In our East City, there are still only low level monsters, while in the South City, there have even been legendary monster nests and several hero level monster nests. Hero level professionals simply cannot spare the time to help us. As these words were spoken, flying, the professionals on the city wall couldn't help but reveal a trace of despair. As a remote small city, the highest level monster nest in the past was only level 27. Now, there are unexpectedly several hero level nests, and even a legendary level monster nest has appeared. And at the same time, they encountered a monster riot attacking the city. Most of them were only around level 10, with the highest being level 20, and none had advanced to master level professions. "Captain, the monsters are approaching," a soldier shouted loudly. "All professionals with ranged attack abilities, use your ranged attacks to reduce the number of monsters while they are attacking the defensive magic array." The captain urgently issued the attack command. Even warriors took out bows and arrows from their backpacks. "Warriors, we have no way to retreat. Behind us are our people, our families." Thousands of professionals unleashed a barrage of arrows and magic, aiming at the monsters still hundreds of meters away. Charging at the forefront were level 3 goblins, instantly skewered by arrows like candied hawthorns and blasted into pieces by dense magic. But the number of monsters seemed endless. The soldiers didn't even see the fallen bodies of the slain enemies before they were trampled into pulp by the monsters surging from behind, as if they had never existed. "Keep firing." Wave after wave of arrows and magic rained down on the monsters, yet their numbers showed no sign of diminishing. Boom, boom, boom. The monster had already approached the protective magic array, continuously striking it with the weapon in its hand. Distant monsters also launched their attacks toward the defensive magic array. With wave after wave of attacks from the monsters, the brilliance of the magic array gradually dimmed. The captain drew his melee weapon. "Warriors, prepare to face the flying monsters' attacks. Protect the mages, archers, and priests." Hundreds of warrior professionals drew their weapons and shields, lining up neatly in front of the mages, archers, and other ranged units. Without a doubt, what awaits them next is a wave composed of monsters. "Captain, after this battle is over, I'm going back to my hometown to get married," a warrior suddenly said to the captain. "Then I'll definitely have a good drink to celebrate when the time comes." At the same time, with a crisp sound, the magic circle shattered. Flying monsters swarming the sky, rushing toward the soldiers on the city walls. The soldiers' bodies and eyes clearly showed fear and dread, but at the thought of their families behind them, no one was willing to retreat. "Hold on, warriors. As long as we wait for reinforcements to arrive, everything will be fine." The captain roared angrily at the horde of monsters charging toward him. "Although I don't know why only one student was sent to my side, the city lord must have his own considerations. Long-range undead, scatter and shoot to block the airborne monsters. Don't let them approach the city walls." The rest of the undead pushed the monsters away from the base of the wall. A stern and commanding voice echoed in the sky. Immediately, a large number of undead emerged from the void and stood atop the city walls. With the 1,000 undead archers summoned by Xiaou, the undead under the forbidden curse mage, and 3,000 chaotic undead mages. "Saintus, activate the holy aura and the solar aura." The holy aura is to ensure the survival ability of one's undead, while the solar aura enhances the ability to clear monsters. As long as monsters are killed, they will explode, forming an area clearing effect. After all, these are low-level monsters, and with Xiaoyu's current undead attributes, monsters die upon contact. Dense volleys of arrows and magic were unleashed, instantly piercing through the flying monsters in the sky. Not a single monster could withstand the arrows of the undead archers with 60,000 attributes. When the monsters died, their bodies would suddenly explode, releasing golden red sparks that killed any nearby monsters upon contact. It was almost like Xiaoyu's corpse explosion technique. Meanwhile, the undead underlings of the undead lord below relied on their powerful attributes to push the monster lines back. This left all the warriors present dumbfounded. They had thought they were about to die here, but suddenly tens of thousands of undead appeared and directly pushed the monsters back. Moreover, every time these undead killed a monster, the monster would explode, killing hundreds of monsters within a radius of several dozen meters. This made the undead slaughter the monsters as if they were in an unchallenged domain. With one strike, no monster within 10 meters survived. Damn, are these undead cheating? Even cheating wouldn't be this outrageous. No wonder the city lord only sent him alone. He alone is stronger than an army of thousands. Ah, pfft, weren't you just saying that having only one person come to support wouldn't work? The warriors raised their heads to look at the frostbone dragon flying in the sky. Although they couldn't see Xiaoyu from their perspective, it didn't stop them from gazing up at him in awe. What is going on with this necromancer? He can summon so many undead all by himself. What exactly is his skill situation right now? In the shadows, several dark figures watched as the monster army was slaughtered in large numbers, grinding their teeth in anger. He is Xiaoyu, this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination of Longwa, achieving full marks in 3 subjects and hailed as the greatest in the history of Longwa's exams. Unexpectedly, he went straight to the battlefield, truly bold. This also shows that Longwa is running out of people. How about we use that thing and kill off one of Longwa's future talents? The adults won't blame us for it. I agree. I support it. A few shadows exchanged a few words and decided on a matter. It seems that's it. Ah, if I had known earlier, I would have just sent a few undead lords over over and gone to the southern city myself. That way, I might have leveled up a few times. Xiaou watched as his undead killed tens of thousands of monsters, yet he gained neither experience nor equipment. Please make your choice, host. Head to the southern city to provide support and assist struggling professionals. Reward, Pain Curse skill upgraded to heroic level. Suppress the hero level mutated monster nest in the eastern city. Reward, maximum number of summons per level for undead summoning skill plus 20. Go to North City/West City to slack off. Reward, Bone Spear skill upgraded to heroic level. South City has actually fallen into a tough battle. Even those 3 legendary teachers can't defeat the legendary monster nest, but it's understandable. Usually, a legendary monster nest contains a large number of master level monsters, quite a few heroic level monsters, and several legendary level bosses. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. Xiaoyu's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the mutated heroic level monster nest in the East City selection. The system certainly won't make mistakes. East City is about to have a heroic level monster nest. Xiaoyu smiled. This way, he could gain experience as well. Boom! Several black bolts of lightning shot out from the ground, striking the space above. In an instant, several spatial cracks appeared, spewing forth black chaotic energy. This chaotic energy converged as if attempting to create something. Gradually, within the chaotic energy, sinister eyes began to emerge. Their upper bodies were massive bloodshot eyeballs radiating a malicious purple glow, while their lower bodies consisted of several tentacles floating ominously in midair. Evil Eye, normal, mutated, race, Evil Eye, level 34, strength 12,852, agility 13,148, intelligence 13,970, talent, malice. When mental skills hit an enemy, there is a 20% chance to cause them to enter a confusion state. Skills, telekinesis, psychic shockwave, evil curse. Since the attributes are mutated, they're much stronger than typical level 34 monsters. Xiaoyu smiled indifferently. For him, it was still too weak, but the professionals below didn't think the same. My god, a hero-level mutated monster nest. Quick, hurry and invite the city lord over. It's actually a mutated monster. Although it's ordinary level, its attributes are no worse than a typical boss. With nearly 14,000 intelligence, the attacks of the Evil Eye are all unavoidable mental assaults. Brother Xiaoyu, run quickly, and make sure not to be targeted by them. The captain was also shouting anxiously from below. He knew Xiaoyu was at the hero level, but even a hero-level individual couldn't face multiple monsters of the same level at once, especially monsters like the Evil Eye, which possess special attacks and are of a higher level than Xiaoyu. Ordinary professionals are generally unwilling to deal with such creatures with unique attack methods. They're too difficult to defend against. All of you, retreat quickly. The Evil Eye's attack range is very wide. Xiaoyu's voice reached everyone's ears, leaving them stunned. At this moment, Xiaoyu was still concerned about them. He was the primary target of the Evil Eye's attacks. But, go quickly, don't make me take care of you. That would only harm me. Although Xiaoyu could guarantee killing the Evil Eye, if the Evil Eye forcibly attacked the soldiers on the city wall, unnecessary casualties might occur. Seeing Xiaoyu's resolute attitude, the warriors quickly ran down the city wall. They also understood that the current battle was not one they could participate in. Not holding others back was the best they could do. Brother Xiaoyu, be careful. Undead Archer, Chaos Undead Mage, attack the Evil Eyes. Don't let them escape. These are all experience points. 6 Evil Eyes simultaneously fixed their sinister large eyeballs on Xiaoyu. Fly up, Su. Xiaoyu didn't want to fall into a state of chaos. That would be very troublesome. The Frostbone Dragon instantly soared into the sky, while 6 Evil Eyes shot multicolored beams from their large eyeballs, tightly chasing after the Frostbone Dragon. However, the Frostbone Dragon's agility far surpassed theirs, rendering the Evil Eyes' attacks completely ineffective. The Undead Archer also fired arrows at the Evil Eyes. With a full force of 60,000 strength, the arrows almost instantly pierced through the bodies of these Evil Eyes. Roar! Boom! 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 The 6 Evil Eyes exploded simultaneously. Killed Evil Eye, normal, mutated, level 34, experience plus 45,900. Your level has increased to level 31. Kill Evil Eye, normal, mutated, level 34, experience plus 4,800. Kill Evil Eye, normal, mutated, level 34, experience plus 40,800. Your level has increased to 32. Originally, Xiaoyu's level 30 experience was already maxed out, and the subsequent 6 monsters, which were 3 to 4 levels higher, allowed Xiaoyu to level up by 1 more level. Enough! Xiaoyu patted the Frostbone Dragon to make her stop. Flying at such high speed, even with Xiaoyu's current physique, still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Space teleportation skill level plus 1. Normal level poison fog technique level 1. Please choose your upgrade reward. Choose space teleportation. Reward, space teleportation will ignore spatial blockade. Normal grade corrosion sphere level 1. At the first level, Xiaoyu chose the space teleportation skill without hesitation, while the other 2 were still dismissed as before. Please make your choice, host. Another option. Corruption. Ghost Guard skill level +2. Choose Ghost Guard. Reward: after the Ghost Guard dies, equipment will not be destroyed. In this way, I can boldly let the Ghost Guard wear any good equipment in the future. Xiaou felt somewhat pleased about this. It is not uncommon in the world for necromancers to go bankrupt due to the death of a Ghost Guard. Gudong Gudong. The chaotic energy rapidly churned, and an evil eye even larger than the previous one appeared at the center of the chaotic energy. Evil Demon Eye, Hero Boss, Mutated, Race, Evil Eye. Level, 35. Strength, 33,075. Agility, 32,487. Intelligence, 36,821. Talent, Evil Demon Eye, Mental Skill Damage plus 30%. Mental skills have a 50% chance to inflict confusion on the enemy upon hitting. Skills, Telekinesis, Psychic Shockwave, Evil Curse, Madness Will, emits a peculiar psychic force, causing units within an area to fall into chaos and significantly increase their aggressiveness, ineffective against units with intelligence higher than its own. As soon as the Evil Demon Eye appeared, it immediately used Madness Will on the undead soldiers below. Although the undead under the Lord's command below had extremely high strength and agility due to the talent boost from the Saintess Ghost Inspirer, their intelligence did not increase, and they instantly fell into a chaotic state, frantically attacking all units around them. Thud. This caused significant casualties among the undead in the area. This instantly made the human professionals watching from afar panic. This boss is so shameless, it can even control Master Xiao's undead. Exactly, Master Xiao, quickly take him down. But just as they shouted twice, a holy light shone on all the undead, and the subordinate undead who had just entered a state of chaos regained clarity and continued to attack the monster. Holy Aura originally dispels abnormal statuses every 5 seconds, but with the Radiant Lord talent bonus, it now dispels them every 2.5 seconds. Whoa, what is this? How did the boss's control get undone instantly? Is the legendary mythical priest here? Such a large-scale dispel spell. Xiaou didn't have time to deal with the undead subordinates below and simply let the Saintess Ghost keep the aura active. The evil demon I used a skill on the area below, immediately locking onto Xiaou. Boom! A beam of light, similar to the previous one, shot rapidly towards Xiaou. Fly again, Xiaou sighed helplessly. This evil eye clan only knows this trick. Undead archers, attack. This time, the chaotic undead mages were not ordered to attack, as repeated use of their skills had already drained their life force. If they cast spells again, they would end up killing themselves. Chaotic undead mage talent. Chaos will, each cast will deal additional death damage equal to 100% of intelligence, but reduces its own life by 10%. But even the undead archer was too much for this hero-level boss to withstand. After 2 rounds of rapid shooting, the evil eye didn't even have time to react before its body was riddled with arrows, and the massive eyeball exploded in midair. Killed evil eye, hero boss, mutated, level 35, experience plus 183,000. You have obtained the master level eye staff. Level 32, 215,000/310,000. Did we win? The warriors inside the city walls couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at the fallen boss, Xiaou. Originally, it was thought that Xiaou wouldn't even be able to defeat the opponent, and that his summoned undead creatures would be controlled by the other side. However, the situation was inexplicably resolved. Afterward, Xiao's undead archers launched 2 volleys, directly killing the boss. Isn't he just level 30? Even after killing that wave of monsters, he'd be at most level 32. But that was a level 35 boss. All I can say is, this is the caliber of the national top scorer, the highest achiever in the history of the college entrance exam. I have just 2 words: awesome. Just as everyone was cheering, someone became unhappy. How is that possible? That's a mutated level 35 hero boss. How could it be killed so easily? A shadow in the darkness roared angrily. We should make some sacrifices. It's not difficult to let this necromancer grow further. What do you mean? Offer our lives to our god, let him grant us greater power, and we will enter his divine kingdom ahead of time. Several dark figures didn't hesitate. Instead, they looked fanatical. Really, High Priest? Can we enter the divine kingdom now and enjoy endless life and happiness? Of course, this is God's revelation to me, and also his recognition of you. We are willing to offer our lives to God. Then let's begin. Could we get 2 more bosses so I can level up? Xiaou glanced at his experience points inside. Leveling up is truly addictive. It seemed as if Xiao's words were heard. The originally gray and murky chaotic energy suddenly showed a trace of bright red blood, and Xiaou even saw several distorted faces being absorbed into the chaotic energy. An illusion? But it seems like another boss has appeared. Xiao's gaze sharpened. This chaotic energy seems somewhat unusual, becoming increasingly chaotic. Look quickly, that energy cluster is acting up again. What a powerful aura. Could it be about to give birth to a legendary boss? An inexplicable pressure instantly weighed down on everyone, even causing the lower-level warriors to struggle to breathe. Is this the full aura of a legendary powerhouse? Xiaou also felt the heavy pressure. The only 3 legends he had encountered were his 3 teachers. He had thought that was all all there was to it, but unexpectedly, the other party had completely concealed their power. Meanwhile, in the southern city, 3 legendary professionals were battling 2 legendary bosses and also sensed the aura coming from the eastern city. The 3 people's expressions changed. A legendary boss has appeared in the eastern city. Xiaou is in danger. Hold them off. Don't let them go to support the eastern city. Ha ha ha. Although we can't destroy the city today, killing your Dragon Nation's top scorer is good enough. And I heard it's the first in the history of the college entrance exam. Truly delightful. A figure in a black robe hid behind 2 legendary bosses, letting out a grating laugh. Immediately afterward, the 2 legendary bosses launched a fierce attack on the 3 legendary professionals, leaving them no chance to escape. Stop getting distracted. Use your trump cards and kill this beast first. All we can do now is hope that Xiaou can hold on until we get there. Su and Yu loudly reminded the other 2 while taking out a scroll. Die. The other 2 also revealed their trump cards and attacked the legendary boss. Meanwhile, on the east city side, Xiaou looked solemnly at the monster that had appeared. A monster with a pair of hairy legs and a massive fleshy tumor covered in sinister eyeballs, all of which were fixed on Xiaou, their greed unmistakable. Fusion monster, legendary boss, mutated. Race, fusion monster. Level, 40. Strength, 90,340. Agility, 89,214. Wisdom, 103,400. Talent, evil will, hundreds of evils combined together. Mental skill damage plus 50%. Mental skills add 20% of wisdom as evil damage, and 80% chance to inflict confusion effect on enemies. Skills, telekinesis, mental shockwave, evil curse, insane will, impact, whirlwind slash, fireball, windblade, healing, dispel, undead summoning. What on earth is this thing? Xiaou looked at the densely packed skill list of the opponent and instantly felt his scalp tingle. Who has ever seen a monster with hundreds of skills? The result is right in front of me. Legendary boss. And what's the deal with these hundreds of skills? I think I saw the shadow of an acquaintance on him, but he disappeared months ago. Brother, why does he have the shadow of my brother? How is this possible? How is this possible? A large number of professionals saw familiar shadows of themselves in the monsters. Even though the monsters were over 10 meters tall, their bodies resembling massive tumors, one could still see the shadow of human in them. This was clearly due to the innate abilities of the monsters. Even without anyone using mental skills on humans, they had already influenced human minds. Jia, this is the creation of God. Truly beautiful, ha. A figure stood above a pit of corpses, laughing maniacally as they gazed at the fused monster. God's creation. Destroy this human city. Let all beings know that monsters are God's creation and cannot be killed. Let these damned blasphemers fall into the endless abyss and suffer eternal torment. A figure soared into the air, pointing at Xiaou, or rather, Lingan city behind Xiaou. Madman from the Monster Protection Association. Xiaou saw the person and immediately showed a look of disgust. These people are completely anti-human, antisocial, and even act as traitors aiding monsters. Any normal person would detest the existence of such individuals. The top scorer in the national exams of Manhwa, the first in history for the highest test scores today. I will use your life as the beginning of humanity's extinction. The figure was a young man dressed neatly in a black robe adorned with a strange pattern, yet his face was twisted with ferocity and madness. Just you, or should I say, that deformed monster? Xiaou said with a faint smile. According to you humans, a creation of God is a legendary boss, possessing the souls of hundreds and capable of using countless skills. And you, a hero level undead mage, what makes you think you can fight against a creation of God? The young man from the Monster Protection Association smugly pointed at the fusion monster. Alright, got it. The young man from the Monster Protection Association suddenly muttered, pointing at Xiaou, creation of God, kill this human who dares to blaspheme against you. The fusion monster made an incomprehensible sound, but to Xiaou's ears, it seemed like a language, though he had no idea what it meant. Then, the eyeballs on the fused monster emitted various colors of light, followed by fireballs, wind blades, ice arrows. Hundreds of spells were actually cast simultaneously, shooting straight towards Xiaou. Whoa, Xiaou was also startled by the scene. A boss using hundreds of spells at once, even if they were all low-level spells, the momentum was still incredibly intimidating. Meanwhile, the frost bone dragon didn't wait for Xiaou's command. It had already taken off and started dodging the spells fired by the fused monster. Xiaou could only hear the continuous sound of magical explosions behind him. Boom! Dozens of eyeballs on the side of the fusion monster suddenly fired a beam of light at Xiaou, directly aiming at the frost bone dragon. There was no chance to dodge. Even the professionals below watched in horror as the beam enveloped Xiaou. Is this how he dies? Humans are truly like garbage. Even as a hero-level being, your physical body remains your weakness. Only by becoming a creation of the gods can one possess eternal life. As the beam disappeared, revealing the clear sky, the young man from the Monster Protection Association sneered coldly. Su, dragon breath, kill this talkative guy first. Xiaou's indifferent voice sounded behind the young man from the Monster Protection Association. Before he could turn around, he was already frozen in ice by by dragon breath, dying instantly. But you're right, human bodies are indeed too fragile, including yours, Xiaou said calmly, looking at the young man from the Monster Protection Association who had shattered into countless pieces. As for you, Xiaou raised his head to look at the fused monster, go die as well. In an instant, dozens of rays of light enveloped the fusion monster as the Saintess ghost, who had been hiding invisibly beside Xiaou, had already split into more than 10 clones. Simultaneously, they used divine punishment on the fusion monster, and after the 30% attribute boost from the war goddess talent, the level 32 Saintess ghost's intelligence reached 119,517. The white light of divine punishment almost covered the entire sky. It was a true punishment from the gods, and its supreme power caused countless eyeballs of the fusion monster to reveal fear before being crushed into powder. Successfully slain. Legendary boss. Defeated fusion monster, legendary boss, mutated, level 40, experience plus 1.11 million, your level has increased to 33, 34, 35. You have obtained the legendary two-handed greatsword Song of the Evil Soul. Titan's Power Skill Book, legendary, priest, holy priest exclusive. Boom. 3 levels up at once. It's the first time a skill book has dropped, and it's legendary. Perfect for Xiao Bai, Xiaou excitedly patted the Frostbone Dragon's skull lightly, then proceeded with the rewards for the 3-level upgrade and the Divine Choice reward. Choose Undead Summoning. Reward, increase Undead Summoning limit by 10 per level. Corpse Explosion skill level plus 2. Choose Corpse Explosion. Reward, Corpse Explosion additionally deals fire damage equal to 100% of the strength of the detonated unit. Corpse Explosion skill level plus 2. Choose Corpse Explosion. Reward, Corpse Explosion skill upgraded to legendary level. Although the core skill of the Necromancer, Soul Manipulation, appeared among these 3 tiers, Xiaou chose not to learn it because he could obtain it for free in college, making it unnecessary to waste precious level rewards. Undead Summoning skill level plus 2. Song of the Malevolent Soul, legendary, level 40. Strength plus 9,072. Agility plus 4,731. Attack speed plus 50%. Malice, when attacking and hitting an enemy, there is a 30% chance to inflict the confusion effect on the enemy. Not bad, a level 40 legendary weapon, perfect for the Phantom Guard. Although the Phantom Guard is only level 35, the Phantom Guard's skill has an additional effect, allowing it to equip gear 5 levels higher than its own. Although selling it would bring in billions, Xiaou still decided that using it to enhance his own strength was the most important. At this moment, the monsters were also repelled, leaving behind a field of corpses before fleeing in panic. Xiaou patted the Frostbone Dragon's skull, signaling her to descend. At this time, Xiaou also sensed that the battles in other areas had ended as well. Selection complete. Reward issued. Reward, summon creature limit per level for necromancy skill plus 20. We won. Did we win? Did anyone see how that legendary boss just died? Don't ask, no one saw it. Who could stare directly at such bright white light? Everyone's eyes were blinded. No one saw anything. Xiaou came down. Many thanks to the top scholar for supporting us. Many thanks to the top scholar for saving my dog's life. Thunderous applause came from below. No wonder he's the top scholar of our dragon country. Compared to Xiaou, the younger generation from other countries is just so weak. I heard about it. In Sakura country, there's someone called Yamamoto Ichiro. A few days ago, he killed a level 32 hero boss and they started nationwide publicity. They even hired internet trolls in our dragon country, claiming that none of our younger generation could compare to him. Exactly. Not long ago, in America, there was that so-called hidden class paladin who ascended to legendary status, and they bragged about being the best in the world. But everyone knows he was nurtured with the full resources of the entire country. In the end, a whole team went to challenge a legendary boss and almost failed. Seeing everyone praising him like this, Xiaou felt a bit embarrassed but didn't say anything. After all, who doesn't enjoy being complimented? It's especially true when one has the corresponding strength. This isn't boasting, it's stating a fact. At this moment, 3 streaks of light flew past. Those were the admissions teachers from the 3 prestigious schools, 3 legendary professionals. Originally dressed in a suit, Su Hayu was now wearing a set of robes and looked somewhat disheveled. The other 2 weren't in much better condition. Where's the legendary boss? We just sensed the movements of a legendary boss, Su Hayu asked hurriedly as he landed, looking at the cheering crowd and the smiling Xiaou standing to the side. Died. That boss was instantly killed by our top scholar bro as soon as it appeared. I saw it with my own eyes. That boss looked like a fleshy tumor with 2 big hairy legs and hundreds or thousands of disgusting eyes. But our top scholar bro, as if embodying justice itself, directly insta-killed the legendary boss. It was like the Buddha's palm of Tathagata, God's divine punishment, the Jade Emperor's divine artifact. A flash of white light, and the boss vanished. Listening to everyone's words, the legendary trio couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Insta-killing a legendary boss? How could they not know that Xiaou was just a necromancer? Did you see the legendary boss? The lightly dressed woman looked seriously at Xiaou. I saw it. What? Xiaou nodded honestly. The legendary boss? Dead. How did he die? I killed him. Can you be serious? You're a hero-level undead mage. How could you possibly kill a legendary boss? The burly man frowned and said, if you could kill a legendary boss, wouldn't that mean that even all of us combined might not be your match? Looking at the few people with disbelief on their faces, Xiaou hesitated for a moment. Alright, I don't know if I was the one who killed it either. Since that's the case, it's better to continue hiding the Saintess ghost. Having a trump card can be considered a good thing, but if it's going to be so troublesome to explain, then forget it. Really? Well, there's no choice. A flash of white light, could it have been a mythical level priest? Or maybe a mage? Su Hayu frowned. A warrior or archer definitely wouldn't have the kind of operation where a single flash of white light instantly kills a legendary boss. To achieve that, one would naturally be a mythic level priest or mage. By the way, although the situation is quite urgent now, we hope you can choose a school immediately. We need to return to the school to make a report right away, the lightly equipped woman explained to Xiaou. Alright, just come back to Chenlong with me. None of the three brought up the lie Xiaou had just admitted about killing the boss, as everyone had a faint feeling that it was indeed this young man who did it, but they were unwilling to believe it. I choose Chenlong. Xiaou did not hesitate this time and directly stated his choice. Su Hayu sighed. As expected, you chose Chenlong. I had this feeling the first time I saw you. Although you didn't come to our Yuanlong, if you ever need to create custom equipment in the future, you can still visit Yuanlong. The atmosphere over there is super cyberpunk. The light-armored woman just smiled, as she hadn't held much hope to begin with. Little brother, you've made a wise choice. Hee hee, now I can report back. In 3 days, use the teleportation array to register at the school and prepare to move in. I understand. Xiaou nodded. Regular college entrance exam students might take about a month to enter universities, but he would be heading over to register in just 3 days. Xiaou didn't mind. Once the registration was complete, he could use Chenlong University's teleportation array to head to high-level monster nests for leveling up. The sooner, the better. Over the next 3 days, Xiaou had nothing much to do, so he spent each day leveling up with Xiaobai until the 3rd day. I'll be there next month, just you wait. Bai Xiao shouted at Xiaou, who was standing on the teleportation array. Xiaou waved with a smile and was then teleported away. Welcome to Lingan City, the national top scorer, the first in the history of college entrance exam scores, Xiaou. Xiaou hadn't opened his eyes yet when he heard a mechanical voice. Opening his eyes, he saw himself inside a massive room, and the thing speaking to him was a metallic dragon head. Although the original dragons are best at technology, this hidden dragon isn't bad either. Xiaou raised an eyebrow. May I ask where I should go to register? Proceeding directly to registration, is it? Please stand inside the teleportation array, and don't move around. I'll teleport you to the admissions department. As the dragon slightly opened its mouth, Xiaou once again felt the fluctuation of the magic circle, followed by a flash. Is it Xiaou? A pleasant and gentle voice reached Xiaou's ears. Opening his eyes again, he found himself already in an office, and not far away, a beautiful woman in a long dress was sitting by the desk. Yes, Xiaou nodded. Is this the admissions department? I am Fengxiao. You can just call me Teacher Feng. I will handle your enrollment procedures. Fengxiao asked Xiaou to sit down, then carefully compared Xiaou's documents and identity information one by one, and finally used specialized equipment to check Xiaou's panel. Xiaou, level 35 hero undead mage. Alright, welcome to the big family of Chenlong School. Would you like me to explain some common knowledge about the school now? Fengxiao noticed Xiaou's level and was visibly surprised, as it had been reported as level 30 earlier. However, it was also reported that Xiaou handled a high-level hero-grade monster nest. The exact level is currently unknown, but being able to deal with a monster nest of the same tier higher than one's own level single-handedly, it's not surprising to gain several levels. Moreover, this combat ability has already surpassed 95% of the students. Later, a legendary grade boss even appeared, but the legendary boss mysteriously died. It is suspected that a mythic grade priest or mage intervened. Afterward, Fengxiao patiently explained some of the rules of Chenlong School to Xiaou. First of all, the school does not accept money internally. The universal currency is Chenlong points. If you want to earn hidden dragon points, there are several common methods. Breaking through your own limits in the Dragon God Tower can earn you hidden dragon point rewards. Completing school projects can also earn you a small amount of hidden dragon points. Completing tasks assigned by the school can also earn you points. Of course, the school will also reward students with excellent academic performance. By the way, the school has also rewarded you with an extra 3,000 Chenlong points. You can check how many Chenlong points you have at any time using your phone. Xiaou lowered his head and glanced at the Chenlong app on his phone. Sure enough, there were 3,000 Chenlong points. Chenlong points can be exchanged at school for access to hero or legendary level monster nests. You can also use them to purchase equipment or even request special tutoring sessions from teachers. Fengxiao explained the uses of Chenlong points to Xiaou. Xiaou continued navigating and arrived at the exchange list. Level Level 31 Hero Monster Nest Giant Spider Lair, 1000 Hidden Dragon Points. Level 39 Hero Monster Nest Underground Demon City, 1300 Hidden Dragon Points. Level 41 Legendary Monster Nests in Dungeon, 3000 Hidden Dragon Points. This is giving me a chance to enter a legendary monster nest. Xiaou is already eager to start leveling up. Of course, don't rush to level up. The school also provides some basic benefits for students. You can challenge the Dragon God Tower once a week, apply to visit a monster nest once a month up to hero level, and apply to enter the hero level challenge space once every 6 months. Make sure to note all of these. Feng Xiao immediately saw what Xiaou was planning. Every student who reached hero level was like this. There were too few hero level monster nests in the country, far from enough for all professionals to go out and level up, so restrictions were put in place. And once the opportunity to enter a hero level monster nest is obtained, no professional would want to give it up and would actively participate. Alright, I've noted it all down. Xiaou nodded. By the way, there's one last thing. The higher-ups have decided to place you as the 100th rank on the Chenlong list. You will receive a reward of 500 Chenlong points every Monday. However, since you were specially granted entry into the top 100, everyone will have the right to challenge you during the first month. Of course, you must accept at least one challenge per day. If you lose, you'll drop in rank. If you win, your rank will improve. The Chenlong list and Chenlong School have two ranking systems, the Chenlong list and the Chenlong list. The Chenlong list is limited to students who have been enrolled for no more than 3 years. Even so, the top 100 ranks are all at the hero level. Generally speaking, lower-ranked students who want to challenge higher-ranked students cannot challenge someone more than 10 ranks above them in a single attempt. For example, the 100th rank can challenge the 90th rank at most. Higher-ranked challenges can only be conducted once per day, and no more than 3 times per week. For those being challenged, they can accept up to 3 challenges per day and no more than 5 challenges per week. Fewer than 100 will not be subject to restrictions on frequency and ranking. 100th place gets 500 dragon points per week. So what about higher rankings? Xiaou asked. Above 50th place, 1,500 dragon points per week. Above 10th place, 3,000 dragon points per week and 1 hero level monster nest attempt. Second and third place, 5,000 dragon points per week and 1 hero level monster nest attempt. First place, 10,000 dragon points per week and 1 legendary level monster nest attempt. Thank you, Teacher Phone, for explaining this to me. Xiaou expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. I've told you everything you need to know. The course information will be sent to your phone. Next, you can choose your dormitory. Do you want a shared dormitory or a single dormitory? You can even live in a villa. Feng Xiao handed a form to Xiaou. Shared dormitory, 10 Chenlong points per week. Single dormitory, 30 Chenlong points per week. Villa, 100 Chenlong points per week. Villa, Xiaou didn't want to stay in a dormitory as it would be somewhat inconvenient. After all, he still needed to occasionally replenish undead soldiers, first summoning them and then throwing them into the undead space. Villa, you must be rich. Feng Xiao sighed and didn't say much more. Then let's go with Villa 23. Is that okay? No. He got the location of his dormitory. And the necromancer core skill you reported will be delivered to your dormitory within 48 hours. Xiaou teleported away from the admissions department. Feng Xiao watched Xiaou leave and chuckled softly. This handsome young man might end up being resented by someone. He actually got directly ranked in the top 100. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Teleporting once again, Xiaou shook his head. Multiple teleports in a short time made him feel a bit dizzy. This Chenlong school really relies entirely on teleportation arrays for movement. Taking out his phone, he opened the Academy's app, which had a map. Following the map's navigation, Xiaou arrived at his dormitory. Although it was called a villa, it was merely a 2-story residential building. Still, it was quite nice for students. After putting down his luggage, Xiaou had no intention of tidying up the room. There wasn't much to tidy up anyway. He walked straight out the door. Navigation, Teleportation Center. Chenlong School is very spacious, reportedly spanning nearly dozens of kilometers, but it has fewer than 10,000 students. As he walked along, Xiaou didn't encounter many students. Thank you. The others also didn't seem to notice Xiaou, the new student who had enrolled early. Hi, are you a new student? Suddenly, a very youthful female voice came from behind. Xiaou turned his head to look and saw a vibrant young woman with healthy skin, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, waving and greeting him. Xiaou nodded in response. Then you must be Xiaou, the national top scorer this year, the first in history to achieve perfect scores in all 3 subjects on the college entrance exam. The woman's voice was not quiet, and the string of titles made more than a dozen students stop in their tracks. A freshman? Isn't enrollment supposed to be a month later? Didn't you hear that string of titles? It must be a special admission. You guys look at the Flood Dragon ranking. The 100th place has changed. It's this Xiaou. What? Entering school and directly becoming the 100th on the Flood Dragon ranking? Level 35 Hero Necromancer, a hidden class. The students immediately started whispering wondering about Xiaou. Is there something wrong? Xiaou frowned slightly. He didn't like being discussed so rudely right in front of him. I want to challenge you. The woman revealed an excited smile. Yes. Xiaou raised an eyebrow, surprised to be challenged so quickly. Isn't that Yang Qianqian? She was ranked 98th last week, and now she's challenging a newcomer. Yang Qianqian is a level 38 hero marksman, specializing in countering mages. This freshman is in trouble. Can't they refuse? Of course not. The freshman hasn't accepted any challenges today, so they have no right to refuse. Xiaou took out his phone, which had just buzzed, and a message popped up on the screen. Yang Qianqian, level 38 hero archer, ranked 107 on the Chenlong list, challenges you. Then what should I do? Xiaou looked at Yang Qianqian, who had suddenly challenged him. Of course, go to the challenge stage. Oh, you're a freshman, come with me. Yang Qianqian grabbed Xiaou and started running, causing Xiaou to be practically lifted off the ground. Such speed, it seems her agility potential is very high. Xiaou's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder this is Chenlong school, any random person here has such strength. Soon, the two arrived at a stone platform nearly 1,000 meters in size, and Xiaou also noticed that the platform was engraved with various magic arrays, clearly indicating it was quite costly. Moreover, there wasn't just one such platform. At a glance, there were at least 10. Fighting on the challenge platform won't cause real harm. Instead, it displays life force data. Roughly, 1 point of strength equals 10 points of life force, and then damage is deducted from the life force. It's a bit complicated, but just go up and you'll see. Yang Qianqian led Xiaou to a platform that wasn't in use and stepped onto it first. Xiaou followed her up. Enter the challenge platform? A system prompt appeared before Xiaou, followed by a series of rule introductions. Xiaou glanced at it and found it was similar to what Yang Qianqian had mentioned. Although Yang Qianqian immediately challenged him to a duel, the matter was explained quite clearly. Xiaou stepped onto the platform and simultaneously saw a set of data appear before him. Life 160530/160530. At the same time, similar data also appeared on the stone platform. Xiaou, level 35 hero undead mage, life 160530/160530. Afterward, Xiaou looked toward Yang Qianqian's side. Yang Qianqian, level 38 hero archer, HP 385980/385980. Such high HP, Xiaou raised an eyebrow. This was almost more than double his own HP, which meant Yang Qianqian had nearly 40,000 strength. Wow, Xiaou, you actually have 16,000 strength? That's almost double the strength of other mages at the same level. Yang Qianqian was also surprised by Xiaou's HP. Not bad, but still far from yours. Xiaou sighed. I'm an archer. How can I compare with you, a mage? Your intelligence must be very high, right? After all, your strength is already so impressive, and your equipment must be excellent too, Yang Qianqian said sourly, without showing any hostility despite challenging Xiaou. Yes, after all, this is a school, and challenges are just a form of interaction between classmates within the school rules, even if there are some conflicts of interest. At this moment, quite a few spectators had gathered below the stage. Who is Yang Qianqian's opponent? Looks unfamiliar. Xiaou, this year's national top scorer, was specially recruited for early admission. Today is the first day of school. Wow, Yang Qianqian is so ruthless. On his first day of school, she went over and beat him up. He enrolled as the 100th on the Chenlong ranking, and after today's fight, she'll earn 500 points next week. Damn, why couldn't I be the one to meet this new classmate? Can we start now? Xiaou looked at the growing crowd below and asked. Hey, chat a little longer. Yang Qianqian seemed to be acting coy with Xiaou. I really love chatting with handsome guys. I'm a total sucker for good looks. At this moment, Xiaou also found the option to start the challenge. Due to the professional gap between the two parties, the necromancer is granted 10 seconds to use summoning skills. Countdown begins. 9, 8. As Xiaou used the undead summoning skill, Yang Qianqian also took out her weapon, a large bow, and her attire transformed into a set of light green armor. Undead summoning. 10 undead soldiers appeared in front of Xiaou. Summon. Su. Roar. A frost skeletal dragon, nearly 20 meters long and over 10 meters tall, emerged from the void. Its massive body made everyone present swallow nervously. An undead lord skill, and its rank is definitely not low. Hero, or even a legend? This pressure is just too overwhelming. No wonder you're the national top scorer in the college entrance exam for history. This strength is truly remarkable. No wonder you immediately ranked 100th upon appearing. Yang Qianqian saw the frostbone dragon appear invisibly swallowed, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. She somewhat regretted why she had agreed to duel with Xiaou. It's fine, he only has 160,000 health. As long as we land a critical hit in one round, we can take him down instantly. Yang Qianqian gripped the longbow tightly in her hand. As the countdown reached 0, Yang Qianqian instantly shot out dozens of arrows. Bone shield. Xiaou simultaneously activated the bone shield, with 4 thick shields adorned with ghostly faces surrounding him. As the arrows flew, 4 bone shields simultaneously blocked in front of Xiaou. Thud, thud, thud. The legendary bone shields, with 4 in total, managed to block all of Yang Qianqian's arrows after only 2 were broken. It's actually 4 bone shields, a mutated skill. Yang Qianqian is doomed. She failed to take down the necromancer in 1 strike, and now she won't have any more chances. Xiaoyu's undead soldiers also charged towards Yang Qianqian. Although Xiaoyu did not summon the Saintess Ghost, even so, the myth-level undead soldiers had 40,000 agility, which was no less than Yang Qianqian's. Rapid speed. A green light flashed across Yang Qianqian's body, significantly boosting her speed, barely allowing her to shake off the undead soldiers. Shoot! At this moment, Xiaoyu had already summoned more than a dozen undead archers, and hundreds of arrows shot towards Yang Qianqian, causing her face to change drastically. Wind Dancer. Another skill to enhance her reaction speed, but faced with hundreds of arrows shot by undead archers with over 40,000 agility, Yang Qianqian simply couldn't dodge them all. Thud thud thud. Over a dozen arrows pierced through her body. Minus 51,912. Minus 103,824. Weak point strike. Minus 148,020. Undead archer talent. Weakness critical strike. Minus 51,912. Challenge ended. Xiaoyu wins. No change in Xiaolong rankings. Everyone present fell silent. Yang Qianqian looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief. She truly hadn't expected to lose so completely. This is at least a mythic level undead summoning combined with high-level undead mastery. As students of Hidden Dragon Academy with broad knowledge, someone immediately calculated what tier the undead archer would need to be to cause such damage. This is also why Xiaoyu didn't want to summon the Saintess Ghost. With damage data, it would be easy for others to figure out his true capabilities. A hero-level undead mage possessing mythic-level undead summoning, no wonder he became the national top scorer. Mythic-level skill. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. My highest level right now is only master level. Ah, I only have 1 hero-level skill. You should have told me earlier that you have a mythic-level undead summoning skill. I wouldn't have put myself through all that pain just now, Yang Qianqian said to Xiaoyu with a look of dissatisfaction. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. We're not even close, so why would I tell you everything? Since it's over, let's go, Xiaoyu said as he walked straight off the stage. Yang Qianqian caught up. After all, I'm your first female friend at school. How about adding me as a friend? Don't say things that could be misunderstood, Xiaoyu sighed. People who are overly familiar like this are indeed troublesome. However, Xiaoyu still took out his phone and added Yang Qianqian as a friend. At that moment, 2 beautiful women approached from not far away. Xiaoyu looked over. It was none other than the Qing sisters he hadn't seen for a few days. They had recommended him to attend Chenlong school back then. It seemed they were students here as well. Brother Yu, the top scorer in the country, the first in history for the college entrance exam. So awesome. Qin Yaya excitedly greeted Xiaoyu. Congratulations. Qing Yueming also smiled and greeted Xiaoyu. Just lucky, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Wow, this freshman actually knows someone from the Qing family. Looks like their background isn't simple. Not just knows them, they might even be friends. They personally came over to say hello. Envy and jealousy. Handsome, strong, and surrounded by campus beauties. Don't just focus on being envious. Being surrounded by the Qing sisters isn't all good. There are so many pursuers of the Qing sisters, and some people are definitely jealous. Ah, this, also freshman? A massive figure stood between Xiaoyu and the Qing sisters. Move aside, Du Yu. Qing Yueming frowned and said sharply. Big fool, get lost. Our sisters' matters are none of your business. Qing Yuemun pointed at Du Yu and directly scolded. Yueming, I wasn't trying to meddle in your affairs. I just felt a thrill and wanted to play around with this new student. Du Yu looked coldly at Xiaoyu, saying this, though everyone knew the truth. You're already a level 40 hero warrior and have been in Chenlong for nearly 3 years, and now you want to bully a new student? Qing Yuemun stomped her foot in anger. Qing Yuming also reminded Xiaoyu, don't accept his challenge. This guy comes from the Du family, and most of his equipment is hero level, mixed with a few genuine legendary items. His attributes are extremely powerful, and he gains all core warrior skills upon class change. Plus, after successfully challenging several bosses, his potential has greatly improved. His combat power is top tier among hero level fighters. Escape? The opponent is a powerful professional nurtured by a major family since childhood. No one will mock you for running away. Reward, agility potential plus 10. Fight to the end. You have the system, and you're afraid of this guy? Reward, undead summoning skill level plus 2. Why would I run? Xiaoyu silently mocked the system in his heart. Do you even know my current strength? Afraid of a level 40 hero warrior? Even if it's a legendary warrior, I can crush them in a fight. And Du Yu, seeing Qing Yueming so close to Xiaoyu, was burning with anger. I think you, the national top scorer and the #1 in history for the college entrance exam, are nothing special. He began using provocation tactics, but Xiaoyu wasn't buying it. He glanced at him indifferently. What rank are you on the Xiaolong list? 47th, Du Yu said proudly. Ha, so low, Xiaoyu sneered, curling his lips. I thought you could make it into the top 10. Yu Ming, if I defeat him, I'll be ranked 47th, right? Qing Yueming Ming quickly responded, although winning would make you 47th, you can't beat him. That's fine. Xiaou looked at Du Yuyu. I can accept your challenge, but I have one condition. If you agree, we'll go on stage. What? Speak. Du Yuyu became excited as soon as he saw Xiaou willing to go on stage. After I win, don't show up around these two anymore. I can tell they find you annoying. What era are we in? Still thinking being a bootlicker will get you everything you want? Ha. Please make your choice, host. Xiaoyu's words made the onlookers' mouths involuntarily curl into smiles, but seeing Du Yuyu's face turn completely dark, they didn't dare laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you said it well. I've been annoyed by this big fool for a long time. I've told him countless times, but he just insists on following us. However, someone dared to laugh out loud. Du Yuyu turned his darkened face to look, and Qing Yeye was already laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Alright, we'll go on stage. If it doesn't work out, so be it. I won't force it. Get on stage. Soon, the news of the new student challenging Du Yuyu, ranked 47th on the Chenlong ranking, spread throughout Chenlong school. Challenging the 47th on the Chenlong ranking on the first day of enrollment? Damn, this guy is fierce. Du Yuyu is not someone to mess with. Although he's only ranked 47 on the Flood Dragon list, with the equipment he has, he's considered a powerhouse even at the hero level. Du Yuyu was cultivated by the Du family as their top-tier professional. A wild professional, even if it's a hidden class, could never be a match for Du Yuyu. He was specially recruited into the school. I think he must have some skills. Even if he's not a match for Du Yuyu, he probably won't be too far behind. A necromancer against a warrior actually gives the necromancer an advantage. If the warrior can't crush the necromancer's summoned undead, they'll just be worn down to death. Xiaou and Du Yuyu stood on the challenge platform as a large crowd of students, and even teachers and staff, gathered from all directions. Over 1,000 people surrounded the scene to watch the battle. Qing Yueming looked at Xiaou on the platform with a face full of worry, while Qing Yuemoon shouted, "Brother, you give that big fool a good beating." "Oh, I heard it's because of your jealousy again." A tall, slender man with delicate and soft features stood beside Qing Yueming and said gently, "Wenmei, Hisai." Qing Yueming let out a soft sigh, not knowing what to say. "Ask Sister Wenmei, why are you here?" Qing Yeye said to Ro Wenmei with a cheerful smile. This made Ro Wenmei pat her head. "Call me Brother Wenmei." "Got it, Sister Wenmei." "Wenmei, do you think Xiaou has a chance?" Qing Yueming asked softly. Ro Wenmei revealed a smile. That necromancer's win rate is as high as 100%. Wow, that high? Wenmei Jia, you wouldn't be lying, would you? Qing Yeye was somewhat skeptical about this, though she believed Brother Yu was very strong. The opponent Du Yuyu was no weakling either. Hee, just watch. No need to worry. At this moment, more and more people gathered, with thousands surrounding the challenge platform of Xiaou and Du Yuyu, including even the top 10 geniuses of the Chenlong ranking. The 7th-ranked Wu Xiang on the Chenlong list actually came to watch this challenge. Isn't that the 5th-ranked Song Gafei on the Chenlong list? I can't believe she's still at school. The 9th-ranked on the Chenlong list. Xiaou looked at the growing crowd inside helplessly, not expecting to cause such a commotion on the first day. "Are you scared? As long as you're willing to kneel and apologize to me, I might just accept your surrender." Du Yuyu saw Xiaou sigh and thought Xiaou was frightened. Xiaou glanced at him as if looking at an idiot, and at this moment, he could also see the other's life stats. Du Yuyu, level 40 hero warrior, 670680/670680. Du Yuyu's strength actually reached as high as 67,000, causing the students below to exclaim in surprise. This strength was more than 20,000 higher than other level 40 hero professionals without true legendary equipment. No wonder they are professionals trained by a prestigious family with the best resources. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, which greatly satisfied Du Yuyu's vanity. He glanced smugly at Xiaou. Xiaou, however, didn't mind and directly initiated the battle. Due to the disparity in professions, the necromancer is granted 5 seconds to use summoning skills. Countdown begins. 5, 4. Because it's a battle against a warrior, the preparation time is half that of an archer. Undead summon, Buck. Even Xiaou can only summon 10 undead soldiers along with Buck. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Du Yuyu instantly pulled out a massive crimson two-handed battle axe resembling a door panel, radiating an aura of power. This is definitely level 40 legendary equipment. Whirlwind slash. Boom. Du Yuyu spun around, as if a tornado had appeared on the challenge platform. Even Xiaou felt the powerful pull. Mutated skill. Xiaou's pupils contracted. A normal whirlwind slash doesn't have any pull, but Du Yuyu's whirlwind slash did, which must mean it was mutated. Bone shield. Xiaou immediately summoned a bone shield to resist the pull, but the undead soldiers weren't so lucky. Without the blessing of the Saintess Ghost, their strength was far inferior to Du Yuyu's and they were directly pulled into the tornado. Bang 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 bang. The undead soldiers were torn to pieces by the tornado. At the same time, Xiaou also saw the tornado rushing toward his direction. It's over, the freshman is done for. His undead summons can't stop Du Yuyu's advance at all. Even if he summons undead archers now, they won't be able to hit Du Yuyu in the midst of his whirlwind slash. Lacking combat experience, huh? When the undead warriors are far weaker than the opponent, they'll just be wiped out by the opponent's area skills. Moreover, do you use Whirlwind Slash as a mutated skill with immense pulling force. Even if undead archers are summoned, they'll be dragged in directly. Look, even the freshman's bone shield is about to fail. Bang bang bang. 3 bone shields exploded in sequence. Moreover, the freshman even summoned a melee warrior type undead lord. If they summon that frost bone dragon just now, there might still be a chance. Die. Damn freshman. Du Yu excitedly charged towards Xiaou with his tornado. A corpse of an undead soldier caught in the tornado burst into dark flames, and Du Yu, along with everyone present, believed that Xiaou was merely a necromancer specializing in summoning. Du Yu had made no defensive preparations to counter the sudden explosion and was directly caught in the blast. Minus 502,284. The massive damage left thousands of people stunned. Moreover, Xiaou simultaneously activated the skill effect of the glove flame demon's touch. A demonic arm formed of dark flames reached out toward Du Yu, who had been blasted away by the corpse explosion spell. Boom! Another explosion echoed. Minus 181,026. Challenge ended. Xiaou wins. Xiaou rises to 47th place on the Flood Dragon ranking, while Du Yu drops to 48th place. Selection successful. Rewards issued. Reward, undead summoning skill level +2. Damn, a freshman instantly took out Du Yu with 670,000 HP? How the hell did they do that? One corpse explosion spell combined with an equipment skill instantly killed Du Yu. Am I dreaming? What kind of equipment is needed for this? What grade of corpse explosion spell is required? How much intelligence does this freshman have? What level is the corpse explosion spell? When everyone looked at Xiaou, their eyes were filled with respect. The strong are always admired. I refuse to accept this. I still have equipment skills. I still have legendary level skills I haven't used. How could you kill me instantly? How is this possible? Du Yu stood up and charged fiercely at Xiaou, roaring as he did so. A figure stood between Xiaou and Du Yu. Du Yu, a loss is a loss. Accept it and leave. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Corpse explosion. Boom. Brother Wu Xiang. Du Yu looked at the person who appeared. His expression changed, and he fled in disgrace after gritting his teeth. Hello, Xiaou. I'm Wu Xiang, a level 40 magic swordsman. I sincerely invite you to join my team. Join. This is the team of one of the top 10 big shots on the dragon list. Joining is worth it. Reward, mythical death aura. All enemies nearby have their movement speed reduced by 20% and take death damage equal to 100% of intelligence per second. Refuse. Isn't solo training enjoyable enough? Why should I join someone else's team? Reward, soul fireball skill upgraded to mythical level. Challenge the other party and defeat them, and then you want me to join? Are you even worthy? Reward, talent plague apostle. Your undead summons have a 100% chance to inflict a poison effect on enemies upon a successful attack, lasting 3 seconds, and dealing poison damage equal to 10% of intelligence per second, with unlimited stacking. Joining Wu Xiang's team would be so awesome. Wu Xiang is already challenging legendary bosses. In Master Wu Xiang's team, apart from Master Wu Xiang himself, everyone else is ranked in the top 20 of the Chenlong list. Their equipment is extremely luxurious, and their strength is formidable. As far as teams go, Master Wu Xiang's team can rank in the top 3. Envious and jealous. Many people looked at Xiaou with envy. With this, Xiaou had firmly established himself in Chenlong school and even had a powerful team. His future leveling speed would far surpass that of others. What is your ranking on the Chenlong list? Xiaou asked with a smile. This left everyone stunned. Even Wu Xiang looked at Xiaou with some confusion. 7th. Challenge me, defeat me, and I'll join you. If you lose, then it's nothing. Xiaou's tone was very calm, yet it stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. In everyone's mind, there was only one thought. How does this freshman dare? Even Ro Wen Mei and the Qing sisters were dumbfounded. The opponent is Wu Xiang, who is far stronger than Du Yu and possesses a hidden class with extremely versatile combat techniques, the magic swordsman. Few people are willing to fight Wu Xiang because his endless array of techniques is nerve-wracking, and one careless move could result in being hit by an unknown skill. Even Wu Xiang's pupils suddenly contracted, turning cold. You want to challenge me on the stage? Isn't this a slap in my face? Please make your choice, host. Yes, that's right. Xiaou nodded. You're only ranked 47th, but I'm in the top 10, ranked 7th. I can be challenged by anyone this month. If the first ranked person were here, I would let them challenge me too, Xiaou said matter-of-factly. If only I could challenge you guys, it would save me a lot of trouble. Right now, Xiaou can only challenge up to the 37th ranked person. I won and still have to let you join my team. Do you think that's possible? Wu Xiang said coldly. If you don't want to, forget it. Then I refuse to join your team. Xiaou waved his hand indifferently and walked away. Wait, Wu Xiang suddenly called out to Xiaou. Xiaou turned his head to look. What, you agreed? Alright, I accept your challenge, but I have one condition. Wu Xiang stared at Xiaou. If I win, you drop out. Brother you you can't agree to this. Dropping out over a challenge isn't worth it, Qing shouted loudly at Xiaou. But at this moment, most of the students eagerly looked at Xiaou, as watching the drama was never a trivial matter. If the national top scorer were to leave Chenlong school, other schools wouldn't dare to accept him anymore, and upgrading would become incredibly difficult. Moreover, he would lose a significant amount of support from the schools. Alright, everyone was shocked as they watched Xiaou casually nod and agree. Even Wu Xiang felt a jolt in his heart. How could he dare to agree? He had thought this condition would deter him. But the other party agreed with a relaxed expression, making Wu Xiang feel a moment of hesitation. However, with thousands of people watching him now, if he still refused, he might as well drop out of school altogether. But if he failed, losing to a freshman on their first day of school, and considering he had proposed the condition that if he won, the other party would have to drop out, then if he lost, wouldn't it be embarrassing not to drop out himself? No, I can't lose. Wu Xiang gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaou. Then we'll have the challenge in 7 days. I've used up my challenge attempts for this week. 7 days later? Xiaou frowned, but there was no other choice. To obtain the talent, he could only agree. Alright, see you in 7 days. Ridiculous. Is there not a single teacher present who tried to stop this? Losing a challenge match and then deciding to drop out this Xiaou is truly infuriating. The middle-aged man in a suit looked at the document in front of him and flew into a rage. He had gone to great lengths to recruit Xiaou into his Chenlong school, yet hadn't even had the chance to properly guide him. And now, on his very first day, Xiaou had made a bet with Wu Xiang, the 7th-ranked magic swordsman on the Chenlong list, agreeing to drop out if he lost. What kind of joke is this? If Elder Feng finds out, he might just knock me on the head. No, we must make them cancel the challenge. Xiaoli, call these two over. Principal, Wu Xiang has teleported back to Magic City, and Xiaou has gone to the level 39 hero-grade monster nest underground demon city. It seems it will be difficult to see them in the next few days, Xiaoli said with a bitter smile. Speak. This is really... Qing rubbed his forehead in frustration, not expecting that even at the mythic level, he could still get headaches, and thinking that it all started because of his two daughters, he felt even more troubled. Hope nothing major happens. Sigh. Have you heard? This year's national top scorer, the first in history to achieve such a high score in the college entrance exam, Xiaou, beat Du Yuyu, ranked 47th on the Chenlong list, right after enrolling. Then he rejected the invitation to join the team of Wu Xiang, the 7th-ranked magic swordsman on the Chenlong list, and even challenged Wu Xiang, saying if Wu Xiang lost, he should drop out. Whoa, what on earth happened? I just slept in for a bit and missed such a huge drama. This Xiaou is way too arrogant, challenging Wu Xiang as soon as he enrolled. What level is he? Level 35 hero undead necromancer. But Xiaou is just too strong. A corpse explosion dealt 500,000 damage to Du Yuyu, so ridiculously overpowered. I think Wu Xiang is in big trouble. You're talking nonsense. Wu Xiang, my husband, will put up a magic shield and 500,000 damage will barely break through. Idiot upstairs. With Wu Xiang's intelligence, a magic shield that can block 200,000 damage would already be impressive. The challenge between Xiaou and Wu Xiang attracted the attention of the entire school, instantly becoming the hottest topic at Chenlong School. There were even rumors such as Wu Xiang challenging Xiaou on behalf of Qing. As for Xiaou himself, he is now in a pitch-black underground labyrinth with wisps of chaotic demonic energy floating in the air. If touched, it would inflict both mental and physical harm. So this is a hero-level monster nest? It's even creepier than that mutated monster nest, but it won't stop me from leveling up. Set off, level up. Due to the narrow roads of the underground demon city, Xiaou only summoned about 20 undead soldiers to guard his front end. Rear. At the same time, the Saintess Ghost was also summoned, followed by the Ghost Legion to explore the surrounding environment. There are monsters ahead, block them. Receiving information from the Ghost Legion, Xiaou instructed the undead guards to advance a short distance. Soon, two humanoid yet inhuman creatures appeared in Xiaou's sight. Underground Demon, Ordinary. Race, Underground Demon. Level 34. The Underground Demon saw Xiaou and immediately roared and charged forward, but with its attributes of less than 10,000, it was instantly slain by the undead soldier with attributes exceeding 70,000. Killed Underground Demon, Normal, level 34, experience plus 20400. Ah, so little experience, Xiaou sighed helplessly. After the hero-level monster nest, not only did monster nests become rare, but even the monsters themselves no longer matched the level of the monster nest, with significant fluctuations. In a level 39 monster nest, the lowest might even feature monsters in their 20s, while level 39 monsters are extremely rare. So upon reaching hero level, the level leveling speed will drastically decrease again. According to the Underground Demon City Guide, if I go a bit further, I should encounter the first elite monster. Hopefully, it's still there. Xiaou deliberately chose a relatively difficult monster nest to avoid popular leveling options, as it's hard to even snatch a single monster in popular nests, and the bosses are all killed by others. He continued to advance in the cold and damp dungeon, where monsters ranging from their 20s to 30s would occasionally emerge. Suddenly, the path ahead opened up into a massive cavern filled with numerous small holes, which were the rooms where the underground demons lived. However, it was eerily quiet at the moment. At the same time, Xiaou also noticed the corpses of underground demons on the ground and a larger underground demon in the center. Got beaten to it. Xiaou sighed in disappointment, walked over, and inspected the corpse of the underground demon. Looks like it was just killed recently. I need to speed up and head to the next boss location, or they'll kill them all and I'll suffer a huge loss. 1,300 Chenlong points. Xiaou quickened his pace, heading deeper into the underground demon city. But this time, he grew more anxious as corpses of underground demons or other monsters appeared before him one after another. Damn, that team must also be chasing after the boss. Sure enough, as Xiaou arrived at another massive cavern, chaotic noises echoed from within. Careful, the boss has mutated. This is way too troublesome. Sister Lan, why don't we retreat? We can't break through this boss's defense. Go! A cold voice rang out, making Xiaou delighted they couldn't beat it. Doesn't that mean the boss is ours? Ah, Sister Lan, help, help! A miserable scream came from inside, followed by the panicked shouts of the team. Xiaou also walked in at this moment and saw 4 people quickly running toward him, with a heavily armored warrior at the front. Run! The boss has mutated, a level 39 mutated boss. To Xiaou's surprise, the voice coming from inside the heavy armor was actually female, but Xiaou ignored them and walked straight inside. Chasing after them was a lizard several meters tall at the shoulder and over 10 meters long, covered in menacing black scales that even emitted traces of demonic energy. Its head, resembling that of a dragon, carried a hint of majesty. Dragon Blood Demon Lizard. Hero boss, mutated. Race, Dragon Blood Demon Lizard. Level, 39. Strength, 40,755. Agility, 39,325. Wisdom, 38,936. Talent, mutated demon dragon blood. Infected and mutated by mutated demon dragon blood. Plus 100 strength per level. Plus 100 agility per level. Demon dragon scales. Sinister scales emitting demonic energy. Magic resistance plus 30%. Physical resistance plus 50%. When attacked, sprays a stream of demonic energy at the enemy, dealing 100% all attribute damage and reducing the enemy's physical and magic resistance by 10%. Pounce, Demon Claw Tier, Pain Curse, Demon Dragon Breath, unleashes Dragon Breath to attack enemies, deals 300% all attribute damage and reduces the enemy's physical and magic resistance by 30%. Experience. Xiao's eyes lit up, immediately commanding over 20 undead soldiers to charge forward. This left the 4 people behind Xiaou stunned. How could this necromancer dare? This was a mutated hero boss, no weaker than a legendary boss. Could it be that he hasn't learned the undead space skill yet? How could he dare to fight a boss with just over 20 undead soldiers? Other necromancers usually gather hundreds of undead summons, then swarm the boss all at once, while continuously summoning reinforcements from the rear. Could it be a necromancer specializing in corpse explosion? Specializing in corpse explosion? Should we save him? Tao Tao, you take Yu Shu out. Zhang Lu and I will go in to save him. Although this person is a bit foolish, while the 4 of us ran away, he charged in alone. We can't just stand by and watch him die. The heavily armored warrior said in a deep voice. Big Sister is truly a good person, said a male priest dressed in a white robe, smiling gently beside the heavily armored warrior. I just love this about Sister Lan, said Tao Tao, a female archer, who was carrying an injured and battered mage on her back. Alright, let's go. At the same time, the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard bore deep wounds that exposed its bones. Its golden red vertical pupils stared at the seemingly unimpressive skeletal undead before it. Despite wielding only a broken sword and shield, they could effortlessly pierce through the dragon scales it took pride in and even sever its bones. And that broken shield, even though it already had several gaps, could still firmly withstand the powerful strikes of its claws, and the shield didn't even lose a speck of dust. If the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard were large enough, the long sword in the hands of the undead soldier would be nothing more than a slightly bigger toothpick to it. Otherwise, the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard wouldn't have been able to withstand the undead soldier's attacks for so long. At this moment, Linlan also led her team back into the cave, watching the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard being relentlessly beaten back by over 20 undead soldiers, her face full of disbelief. Jian Lu rubbed his eyes hard. Was this real? Or could it be that the seemingly younger undead mage before them was actually a legendary undead mage master? Are you back to steal experience? A voice reached the ears of the 2. Skills. Linlan and the other person looked over, only to see the necromancer watching them warily. No, we just came back to save you. Do you need saving? recording? My phone just fell here, I just came back to pick it up. Zhangla picked up the phone he had just thrown from the ground and smiled at Xiaou with all his might. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud thud. Defeated Dragon Blood Demon Lizard Hero Boss, Mutated, Level 39, Experience plus 999,000. You have obtained a Master Level Special Item, Dragon Blood Potion. Your level has increased to Level 36. Undead Lord Skill Level plus 2. Master Level Undead Resurrection Level 1, resurrects a corpse as an undead. The undead has no memories of its previous life, retains 70% of its attributes, all skills, and talents from its previous life. Cannot resurrect corpses of a higher level than yours. Duration, 60 minutes. Master Level Poison Mist Level 1. Choose Undead Lord. Reward, the Undead Lord will come with ordinary undead subordinates equal to level 200. Choose Undead Revival. Reward, you can revive a corpse no higher than 5 levels below your own. Choose Poison Fog Spell. Reward, Poison Fog Spell skill level plus 2. Undead Revival, huh? It's indeed a core skill for an undead mage, but the school will provide it. Xiaou still chose Undead Lord. This way, the size of his undead army would be exponentially increased. Dragon Blood Potion, Master, Special Item, Level 39. Effect. Professionals have a 10% chance to obtain Demonic Dragon Bloodline. Pets have a 15% chance to obtain Demonic Dragon Bloodline. Magical pets or professionals with dragon lineage have a 70% chance of obtaining the Demonic Dragon Bloodline and a 20% chance of obtaining the Mutated Demonic Dragon Bloodline. A bloodline item? And it's one that grants the Demonic Dragon Bloodline? Xiaou was stunned, never expecting to have a lucky day like this. Bloodline items. These are considered extremely rare items worldwide, even more precious than excellent skill books, and their value depends on the type of bloodline they grant. That's good. As for the Demonic Dragon Bloodline, it belongs to the Tier 1 category of bloodlines. You can see it in the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard, where the Demonic Dragon scales automatically counter enemy attacks, reduce enemy defense, and, if not for the undead soldier's overwhelming attributes against the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard, it would be very difficult to break through the Demonic Dragon scale armor at the same level. And the bloodline can also enhance attribute potential. For example, the Demon Dragon Bloodline can increase strength potential by at least 100 points at the hero level, while the potential of a typical warrior profession at the hero level is only around 400. Unfortunately, directly using it only has a 10% chance of obtaining the Demon Dragon Bloodline. Xiaou sighed. He himself did not have a dragon bloodline. If he did, the chance of obtaining the Demon Dragon Bloodline would be 70%. Linlan and the other person watched Xiaou switch between joy and melancholy. The two exchanged glances, roughly guessing that he had gotten something valuable, but it was something he couldn't use himself. Understood. Everyone understands. Please select your level up reward. Friends, shall we leave first? Zhangla asked cautiously. Xiaou looked at them. How many elite monsters or bosses have you killed? Hearing Xiaou's words, they understood that Xiaou had come to hunt the elite monsters or bosses in this monster nest. We only killed the Demon Warrior and the Underground Wraith, 2 elites. We originally wanted to challenge a boss, but the boss mutated. We were no match for it. If we hadn't run quickly, we would have been wiped out. Please make your choice, host. Zhangla spoke with lingering fear. Ha, the demon priest wasn't killed by them? Are there other teams in the underground demon city? Xiaou thought to himself. It seems he needs to speed up, or else the elites and bosses will all be snatched by others. Hello, I'm Linlan from Chenlong School. Thank you, friend, for helping us block the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard. Otherwise, if it had chased us, we would have been in grave danger. Linlan removed her sturdy helmet, revealing a stunningly beautiful face underneath, making it hard to imagine such a beauty hidden beneath such heavy armor. Although Linlan's words were somewhat exaggerated, if Xiaou hadn't helped with the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard, they would have been running with injured teammates. If they encountered monsters ahead, they could have been attacked from both sides, caught by the Dragon Blood Demon Lizard, and possibly suffered casualties. Chenlong School, huh? Then we're classmates. Xiaou, maybe we'll meet at school in the future. I still need to find the boss, so I won't chat anymore. After Xiaou said his name, he turned and left. If they kept chatting, the boss might end up being killed by someone else. Although getting the Dragon Blood Potion wasn't much of a loss for him, who wouldn't want to earn a little more for themselves? Watching Xiaou's departing figure, Linlan frowned. He's from Chenlong School too? Why have I never heard of his name? It's not on the Chenlong ranking or the Jiaolong ranking. There aren't many necromancers in our school either. Not just not many, there are only 2, and neither of them is Xiaou, Zhangla said indifferently. Maybe he just said it casually. Don't worry about it. Let's heal Yushu and then look for more monsters to kill. Otherwise, if we leave here with less than 30% experience, it'll be such a loss, several thousand Chenlong points gone. Mutation must have a cause, and it's a dragon mutation. But the underground demon city has never had a dragon boss. Xiaou jogged along, frowning as he pondered the issue of the boss mutation. Nowadays, information is incredibly advanced, and many monster nests have been thoroughly explored by professionals, who then share their findings online for others to observe. The underground demon city is one such place. The main monsters in the underground demon city are demon lizards, subterranean demons, and black shadow ghosts, three types of ordinary monsters. Above them are the elites and bosses of these three monster types. There is no record of any dragon-related monster species, and now the demon lizard boss has mutated and evolved into the dragon blood demon lizard. Could it be the Monster Protection Organization causing trouble again? Xiaou felt a headache just thinking about this organization. If it really is them, then he seems to have quite the connection with them, or rather, they are just too good at stirring up trouble. As time passed, Xiaou ventured deeper into the underground demon city. Along the way, the level of monsters gradually increased, which also allowed Xiaou's experience to grow steadily. As a demon lizard fell under the sword of the undead soldier. Kill demon lizard, normal, level 36, experience plus 35,500. Your level has increased to 37. Xiaou glanced at the options, they were still quite ordinary. Space blink skill level plus 2. Choose space blink. Reward, space blink distance plus 50 meters. In this way, my spatial blink now covers 180 meters, which is quite good. Although this distance can be covered in just a second by hero-level professionals or bosses. Suddenly performing a spatial blink can still confuse the enemy. The next elite monster spot is just ahead. I hope it's still there. Xiaou felt a bit uneasy in his heart. Walking into another cave and seeing the ground covered with the corpses of magic lizards, Xiaou realized he was late again. Damn it! Xiaou still inspected the corpses. Killed very quickly, even the boss was instantly killed. A legendary professional? Theirs. Only one wound. The team that killed the magic lizards left in a hurry, as if they had a clear goal. Are they looking for something? Xiaou followed the footsteps of the departing team, heading in the direction of the next boss he needed to kill, which also led deeper into the underground demon city. True. Alright, you go this way, then I'll change direction. Since they've found the other party's direction, they naturally won't follow behind and eat dust. Moreover, the other party has a legendary professional, and with their target in mind, their aggression is bound to be strong. Follow the footprints into the underground depths. Reward, Soul Fireball upgraded to hero level. Don't follow behind the other party and eat dust. Reward, hero level Undead Resurrection level 1. Enter the eastern cave, overtake at the bend, head deep underground to locate the juvenile mutated dragon, and either kill or tame it. Reward, Corpse Explosion skill upgraded to mythical level. What? A dragon has actually appeared, and it's a juvenile dragon. Xiao's pupils trembled. Dragons are at least mythical level, and mutations generally make them stronger, which means it could potentially be true god level. What does this mean? It's only one tier weaker than his Saint Ghost. Xiao knows the strength of the Saint Ghost all too well, doesn't he? Invincible at the same level, and killing across levels is no problem at all. Even a mutated dragon slightly weaker than the Saint Ghost would still be an incredibly powerful ally. So that's it. The reason the legendary professional returned to the underground demon city was to capture the juvenile mutated demon dragon. Is it about stealing? No, this isn't stealing. It's that the juvenile mutated demon dragon and I are destined. Xiaoyu directly had the Saint Ghost carry him as they flew into the eastern cave, quickly advancing deeper inside. Mr. Zhang, this demon dragon is too good at hiding. We simply can't find it. A group of 4 people was running swiftly through the underground demon city, with the one leading the way being a middle-aged man dressed in black and holding a dagger. His aura was incredibly powerful, and if he hadn't refrained from concealing his presence, the others wouldn't have been able to see him at all. Search, we must find the demon dragon. This mythical level demon dragon can make my son invincible before other myths. It is the most suitable dragon species for my son's evil dragon knight profession, Zheng Yue said firmly, his eyes resolute. Currently, his son's magical pet is only at the hero level, while a mythical level juvenile demon dragon is a rare encounter. If they miss this chance, hoping to encounter one in the future, they wouldn't come across one in a lifetime. The other 3 looked on with envy. Having a father who loves you and is also powerful is truly a blessing. He even personally takes action to capture a demon dragon as a magical pet for his son. Does he need another son? There's an unusual movement in the demonic aura over there. Perhaps the demon dragon is absorbing the demonic energy to heal. Zheng Yue immediately transformed into a black shadow and rushed in one direction. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu also relied on the speed of the Saintus Ghost to reach the deeper layers. Now, the area was filled with drifting demonic energy, and a single careless move could result in harm from touching it. However, Xiaoyu didn't care much, as even if he came into contact with it, he would only take 1% damage. With the Saintus Ghost's holy aura for healing, he paid no attention to such minor damage. Saintus, Ghost Legion, start searching for the juvenile mutated demon dragon. Xiaoyu also deployed his over 100 ghosts to begin the search for the juvenile mutated demon dragon. But the deep underground is much larger than the surface, and for the time being, Xiaoyu hasn't found any information about the juvenile mutated demon dragon. However, he did encounter quite a few monsters, which which he killed one by one, gaining nearly half of the experience. An anomaly? Xiaou received a report from the ghost, saying that an anomaly had been discovered. He immediately went over and saw an underground demon about 4 to 5 meters in size, covered in black scale armor, aimlessly wandering around. Please make your choice, host. This guy is guarding something. Xiao's eyes narrowed. Although this underground demon seemed to be wandering aimlessly, it never strayed far from an inconspicuous cave entrance. Every time it walked out dozens of meters, it would immediately turn back. Well, that young demon dragon seems to have quite a bit of intelligence, even knowing how to confuse its enemies. Xiaou speculated that the demon dragon was inside the cave and the underground demon was guarding the entrance for the young demon dragon. If an ordinary person were to fight with this underground demon, the young demon dragon would definitely turn and flee. Being entangled by the underground demon would make it very troublesome to track and catch up again. But I am a necromancer, and I definitely have to kill this mutated underground demon boss, and the young dragon can't escape either. Xiaou was unwilling to give up on a level 39 underground demon boss. As an adult, he wants them all. He instantly summoned over 100 undead soldiers and undead archers. You are responsible for killing the underground demon. Since he planned to take the Saintess Ghost away, and the undead soldiers and archers wouldn't benefit from the Saintess Ghost's talent as an inspirer, Xiaou summoned so many. Go! Xiaou let the Saintess Ghost pull him as they flew toward the cave entrance, while a rain of arrows shot toward the underground demon boss, diverting its attention. Boom! A surge of demonic energy suddenly erupted from the cave entrance. The juvenile demon dragon is escaping. Spatial flicker. Xiaou, seeing the distance was already very close, rushed directly into the cave and spotted a large beast running toward the distance. At this moment, Xiaou also saw the true appearance of the juvenile demon dragon. Compared to ordinary dragons, it had a more slender yet robust body. Its ferocious dragon head was adorned with 4 spear-like dragon horns. Due to living in the underground demon city, its wings had clearly degenerated somewhat, but it possessed 2 pairs of powerful front claws and a pair of strong hind legs, making its running ability no less impressive than flying. Demonic dragon, true god boss, mutated, juvenile, race, demonic dragon, mutated, level 35, strength 58,975, agility 59,325, intelligence 54,425, talent, mutated demon dragon, corrupted by the abyss yet retaining sanity while allowing the body to absorb the power of the abyss, plus 200 strength per level, plus 200 agility per level. Demon dragon scales, eerie scales emitting demonic energy, magic resistance plus 50%, physical resistance plus 75%. When attacked, it sprays a burst of demonic energy at the enemy, dealing 200% all attribute damage and reducing the enemy's physical and magic resistance by 30%. Devouring corpses can quickly restore stamina, with a 5% chance to gain attribute potential based on the corpse's attributes, and a 1% chance to acquire the corpse's skills. Skills: Abyssal Bomb, Dragon's Breath, Stealth, Bite, Tear. The skills of this young dragon left Xiaou feeling a bit overwhelmed. There were dozens of them, seemingly acquired from devouring corpses. Injured? Xiaou also noticed that several black scales on the young dragon's body had been shattered, with black dragon blood flowing out from the wounds. Saintess, leave it, be careful, don't kill it. Xiaou jumped down, while several Saintess phantoms simultaneously pounced on the young demon dragon, specifically reminding them not to kill it, as he still intended to tame it. Although the frost bone dragon makes a decent mount, Xiaou felt that this demon dragon was more imposing. Moreover, its growth potential was quite impressive. The 5 Saintess phantoms surrounded the young demon dragon completely. The Saintess's attributes were far superior to those of the young demon dragon, and their holy attributes countered the demon dragon's demonic aura, causing the dragon to instinctively curl up its body, nervously watching the angels encircling it. Surrender, or die. A calm voice reached the ears of the young demon dragon, and it understood the words. What? I am a noble demon dragon. How could I possibly surrender? The young demon dragon instinctively thought, immediately glaring angrily in the direction of the voice. It was an ordinary human. Just you want me to surrender? The demon dragon will never be a slave. The young demon dragon roared at Xiaou. Then you must want to die. Xiaou sighed regretfully, surprised by the dragon's high spirit. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Saintess, kill it. Since it couldn't be tamed, it naturally had to be killed to complete the divine level choice. The mythic level corpse explosion technique was quite good, and the frost bone dragon was also quite good. The radiant warhammer exuding divine might appeared in the hands of the saintly ghost. Since the master had given the order, there would naturally be no mercy, aiming directly to send the demon dragon to hell. Hiss! The young demon dragon's golden pupils shrank sharply. The opponent truly intended to kill it, and without a shred of hesitation. Perhaps it wasn't as noble as it had imagined. Shouldn't there be some negotiation first, followed by bargaining before signing a contract? Why go straight for the kill? Wait! The young demon dragon hurriedly shouted. Stop! Xiaou looked at the demon dragon. Regretting it? Then I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die, make your choice. The young demon dragon looked at Xiao's calm face. Although it wanted to bargain a bit more, it had a feeling that if it said anything reckless, this terrifying human would definitely have that angel kill it directly. Even angels are under this human's command. Why can't I, a demon dragon, do the same? Could it be that a demon dragon is nobler than an angel? Wait, that's not right. I'm a mutated demon dragon. Am I really on the same level as an angel? The young demon dragon raised its head, looked at the saintly ghost radiating divine judgment, and came to a conclusion. It truly wasn't as good as this angel. I choose to submit. In the end, the young demon dragon decided not to act recklessly anymore. Continuing would cost its life. As a mutated demon dragon with immense potential, it absolutely couldn't die here. It hadn't yet found its other half. The demon dragon submits to you. Do you accept? Receiving a system notification, Xiaou also politely nodded to the demon dragon, agreed. In an instant, Xiaou felt as though he was in control of something, similar to how he could control the ghost of the saintess. Selection completed. Rewards issued. Reward: corpse explosion upgraded to mythical level. Mythical level corpse explosion level 12. Detonate a corpse / your undead summon, dealing 1100% of intelligence as fire damage, and additionally causing 200% of the detonated unit strength as fire damage. Additional effect: units killed by corpse explosion will explode. Corpse explosion additionally deals fire damage equal to 100% of the strength of the detonated unit. However, unlike the Saint Ghost, the growth of the demon dragon does not progress alongside Xiao's level. Its growth requires devouring corpses or other entities with stronger energy. Still not quite there, Xiao shook his head. However, looking at the demon dragon's imposing and majestic body, he was still satisfied. Riding it out in the future would definitely turn heads. The young demon dragon does not yet know that it is merely regarded as a mount. Dragon, the dragon has been spotted. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Xiao's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the team had tracked him down, and he hadn't had the chance to escape yet. Sure enough, a sharp aura instantly locked onto Xiao. Legendary assassin, Xiao quickly issued an order in his mind, instructing the Saint Ghost to locate the assassin's position. At the same time, Zhang Yuwei looked at the young man in front of him, then raised his head to see that angelic presence, whose emanating power was no weaker than his own. A legendary summon or a magical pet? Then Zhang Yuwei turned to the demon dragon, his pupils suddenly trembling. Attributes: I can no longer see the demon dragon's attributes. It has been taken as someone's magical pet. The attributes of wild monsters can be discerned by any level of professional, but once they become magical pets, no matter your level, you cannot see the attributes of another professional's magical pet. Young man, we've been chasing this demon dragon for half a month. It's not appropriate for you to tame it like this. Zhang Yuwei's voice echoed from all directions into Xiao's ears. Although the demon dragon was injured earlier, no one can explain who caused it. In the wild, it seems there's no rule that says I can't tame it just because you chased it. For half a month, Xiao said with a faint smile. Wild monsters are unowned. As long as you don't snatch them in front of someone, others have no reason to say anything. Give up the demon dragon, and our Zhang family will compensate you with 5 billion. Zhang Yuwei felt his heart bleeding as he watched the demon dragon, which was about to be his, being taken away. But facing the opponent's legendary magic pet and legendary summon creature, he had no choice but to negotiate. Refuse. I definitely won't give up this demon dragon. Whether you want to fight or leave, it's your choice. Xiao looked toward a shadowy spot, where the assassin was hiding. Zhang Yuwei heard these words and was about to leap out, but suddenly noticed Xiao looking toward his hiding spot. His heart trembled. Had he been discovered? As an assassin, being detected in advance meant that many of his techniques would be rendered useless. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Has the demon dragon been subdued by someone? Zhang Yuwei's other 3 teammates also rushed over and discovered that the demon dragon had indeed been subdued. They all knew that Zhang Yuwei was trying to subdue the demon dragon for his son and would never sign the contract himself. Once the contract was signed, canceling it would be a troublesome matter. The 3 of them all looked at Xiao with hostility. Without helping Zhang Yuwei obtain the demon dragon, the rewards they could receive would be significantly reduced. Don't make a move, Zhang Yuwei shouted through gritted teeth as he emerged from the shadows. Since he had been discovered, there was naturally no need to continue hiding. At the same time, the saintly ghost had disappeared. Zhang Yuwei realized he couldn't sense the presence of that angelic figure from earlier or where it might be now, which made him even more uneasy. My friend, my son is a hidden class evil dragon knight and is in great need of this demon dragon. I wonder how I might persuade you to part with it. Zhang Yuwei took a deep breath and cupped his hands towards Xiao as he asked. Evil dragon knight, huh? I think I've heard of it. Xiao vaguely recalled that this guy was from the same province as him and had been a dark horse provincial champion. Of course, it was hopeless provincial champion, national champion, they were all him. The demon dragon won't be handed over to you, but there's something that, if you're willing to pay the price, isn't impossible to sell to you. Xiao took out a bottle and shook it. Demon dragon blood potion. Zhang Yuwei and his teammates looked at the the potion in Xiaoyu's hand with eyes full of excitement. Since your son is a dragon knight, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find him another dragon. Then, after feeding it the potion, there's still a chance to obtain a dragon with a demonic dragon bloodline. Naturally, Xiaoyu wouldn't reveal that the demonic dragon in his possession had mutated and reached the true god level, whereas ordinary demonic dragons, at most, only reached the mythical level. Dragons with merely a demonic dragon bloodline would be even lower, at the level of a strong legendary figure. After all, dragons come in many varieties. Hey, how much are you planning to sell the demon dragon blood potion for? Zhang Yue looked at the demon dragon and finally decided to give up. Compared to the demon dragon, his own life was still more important. There's no way I'd risk my life just for my son's magical pet, right? 3 billion, Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said. This price is quite reasonable in the market. After all, bloodline items are still very rare, especially one with a demon dragon bloodline. 3 billion, Zhang Yue's expression slightly changed. He looked at Xiaoyu and nodded. This price was quite reasonable. Magical pets are not only about having a good bloodline, their subsequent cultivation also requires a significant investment. Therefore, the price of magical pets alone is not overly exaggerated. The two took out their phones. Zhang Yue transferred the money to Xiaoyu. Although there was no signal inside the monster nest, transactions could still be conducted offline. This was a system implemented by Longwei to enable professionals to trade even within monster nests. Xiaoyu glanced at the account. 3 billion had been received. He then handed the potion in his hand to Zhang Yue. Pleasure working with you, Zhang Yue sighed. Spending so much time only to obtain one potion still felt a bit like a loss. I am Zhang Yue. May I ask where you are currently employed, my friend? Chenlong Academy, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't bother hiding his identity. Sooner or later, he would be riding the magic dragon out, and by then, others could easily find out who he was. So, you're an outstanding student from Chenlong Academy. My son will be attending Chenlong Academy soon. If he happens to meet you, I hope Brother Xia can look after him a bit. Zhang Yue assumed Xiaoyu had already been at Chenlong Academy for quite some time. Kill mutant demon, hero boss, mutant, level 39, experience plus 707,000. Level increased to 38. Oh, the boss over there has been killed too. Not bad. No need to stay here any longer. Choose Undead Lord. Undead Lord skill summon limit +1. Choose Undead Lord. Reward, the next Undead Lord summon will grant a one-time 5-choice opportunity. After chatting with Zhang Yue for a few more moments, Xiaoyu casually found an excuse to leave. Watching Xiaoyu's departing figure, Zhang Yue sighed helplessly and left with his team, not expecting the demon dragon to be snatched away. Later, Xiaoyu wandered through the underground demon city but didn't find any new elites or bosses, and even high-level monsters were scarce. By the end of the day, he had only gained a little over 200,000 experience points. Meanwhile, after devouring a large number of corpses, the demon dragon leveled up. Go back. Seeing that the underground demon city no longer held any value, Xiaoyu had no choice but to give up. However, the harvest this time in the demon city was still quite substantial. A true god-level demon pet, the mutated demon dragon, 30 billion in cash, equipment worth millions, and most importantly, he leveled up 3 times, with corpse explosion upgraded to the mythic level. Through the teleportation array at the underground demon city's outpost, Xiaoyu returned to the teleportation center at Chenlong School. As soon as he landed, Xiaoyu immediately noticed that many people were staring at him. Look, isn't that the new student Xiaoyu who was going to duel Wu Xian? After 2 days, he's finally back. Everyone thought he had run away. He hasn't even been awakened for a month, yet he dares to duel Wu Xiang, who ranks 7th on the Chenlong list. And if he loses, he has to drop out of school. He's even bolder than a tough guy. What a madman. Excuse me, how did you dare to let Wu Xiang challenge you? A petite and adorable girl asked Xiaoyu. Because I won't lose, that's why I dare, Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. This immediately stirred up a wave of exclamations in the teleportation center. No one had expected Xiaoyu to respond like this. It was practically looking down on Wu Xiang. After all, Wu Xiang had spent 2 years training at Chenlong Academy, was a hidden class magic swordsman, had excellent equipment, and ranked 7th on the Chenlong list. Yet, as a freshman, you think you're guaranteed to win. Student Xiaoyu, Principal Qing requests your presence. Suddenly, a woman in uniform pushed through the crowd and spoke to Xiaoyu. Principal? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that a mythical level powerhouse? And she actually wanted to see him. Well, it made sense. After all, he was the top scorer in the country. Meeting the principal wasn't surprising. Pleasure doing business. Following the woman, he walked all the way to an office in a teaching building. Looking at the plain and unassuming office entrance, it was almost hard to believe that this was the office of a mythical powerhouse, the principal of Chenlong School. Come in. Before Xiaoyu could knock on the door, a steady male voice came from inside. Sorry to bother you, Xiaoyu said as he opened the door, only to see a sturdy man sizing him up. Not bad. No wonder you became the top scorer in the history exam. By the way, I also need to thank you for saving my 2 daughters. At the time, I was occupied and couldn't personally come to express my gratitude. gratitude. The moment Qing saw Xiaou, he felt that Xiaou was extraordinary. Judging by his aura, he seemed even more peculiar and powerful than some legendary professionals Qing had encountered. More importantly, Xiaou is a necromancer, and his true strength lies in his summoned creatures, which even include those capable of defeating the legendary boss of Lingan City. When Qing first heard that Xiaou might be the one who killed the legendary boss of Lingan City, rather than some passing myth-level priest or mage, he was quite shocked. Being able to defeat enemies of a higher level is rare worldwide, with fewer than 10 individuals capable of such feats, all of whom are either from prominent families or possess professions known as divine professions. But Xiaou is not among them. He is merely an adopted son of a very insignificant branch of the Bai family, receiving no resources or support from them. Necromancers, among hidden professions, belong to the weaker category, far removed from the realm of divine professions. Was it really him who killed it? How exactly did he do it? These questions left this mythic warrior deeply curious. My relationship with the two young ladies of the Qing family was merely a transaction, and I received compensation afterward. Xiaou had no intention of accepting the favor of being saved and preferred to stick to the terms of the deal, especially since he had indeed taken the payment. Hearing Xiaou say this, Qing decided not to bring up the matter again. Do you have confidence in the duel with Wu Xian? I think there's no way I can lose. Qing looked at the confident Xiaou and shook his head. As long as you're confident, this is the core skill book for necromancers promised to you by the school. Qing took out 4 skill books and handed them to Xiaou. Xiaou accepted them without hesitation, as they were acknowledged to be his. Master-level necromancer's revival. Revive a corpse to become an undead. The undead has no memory of its previous life and possesses 70% of its former attributes, along with all its skills and talents. Cannot revive corpses of a higher level than yours. Duration, 60 minutes. Master-level death aura deals soul damage equal to 50% of intelligence per second to surrounding enemies and reduces their attributes by 1%, up to a maximum of 10%. Heroic level escape from death. Summon an undead resembling yourself. Upon your death, you will resurrect in the body of this undead. Summoning limit, 1, unchangeable. Cooldown, 1 year. Usage limit, 3. Heroic level gate of size. Summon a gate leading to death from which an army of the dead continuously emerges to fight for you. Up to 10 legions can exist simultaneously. Each legion consists of 10,000 ordinary undead, 1,000 elite undead, and 10 undead generals. Additional cost, 3,000 souls. Duration, 24 hours. Cooldown, 30 days. Even the worst ones are at the master level, and there are 2 heroic level ones. Xiaou was very satisfied with this, although the other party was supposed to help him find core skills for a necromancer. If they had given him ordinary level ones, he wouldn't have had much to complain about after all. Having them at all would already be good enough. Now that the other party had found such high-grade ones for him, it was clear they had spent a considerable amount of money. Thank you, Principal. This is not solely my contribution, but rather the entire Dragon Nation sought it out for you. The revival of the undead and the aura of death are manageable, but escaping death, this is the only copy our nation possesses. Even a legendary necromancer from abroad wanted to join Dragon Nation in exchange for it, but we refused. As for the Gate of Size, it was created by that demigod. Xiaou will not let the nation down. Xiaou also understood that the principal's words were a reminder of how precious these items were, and that they were gathered through collective effort. At the same time, Xiaou knew that in the future, when he achieved success, he must not forget the nation and those who helped and supported him. Qing nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Xiaou accept this favor. Then take a good rest and prepare for the upcoming challenges. That won't be necessary. I still want to level up and reach level 40. By the way, Principal, how many Chenlong points are needed to obtain a legendary ascension orb within the school? Xiaou felt he would soon reach level 40 and would then need to search for the legendary ascension orb. The legendary ascension orb? That's something Chenlong points can't buy. Qing chuckled and shook his head. If you want to obtain it, it's quite simple. A month from now, the new students will enroll, and another month after that, the freshman competition will begin. The first place prize is a legendary ascension orb. However, Xiaou, let me remind you, before ascending, you should try your best to challenge high-tier bosses of the same level to enhance your attribute potential. You know this, right? Otherwise, even if you become a legendary class holder, your attributes might not be much higher than some heroic class holders, and your growth in the future could be weaker compared to other classes of the same tier. This, I understand. Xiaou nodded. His ascension mainly focused on enhancing his strength or his summoned creatures. Their attribute potential was separate from his own, so having lower personal attributes wasn't a big deal. After all, the divine selection system would provide some, though not much. However, every time he ascended, the improvement of the Saintess Ghost was terrifyingly significant, far surpassing the effort he would need to grind for a few points of attribute potential himself. Well, but there's no real danger right now, so it's not entirely impossible to grind for attribute potential, Xiaou thought to himself. After all, there were still nearly 2 months until the freshman competition, so he could grind as much as possible during this time. Seeing Xiaou respond this way, Qing could only sigh, as he knew that Xiaou had reached the hero level in less than half a month. Naturally, his previous attribute potential was abysmal. Compared to truly outstanding professionals, his personal attributes were undoubtedly at a significant disadvantage. But fortunately, Xiaou, as a necromancer and primarily a summoning necromancer, doesn't rely heavily on his own potential. If he has it, that's naturally the best, but after all, this isn't a game where you can revive after dying. Strength can enhance physical constitution, agility can make you run faster and react more swiftly, and wisdom can provide necromancers with sturdier defensive measures for certain defensive skills, or increase the damage of skills like corpse explosion and spirit fireball. There's nothing else. If you have other matters, you can leave first. But be careful, Wu Xiang has an experienced legendary professional backing him, so he definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. Principal, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take my leave now. Xiaou left the principal's office and let out a sigh of relief. Facing a powerful mythical expert was still somewhat stressful, but fortunately, the principal was very friendly. He went straight back to his dormitory and learned all 4 skills one by one. I've accumulated 20 skill points during this time, all for this moment. Xiaou looked at the skill points he had. The divine selection system had given him quite a few, and with his level increasing, he now had 20 skill points. Add 6 points to Undead Lord, reaching level 25, and increase the summoning limit of Undead Lords by 2. That means I will have a total of 7 Undead Lords. Although I don't use Undead Lords much nowadays, they are still my main combat strength in real battles, so the more, the better. Even in war-level battles, apart from the Gate of Size, a single Undead Lord can summon several thousand subordinate undead. If several are summoned together, that would be tens of thousands. There's still 14 points left. I'll first upgrade Corpse Explosion to level 20. It's already at Mythic level, but being stuck at a dozen levels is just unreasonable. Mythic level Corpse Explosion, level 20. Detonate a corpse / your undead summon, dealing 1500% of intelligence as fire damage, and additionally causing 200% of the detonated unit's strength as fire damage. Finally at 6 o'clock, max out undead summoning. The undead summoning limit has reached 2590. Sigh, the school dormitory is too small. It's better to summon the undead lord after going home during the holidays or heading to a monster nest. If I summon a giant undead like the Frostbone Dragon, it would directly burst the dormitory, and then I'd have to pay for the damages. Now that I have over 3 billion, shouldn't I spend some of it? Xiaou thought for a moment and directly headed out towards the World Consortium within the school, the only place on campus where money could be used for payment. From a distance, one could see a golden dragon lying atop a building. World Consortium, halfway there. Hey, Xiaou, what a coincidence. Are you also going to attend today's World Consortium auction? A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Xiaou. Turning his head, he saw Yang Qianshan, whose skin was a healthy yellow and who had a curvaceous figure but liked to wear cropped shirts and denim shorts. Just call me Xiaou. Xiaou didn't like others calling him boss all the time. He hadn't been a boss for many years. Auction? What a coincidence. Xiaou also knew that the World Consortium liked to hold auctions, but this was the first time he had encountered one, which piqued his curiosity. Can I participate? Hearing Xiaou's words, Yang Qianshan naturally understood that Xiaou didn't have a reservation, but she smiled and said, of course, no problem. Xiaou, as the top scorer in the country, the World Consortium would be more than happy to have you. They might even offer you a private room. The two arrived at the World Consortium building. Yang Qianshan directly stated that they wanted to attend today's auction. The staff member smiled and said, alright, please show your reservation. Yang Qianshan showed the reservation on her phone to the staff, then pointed to Xiaou. This is Xiaou. He wants to attend the auction but doesn't have a reservation. The staff frowned and looked at Xiaou, hesitating, but there's no reservation. Before he could finish speaking, a graceful woman dressed in a cheongsam appeared behind him. Xiaou glanced over and recognized her. It was Qing Yueshue, an acquaintance. She placed one hand on Xiaou's shoulder, her fragrance wafting over. Just show him the card I gave you. Can he stop you? You're the national top scorer. Why are you here too? Xiaou took out the card she had given him from his backpack, handed it to her, and casually asked. Qing Yueshue accepted the card and handed it to the staff behind her. Prepare a VIP room. Set room 05 as Xiaou's exclusive member room. Mr. Qing, box 05 can only be set as an exclusive box for Purple Dragon members. The staff looked at Xiaou's membership card with some difficulty. Go ahead and set it up first. I'll arrange the Purple Dragon card for Xiaou, Qing Yueshue said coldly and decisively, leaving no room for refusal. She was well aware of Xiaou's current strength and optimistic about his future potential. Yes, Mr. Qing. Seeing this, the staff could only step back and prepare. Why am I here? Isn't it because I missed you? As soon as I knew you were coming to Chenlong, I came. Qing Yueshue threw a flirtatious glance at Xiaou. Xiaou wasn't very interested in this, but he was still quite satisfied and grateful for Qing Yueshue's arrangement arrangements for him. Thank you for your care, President Qing. Why are we even saying such things between us? I still have to go down and get busy. Take your little girlfriend to the private room. There's something good today. Qing Yueshua suddenly frowned and said to Xiaou before hurriedly running off to the side. She's not my little girlfriend. Xiaou didn't have time to explain, turning to Yang Qianqian and saying, that's just how she is, don't mind her. Actually, I don't mind. Yang Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Xiaou. But I mind, Xiaou sighed and said. If Bai Xiao found out, he would have to be persuaded again. Do you have a girlfriend? No, well, I guess not. Xiaou followed the staff into the private room, and Yang Qianqian also came in. After all, with a private room available, who would still sit in the hall? The private room was extremely luxurious, with two maids dressed lightly and looking beautiful specifically serving them. However, as soon as they entered, Xiaou asked them to wait outside. He was still not accustomed to a life of being surrounded and fed grapes. Regarding Xiaou's perfunctory response, Yang Qianqian merely replied with a faint "oh." Xiaou also picked up the list on the table, which detailed the items to be auctioned today. There were hero-level ascension orbs and even level 57 mythical equipment, but Xiaou glanced at the prices starting at tens of billions. Oh, the golden apple that can enhance intelligence potential, the fire dragon's heartblood that can boost strength potential. Xiaou looked at several special items capable of improving attribute potential with some interest, and the prices seemed acceptable, ranging from tens of millions to over 100 million. The items with 3 question marks are mysterious auction items. I wonder what they will be. Bid on heroic ascension orb. Reward, strength potential plus 20. Bid on level 57 mythical equipment. Reward, legendary exclusive staff. Bid on golden apple. Reward, wisdom potential plus 30. Purchase the unknown region development permit. Reward, true god level demon dragon divine heartblood. Usage restriction, hero level and above. Effect, for those without demon dragon bloodline, strength potential plus 200, wisdom potential plus 100, with a 30% chance to acquire the demon dragon divine bloodline. For units with the demon dragon bloodline, there is a 90% chance to upgrade the bloodline to demon dragon divine bloodline, and all attribute potentials plus 300. True god level item? Demon dragon divine heartblood. Xiaou's pupils trembled. This divine level choice has presented him with an extremely difficult decision. What is the unknown region development permit? Ever since merging with the game, Earth has expanded countless times, and some studies even suggest that Earth is still slowly expanding. With the expansion, naturally, many unknown regions have emerged. These could contain level 1 monster nests, but they could also house legendary or mythological level monster nests. Monster nests with outposts are those previously explored by professionals who established outposts there. That's good. But monster nests below the hero level are worthless because they are vast in number and often exceptionally stable, allowing them to persist for a very long time. However, monster nests above the hero level possess extremely high value. Just in terms of experience, they are indispensable for every hero level. Professional. For instance, Lingan City only has one fixed level 30 challenge space, which can accommodate just over a dozen people every half month. Professionals who enter unknown regions without an exploration permit cannot claim hero level monster nests as their own, nor can they sell their monster nests to other professionals for profit. Instead, they must hand them over to the state in exchange for a decent reward. But with an unknown region exploration permit, one can claim the monster nests they encounter as their own, protected by Dragon Country's laws. Other professionals are prohibited from entering to kill monsters and level up without authorization, otherwise, they will face punishment. Of course, as the owner of a monster nest, you also have the responsibility to ensure the monsters in your nest do not leave. If a monster escapes your jurisdiction, you will be stripped of the right to own that monster nest. This is the management law Dragon Country uses for monster nests above the hero level. Unknown territory development permit, previously priced between 1.5 billion and 2.5 billion. I currently have 3.3 billion on me, so I can definitely secure it. As long as I obtain the true god level demon dragon's heartblood, it will be a huge profit. System, choose the unknown territory development permit. As Qing Yueshua, dressed in a cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, took the stage. Today's world auction officially begins. The first item, Hero Grade Ascension Orb. Its function doesn't need much explanation from me, starting at 800 million, with a minimum increment of 10 million per bid. Qing Yueshua raised the jade box and walked a circle on the stage, but most people's eyes were fixed on her fair and slender legs. 900 million. Soon, someone in the hall raised a sign and called out the bid. Qing Yueshua looked charmingly in the direction of the bid and called out, 900 million for the first time. 900 million. 1 billion. 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion. Although the competition for the heroic ascension orb wasn't very intense, the final price still reached 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion for the third time. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the heroic ascension orb. Let's applaud for adding another hero class professional to humanity. The venue erupted in a round of applause. Second item. As the auction proceeded, Xiaou hadn't placed a single bid, which made Yang Xianxian beside him a bit puzzled. Aren't you planning to participate? It's not something I'm interested in yet. Xiaou calmly ate grapes. Since he had decided to purchase the unknown territory development permit, Xiaou wouldn't spend a single penny elsewhere. Please make your choice, host. Not to mention the value of the unknown territory development permit itself, the choices of the divine selection system were something he absolutely had to fulfill. True god-level items are indeed rare. The next item is commissioned by the Dragon Nation to be auctioned by our world consortium, the unknown territory development permit. With this permit, you can develop and expand land in unknown territories, owning your own monster lair. Each hero lair, if it exists for over a year, can bring its owner profits exceeding 1 billion. If you are strong enough to explore and discover several or even dozens of hero-level monster lairs in unknown territories, your earnings could surpass 10 billion. Moreover, owning your own monster lair is also the starting point for establishing a legendary family. The starting bid is 1 billion. Each bid increment must be no less than 10 million. Hiss, there's actually an unknown territory development permit at this auction. I heard that a new unknown area suddenly appeared near the border recently. Maybe that's why the Dragon Kingdom's officials decided to issue permits again. Yang Xianxian was just a little surprised. This wasn't something she could handle. With her abilities, entering an unknown area would most likely result in instant death. 1 billion. Someone immediately placed a bid. 12 billion. Yang Xianxian suddenly heard Xiaoyu's voice beside her and looked at him in shock as he placed a bid. You want to buy the permit? And Qing Yueshua was somewhat surprised as she raised her head to look at Xiaoyu's private room. He actually wanted to buy a permit? Xiaoyu nodded. Sooner or later, I'll need it. The earlier I buy it, the earlier I can enjoy it. This isn't something you should buy early. If you can't resist going in, you might encounter legendary or even mythical monsters, and then you're done for, Yang Xianxian said, twitching the corner of her mouth. No worries, I consider myself to have pretty good self-control. Xiaoyu didn't continue chatting with Yang Xianxian because someone outside had made another bid. 1.5 billion. A middle-aged man dressed in a martial robe raised his hand and announced his price, and at the same time, the people around him seemed to recognize him. It's actually the legendary berserker Zhu Feng. I've heard he's been a legend for many years but has never been able to find a mythical level ascension jewel. Perhaps this time he's trying his luck in an unknown region. Since it's teacher Zhu bidding, this student won't compete with the teacher. A light and graceful voice sounded from within a private box. Everyone looked over to see a woman dressed in a white dress with a long sword at her waist standing by the window. She is Ling Xianzi, ranked 74th on the Chenlong list. I didn't expect her to participate in this auction. Ling Xianzi truly lives up to her name. From afar, she looks just like a fairy from the mythical celestial realm. So beautiful. Of course, Ling Xianzi is among the top 7 of the 10 beauties at our Chenlong school. Each of these 10 beauties has her own unique charm. 18 billion. When everyone thought the license would fall into Zhu Feng's hands, Xiaoyu made a bid. Box number 5, who's inside? They're actually competing with a teacher from Chenlong school for the item. Everyone was startled and looked toward box number 5. At this moment, Xiaoyu also stood by the window. Teacher Zhu, student Xiaoyu is also interested in obtaining the license. Zhu Feng initially wanted to get angry, but seeing Xiaoyu dare to step forward and openly compete with him for the license, for some reason, his anger dissipated instantly. So it's Xiaoyu, this year's national top scorer and the first in history for the college entrance exam. Naturally, at an auction, the highest bidder wins. 20 billion. While speaking, Zhu Feng's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit distressed. If only 1.5 billion could seal the deal, how great that would be. Everyone was momentarily stunned upon hearing Zhu Feng's words. This year's national top scorer? Isn't he a freshman? And he actually wants to obtain the license? Does he really have the capability? Ling Xianzi also curiously looked at Xiaoyu. So this is this year's freshman. Oh, isn't he the famous guy who, on his first day at school, made a bet with the 7th ranked on the Chenlong list, wagering that he'd drop out if he lost? And now he's competing with the teacher for the license. What a peculiar fellow. 20 billion, first call. 20 billion, second call. Qing Yueshua was clearly reading much faster than usual. She definitely didn't want anything to go wrong here. 3 billion, teacher Zhu, this is all the student's possessions. If the teacher bids higher, the student can only give up. Xiaoyu directly offered all his possessions. If he were to slowly negotiate prices with teacher Zhu here, it might easily provoke the displeasure of the crowd, including this legendary berserker. It's better to go straight to the point, show his determination, and bring the matter to a swift conclusion. 3 billion? Zhu Feng smiled bitterly. Although he had the money, the license was worth more than that. There was no need to spend unnecessarily. Thinking this, he sat down. 3 billion for the first time, 3 billion for the second time, 3 billion for the third time. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 5 for obtaining the unknown territory exploration license. Qing Yueshua also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing had happened. The auction continued, but the permit was delivered to Xiaou by a scantily clad maid. "Sir, this is the unknown territory development permit you bid on. Please check and accept." Xiaou opened it, and inside was just something resembling an ID card, but it featured a special system design that could register a professional identity and could not be altered. He then transferred 30 billion. Selection completed. Reward issued. Reward: 1 portion of true god-level dragon god's heart blood. Looking at the dark red blood that appeared in his backpack, Xiaou finally breathed a sigh of relief. This counted as completed. "Rich guy, take care of me." Yang Chanxian looked at Xiaou spending 30 billion without even blinking and suddenly felt the gap between people could be so vast. "I'm broke too," Xiaou sighed. He had originally planned to buy some items to increase attribute potential, but now he couldn't afford them at all. Originally estimated to be over 100 million, the attribute potential item ended up reaching 3 to 400 million at the auction. No wonder the global consortium is willing to hold an auction every now and then. This is simply exploiting people's competitive nature. Just like that, Xiaou only managed to buy the permit before the auction ended. Declining Qing Yueshue and Yang Chanxian's invitation to dinner in the evening, Xiaou returned to his dormitory. Back at the dormitory, Xiaou eagerly took out the true god-level demon dragon heart blood, a single drop in the crystal bottle resembling the most exquisite crimson jewel in the world. Xiaou swore this was undoubtedly the most beautiful jewel he had ever seen, yet he could also sense the immense and sinister energy contained within a power more pure and domineering than demonic energy. Demon dragon heart blood, true god. Usage restriction, hero level and above. Effect: for non-dragon bloodline users, strength potential plus 200, wisdom potential plus 100, with a 30% chance to obtain the dragon god bloodline. For units with dragon bloodline, there is a 90% chance to upgrade the dragon bloodline to dragon god bloodline, and all attribute potentials plus 300. This thing, no matter how I look at it, I feel like the system wants me to use it on that young dragon. Xiaou stared at the attributes. The potential increase for himself was quite average, but for the dragon, it was a full 900 attribute potential, along with a high 90% chance to evolve into the dragon god bloodline. Deathwing, come out. Xiaou summoned the young dragon, whose name was naturally Deathwing. Master. As soon as Deathwing appeared, his eyes were immediately drawn to the crystal bottle, and drool even dripped from the corner of his mouth, hitting the ground with a sizzling sound. "Quickly clean up your drool, don't ruin my floor," Xiaou said, rolling his eyes. Yes, master, is this for me?" Deathwing hurriedly wiped his drool with his forelimbs. Currently, his size was only that of a small dog, and he looked up at Xiaou pitifully, much like a puppy, hoping Xiaou would give him the tempting item in his hand. "To be honest, you just joined my team and haven't contributed much. Giving you something this good feels unfair to the others," Xiaou said as he sat on the stool, shaking the vial of dragon god's heart blood in his hand. Master, although I just joined your team, I promise that in the future, if you tell me to go east, I absolutely won't go west. If you ask me to charge, and I hesitate for even a moment, I'll be nothing but a dog." Deathwing vowed eagerly, eyeing the dragon god's heart blood. "Let's hope so," Xiaou said as he tossed the dragon god's heart blood over. He had intended to give it to Deathwing all along. Initially, forcing it into submission might have left it somewhat resentful, but now it clearly understands the benefits of following him. Commanding it in the future will likely be much easier. Snap! Deathwing swallowed the crystal bottle along with it, then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Threads of dark red light floated out from his body, wrapping around him like a crimson dragon egg. "Alright, looks like you won't be able to serve me so soon," Xiaou shook his head. Finally, Deathwing sent him a message, indicating he would need to sleep for 7 days. With a wave of his hand, he tossed him into the pet space. "The Saintess is still better, she directly follows whenever I level up and ascend." License. Xiaou took out the license and projected his mental power to activate it. Hero-level Necromancer Xiaou, do you wish to bind this unknown territory exploration license? Please note, once bound, it cannot be unbound. Binding complete. Subsequently, Xiaou's portrait and information appeared on the license. Level 38 Hero, Undead Mage, Xiaou. There are still a few days before the challenge. It's impossible to stay at school all the time. Classes haven't officially started yet, and there are no courses. Xiaou had come to register a month early. Now the school was still in the holiday phase. Although most students wouldn't choose to leave the school, the teachers didn't have any classes. Leisurely slacking off at school. Reward, all attribute potential plus 10. Head to an unknown region to explore, experiencing a thrilling and adventurous life. At least discover a new hero-level monster nest in the unknown region. Reward, undead resurrection skill upgraded to hero level. It seems the system doesn't intend to let me slack off. Xiaou decisively chose to head to the unknown region. He was still 2 levels away from reaching level 40, and perhaps he could find a legendary boss in the unknown region, defeat it, and obtain a legendary sublimation orb. By then, the legendary sublimation orb for the freshman competition could be given to Xiaobai. After resting for a night, Xiaou dreamed of Qing Yueshue, Qing Yueming, Qing Yuemoon, and Yang Chanxian. Got up late. Xiaou glanced at his phone. It was already already 8 o'clock. After tidying up, Xiaou headed towards the teleportation center. Along the way, Xiaou noticed his turnback rate was as high as 200%. He touched his face and said, "It's not my fault for being handsome, sigh." That's the freshman Xiaou who dueled Wu Xiang. He looks just a bit taller and more handsome, nothing particularly unusual. He might be the national top scorer specially admitted to the school, tall and handsome, and on his first day defeated Du Yuyu, ranked 47th on the Chenlong list, and boldly invited Wu Xiang, ranked 7th, to challenge him. Does he have a girlfriend? He seems to be heading to the teleportation center. Is he planning to level up again? I heard he's not even level 40 yet. Defeating Du Yuyu without being level 40? That's just too absurd. Level? Xiaou ignored the comments and walked straight toward the teleportation center, but he saw someone blocking his path. Ling Xianzi. Ling Xianzi smiled sweetly at Xiaou and said, "Junior, are you heading to the teleportation center? Do you have a team?" "My team is short one person." The Ling fairy from the hidden dragon list, one of the top 10 beauties in our school, actually invited Xiaou to join the team. Breaking news. Isn't it just because he's a bit taller and more handsome? So much envy, jealousy, and hate. This means the Ling fairy has acknowledged Xiaou's strength. Back then, Wu Xiang also wanted to invite Xiaou to join the team but was rejected. However, if the Ling fairy invites, no man with a normal orientation could possibly refuse. Sorry, I still don't want to team up. Xiaou almost immediately refused without hesitation. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xianzi's pupils trembled sharply, and the surrounding onlookers were utterly shocked. He refused. He must be GA. Besides, I'm going to an unknown region today. You wanted to buy a permit yesterday, so I assume you still don't have one now, which means you can't go with me, Xiaou thought for a moment and added another sentence. Being suspected of one's sexual orientation is hard to tolerate. What if rumors spread everywhere after he went out and came back? By then, when Xiaobai starts school, he'd be ridiculed for a lifetime, if not longer. So that's how it is. I thought my idol was gay. This is great, but going to an unknown region. Wait, unknown region? Damn, this is even more outrageous than rejecting Ling Fairy's team invitation. Are you really going to the unknown region? That place is extremely dangerous. Ling Fairy was clearly incredulous. Even if she were to go, it would be with an entire team, but now he's going alone. Yes, I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving now. Xiaou walked straight into the teleportation center. Teleport, border. The unknown region also has a forward base, but rather than calling it a forward base, it has long since developed into a professional city. Yes, here, 95% of the people are professionals. As the teleportation array shimmered faintly, Xiaou felt a moment of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes, he saw a bustling hall filled with people coming and going. The aura of the crowd was entirely different from that of the professionals at school or in Lingan City. Every professional here exuded a more intense and menacing presence than those he had encountered before. Xiaou's appearance alone attracted some attention, but they quickly shifted their gaze away. Stepping down from the teleportation array, Xiaou left the teleportation center directly. Looking at the simple yet wildly styled buildings outside, he felt a strange sense of being in an otherworldly city. This place was nothing like modern society. Please make your choice, host. Everyone is armed, and many can be seen riding their magical pets along the streets, as if they have entered another world. Roasted whole leg of red pig. Master level dragon scale armor. Cheap clearance sale. Looking for a priest to venture deep into the forest of death and search for hero level monster nests. Find someone with a license. Split it 70-30. Not every professional here has a license, but there are still many willing to venture into unknown areas to search for hero level monster nests. Selling them to licensed professionals or handing them over to the state can yield a considerable sum of money. Young man, first time in Pioneer Town? How about buying a map of the edge of the unknown area? Guaranteed authentic. An old man suddenly grabbed Xiaou, holding up a map as he spoke to him. Xiaou looked at him without any expression. How much? Young man, straightforward. 1 million, flat price. The little old man saw Xiaou's decisiveness, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. First, you need to confirm the map is up to date. Second, if it's fake, even if I have to search the entire world, I will find you. Xiaou took out his phone, speaking in a tone so calm it made the smile on the little old man's face freeze. I'm not selling it. The little old man screamed sharply, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Xiaou also put away his phone and turned to leave. Many people witnessed this scene. Who would have thought that old man Li could be scared? He's always tricking newbies. Don't say that. When that kid just said he'd searched the whole world, I also thought he was serious. That's nonsense. Old Li has done this more than once or twice. When the time comes, he'll hide in an unknown area, and who could find him? That's true. This time, Xiaou arrived at the World Consortium in Pioneer Town. Although the goods here are a bit expensive, at least they can be used with peace of mind. Give me the latest map of the unknown region. Alright, the latest map is 10 million. A receptionist dressed in a rabbit costume smiled as she greeted Xiaou. This is my card. Xiaou took out the purple dragon card that Qing Yueshue had given him earlier. Purple dragon card? The receptionist host was visibly startled, clearly unable to believe that someone as young as Xiaou could possess a purple dragon card. She quickly added, "Respected member, would you like me to arrange a private room for you to rest?" "No need, just give me the map directly." "Alright, that'll be 9 million. Xiaou card at the World Consortium offers a 10% discount on all purchases. With the map in hand, Xiaou walked while examining it. It seems the outskirts have already been mostly developed. If you want to find something worthwhile, there are two places, the Death Forest and the Silent Swamp. Otherwise, you'd have to go over 1,000 kilometers deep, which is a bit too far. Let's go with the Death Forest. Compared to sticky, swampy places, forests are definitely more appealing. Since he had decided on his next destination, Xiaou also planned to leave Pioneer Town directly. Arriving at the city gate, he found quite a few people crowded in front of it. "Look, the Phoenix team is back. I heard they discovered another hero-level monster nest today and are planning to establish an outpost there. They've developed 3 hero-level monster nests in the past 6 months. The Phoenix team is really making a fortune. Moreover, I heard that all the members of the Phoenix team are still single. I wonder if I have a chance to join them. Hee. A team has returned?" Xiaou curiously went over, only to see 4 women dressed in bright red walking back from outside the city. Judging by the scars on their bodies, they had clearly been through a fierce battle, but the smiles on their faces showed that their gains were significant. However, listening to the comments from those around him, Xiaou also learned that these 4 were hero-level professionals, and all 4 members of the Phoenix team were beauties, each with considerable strength and quite a reputation in Pioneer Town. Many people wanted to win them over, but all failed. Desire is a blade hanging over one's head. Xiaou shook his head and walked out of Pioneer Town alone. Naturally, Xiaou couldn't walk all the way there. Since the little bike hadn't come over, he would definitely need the Frost Bone Dragon as his ride. Unfortunately, that kid Deathwing is still asleep, otherwise I would have used him for transportation. Roar! A frost skeletal dragon, over 20 meters in size, appeared outside Pioneer Town. As its level increased, the frost skeletal dragon grew even larger, exuding an even stronger aura of a true dragon. Dragons might spread out, making it evident to the crowd that had just gathered at the city gate. Wow, a hidden class necromancer, and the undead lord skill summoned such an impressive frost skeletal dragon. That's so cool. Even the 4 beauties from the Phoenix team who had just entered curiously looked over, and at this moment, the frost bone dragon happened to take off, quickly becoming just a black dot. "Big sis, this dragon is so cool. Let's get one too. Don't waste money. We need to save up now. Once we become legendary level professionals, we can get anything we want." "Sigh, we don't even know how much a legendary level ascension orb costs nowadays. Let's go, hire someone to guard the poison frog land. By then, we can use the thing to find more hero level monster nests. Sooner or later, we'll be able to afford it." Got it. In the sky, from time to time, people flew past beneath Xiaou, then looked up at the frostbone dragon and let out a gasp of surprise. Xiaou also looked down. Although the frostbone dragon's flying speed was very fast, Xiaou's dynamic tracking ability was not weak, allowing him to see many outposts being established. If he wanted to enter, he could also teleport there through the teleportation center in the Pioneer Town. However, the price is not cheap, ranging from millions to tens of millions per session, and it is often time limited. I should also set up a few monster nests. Then I can level up myself. Xiaobai can train too, and when I don't need them, I can even charge admission. It's just like renting out a house. A vast, continuous black forest appeared in Xiaoyu's sight. Death Forest. Go down. Upon arriving at Death Forest, Xiaou had naturally reviewed the strategy guide, which did not recommend searching for the monster's nest from high altitudes, as it could easily lead to being surrounded by a large number of monsters. Landing on the ground, Xiaou put away the frostbone dragon and summoned dozens of undead soldiers, undead archers, and the ghostly Saintus guards. He then summoned the ghostly legion to explore the surrounding area. A group of undead marched grandly into the black forest. Each tree seemed to have a demon's face, and some were even monsters disguised as a type called demon trees, ready to ambush unwary adventurers. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's undead could sense life energy, and the demon trees couldn't deceive him. Before Xiaou even approached, the demon trees would be killed by undead archers or undead soldiers. But the level of the demon tree wasn't high either, just over 10. After Xiaou killed it, he didn't even gain any experience. Small-sized monsters appearing over there? Xiaou opened the map and looked at the location. That area wasn't someone else's monster nest. Since that's the case, he definitely had to go and check it out. Who knows, he might encounter a monster nest above hero level. Soon, a few small green figures appeared in Xiaou's sight, but he sighed. Goblins? Huh? That almost certainly won't be a hero level monster nest. Goblins are among the lowest ranking monsters, often found in monster nests ranging from a few levels to at most a dozen levels. After casually killing these goblins, Xiaou continued heading deeper into the forest. The outskirts of the Death Forest have long been thoroughly explored, and the chances of finding a hero-level monster nest here are extremely low unless it's newly formed. To find high-level monster nests, one must venture deeper into the Death forest. As Xiaou ventured deeper into the forest of death, the monsters he encountered became increasingly advanced but still hadn't reached hero level. Finding a monster nest really isn't an easy task, Xiaou sighed. He had been there for half a day and hadn't gained any experience, yet had killed over 100 monsters. No wonder the school required so many points to enter a monster nest, and professionals were willing to spend millions or even tens of millions to enter one. But Xiaou certainly wouldn't give up. His divine level choice was still incomplete. Ghost Legion, double the patrol range. Saintus, please also sense if there's anything unusual around. Xiaou even sent the Saintus out to search for the monster nest. Xiaou opened the map. This area should still be unexplored. Maybe there will be some gains. At this point, Xiaou had already left the area recorded on the map. What lay ahead was the truly unknown territory. Areas with maps had already been thoroughly explored by others. Time passed bit by bit. Xiaou had to summon the Ghost Legion periodically for replenishment. Unlike the Saintus Ghost, who could almost remain undetectable while invisible, the Ghost Legion lacked any combat power and was frequently killed by monsters in the monster-infested Death Forest. Master, some unusual auras have been detected. The Saintus Ghost suddenly delivered a piece of good news to Xiaou. If even the Saintus finds it unusual, it must not be an ordinary monster. Xiaou quickly led the team toward the direction of the Saintus Ghost. A giant pit appeared before Xiaou, filled with countless white bones. Xiaou could sense the heavy aura of death emanating from it. Oh, a fellow traveler. Xiaou immediately recognized that the monster here must be related to the undead. Master, the entrance is here. The ghostly saint led Xiaou to an underground entrance, where stairs were formed by massive stones. Let's go. Down we go. Since they encountered it, naturally they had to go down and take a look. Hopefully, it's a hero-level monster nest. As they descended, the light grew extremely dim. Fortunately, Xiaou's physique was strong enough now to see clearly even in the darkness. In this environment, you can't come down unless you're at the hero level. Xiaou narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone below hero level would probably be rendered blind. As for bringing a flashlight, that would only make you a target for the monsters. Clack, clack, clack. A crisp sound suddenly echoed ahead, and two skeletons slowly stood up, holding swords and shields in their hands. Undead Soldier, normal, level 35, strength 7,560, agility 8,505, wisdom 5,670, talent, chance to block, skills, heavy strike, leap attack. Let's go. Identical to Xiaoyu's undead, but with vastly different attributes and talent skills. As Xiaoyu's undead soldier struck twice, the ordinary version of the undead soldier, facing the mythic version, was already overwhelmed several times in attributes. Coupled with the saintly undead's talent, the ordinary version of the undead soldier was instantly killed. Defeated undead soldier, normal, level 35, experience plus 12,200. Defeated undead soldier, normal, level 35, experience plus 12,200. You have obtained a normal grade bone longsword. It's a heroic level dungeon, and it's undead. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Although for his level 38 self, the experience from this level 35 monster nest wasn't much, it was still very tempting for heroic level professionals below level 35. And it's an undead monster nest, which is countered by holy light, meaning priests have a special advantage against these undead. And undead creatures often have simple movements, making them easy to predict. Even if their attributes improve, they are still at a disadvantage when facing professionals with the same attributes. A level 35 ordinary warrior can simultaneously face 5 or 6 level 35 ordinary undead soldiers and kill them all. Therefore, undead monster nests are very popular among professionals. Next is to clear out the monster nest, and then it can be recognized as my monster nest. To manage a monster nest, it is naturally necessary to first clean it out to ensure the nest is stable and safe. Only then can one apply to establish an outpost and teleportation array. Activating the recording function of the permit, Xiaoyu led the undead squad to begin exploring this hero-level monster nest. Undead soldiers, undead archers, and not even an undead mage? Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. A dungeon like this is just too perfect for leveling up. When the time comes, let Xiaobai train here. Wouldn't the leveling speed be like flying? As one monster after another was killed, Xiaoyu's experience was also slowly increasing. Level 38, 670,000/910,000. Why haven't I encountered any elite or hero bosses yet? Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled. Along the way, the undead he encountered were generally between levels 28 and 35, which made Xiaoyu certain this was a monster nest with relatively stable high-level monsters. But a monster nest often contains several, even dozens of elites, and at least one boss matching the nest's level. That's a bit strange, unless this is the first layer? Xiaoyu was startled. If this was a layered monster nest, then he was in for a big reward. Each layer is roughly equivalent to one monster nest. If there are multiple layers, it means he has found several monster nests at once. Search, find me the entrance to the next level. Following Xiaoyu's command, all the undead began searching for the entrance to the lower level. Soon, an entrance appeared appeared before Xiaou. As hundreds of skeletons were moved aside, a staircase leading downward was revealed. Second floor. Xiaou revealed a slight smile. His luck wasn't bad after all. The first hero-level monster nest he encountered turned out to be multi-layered. Leading the undead down to the second floor, the oppressive aura of death here was even thicker, making Xiaou, a living person, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, as a necromancer, he quickly adapted, and the undead became even more active, their combat power increasing by a level. The second floor was a much more expansive flat level, allowing one to see far into the distance at a glance. Moreover, the surrounding murals were better preserved, depicting a man rising from prince to king, then dying and being buried in a 5-layered tomb. The king is on the 5th floor. This should be it. There are actually 5 floors here, and there's even a king on the 5th floor? I wonder if the king will turn into a boss. Xiaou stared at the mural, his mind racing with guesses. Tap 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 tap. The dense and crisp sound of hooves gradually grew louder, echoing around. More than a dozen undead knights appeared in Xiaou's sight. Undead Knight, normal, level 37. Race, undead. Strength, 9,990. Agility, 10,989. Wisdom, 6,993. Talent, Elite Knight. For every undead knight nearby, strength plus 1%, up to a maximum of 20%. Skills, Sweep Charge. Level 37. Xiaou exclaimed with some excitement, as this would raise the level of the monster nest again. But the second layer is not something every team can provoke, because the monsters here include a squad of more than a dozen undead knights. If an average team of professionals isn't well prepared, they might face a charge from the undead knights and end up wiped out. But for Xiaou, it's quite easy. An undead soldier with 40,000 strength holds a shield at the front. When the undead knights charge forward and crash heavily into the shield, they are sent flying instead, and then swiftly dealt with by the undead soldier's blade. Killed undead knight, normal, level 37, experience plus 32, 400. Defeated undead knight, normal, level 37, experience plus 32,400. Your level has increased to 39. Leveled up, not bad. This is the first time I've leveled up without defeating higher level monsters. Death Aura skill level plus 2. Select Death Aura. Reward, Death Aura reduces enemy movement speed by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 30%. But after this wave of Death Knights, the remaining monsters turned into undead soldiers and undead archers, but their levels were also above 30. It seems the second floor only has one wave of Death Knights. I wonder how long it takes for them to respawn, Xiaou said with some regret. If there were a few more waves, it would be great to level up directly to 40. The entrance to the third floor was quickly found by Xiaou's undead army. However, before going down, Xiaou frowned because both he and the Saintess Ghost sensed a powerful presence below. Boss. I didn't expect the boss that hadn't appeared all this time to show up directly above. Could it be that there are elite monsters right next to the boss? Xiaou raised an eyebrow. This was the most challenging monster nest configuration. Elite monsters are beside the boss, so while fighting the boss, you also have to deal with the elite monsters. Ordinary professional teams generally don't dare to take on such a challenge. A single mistake could lead to the entire team's death. This time, Xiaou was a bit cautious and sent the undead soldier down first. Unsurprisingly, the undead soldier was killed. Killed undead mage, normal, level 39, experience plus 5,500. Defeated undead grand sorcerer, elite, level 40, experience plus 133,200. You have obtained an excellent grade grand sorcerer bone staff. A series of kill notifications popped up. Turns out they're all undead mage monsters, and there's even a level 40 elite undead grand sorcerer. Xiaou raised an eyebrow, already realizing why this undead monster lair had been left untouched. At the same time, Xiaou also noticed that his undead soldiers were still dying. It seems the boss is down below, and things should be stable now. Xiaou descended the stairs with another group of undead soldiers. This time, what came into view was a massive palace, constructed from enormous stones, exuding majesty and solemnity, instilling an involuntary sense of awe in anyone who beheld it. But now, outside the palace, undead mages draped in yellow cloth and holding staffs were casting magic at the undead soldiers charging out from below. Of course, the most notable was the undead mage among them, whose very bones emitted a faint golden glow. Each time it cast a spell, it could kill over a dozen undead soldiers. Court mage of the Valo Empire, Kaladi, hero boss. Level 40. Strength 21,600. Agility 21,600. Wisdom 29,160. Talent Genius Mage. Karate possesses a unique talent. Casting speed plus 50%. Magic damage plus 30%. Skills Flame Impact, Fire Rain, Frost Bomb. With these stats, how can it possibly kill my undead? Xiaou instantly saw through the opponent's attributes. His undead soldiers had 40,000 strength, yet this less than 30,000 wisdom could instantly kill over a dozen of his undead soldiers? This left Xiaou quite puzzled. Race, undead. But Xiaou quickly noticed something unusual, as not a single necromancer dared to leave the palace, and every time they cast a spell, the palace would faintly emit a flash flash of light. When the hero boss cast a spell, the palace's light was the brightest. Is it the palace that enhances the boss's spell power? What exactly is that thing? Xiaou immediately tried to identify the palace, but there was no response. Could it be a magic array? It's possible. In that case, it's perfectly normal not to be able to identify it yourself. However, even with the palace's enhancement, you still need to die for me. Phantom Guard, attack. Swish. In an instant, the Phantom Guard drew his greatsword and charged forward. Now, under the enhancement of the Saintess Phantom, his strength had surpassed 100,000 and his agility exceeded 70,000. All the magic aimed at him was slashed apart by the greatsword in his hand, which also caught Kaladi's attention. With a single raise of his hand, several massive fireballs hurtled toward the Phantom Guard. Charge! The Phantom Guard neither dodged nor evaded, directly relying on the sacred aura enhancement from the Saintess Phantom to withstand the opponent's fireball. As a result, the Phantom Guard's speed never decreased, and it directly rushed onto the high platform where the necromancer stood. Power strike! A cold and sharp sword light of the waning moon enveloped a large number of necromancers, with the center being the hero boss. Everything within was instantly split in two. Please select your level up reward. Hero boss, instant kill. Please make your choice. Host. Killed the Valo Empire Court Mage, Kaladi. Hero boss, level 40, experience plus 666,000. Your level has increased to 40. You have obtained the master level Court Mage staff. You have reached level 40. Please choose your talent reward. Undead Avenger. When your summoned undead's health drops below 10% or upon death, they will self-destruct, dealing 100% all attribute fire damage. Undead Master. All your undead skill levels plus 5. Venom Spreader. The poisoning effects you cause will also poison nearby enemies. Poison damage plus 50%. Choose Undead Avenger. Reward, explosion radius plus 100%. Choose Undead Master. Reward, all your undead skill tiers plus 1. Choose Venom Spreader. Reward, each time you cause poisoning, an additional plus 1 stack will be applied. I choose the Undead Master. Xiaou saw the divine level option of the Undead Master and had already made up his mind to choose it. The other two no longer mattered. All undead skill levels plus 5. The improvement is significant, but it pales in comparison to all undead skill ranks plus 1. Rank plus 1 means that his mythic level undead summoning would directly ascend to true god level. No one in the entire world currently possesses true god level necromancy, and he is the first. For the upgrade reward, Xiaou chose the necromancy skill. Chosen necromancy. Reward, your necromancy will summon 100 undead at once. True god level necromancy level 44 summons 100 undead soldiers / undead archers / undead assassins / undead knights / undead mages at level 40. Summoning limit 3080. Additional effect, your undead summoning will summon 100 undead at once. Race, undead. Perfect. Xiaou nodded with great satisfaction. In this way, his strength was once again greatly enhanced. True god level corpse explosion technique level 25. Detonate a corpse / your summoned undead, dealing 2450% of intelligence as fire damage, and additionally causing 200% of the detonated unit's strength as fire damage. Additional effect, units killed by the corpse explosion technique will explode. The corpse explosion technique additionally causes 100% of the detonated unit's strength as fire damage. The damage of corpse explosion has also been greatly increased. If Xiaou were to blow up to Yu again, he might end up owing him a life. The enhanced undead began searching once more for the passage to the 5th floor. Just as Xiaou was still searching, a voice reached his ears. Boss, are we really going further down? We're already on the 4th floor, and the monsters above are all over level 30. We could go back and sell this hero level monster nest. You don't know anything. We haven't encountered a boss on the upper floors. For a hero level monster nest of this caliber, it might be a level 40 hero boss. If it drops a hero level ascension orb or even a legendary one, wouldn't that be worth more than selling a monster nest? A rough voice scolded. Yes, the boss is still the smartest. Hurry up and search. At this point, Xiaou naturally realized that someone else had also come in. After thinking for a moment, he walked over. From the shadows, 4 figures emerged. The 4 of them simultaneously spotted Xiaou. A burly man with a fierce expression furrowed his brows upon seeing Xiaou and shouted, "Friend, we discovered this place. It's not right for you to come uninvited, is it?" Ha! Xiaou was stunned, not expecting the villain to lodge a complaint first. His expression instantly turned cold. "I recorded everything with a permit. I've already patrolled the upper floors, and I didn't see any sign of you." The 4 of them visibly changed their expressions upon hearing Xiaou mention the permit recording. With the permit as evidence, their attempt to falsely accuse him was clearly doomed to fail. The burly man with a fierce look glared at Xiaou and shouted, "Hand over the permit, let us delete the recordings, and then get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." While talking to Xiaou, they were also secretly observing the surroundings. They didn't spot any of Xiaou's teammates. Xiaou, dressed in a mage's robe, was clearly of the mage profession, and his aura didn't seem to be at the legendary legendary level. At most, he was a level 40 hero mage. And among the four of them, there is one shooter and one mage, all of them level 40 hero class. Dealing with a lone mage without teammates should be a piece of cake, right? Are you planning to kill someone? Xiao's eyes now revealed a murderous intent. For level 40 hero class professionals, their equipment must be worth some money at least. Since you want to make a move, I won't hold back either. Kill. This squad, able to form a team of 4 level 40 hero class professionals as a wild team, naturally relied on striking first and being ruthless. They'd done this countless times before, and all 4 simultaneously attacked Xiaou. Several flaming arrows flashed and were already in front of Xiaou, but at the same time, 4 bone shields appeared around Xiaou, blocking the flaming arrows one by one. Meanwhile, Xiaou felt the air temperature drop significantly, and his movements became sluggish. It was the mage who had used the freeze skill, which effectively reduces the enemy's movement speed and can freeze units with lower intelligence than the caster. Fortunately, Xiao's intelligence was higher than the opponent's, so he was not frozen. However, at this moment, the fierce-looking man and a swordsman beside him had already charged in front of Xiaou, using the freeze skill to slow down or freeze enemies, followed by warriors rushing in to tear the enemy apart. This tactic had successfully ambushed many people. Smash hard. Gale sword. Corpse explosion. Almost instantly, an undead soldier appeared in front of Xiaou and exploded, flames instantly engulfing 2 nearby warriors. Ah! 2 screams rang out simultaneously, and then they turned to ashes. The distant archers and mages watched the scene in horror, completely unable to believe that their warrior teammates had been instantly killed by a single corpse explosion. They are warriors equipped with several level 40 hero-grade items, and they possess skills for magic defense and ranged attacks. Kill them. Xiao's gaze darkened slightly. The holy maiden ghost appeared behind the 2, and before they had time to react, 2 light swords had already pierced through their bodies. Done. Collect the equipment and see if there's anything useful. If not, just sell it later. Please make your choice, host. Xiaou summoned the undead to gather the equipment. He hadn't summoned them earlier because he wanted to test the corpse explosion technique of the true god level, and its power was indeed extraordinary. Found the 4th layer? Then let's go. Xiaou received the message from the Ghost Legion and smiled. As he walked, Xiaou also checked the equipment of the 4-person team. Most were master level, a few were hero level, but none were legendary. This equipment is worth quite a bit, but it's all useless to me. Xiaou sighed. The equipment he had was already pretty good, not easy to replace, but selling these and then buying some new ones was also an option. Arriving at the entrance to the 4th level, he hadn't even gone in yet but could already sense the dangerous aura below. Down there, could it be? Xiao's expression changed. The aura below was very unusual, possibly even a legendary level boss. Undead summoning skill level +2. Suddenly, screams erupted from below, and then Xiaou heard someone running up from downstairs, which made his expression change drastically. Did someone discover this might be a legendary monster nest earlier than me? Xiaou felt a pang of regret. This would mean a huge loss for him. A single entry ticket to a legendary monster nest can sell for over 100 million. A legendary monster nest can earn its owner billions, or even more. If he managed to loot something valuable, it could be worth hundreds of billions. Should I make a move? It seems the other party has run into trouble. Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If I do this, how am I any different from the person I just took down? No, that's not right. Now it seems the opponent can't beat the boss, which means she can't guard the monsters here. Naturally, the monster nest doesn't belong to her. If I can defeat the boss, the monster nest will be mine. The sudden turn of events brought joy to Xiao's heart. At the same time, 2 powerful auras surged from below. Soon, a petite figure rushed up at an incredible speed, shouting at Xiaou, "Run! There are 2 level 42 legendary bosses down there." Level 42 legendary boss. Xiao's eyes narrowed, then he instructed the Saintess Ghost to prepare for battle. At this moment, 2 golden shimmering undead could already be seen rushing up from above, an undead archer and an undead warrior. Golden Archer Rob, legendary boss, level 42, strength 101,039, agility 98,658, wisdom 85,050. Golden Body, a symbol of powerful gold among the undead race, strength plus 15%, damage received minus 20%. Golden Arrow, when the arrow hits an enemy, it attaches to them. The next arrow hit triggers an explosion of the attached gold, dealing 100% all attribute explosive damage. 5-shot burst, fires 5 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow deals 150% physical damage based on strength. Dragon Hunter Arrow, fires a specially crafted Dragon Hunter Arrow, deals 400% physical damage based on strength and pierces through enemies. Swiftness, increases movement speed by 100% for 60 seconds. Golden Warrior Bruto, level 42, strength 104,781, agility 98,658, wisdom 81,648. Golden Body, among the undead, it symbolizes powerful gold. Strength plus 15%, damage received minus 20%. Golden Warhammer, when attacking and hitting an enemy, golden splashes will cover the enemy, reducing their movement speed by 20%. Hitting again triggers an explosion of the attached gold, dealing 100% all-attribute explosive damage. Savage Strike, using the Warhammer with full force to smash the enemy, deals 450% strength physical damage, making it easier to crush the enemy. Earthquake Strike, fully wield the Warhammer to smash the ground, dealing 500% strength physical damage to enemies within range, while causing them to lose balance. War Cry, let out an angry roar. Strength plus 10%, agility plus 10%. Lasts for 30 seconds. Undead Soldiers, charge. Hundreds of undead soldiers surged forward simultaneously. But the next second, Xiaou was stunned. He saw that these hundreds of undead soldiers were already overwhelming the two legendary bosses, although undead soldiers occasionally died due to the opponent's skill attacks. However, the scars on the two golden undead were becoming more and more numerous. Frightened, Xiaou hurriedly checked the attributes of his undead soldiers. Undead Soldier, True God, level 40, strength 79920/128260, potential 1998, agility 81000/129340, potential 2025, wisdom 63720, potential 1593, chance block 30% chance to completely block an enemy's attack. Heavy Strike, attack the enemy with full force, dealing 120% of physical damage based on strength. Small chance to knock back the enemy. Leap Strike, jump towards the enemy while attacking, dealing 120% of physical damage based on strength. Originally possessing 80,000 strength and agility, and with the addition of the talent boost from the Saintess Ghost's Inspirer, it directly reached nearly 130,000. If it weren't for the legendary boss being strong enough and the undead soldier's skills being extremely lackluster, the legendary boss would have been smashed to death on the spot long ago. All of this was achieved through true god-level necromancy summoning, mythical-level necromancy mastery, the Saintess Ghost's talent as an Inspirer, and multiple attribute potential boosts from the divine selection system, resulting in a qualitative leap for the undead soldiers upon reaching true god level. Their attributes even surpassed those of the Saintess Ghost, but Xiaou believed that the Saintess Ghost could still easily handle hundreds of undead soldiers. Her true strength lay in her talents and skills. On the other hand, the undead soldiers' talents and skills were their weakest aspects, only their attributes were high enough. Boom, boom. Faced with the endless stream of undead soldiers, the two legendary bosses perished as they transformed into beams of light under the effect of the sunlight aura. Killed Golden Archer Rob, legendary boss, level 42, experience plus 2,177,000. You have obtained legendary Wood Elf Gloves. Killed Golden Warrior Bruto, legendary boss, level 42, experience plus 2,177,000. You have obtained legendary Golden Radiance Armor. Attention! You have reached the hero level cap. Please ascend as soon as possible. I want to ascend too, but give me a legendary ascension orb. Xiaou complained helplessly, as two legendary bosses still failed to drop a legendary orb. Challenger, welcome to the King's Tomb. You have defeated my guards, and now, you shall inherit my treasures. A voice suddenly echoed in Xiaou's ears. What is it? Xiaou frowned, looking around but found no one. Race, undead. Come to the lowest level of the tomb. Here lies all the treasures of my kingdom. What does this mean? Tempting me to go to the 5th floor? Or is there really a treasure? Xiaou frowned deeply. He had already encountered a level 42 legendary boss on the 4th floor. If there were monsters on the 5th floor, they would undoubtedly be even stronger. Talent. To be safe, do not enter the 5th floor. Reward, skill points plus 3. Really not going in? Maybe there truly is treasure. Enter the 5th layer. Reward, skill points plus 5. Skills. Grab a few people to help you explore the 5th layer. Reward, charm plus 1. Go in. Xiaou's eyes narrowed as he chose to enter himself. Not going in is impossible, and dragging others in is even more impossible. If there's danger, they'll definitely die. If there's treasure, it might end up being taken by them. Items placed in the backpack can't be dropped. However, before heading down, Xiaou took out the two legendary pieces of equipment that had just dropped. Race, undead. Wood Elf Gloves, legendary, level 42. Agility plus 9,525. Power plus 3,471. Talent, defense plus 10%. Golden Radiance Battle Armor, legendary. Skills, level 42. Power plus 9,751. Wisdom plus 2,971. Defense plus 30%. It's actually equipment without any skills. Xiaou sighed and casually let the ghost guard put it on. Descending to the 4th level, a vast expanse of palaces appeared before Xiaou's eyes, with numerous undead creatures wandering among them. Most of them were silver-level undead, possessing unique reduction talents. I wonder when I'll be able to acquire the talent of silver-level undead. Xiaou looked enviously at the silver-level undead in the palaces, and even the legendary golden-level undead. Undead. Undead mages also have a talent that allows undead to truly become silver level undead, significantly enhancing their defense and attributes, but he had yet to acquire it. His silver staff did manage to turn undead into silver skeletons, but it was merely an external appearance, far from being comparable to true silver level undead. Race, undead. However, this time Xiaou chose not to kill the undead monsters here. His level 40 experience bar was already full, so killing them wouldn't grant any experience. The chances of regular monsters dropping equipment were pitifully low, and the items were often worthless, making it not worth his effort to specifically hunt them. He directly ordered the Ghost Legion to spread out and search for the passage to the 5th floor. With the increase in rank and level, the coverage range of the Ghost Legion had expanded to over 10 kilometers. It didn't take long for them to find the passage leading to the 5th floor for Xiaou. Standing on the staircase to the 5th floor, Xiaou sensed the aura below. There was no presence of strong individuals. He then sent undead soldiers down. Talent. Did not encounter any monsters. Soldier battalion. For every undead soldier nearby, defense increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Skills. Is it really not dangerous? Xiaou hesitated for a moment. Even if he encountered danger, he could directly use spatial teleportation to escape, and he also had the 99% damage reduction from devotion. Even a mythical level professional couldn't instantly kill him. If they couldn't instantly kill him, there was also the holy aura of the Saint Ghost, which restores 40% of health every 2.5 seconds. If he could still encounter danger, then it would truly be needing a real god. And in this world, the existence of a real god has never been seen. Thinking of this, Xiaou no longer hesitated and walked slowly toward the 5th floor. At first, it was very dark, so much so that even Xiaou's current physique felt a bit overwhelmed by the darkness. But soon, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and as Xiaou walked, the light grew larger until he passed through it. Challenger, welcome to my tomb. A heavy voice came from above. Xiaou looked at the dazzling golden decorations all around, as if the beams and pillars were forged from gold, and the crown atop the high throne made of bones. Yes, bones. Not for any particular reason, just pure bones. You are the first challenger in countless years to enter my tomb and defeat my guards. You may choose one item from my finest treasures to take with you. 5 beams of light appeared before Xiaou, and the system prompted him to select one. Once the selection was complete, he would be transported out. Selection complete, reward issued. Reward, skill points plus 5. Mythical Emperor's Scepter, Mythical Keshu Demon Sword, Legendary Authority, Battle Axe, Legendary Frenzy, Legendary Quasi-God's Blood. Emperor's Scepter, Mythical. Level 50. Wisdom plus 42,525. Power plus 20,147. Imperial Authority, your enemies will fear you. Enemy damage minus 10%, morale significantly lowered. Kashu Demon Sword, Mythical. Level 55. Strength plus 46,777. Please make your choice. Host. Agility plus 34,710. Intelligence plus 24,154. Bloodthirsty Sword deals an additional 10% damage when attacking and hitting an enemy, and this damage restores the user's health. Other legendary equipment only caught Xiaou's glance briefly, as he wasn't interested. If he were to take something, it would definitely be a mythic item. Level 50, level 55. Even if I get it now, I can't use it at all, Xiaou sighed. Still, the same sentiment equipment obtained from defeating higher level enemies is useless to him. It would be better to give himself a legendary ascension orb. I choose the Kashu Demon Sword. Xiaou thought for a moment and ultimately decided to take this level 55 mythical magic sword, which he absolutely wouldn't use himself. First, the magic sword turned out to be super rare with high bonuses in 3 attributes and even came with a skill. Second, the skill Bloodthirsty Sword is extremely useful for warriors. Just in terms of self-healing, this skill is practically half a priest for a warrior. Third, with such excellent equipment, the price must be outrageous. Maybe he could use it to trade for a legendary sublimation orb. Mythical equipment of high grade is already extremely rare, and this mythical weapon boasts exaggerated attributes and powerful skills. How about trading it with a mythical powerhouse for a legendary sublimation orb? Not too much to ask, right? A very good choice. This magic sword was obtained from the corpse of a demon lord. He was bloodthirsty, but incredibly powerful. The magic sword floated into Xiaou's hand. It was a crimson long sword made of an unknown material, exuding a faintly eerie aura. Holding it, Xiaou even felt a trace of bloodthirsty desire emerging. I see, so it's a cursed sword. Ha, I'm outside? Xiaou looked around at the surrounding trees in shock, as if he had appeared in the forest of death in the blink of an eye, without even sensing it. Beside him, a woman also opened her eyes and looked at Xiaou, her face showing a hint of fear. Xiaou looked at her. Wasn't this the woman who had just fled from the 4th level? He hadn't even had time to chase her before she disappeared. She was also teleported out. Xiaou turned his head to look at the entrance again. The entrance was still there, which made Xiaou breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought his legendary monster lair had disappeared. Xiao Yuner, are you okay? At this this moment, 4 people ran over. Xiaou looked over. They weren't acquaintances, but he recognized them. They were the 4 members of the Undying Phoenix team. Now, they were extremely nervous, shielding the so-called Xiao Yuner behind them and watching him vigilantly. Blue sister, he just saved me, little Yuner quickly said, noticing the hostility her 4 sisters had toward this legendary strongman. Just now, the other party had effortlessly killed 2 legendary bosses. If they angered him, the few of them would be done for. The 4 members of the Phoenix team were visibly stunned, but their expressions soon softened considerably. The beautiful warrior at the front, holding his sword and shield, apologized to Xiaou with a hint of regret. Sorry, we were in a hurry earlier. No, it's nothing. Xiaou didn't mind either. The person was just anxious and didn't really harbor any hostility toward him. Sister Lan, a level 42 legendary boss just appeared below, and it was dealt with by this professional, Xiao Yuner said softly. The 4 members of the Phoenix team looked at Xiaou in shock. He clearly seemed like a newly transitioned professional, yet he managed to handle a level 42 legendary boss? Could he be a legendary professional? Thinking of this, the 4 felt a sudden panic in their hearts and looked at Xiaou with some fear. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I need to report back to the Professional Management Bureau, Xiaou said, seeing that they had nothing more to say. He was ready to leave and take down this legendary monster nest. Although he didn't know how often the legendary boss respawned, securing it first was the best option. After taking a few steps, Xiaou suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at them. How many hero-level monster nests do you currently have in your possession? This made the Phoenix squad even more nervous. Could this legendary professional be planning to seize the monster nests in their hands? But now, with all of them essentially under his control, they had no choice but to answer if they wanted to stay alive. For hero-level monster nests, 2 at level 32, 1 at level 33, and 1 at level 34, said Lan Feng, stepping forward as the team leader. Lan Jia, those were earned with our lives. The archer behind gritted her teeth, unwilling to hand over the monster nests they had risked their lives for. If you lose your life, what use are the monster nests? Lan Feng said through clenched teeth, her voice low and somber. Wait a minute, I think you misunderstood something. I have no intention of taking your monster nests. Xiaou rolled her eyes. How could they even think she would steal their monster nests? Paranoid much? Lan Feng was puzzled. Then why are you asking this? It's like this, I'm still a student and can't always be here to manage the monster nest, so I hope to find someone to help me manage it. Besides, I don't really have acquaintances who can handle this kind of thing. Since I ran into you, it would be perfect for you to help manage this legendary monster nest. Xiaou explained calmly, as this is actually quite a common occurrence among pioneer professionals. Moreover, the Undying Phoenix team has a good reputation in the pioneer town, so if they are willing to help manage it, that would be ideal. To manage an outpost well is not something that can be done in just a day or two, it might take 1 or 2 months. I don't have that much time to spend in a place like this. Once my level is higher, I'll directly look for more advanced monster nests to level up. Is that so? Lan Feng sighed in relief upon hearing this. Then we need to discuss the specific details. Back in Pioneer Town, Xiaou and Lan Feng's group discussed the details together and finally reached a conclusion. The profits would be split 73%, but the Phoenix squad would be responsible for funding the establishment of the outpost and managing it. Additionally, only the first 3 levels could be used, while the 4th and 5th levels would remain off limits. Because Xiaou needs to use it himself, the legendary boss might drop a legendary sublimation orb, which is exactly what Xiaou needs. In this way, that legendary monster nest can only be used as a hero-level monster nest. The final condition is that if the Phoenix squad discovers a hero-level or even legendary-level monster nest and they are unable to handle it, Xiaou must step in. Afterward, there will be a profit split, but this time it's Xiaou 30% and them 70%. Then I'll leave it to you, after signing the contract, registering the information at the Professional Management Bureau, and submitting the video footage. Xiaou was ready to return to school. He had been at the monster nest for several days, and the day of his duel with Wu Xiang was fast approaching. No problem, leave it to us. The 5 beauties of the Phoenix squad cheerfully sent Xiaou onto the teleportation array. Hugging the thigh of a legendary professional was truly delightful. This made everyone else stare at Xiaou with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. How did this man manage to win over the Phoenix squad? Back at school, Xiaou glanced at his phone. Tomorrow was the day of his duel with Wu Xiang, and by now, the sky had already darkened. Looks like I'll be heading to the duel after a night's sleep. Ah, so busy. Xiaou sighed, but the gains were quite substantial. He had directly reached level 40, obtained the mythical weapon card, the demon sword Kashu, and a pile of miscellaneous equipment. More importantly, both undead summoning and corpse explosion have reached the true god level, an unprecedented rank. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiaou noticed that there were more people on the road, and most of them were discussing him. Tomorrow is the battle between the national top scorer and Wu Xiang. I'm really looking forward to it. What's there to look forward to? Even though he's the national top scorer, he's only been awakened for a few days, just over a month. Even if his level has gone up, up. His attribute potential definitely hasn't been pushed to the limit. How can he compare to Wu Xiang, a magic swordsman who has maximized his attribute potential at every stage? This is hard to say. I watched the Necromancer's college entrance exam footage, and there's only one word for it: exaggerated. Even the mutated flame demon was instantly defeated. His necromancy summoning and mastery qualities must be excellent, and the staff's bonus to necromancy isn't low either. Anyway, I'm betting on Wu Xiang to win without hesitation. I just can't believe anyone would think a necromancer who awakened only a month ago could defeat Wu Xiang. After all, he's ranked 7th on the Xiaolong list at Chenlong School. I agree with this. It's not easy for a freshman to win. It's not just about level and attributes but also the gap in combat experience and equipment. I heard the Wu family has provided quite a few good items this time to ensure Wu Xiang's victory. Wow, even giving equipment? No way, the Wu family is just too despicable. This is the power of money, you have to admit it. Xiaou yawned. As long as the opponent remained at the hero level, it was almost impossible for them to defeat him. Therefore, Xiaou didn't pay much attention to the discussions of people on the road. Even though the sky was dark, the students here, who were not professionals, quickly noticed Xiaou. Look, it's the new student who's going to duel Wu Xiang. Wow, so handsome. This new student is actually so good looking. I think the new student can win. Wait, weren't you just blindly betting on Wu Xiang earlier? Classmate, do you feel confident about tomorrow? Suddenly, someone stopped beside Xiaou and asked, confidence? If you want to bet, you can bet everything on me. Guaranteed win. The next day, early in the morning, the challenge platform was crowded with people. Students, teachers, staff, thousands of people all wanted to watch this rare match. Sis, so many people. Xing Yeye looked at the crowd, somewhat shocked. Xing Yueming sighed. After all, it's a duel between the top 10 of the Zhelong rankings and the national champion, especially since the national champion will have to drop out if they lose. It's not surprising that it has piqued everyone's curiosity. What? I think they're all here to see brother Yu make a fool of himself. Just wait, brother Yu will definitely slap them in the face. Xing Yeye waved her little hand angrily as she spoke. Ah, Xing Yueming sighed again. Xiaou wants to win, but it's not that simple. He's only level 35. Even if he were level 40, the opponent is a hidden profession magic swordsman who has been awakened for over a year. Every step forward has been executed in the most perfect way, and after completing the job change, the Wu family directly spent a fortune to acquire the full set of core skill books for the magic swordsman. This allowed Wu Xiang to possess the full set of core skills for the magic swordsman from level 1, and every subsequent level up meant an increase in strength leading step by step, always ahead. As for Xiaou, an ordinary civilian, even if he was lucky enough to obtain high-grade necromancy summoning and necromancy mastery, it would definitely include non-core skills. Moreover, with such rapid level-ups, he surely hasn't properly honed his attribute potential. Both his skills and attributes are inferior to Wu Xiang. And as for equipment, Xing Yuming, being a descendant of a prominent family, naturally understands that the equipment Wu Xiang wears is at least hero grade. In fact, for the sake of victory in this battle, the Wu family would gather the best level 40 equipment in the family and equip Wu Xiang with it. This is another advantage that the solitary Xiaou cannot compare to. Look quickly, it's Wu Xiang. His armor has changed. I remember this armor. It was auctioned by the World Consortium back then, a level 40 legendary armor, the Immortal Iron Armor. His gloves have changed too. I recognize the level 40 legendary gloves, the Magician's Illusion. Exclamations rang out as everyone almost noticed that Wu Xiang was nearly fully equipped with level 40 legendary gear. This would undoubtedly bring Wu Xiang's attributes to an extremely terrifying level. Your Wu family really put in a lot of effort, gathering equipment from all over the place. Qing Mo stood on a distant rooftop with a pale-faced, expressionless man, looking toward the challenge platform. The pale-faced man slowly nodded. Wu Xiang cannot lose. Losing would disgrace our Wu family. You are quite straightforward. Qing Mo smiled faintly. This pale-faced man was also one of the mythical powerhouses of the Dragon Nation, and what he said was indeed very realistic. As Wu Xiang, the genius of the Wu family, losing to a commoner even if he is the top scorer in the country would bring shame to the pale-faced man in their circle. That's why he was willing to go to such great lengths to gather a set of legendary equipment for Wu Xiang. Has Wei Feng been looking for you recently? What was he up to? The pale-faced man suddenly asked. He wanted me to help him deal with a problem. It's today's main character, Xiaou. His foolish son provoked him. He sees potential in Xiaou, and believes he'll eventually become one of us, so he wants to resolve things early and earn his forgiveness, Qing Mo said with a broad smile. No problem. His foolish son. If it were me, I would have started a new account long ago. Raising a useless main account, the pale-faced man snorted coldly. He also has this idea, but recently he hasn't found his son. What do you plan to do? Of course, I'll help him. It's not Wei Feng's fault, it's his son's issue. Besides, he's a mythical profession holder from Longhua, and Xiaou is the future of our Longhua. Naturally, we can't afford internal strife. Wu Xiang walked onto the challenge platform with a face full of excitement. Over Over the past few days, he had pleaded with his father and finally achieved results. Now, he was equipped with a full set of legendary gear and had also obtained items to enhance his attribute potential, leading to a slight improvement in his stats. Overall strength has doubled compared to before. Now he feels he can challenge the first place on the Flood Dragon list. Once this is over, I'll go find her to challenge and claim the first place on the Flood Dragon list, Wu Xiang thought excitedly. As Wu Xiang stepped onto the challenge platform, his health points were displayed. 1064880/1064880. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, million. Wu Xiang actually has a full strength of 100,000. He must have a complete set of level 40 legendary equipment. And every single piece is priceless. Oh my, just one piece of his equipment must be worth several hundred million, maybe even over a billion. No wonder the Wu family has a mythical powerhouse. This is truly terrifying. Hearing the exclamations from below, Wu Xiang revealed a proud smile. This is my true strength. Seeing Wu Xiang's attributes, Qing Ye's face visibly turned pale. It's over, it's over. Wu Xiang is practically cheating. He already has 100,000 strength without even being a legend. His other attributes must be even more outrageous. Wow, the Wu family really went all out. They actually put together such a set of equipment for Wu Xiang. It's all about money power, Yang Chanxian said angrily. Sis, how about we ask Dad to get Xiaou a set of equipment like this? Qing Ye tugged at her sister's skirt, saying expectantly. Not to mention whether it's possible, even Dad wouldn't be able to put together a set like this right now. Qing Yueming said helplessly. Time passed, and the agreed-upon time was gradually approaching. The spectators were already growing impatient. They had come here early to prepare. That new student won't run away, right? It's been so long and still no sign of them. I think it's possible. If I saw Wu Xiang in that gear, I wouldn't want to fight him either. I'd just get crushed. As if Wu Xiang didn't already crush you before. Will you die if you say one less sentence? But there's no doubt that everyone thought Xiaou had run away. After all, if he went on stage, he'd be crushed by Wu Xiang, then expelled, and it would all be witnessed by thousands of people, instant social death. But running away, doesn't seem much better. Clearly, he was so arrogant before, challenging Wu Xiang himself, and now he's fled. It's not much different from social death. Looks like the Wu family has won, the pale-faced man said with a faint smile. Qing Yimo shook his head. I suggest we don't pop the champagne halfway through. Oh, you still think that kid will show up? Although it's a pity, a professional who runs away at the last minute, I don't think he can reach our level. You and Wei Feng have misjudged him, the pale-faced man said smugly. You're talking as if you didn't find him troublesome yourself, even going so far as to prepare such a set of equipment for your son, Qing Yimo said with a faint smile, looking at the pale-faced man. It's just a precaution. Just as they were talking, the crowd below suddenly erupted in loud cheers. He's here, he's here. Xiaou's appearance drew everyone's attention toward him. It was as if he had just woken up, even carrying a hint of drowsiness, causing everyone to frown. Could it be that he just woke up? Did he forget how important today is for him? If he loses, he'll have to drop out. Maybe he already gave up. How could he have any hope of winning against Wu Xiang? Here so early, Xiaou just smiled in response to everyone's remarks, walked directly onto the stage, and said to Wu Xiang with a smile, I thought you were too scared to come. Wu Xiang said coldly, No, I just returned from the unknown area yesterday. I was a bit tired, so I slept a little longer. Isn't the timing just right? Xiaou shook his head, as if trying to dispel his drowsiness. You really should sleep a little more. After today, you won't have the chance to sleep at Chenlong school. Wu Xiang became even angrier seeing Xiaou's casual attitude. Not necessarily, Xiaou waved his hand dismissively. Since I'm here, let's get started. The audience is already getting impatient. Xiaou stepped onto the stage, and his basic information appeared simultaneously. Xiaou, level 40 hero undead mage, health 236460/236460. Oh, level 40 already. Looks like he hasn't been idle these past few days. Qing Mo chuckled softly as he noticed Xiaou's level from afar. The gap between level 40 and level 40 is even greater than the gap between level 30 and level 39, the pale-faced man said coldly. That's true. At level 40, one can wear legendary equipment, which often has 3 times the attributes of equipment of the same tier. But Xiaou only has 230,000 health, so it seems he doesn't have any good gear. Qing Mo shook his head. Of course. To reach 1 million health points at level 40, there wouldn't be more than 10 people in the entire human world, the pale-faced man said proudly. Yes, Wu Xiang's strength is indeed very high, but I still have faith in Xiaou, Qing Mo said with a smile, staring at Xiaou. Should we bet on something? No, it wouldn't look good. After all, I am the principal. Idle baggage. 230,000. I wonder if your intelligence has reached 30,000, Wu Xiang said, looking at Xiaou's blood level without losing composure. Xiaou glanced at his intelligence and nodded. 42,000 plus, not bad. The attributes of his own body were indeed very poor, especially compared to Wu Xiang, who was fully equipped with level 40 legendary gear, creating a huge gap. Oh, that's not bad. Wu Xiang's expression expression changed slightly. If it were his previous self, his intelligence attribute would be about the same as Xiao's in front of him. However, even with his previous equipment, it was something the other party could never possess. This indicates that the person in front of him has considerable potential in intelligence. Let's begin. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Xiao took out his phone and suddenly noticed that the Phoenix squad had sent him a message. They mentioned discovering a high-level hero-grade monster nest that they couldn't handle and hoped Xiao could come over. Since you're in such a rush to drop out, I won't stop you. Of course, if you choose to surrender and apologize to me in front of everyone, I might consider canceling our bet, Wu Xiang said smugly, now confident that he was bound to win. The gap between him and Xiao is too big. Let's begin. Given the professional gap between both sides, the necromancer is granted 5 seconds to use summoning skills. Countdown begins. 5, 4. Oh wow, it's finally starting. Fight. Wu Xiang, go for it. My whole family is betting on you. As the challenge began, a cheer erupted from the crowd. They had been waiting long enough. Go for it, you good, Qing Ye said nervously, watching Xiao on the stage. Qing Yueming also clenched his fists tightly. Yang Chanshan shouted loudly, Xiao, go for it. If you win, I'll go on a date with you. Xiao waved his hand, and over a dozen undead soldiers appeared on the field, along with over a dozen undead archers and undead mages behind him. This time, Xiao did not choose to summon the undead lord. 5 seconds passed. Boom! With an explosion, Wu Xiang shot toward Xiao like a cannonball, accompanied by more than a dozen bright red fireballs. Stop him, Xiao's eyes narrowed. Wu Xiang's strength was indeed impressive. Boom boom boom. A dozen fireballs smashed into the shields of the undead soldiers in the front row. Wu Xiang's lips curled into a smirk. You can no longer summon another batch of undead, Xiao. But in the next second, Wu Xiang's pupils suddenly contracted, because all the undead soldiers hit by his fireballs were still alive, with only some scars on their bodies. Truly worthy of a myth-level undead summoning, taking 6,000 intelligences worth of explosive fireballs without falling apart, Wu Xiang thought angrily. With this, he had no way to break through Xiao's undead front line head-on. At this moment, dozens of arrows and poisonous mist descended upon Wu Xiang. Thunderous gale. Purple-blue lightning and fierce winds appeared in front of Wu Xiang, directly engulfing the arrows and poisonous mist, which were then torn apart. Not bad, Xiao said with a faint smile as he looked at Wu Xiang. If I had time, I'd play with you, but I'm in a hurry now. Undead soldiers, leap attack. More than a dozen undead soldiers leapt simultaneously toward Wu Xiang. It's over, Xiao raised his staff. Corpse explosion. The true god-level corpse explosion instantly enveloped most of the challenge arena, accompanied by a continuous series of over a dozen explosions. Looks like I won, Qing Mo said with a slight smile. That's true, ha. Who knows, the pale-faced man replied unhurriedly. Oh, Xiao's corpse explosion technique is quite powerful, but if it doesn't hit, no matter how powerful it is, it's useless. Die. Xiao suddenly heard Wu Xiang's roar in his ear. Blazing flame annihilation slash. The soaring flames instantly engulfed Xiao. Everyone thought Xiao had lost. A necromancer caught in close combat by a demon swordsman had no chance of victory. Spatial flicker. You gave him your flicker ring? Qing Mo looked at the pale-faced man beside him in shock. Of course, we Wu family don't intend to lose this battle. The pale-faced man revealed a stiff smile. Minus 5,325. A number appeared before everyone's eyes, and all of them instantly widened their eyes. Even Wu Xiang froze in place. The pale-faced man shouted in disbelief. Impossible. How could it only deal 5,325 damage? This skill should have dealt at least 500,000 damage. Hiss, it seems Xiao still has some tricks up his sleeve. The necromancer's god-level talent, sacrifice, he must have it, along with other damage reduction skills or equipment. Qing Mo looked at Xiao and smiled bitterly, having been quite worried just moments ago. Xiao turned his head and looked at Wu Xiang, who was stunned beside him. You really startled me. You're the first person to hurt me since I changed professions. Impressive, but it's over. The corpse of the undead archer, who had just died due to sacrifice, suddenly exploded. This time, the flames engulfed Wu Xiang, and he couldn't use spatial flicker again because it had entered cooldown. Boom! The flames even enveloped Xiao, but fortunately, they did not affect the caster. Minus 958,188. The colossal damage once again made everyone present open their eyes wide, unable to believe the explosive numbers they were seeing. Ah! A miserable scream echoed as Wu Xiang, now completely charred, was blasted hundreds of meters away and heavily slammed into the ground. He stared in disbelief at the sliver of health he had left. Over 1,000,000 health points reduced to less than 100,000. This is even with fire damage reduction. Without it, they might have died instantly. Just one corpse explosion spell? Hiss, this Xiao not only has high-tier undead summoning, but the tier and level of this corpse explosion spell are also ridiculously high. Qing Mo also felt incredulous. Looks like my boy doesn't stand a chance, running into such a monster. The pale-faced man sighed helplessly, encountering a level 40 undead mage hero who can deal 900,000 damage with one hit and has offerings and other high damage reductions. Losing to that is no shame. Summon the the undead. A row of undead archers appeared in front of Xiaou, followed by a volley aimed at Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang, who had just suffered massive damage and mental shock, had not yet reacted and was already eliminated. Challenge over. Xiaou wins. Xiaou rises to 7th place on the Flood Dragon ranking. Wu Xiang drops to 8th place on the Flood Dragon ranking. Selection complete. Rewards issued. Reward, Talent Plague Apostle. Your summoned undead's attacks will have a 100% chance to inflict a poisoned effect on enemies, lasting 3 seconds, and dealing poison damage equal to 10% of intelligence per second. This effect stacks infinitely. Is it over? Wu Xiang lost. How is that possible? Could this freshman already possess the strength of the hidden dragon rankings? Everyone was shocked, staring at Xiaou, who stood effortlessly on the stage, his chiseled face smiling. It's over, so goodbye. Xiaou jumped off the challenge stage and sprinted toward the teleportation center before anyone could react. The Phoenix squad is still calling for help. Watching Xiaou's disappearing figure, the crowd finally came to their senses. Their expressions varied, but one thought was shared among them. The hidden dragon rankings are about to change. What a terrifying and hard-working young man, Qing Mo sighed as he watched Xiaou leave. I originally wanted to go down and chat with him for a bit. The pale-faced man merely sighed softly and flew down to take the panicked Wu Xiang away. Teleport, Pioneer Town. As the teleportation ended, Xiaou once again arrived at Pioneer Town and then said to the beautiful receptionist, Teleport, Phoenix number 3 teleportation array. In another flash, Xiaou had already arrived at a newly established, rudimentary outpost, surrounded by only a few workers and hired professionals. The professionals were somewhat surprised by Xiaou's arrival via teleportation. Hello, this place isn't officially open yet. Please leave. Xiaou glanced at him, said nothing, directly summoned the Frostbone Dragon, looked at the map, and flew away. Damn, who is this big shot? So arrogant. No idea. Anyway, they treat us like nothing, so let's not stir up trouble. Xiaou glanced at the message on his phone. Emergency rescue. Could it be that they encountered a legendary monster nest and are being hunted by a legendary boss? Xiaou felt a bit anxious. If the Undying Bird squad all died, he'd have to find new agents again. Saintus, Xiaou summoned the Saintus spirit to greatly enhance the agility and speed of the Frostbone Dragon, allowing it to fly faster. Hope we can make it in time. Blue's sister, we're surrounded. The archer of the Phoenix squad looked around in terror at the lizardmen encircling them. Each lizardman was at least 2 meters tall, with the one at the forefront standing 3 meters high, its body adorned with eerie crimson tattoos. Holding a staff resembling a warhammer, its scarlet eyes fixed on the foreprey before it, its menacing mouth extended a tongue. How could there be so many lizard godai here at the same time? Lan Feng's expression was extremely grim. She had initially thought it was a level 39 hero-grade monster nest, but upon entering, she discovered thousands of lizardmen, including the level 40 hero boss lizard godai. At the center, she even saw the level 48 legendary boss lizard high priest. Coupled with thousands of level 25 to 35 lizard soldiers, she felt deeply uneasy. Lan Feng's eyes widened as she noticed some artificial modern decorations on these lizardmen. They are the lizard clan controlling the White Elephant Nation. The game descended into reality, and at first, everyone thought these monsters were just ordinary creatures, waiting to be slain like in the game. But soon, an unexpected event occurred. A small population country was wiped out by a race from the game, which then occupied vast swaths of its territory and began evolving to become even stronger. As the levels of the descending monsters grew higher, countries with few and weak professionals were annihilated one after another. However, some nations were not destroyed. Instead, they surrendered entirely to the monsters, becoming their slaves. One such example is the White Elephant Nation, a neighbor of the Dragon Nation, which led its surviving hundreds of millions of people to pledge allegiance to the monster race known as the Lizard Clan. This race worships the god of destruction, Arrow, and its strongest member to descend into this world can be considered a demigod. Always ambitious to invade the Dragon Kingdom, several attacks have been repelled by the mythical and demigod-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, the army of the Lizard tribe from the White Elephant Nation has appeared at the border again. Clearly, they are here to launch another attack. Hee, I didn't expect you to discover us, but today none of you will escape. A dark-skinned, thin human stepped out from behind the lizardmen. He first performed a strange ritual toward the lizard god ahead and then said, Messenger of the gods, I believe these 4 humans can provide us with information to aid our attack on their frontline fortress. Moreover, if we can extract details about the surrounding area from them, I am even more confident that the messengers of the gods can remain better concealed, allowing us to get closer to the enemy fortress. A dozen lizard deities exchanged glances and nodded at the man from the White Elephant Kingdom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the lizard deity's approval, the man from the White Elephant Kingdom looked at the 4 phoenixes with intense desire. Seeing the way the man from the White Elephant Kingdom was looking at them, Blue Phoenix immediately understood his intentions. Sisters, if we die later, we must not let him capture us alive. Otherwise, we will suffer a fate worse than death. Yes, Sister Blue. Corpse explosion. With a roar, several lizard god servants charged toward the Phoenix squad. 4
Modify.
Blue Phoenix growled, her body glowing with a burst of golden light as she rushed toward the lizard god servants. The archer behind her swiftly fired several arrows to cover her, but the mage and priest were still gasping for breath. The intense battle earlier had completely drained their magic and mental energy, leaving them unable to cast even a single spell now. Boom, boom, boom. Several scepter-like warhammers smashed down toward Blue Phoenix. She used her shield to block them, but each block caused her body to tremble, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. Meanwhile, the archer's arrows struck the lizard god's body but were completely ineffective, not even piercing its scales, as the archer's stamina was also nearing its limit. Blue Phoenix made a mistake and was struck hard on her side by a scepter, sending her flying instantly. She spewed blood in large amounts while airborne. Oh dear, the people of White Elephant Kingdom looked on with regret. This left the remaining three with despair written all over their faces. They were now certain they couldn't escape. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky as a frostbone dragon swooped down from above. With a single tail sweep, it sent two lizard god servants flying, then turned its head and unleashed a breath of dragon fire, forcing back the remaining two lizard god servants. It then landed, positioning itself between the lizard god servants and the Phoenix squad. Meanwhile, the Blue Phoenix flying in midair fell into a warm embrace the next second. Xiaou used a spatial flicker and, with the power and agility granted by the Saintus Ghost Inspirer's talent, caught the Blue Phoenix. Saintus, sacred halo, enveloped these four within it. Xiaou gave the order, and a holy light shone upon them. After 2.5 seconds, their injuries were healed, and all negative statuses on their bodies were instantly dispelled. Cough, cough, cough. As her injuries healed, Lan Feng also woke up. Seeing Xiaou holding her, she felt a bit embarrassed for a moment but was very reassured. You're here. Xiaou set her down and turned to look at the thousands of lizardmen and the few lizard gods who had surrounded them. Reckless fool, daring to charge alone into the army's encirclement. The people of White Elephant Kingdom sneered at Xiaou as he landed, their voices sharp. This man made such a stunning entrance that one couldn't help but envy him, and even though he had just managed to capture these little beauties, it was ruined by someone else. However, when they thought about how this man would soon be torn apart by the lizardmen, the people of White Elephant Kingdom couldn't help but reveal cruel expressions. You surround me? Xiaou laughed. To surround a necromancer, do you have an army of 1,000,000? My undead, come forth. Level 44 undead summoning, with an undead summoning limit of 2,590. This time, Xiaou did not let the undead lord summon subordinate undead, as it was unnecessary. He could simply let the true god level undead crush the opponent directly. Crack, crack, crack. The forest instantly echoed with the continuous sounds of bones colliding with bones, bones striking the ground, or hitting trees. One by one, undead soldiers, undead archers, and undead mages emerged from the void beside Xiaou, each exuding a powerful aura. The frostbone dragon also flew above Xiao's head and let out a furious roar, making everyone present feel as if death had descended upon the earth. Lan Jia, is this his true strength? The long-legged mage Pangro swallowed nervously. With her spiritual perception, she discovered that every necromancer here had a spiritual power stronger than hers. The archer Chao Xiaoyu was trembling as she looked at the undead, appearing as if she was about to faint. All right, that's great, we're saved, the priest Dong Shui said excitedly, as she definitely did not want to die. It seems we've really latched onto a big shot. Lan Feng looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Hiss! The lizard god let out a roar, prompting all the lizard warriors to charge towards Xiaoyu. They knew that killing the necromancer would resolve the seemingly endless tide of undead. But could ordinary lizardmen, merely at levels 25 to 35, break through the true god-level undead summons empowered by the Holy Maiden's ghostly talent to harm Xiaoyu? Not a chance. That's true. Halo, solar halo. The silver undead summons instantly took on the luster of the sun, radiating dazzling brilliance. With each sword thrust, a lizardman was slain, and the dead lizardman exploded, killing a large group of lizardmen. Over 1,000 lizardmen perished in just a dozen seconds. Each undead summon averaged less than one lizard warrior. The necromancer had just raised his staff, and all the targets were already dead. This made the few heroic bosses, the lizard god, take a step back involuntarily, while the people of the White Elephant Nation turned around and tried to flee. Kill him. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't let such a human traitor escape before his eyes. Following Xiaoyu's command, thousands of undead archers simultaneously aimed at the White Elephant Nation man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows poured down on the people of the White Elephant Kingdom like a torrential rain. Even though the magical shield on his body glowed, it couldn't block a single arrow, let alone 1,000. He was thus turned into minced meat. Go ahead. Xiaoyu looked at the lizard god die with some regret. Although the opponent was level 40, it was only a hero level boss, not a legendary one, so it wouldn't drop a legendary ascension orb. Lizard god die, hero boss. Race, lizardman. Level, 40. Strength, 24,840. Agility, 25,014. Wisdom, 21,573. Talent, destructive power. When attacking and hitting a target, deals an additional 10% 50% damage and leaves a mark of destruction, reducing the enemy's healing effect by 50%. After killing the enemy cannot be resurrected. Skills: Destructive Strike, Destructive Crush, Destructive Blessing. A highly destructive monster. But in front of the true god-level undead summons, it was too weak. Hundreds of corrosive spheres emitting a dark aura shot out from the tops of the undead mage's staffs, almost completely sealing off all escape routes for the lizard god. This forced the lizard god to roar and charge at Xiaou, intending to perish together with him. However, upon being hit by the corrosive spheres, the lizard god was directly dissolved into a puddle of yellow liquid, emitting a foul stench. Killed lizard god, hero boss, level 40, experience +0. You have obtained the master level skull crushing staff. Defeated lizard god die, hero boss, level 40, experience +0. Ah, no experience, Xiaou sighed. Still need to find a legendary sublimation orb. Meanwhile, on the other side, a lizard man dressed in a white priest robe with golden trim and holding a staff adorned with various skulls suddenly stood up. Who killed the messenger of our god? I have already sensed his location. Now we need his blood to wash away the humiliation upon us. Tribesmen, follow me. Great priest, but if we go out now, we'll be exposed, a man from the White Elephant Nation hurriedly said. Our main goal this time is to slaughter the humans who come out to hunt. The warriors have all entered the designated locations. Now, let's offer an early tribute to the god of destruction.